Remember, this is just fictional. Your likes and subscriptions help the continuous work. Thanks. Also, let me know if you want the next part of this video in the comment section. I'll definitely update it if there's a demand. Now, let's get it started. Page 1. Story so far. The identity of the one who defeated the true Demon King, the ultimate threat who gripped the world in terror, is shrouded in mystery. Little is known about this hero. The terror of the true Demon King abruptly came to an end. Nevertheless, the champions born from the era of the Demon King still remain in this world. Now, with the enemy of all life brought low, these champions, wielding enough power to transform the world, have begun to do as they please. Their untamed wills threatening a new era of war and strife. To Oryasia, now the Soul Kingdom unifying the Minion races. The existence of these champions has become a threat. No longer champions, they are now demons bringing ruin to all, the Shura. To ensure peace in the new era, it is necessary to eliminate any threat to the world's future and designate the true hero to guide and protect the hopes of the people. Thus, the 29 officials, the governing administrators of Oryasia, have gathered these Shura and their miraculous abilities from across the land, regardless of race, and organized an imperial competition to crown the true hero once and for all. 2 small months before the Six Ways exhibition was set to begin. Hidden within a dense forest on the outskirts of Oryasia was an old mansion standing on the banks of a clear freshwater stream. A lone carriage was parked outside the front gate. An elderly gentleman, dressed from head to toe in black, alighted from the carriage and knocked 3 times on the mansion door. An old leprechaun woman came out to meet him and respectfully bowed to the guest. My, if it isn't Master Melusi, thank you for making the long trip out here. The elderly man raised his cap up to his breast and returned the bow with a friendly smile. He was Melusi the Coffin Edict, a craft arts caster who had once fought against Kayazuna the Axle and creator of the mighty and unrivaled golems Reshipped and Nemerhelga. Not at all, Miss Fry. I should be the one thanking you. Were it not for your support, my past deeds would have made it impossible for me to enter Oryasia. For us, it was no problem at all. My lady is waiting for you, so please come in. Every nook and cranny of the manor's interior was illuminated, enough to make one forget it was the dead of the night. However, there were thick, black curtains covering the windows, ensuring that none of the light escaped into the darkness. Before long, Melusi and Fry arrived at the hall for receiving guests. Waiting there to greet Melusi was the young and beautiful owner of the manor. Do come in, Master Melusi. My name is Linares. I shall be the one to host you today in my father's stead. Linares tilted her head slightly and flashed a charming smile. Though she was draped in a lovely dress that also seemed to glow, the bare skin of her shoulders and back seemed to shine even more radiantly. She was the only daughter of Rayhart, the Obsidian, and the final leader of Obsidian Eyes. How very courteous of you. Thank you. I never would have dreamed that Master Rayhart of all people would have such a beautiful daughter. Should I be calling you Obsidian now, young lady? No. A strained smile came across her face. She looked at the chair in the back of the hall. The figure was slumped deep in his chair and remained perfectly still. He likely wasn't even breathing. There is only one Obsidian. That name belongs to my father. Indeed, you may have the right of it. Melusi was one of those people who knew very well the deeds of Rayhart, the Obsidian, before his death. The heartless leader of Obsidian Eyes, always skulking in the dark underbelly of the world, Rayhart was far more ruthless to his allies than he was to his enemies. While he did possess powers of vampirism, allowing him to control the minds and actions of those he had given his blood, many seemed to bend to his will purely out of fear. Was the same true of Linares as well? Melusi sat down at the large dining table, opposite the young lady. Wild duck meat dressed with black honey, a salad of root vegetables and cheese, a translucent, amber-colored beef bone broth. Master Melusi, let's make a toast. To our friendship. Yes, and to our meeting today. The two gently clinked their glasses together. Savoring the fragrance of the high-quality red wine, they took a sip. Obsidian Eyes. Ah, they're all such distant memories now. Yet at the time, I felt like I wouldn't be able to forget any of it, even if I tried. Until I heard your messenger say that name. It felt as if I'd been in a long sleep, with my memories of that bygone era as my only comfort. Melusi the Coffin Edict was a self-proclaimed demon king. In the past, he'd led his own country, and prior to the age of the true demon king, He had fought a fierce war over resources with Kuta Silver City before its transformation into the Land of the End. During that war, Obsidian Eyes had been an enemy, delivering a terrible blow to his nation. Back then, I was still but a young girl myself. Nevertheless, I've heard that the technological wonders you produced were like those sung about in the poems of legend. It is truly an honor to hear that. Miss Linares, do you? Or rather, does Obsidian Eyes not hold a grudge against me? Not at all. Is there anything more wonderful than two people who once crossed blades getting the opportunity to meet again and reconciling in friendship? We knew of each other's strength even more than we know our allies. Why, nothing would make me happier than if we could join forces together right now. In that case, to celebrate our reunion, shall I regale you with stories from back then? Oh yes, by all means. Underneath the chandelier, the elderly demon king softly told the tale. Much like you were once at the beginning, I, too, was nothing but a mere home tutor employed by a noble family on the frontier. Well, I'm sure it comes as no surprise at all. I was teaching craft arts, you see. However, I wasn't a very skilled teacher. You are quite the comedian, Master Melusi. I find that very hard to believe. I, myself, am embarrassed to admit it, but I was still young. Whenever I would teach, I would think, why can't I get them to understand such basic fundamentals? These frustrations would claw at me constantly. In order to provide better instruction, I had those nobles teach me their noble script. In their estate, they had old academic records that their ancestors had left behind. The contents of the records were completely unknown to anyone. It was not uncommon for records elucidating the natural sciences through experiments, observation, or calculations to be kept in a noble family's home. And in many cases, an aristocratic family's unique writing script had been constructed specifically to leave them behind. The nobles of antiquity once secured their control by bestowing and monopolizing the power of knowledge. They had these records at hand for so long, and yet no one read them, asked Linares. That's right. It seemed that none among their generation had opened the books even once. Even though they'd hired a home tutor, mind you. Quite the peculiar story, isn't it? However, these records were extremely detailed, and day after day, I learned. I would revise some of the older sections that turned out to be incorrect, and when they detailed an experiment, I would try to replicate it on my own. There are large disparities in these records, depending on their pedigree, and some of them were complete nonsense. In this way, Melusi was fortunate that these were the books that served as his first teacher. It was then that a realization struck me. I was, in truth, not cut out to be a teacher. I was much more suited to teach myself craft arts on my own. Although I had been hired as a home tutor, I felt I was in the aristocrat's mansion not to teach, but to learn. I have heard it said that all teachers learn for themselves through their instruction. It must have been the same for you, Master Melusi. I was just being selfish. Still, thanks to this, I was called the best craft arts user in the city, and soon, the best in the nation. It was around that time that I met a man named Barnard the Essence as well. He was a visitor, and troubled that he couldn't reproduce the machinery from the beyond, where he grew up. You must have heard talk of that as well, Miss Linares. What they refer to as the steam engine. Yes, I have ridden in a locomotive once before. It's a wonderful invention. In order to mass-produce cylinders that didn't leak any steam, I used craft arts to set up processing machinery that possessed even greater precision. My invention was well received, and many people congregated to us. I gathered comrades together with Barnard, increased our workforce, and aimed to increase production even further using golems. Linares stopped talking and simply stared at the elderly man's face. She had likely heard what came next. Before long, we became a country. I thought to incite a manufacturing revolution in this world, independent of any of the kingdoms, using this new machinery. However, such excessive power couldn't remain unconcerned with the wars and politics among nations. To the one true king, I was a threat. Melusi was a demonic monarch, someone with too much power who didn't align himself with the one true king. Self-proclaimed demon kings didn't all necessarily become one on purpose. The factory I had painstakingly designed and the town I'd built for its employees were burned to the ground. My friend Barnard was poisoned, and when I made golems to bolster my own defenses, the enemy struck me down with even greater might. It felt like I was always tormented by a lack of resources and manpower. Master Melusi. Yes, I understand, young lady. I also know that even though you and your organization were behind it, you were simply acting on orders from said country, nothing more. However, after my nation fell, I lived on in order to find a new purpose for my existence. If I had died before coming up with an answer, it would have felt like I had failed Barnard. It was also fair to say that Miluzi lived so he could settle things with the many enemies who'd stymied him in the past. This included Kayazuna the Axel, who'd been trampling over the world with craft arts that surpassed Miluzi's, as well as his mortal enemy in Obsidian Eyes, who had menaced his country. Finally, the surviving family of the one true king, who scorned him as a demon king, the Queen of Oriatia. Across from him, Linares cast her long eyelashes down as she spoke. Master Miluzi, please, I implore you not to speak any further. Miss Linares, I truly thank you from the bottom of my heart for inviting me here. You told me that you bear no grudge toward me, yes? Miluzi took the cane he had left propped up. I, however, do bear a grudge. It's time for you all to die. A shock wave shattered the window. A figure resembling a bird's skeleton violently flew into the hall while aiming the sights on its right arm at Linares. Reshipped modified. It was a golem. Reshipped Io Halise. Nirug Samart. Bunt. From reshipped to Hail Sepsize. Fissured pupils. Pillar of. Get your hands. Long before the thermal arts incantation could resolve, a colossal figure attacked with razor-sharp claws. The golem was knocked out of the air and crashed into the floorboards. The intruder was a massive Leakin. Obsidian Eyes. Harutaru the Light Grip. Off my lady. Lowly scum. There were deep gouges in the wall and ceiling from the entrance to the wall, which had been used as a foothold to create more marks, up to the ceiling. The traces of his movement meant that Haru, in the span of a single second, had gotten above Reship's head during its high-speed flight, all without making a sound. My daughter, and Obsidian's daughter, who will surpass the other. Suddenly, there came an explosion of compressed air. The golem cut off the part of its own arm that Harutaru had pinned down and flew outside the Leakin's range. Miluzi still had his sights fixed on the young woman. I think there is still more for me to show you. Now, then, Reshipped modified. Quay, quay, quay. A bizarre cry echoed from the golem's head, which resembled an empty bird's skull. Then 6 blades extended up from what served as its ribcage. My lady, please stay there and don't move. I understand. Harutaru stood in front of Linares on top of the dining table. He seemed to understand that the blades were a type of projectile weapon. This presented the possibility that with his almost armor-like body hair, he could withstand the 6 projectile burst. Kvi, kvi. Reshipped modified aimed its sights on Linares, and then, the moment before the blades fired, a chakram flying in from the golem's flank stopped the initial movement. It was a weapon shaped like a spiral hook. Without paying any heed to the interference, Reshipped modified's attack fired off in rapid succession. Then halted, fired, stopped, 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 stopped. In the span of a single breath, the 6 blades, which were supposed to be fired off in a volley, were all jammed the moment before launch. With each attack, a chakram had tangled itself in Reshipped's blades. How dare you try something so foolish against Our Lady? At some point, the lights in the hallways had been extinguished. A curious and mysterious voice was heard from within the darkness. Be ashamed of your idiocy. I am Wheeze the Variation. 7th Formation Rearguard. 3 more circles emerged from the darkness. Reshipped modified knocked them out of the air with its landing gear. The spiral hooks entangled in the golem's joints and, through their rotational speed, severed its legs. Knocked off its center of gravity, its body faltered in midair. Reshipped modified, turn around fast. It was then an explosive sound tore through the air. A lightning-fast flash streaked from top to bottom, and Reshipped modified was bisected lengthwise. Oh my, what do we have here? The tiny old woman floated down between each half of Reshipped modified and landed. She was the matron of the house, Fry the Waking. With a cordial smile adorning her face, she spun her cleaving cane behind her waist. It seems my whole arm has gone numb. That is quite a hard daughter you have there. But, still seated at the dining table, Miluzi closed his eyes. Obsidian Eyes, the damnable adversary that had slaughtered his citizens and burned his country to ash. He recalled that the members from that day long ago had been the same sort of horrible demons he was faced with now. It seems I've been defeated once again. How unfortunate, Master Miluzi. Linares also remained seated, quietly staring across the table from him. The battle between them had been decided without either of them moving a single centimeter. Miluzi might have been able to brandish the gun concealed within his cane, but it was likely that this, too, would have been entirely meaningless from start. Linares quietly spoke to Miluzi. In these moments, I always hope that if I haven't truly been forsaken, then perhaps someday, regardless of any benefits, reason, or sense of justice, a friend may appear who will accept us all. I feel for you. However, I'm sure such a thing will never happen. Not for you, nor for myself. In the distant past, Miluzi had been a mere home tutor, not any sword demon king. However, he became an enemy, not to anyone in particular, but to a great number of people, a vague and nebulous enemy. As he spired further, meeting the animosity he faced with the animosity of his own, Miluzi the Coffin Edict had, at some point, become the enemy he was thought to be. Now he had become someone who was capable of wearing the face of a mild-mannered gentleman as he tried to kill another. Will you kill me? No. Then will you make me an ally? No. What then? Master Miluzi, regarding the reason I invited you here today, he wasn't going to be killed or become their ally. When one was dealing with obsidian eyes, such treatment could only mean one thing. Miluzi was unable to move. It was almost as if the power of Linares' eyes on him had frozen him in place. Meeting face-to-face spelled immediate defeat. Could anyone in the world even imagine such a vampire? I would like to ask you about Master Mestalexil. As long as something held secrets, Obsidian Eyes would peer into it all. With those golden irises, beautiful enough to make one forget everything else. The residential district in the center of Oriatia had been readjusted into a regulated grid through a massive-scale city planning project. This plan had continued from the time of the Central Kingdom. This uptown, high-class residential area was relatively close to the palace, and many of the 29 officials of Oriatia set up their manors here. However, the residence of Dant the Heath Furrow was a humble one. The apartment building where he lived was distinctly faded compared with the surrounding homes. His own apartment was equipped with the bare minimum required for a dwelling. It was only big enough to fit a room for his aging mother and his study. While he understood the opinion that, as one of the 29 officials, he should be living somewhere that reflected his station, Dan had been staying here since long before he made a name for himself as a general. This wasn't because Dant lacked ambition. He merely had a faint aversion to something beyond his station ballooning further and further. It may have been a result of the education his mother had given him. However, at this point, Dant the Heath Furrow needed to deal with something that had swelled to a size far too large for his hands to grasp. One small month before the beginning of the Six Ways exhibition, when Dant visited the room, Hiroto the Paradox was having a late lunch. Have you gotten used to life in Oriatia, Hiroto? If I had just a bit more freedom to come and go as I pleased, then there'd be nothing to want for. His appearance placed his age at 13 or 14 years old. He had gray, almost white hair. Hiroto was an extremely light eater, and that sole aspect of his was even more childish than his looks would suggest. The apartment building's third floor, which had once been totally vacant, was presently in Dant's possession. It had become necessary to place the gray-haired child in the same building as himself and keep him under observation. After all, this is a great chance to see and learn about Oriatia's culture with my own eyes. Did you know? Simple pictures and symbols are used to some extent as a replacement for written words, even in this world. But when you look at the regional differences in them, you can see, for example, what sort of progress and development that city was able to accomplish. That's not necessary. Dant spat out crossly, sitting down in a chair. It was fair to describe Hiroto, the Paradox, as the type of person he personally found the most unpleasant of all. Shrewdly maneuvering and conspiring, Hiroto believed that words spoke far louder than actions. I only want one thing from you. Crush the designs of the Reformation faction and the other ragtag rabble and protect the Queen. The Six Ways exhibition, an idiotic national undertaking meant to decide on who the hero was through true duel matches between 16 candidates. Behind the scenes, there were the plans of Oriatia's third Minister Gel and second General Roseclay to establish a symbol of authority and power to replace Queen Sepheit. As part of the Queen's faction, it was something Dant absolutely could not afford to overlook. If you're saying that this cultural understanding, or what have you, is needed to plan out a battle strategy, then Zigida Zogi can handle it, right? You're not going to be the one coming up with the strategy yourself anyway. True. Hiroto calmly nodded. When it comes to this battle, neither my skills nor my intellect will prove useful in the slightest. If anything, being under surveillance like this is the more reassuring option. The Reformation faction won't cast any half-baked suspicions at us this way, either. Duh. Even Hiroto the Paradox was not a true ally to the Queen's faction. Though Dan had joined forces with him for the time, being to oppose the Reformation faction in their majority position, Hiroto had the free city of Okafu at his back. Okafu was a nation of elite mercenaries led by the Visitor and self-proclaimed demon King Morio, the Sentinel. In fact, attracting them to the Six Ways exhibition stage may have been equivalent to selling out Dan's own country to protect it. If by any chance this man looks to harm Oriatia, I'll kill him on the spot before the Reformation faction can do it themselves. Then, I'll take responsibility. I'll pay with my life. A hero candidate sponsor should have at least that much resolve. Regarding Ozonesma, Hiroto suddenly began, as if the thought had just come to him. Are there any signs that some of the other camps are looking into him at all? Hiroto the Paradox had dispatched 2 of his men to participate in the Six Ways exhibition, Zigida Zogi the Thousandth and Ozonesma the Capricious. On top of that, Ozonesma was a candidate he had made 14th General Yuka sponsor to ensure he wouldn't be traced back to Hiroto. As far as I was able to see, Roseclay and Hade only took a cursory look into his background. Ozonesma sponsor, Yuka, isn't very skilled at subterfuge to begin with, after all. He's always getting pulled into counterinsurgency work all over and doesn't have the spare time to enact some large-scale operation. They likely don't have any reason to be wary of his camp's movements. Fair enough. To put another way, it's nice certain that someone will eventually try to use some roundabout means to attack him. I'm thinking the same thing. How do you plan to deal with it? That won't be necessary, said Zigida Zogi. A goblin poked his head out from the neighboring room. He was the hero candidate Zigida Zogi the Thousandth. Master Ozonesma is bait. It will take a fair amount of preparation and a considerable number of men to investigate a hero candidate in Gamina City as it's removed from Oriatia. Be it General Roseclay or General Hade, if they attempt to meddle with Ozonesma, we should be able to detect it from here in Oriatia. The investigation will become a burden, but they won't be able to leave him alone, either. The plan is for this, as a result, to chip away at their reserve forces that are keeping us in check. Is it really going to go that smoothly? Doesn't seem like there'll be any noticeable effect. I'm saying that there are things to glean from how each camp deals with this situation. Not allowing Master Ozonesma to enter Oriatia is his own personal wish, yes, but it won't prove disadvantageous to us, either. So then which camp are you going to look into? The ones we're investigating are. Zigida Zogi unreservedly rolled out the map of Oriatia in his hands onto the floor. He slapped a finger on a spot in this city. Last night, there was a violent incident involving gunfire at the Blue Beetle Tavern. 2 of the people who happened to be present were Shulk the Sound Slicer and 2 the Magic. They are both hero candidates. This means there are some who immediately stepped forward after the 16 candidates were announced to perform a forceful bit of reconnaissance. Last night, really? That's far too fast. You're thinking the same thing then, Dan? There was someone who'd immediately moved to investigate their enemies as soon as the hero candidates' names were announced. That itself wasn't anything abnormal. In fact, there were likely still competitors whose combat abilities remained a total mystery, even to Roseclay the Absolute, who was working on the side of the tournament organizers. Additionally, for any of the different camps, investigating the other competitors would only happen after the public announcement of the hero candidates. If they didn't, the timing of their attack would then make it clear to everyone whose information they had their hands on. Still, to go into action on the very first day. That's practically admitting that they had information on who they were ambushing from before the public announcement, isn't it? Once the names were publicized, it wouldn't be completely impossible to get a hold on where throughout Oriatia's vast borders they were located and find a chance to ambush them. But, at the very least, there had to be some purpose behind these movements. To those most engaged in intrigue and schemes, this purpose was an enigma that couldn't be overlooked, much like how Ozonesma's existence appeared to the other camps. On the very day the hero candidates were announced, the hunt for particular individuals began. Someone who was able to attack individuals with the skills and expertise to appear in the Six Ways exhibition, then draw out the slightest amount of that person's power. Someone who could be tasked with a mission and faithfully carry it out. Someone who gathered power and influence, formed a plan, and immediately put it into action. Finally, someone who could be used and tossed aside without issue should the situation call for it. Assuming the Oriatia military wasn't a part of it, the pool of individuals who could be obtained through ordinary personal connections would be rather limited. But if the 29 officials openly used Oriatia's regular soldiers to look into their opponents, that would instead reveal their own moves to everyone else. Right? That is why I agree it was far too fast. The attackers at the Blue Beetle were mostly like not Oriatia soldiers. Not necessarily. Even so, there's another way. Outside mercenaries could wait. Dant realized. This six-ways exhibition had begun long before the start of the first match. Zigida Zogi, Hiroto's advisor whom he had raised from a young age. A goblin, a race existing in this very world. Dant had recognized Hiroto the Paradox as a true monster, but Zigida Zogi was a similarly terrifying being. Okafu. So that's why. Well, that was my intention, yes. Winning over the free city of Okafu to our side first was, in addition to securing a fighting force we could freely utilize for ourselves, to make it so other powers couldn't freely utilize the free city's mercenaries for themselves. To attract mercenaries in a large quantity, and of better quality than Okafu's, that would be a considerably difficult task. However, the other party in the Blue Beetle attack did just that. My Lord Dant, do you have any ideas as to who may possess a powerful private army? Asked Hiroto as he silently chewed on the scraps of meat still left on his plate. Assuming, then, that this excludes any regular Oriatia soldiers. Among the 29 officials, it would be Haid the Flashpoint, since he presides over the military, or Keith the Roundtable, presiding over Oriatia's industry. He's Mestalexil's sponsor. You need a fair amount of power and authority to secretly have your own private army. After all, that, and those two could mobilize any force well, whether it was their own army or not. What about the Fifth Minister, then? Dant silently glared at Hiroto the Paradox. This man was serious about approaching the fight with a complete understanding of Oriatia's political situation. Not only that, but his understanding was also far deeper than the Oriatia side had anticipated. There is no Fifth Minister within the 29 officials. That said, just like it had been with 23rd General Terran, among the seats of the 29 officials, there existed a few seats that remained empty without any designated replacement. The fifth seat was one example. The former Fifth Minister aureoled the atypical tone. Though not a military officer, he could likely gather any number of bureaucrats with superb tactical minds. Not only that, but he would also do it too. You think there's someone being backed with his support mixed in among the sponsors? Zigida Zogi answered Dant's question in Hiroto's stead. No, that is not what we're saying. The point is that if there is already a suitable person to suspect, then it was worth it for the other camps to attempt this rushed attack. You mean that as long as there's a suspect, they'd be able to disguise themselves as part of their forces? In that sense, this is a slightly unfavorable situation, isn't it? There's a whole small month before the start of the games. Our first try will likely be to survive until they begin. A small month, Hiroto murmured. He looked to be done eating and was wiping the corners of his mouth. The reason there's a small month delay between the hero candidate announcement and the first match is because of Rosclay, yes? Ostensibly, it's to give time to acclimate word arts to this region. If there are any who fight primarily with word arts among the hero candidates, their presumed focal point would be a well-worn vessel, along with the water, wind, and earth on the battlefield. If they're simply coming to an understanding with natural objects of those three elements, then one small month should give them enough time to acclimate. That's the justification, said Dant. I see. On the battlefield, you always have to anticipate the use of word arts, after all. Those who utilized word arts needed to familiarize themselves with the targets they were applying them to. Even though it may have physically been the exact same water or wind, if they were in a different region, the characteristics of those elements would change slightly, making it possible that they'd be unable to produce the desired effect. Nevertheless, for those with exceptional aptitude for word arts, having an entire small month would make it possible to create for themselves a focal point that was complex enough to go beyond these three elements. Conversely, there were also those whose aptitude for word arts wouldn't even let them communicate with a single drop of water if it was on unfamiliar soil, even after spending a whole small month attempting to do so. Thus, this reasoning, with its vast individual variability, was nothing more than an excuse for the public. In truth, it takes time to gather information on the hero candidates. Rosclay has the authority to use the data from their small month-long investigation to then decide the tournament bracket. Rosclay, out of all the 16 candidates, will start from the most advantageous position to advance through to the end. That said, as we confirmed moments ago, he can't openly use Oriatia troops to do so. The information gatherer would then need to have a power that possesses soldiers outside the Oriatia framework. In which case, looking at it from our opponent's perspective, there is another suitable suspect, just like the former 5th minister, isn't there? Zijida Zogi's hypothesis hinged on the presumption that their enemies were properly trained soldiers. The power, then, that clearly met all these conditions beyond the Oriatia army themselves would be the free city of Okafu. There's a possibility that our opponent here is trying to force suspicion on us. Someone who is able to attack individuals with the skills and expertise to appear in the 6 Ways exhibition, then draw out the slightest amount of that person's power. Someone who could be tasked with a mission and faithfully carry it out. Someone who gathered power and influence, formed a plan, and immediately put it into action. Finally, someone who could be used and tossed aside without issue should the situation call for it. Zijida Zogi was absolutely right. Given that Hiroto's camp had monopolized the Okafu mercenaries for themselves, from the perspective of the other camps, they would be the first people to suspect. In which case, that discredits your assumptions here. Now, there's a meaning to plan this attack for Rosclay, too. You all are going to be the first ones the Reformation faction will try to knock out of the 6 Ways exhibition before it even begins. They're shining suspicions on the Okafu army and trying to create an excuse to disqualify them, said Dant. That's fair. Or perhaps Hiroto followed up Dant's words. There's the possibility that this is the attempt of an undisclosed third party to sow bad blood between the Reformation faction and the Okafu army. In which case, it could be, hey, Keat Iriold. Wait, this is getting us nowhere. If we start thinking about who's pulling the strings behind the ones pulling the strings, we'll go around in circles forever. How do you plan to verify this exactly? Asked Dant. Page 3. Rosclay the Absolute's Reformation faction, which was spearheading the 6 Ways exhibition. Those within Oriatia who opposed the Reformation faction, like Haid the Flashpoint and Keat the Roundtable. Iriold, the atypical tome, possessing tremendous influence and power from outside the 29 officials. Finally, Hiroto the Paradox, backed by the free city of Okafu. The ambush incident at the Blue Beetle itself was a trivial little skirmish. However, any one of them could be a possible suspect behind it. Zijida Zogi murmured, Master Dant, it's possible that our enemy may be on the outside of this never-ending circle. What do you mean? I imagined, as a camp's motive behind enacting this sort of scheme, what would be the most troublesome possibility for us? In other words, supposing someone somewhere isn't trying to pit one camp against the other for their own benefit, but whose goal is purely to make camps fight among themselves. It was then that a crackling mechanical static echoed in the room. Pardon. It was the communication radio installed in the neighboring room. Zijida Zogi swiftly stood up and went to pick up the receiver. Left behind, Dan could only sigh. Hiroto the Paradox. Do you think we can win? There were machinations whirling about this battle that even an experienced military officer like Dant the Heath Furrow couldn't fully deal with. The Queen's faction, which placed the royal lineage above all else, had become a minority at this point. This was because the 6 Ways exhibition was happening solely so the Reformation Party, seeking a hero to replace the Queen, could come to power. For Dant, his current situation, borrowing powers from outside the kingdom, like the free city of Okafu and the gray-haired child to resist the current tide, was the same as conceding his own defeat. Supposing he did indeed come out victorious in this fight, it was possible that instead of the Reformation faction, it would just be the gray-haired child usurping Oriatia's rule instead. I don't have much strength to speak of personally, Hiroto replied. But I have made the wishes of all who have ever voted for me come true, without any exceptions. Humph. You must be lying. Is it so difficult to believe the words of a politician? Hiroto laughed as well. Perhaps this was the man's attempt at a joke. Zijida Zogi may have been a freak, equipped with intelligence more outstanding than any Minia, but he was still ultimately a goblin. Monstrous races devoured the Minian races. In which case, was Hiroto an ally to the monstrous races? If he insisted he could make everything come true, was it even possible for him to make conflicting forces like the Minian races and monstrous races both come out victorious? Finished with his call in the other room, Zijida Zogi poked back in. This is quite troubling. Master Hiroto, we have learned the identity of the ones behind the attack at the Blue Beetle. What happened? They were soldiers from the free city of Okafu. So it really was some of theirs, after all. I don't necessarily believe so myself, but Did Morio the Sentinel betray us? No. Even if he was going to, he wouldn't yet. Suspecting him would likely be just what our enemy wants. Zijida Zogi's meticulousness, laying out his information network across all Oryatia, was what saved them. Before anyone else, they, the concerned parties themselves, had been able to sense this disquiet. The ones who were starting to investigate the hero candidates weren't some unknown soldiers from a third party. It was their own collaborator making inroads into Oryatia. A soldier from the free city of Okafu. A breakaway? A masquerade? A spy who had slipped into their ranks long before? Somebody was pulling the strings from the shadows. In a worst-case scenario, their camp could very well be destroyed from within. Then once the origins of the assailants who'd attacked other hero candidates became known, it would be their turn to suffer a fatal blow. For the time being, I will try to cover up this latest incident as much as possible. Even assuming we do eventually disclose the information we hold, this is still quite an ill-boding tide. Also, supposing that this Okafu soldier defected and broke away from his city, Master Dan, there is something I'd like to ask you, posed Zijida Zogi. What's that? What do you say to the possibility that perhaps a vampire is involved in this case? A former agent of Obsidian Eyes, Zeljurga the Abyss Web, is among the hero candidates, I believe. Infiltrate an organization and create traitors at will. That was the most terrifying power of the once active Obsidian Eyes. However, that can't be possible. Your basis for that? Obsidian Eyes, led by Rayhart the Obsidian, has already been wiped out. 13th Minister Inu undertook an operation to subdue them and is monitoring Zeljurga as her sponsor. You're sure that he isn't being manipulated himself, then, yes? It's obvious, isn't it? He was in charge of a vampire subjugation operation. He assuredly injected himself with the antiserum beforehand, given that they've already finished inspecting him for any hints of infection following his operation. We can be certain he hasn't been turned into a corpse. That's certainly right. Supposing that even then, Obsidian Eyes is continuing their operations. Zijida Zogi once again sat down beside the map. It would mean that the 13th Minister was betraying the Minion races of his own volition. In this world, races that brought harm to the Minion races were defined as monstrous races. Having both the Minion races and the monstrous races coming out victorious was inconceivable. For the past several days, Kuro the Cautious had been sleeping at the clinic in Central Oryatia. He was not a patient himself. He had bent the staff's arms to loan him an empty hospital room and continued to guard the defeated hero candidate, Taroa the Awful. As long as he was Taroa's bodyguard, he couldn't let the admitted patient out of his sight. While Taroa continued to live here, Kuro had no intentions of stepping outside the clinic, either. Eating the rations he had brought in with him, he quietly spent his time during the day, ensuring he didn't get in the way of the other patients. He could ascertain how Taroa was doing without going to see him directly, but he still visited his hospital room around 2 times a day to chat. On the other hand, his partner was apparently paying visits to Taroa's room with far greater frequency. Hey, Kuro, listen. They said Taroa's wounds look a lot better today than they did yesterday. Incredible, huh? The doctor was really surprised, too. The creature who fluttered around Kuro's head like a songbird was a tiny girl, small enough to fit in 2 hands. She was a homunculus with 2 bird wings instead of arms. Her name was Kyune the Wanderer. The life arts aren't supposed to be having that strong of an effect yet, but they say he's already beginning to heal. That's great news. The more I hear about him, the more outrageous he gets. He was the man who'd leaped into the middle of the particle storm, a calamity capable of laying waste to entire cities. He had been gifted with vitality worthy of his monster moniker. My bodyguard job lasts only until he gets discharged, too. Has this whole arrangement been a big headache for you, Kyune? Gently catching Kyune as she fluttered into his palm, he then placed her inside his inner coat pocket. Kyune gleefully squinted her eyes as she smiled. Nah, not at all. Actually, I enjoy getting to talk with Taroa. Also, if I go up on the roof, I can see the street performers in the plaza. Since it's so far, I can't really catch the music or their voices, but the children admitted in here all really look forward to it, too. A street performer. Must be Zeljurga. Her sleight of hand's always been real impressive. Even though I can see everything, she still might fool me. In the past, Kuro was once an assassin belonging to Obsidian Eyes. He had been feared for his clairvoyance, a composite sensory ability that surpassed physical vision and was capable of perceiving any and all phenomena with ultra precision. The hero candidate, Zeljurga the Abyss Web, was his colleague at the time. She was a woman of the Zmu race, with a lizard's head and skin. Almost obnoxiously cheerful, the exact opposite of Kuro. She was an assassin who lived to make others laugh with her clownish antics. Judging by the intentions behind that street performance, it's very unlikely that she's acting out of a personal desire for Taroa's enchanted swords. Her close proximity to this clinic is either because the conditions simply lined up for her, or conversely, she's monitoring me to ensure I don't make any strange moves. Currently, there were no signs that Obsidian Eyes had their sights on Taroa's enchanted swords and were planning to attack. Supposing that she did make a move, even if it was with a military force indirectly manipulated, regardless of any vampiric power, Kuro would be able to expose everything about the attack, including the secret intents that lay behind it. Possessing supreme sensory abilities and knowing everything there was to know about the Spy Guild's techniques, Kuro the Cautious' very existence was their natural enemy, preventing Obsidian Eyes' activity. While they weren't in a definitively hostile relationship to Obsidian Eyes, Kuro was sure to be someone they wished to eliminate first and foremost. In any case, hearing that Taroa is recovering quickly is fantastic news. Yup, sure is. Taroa, in perfect form, was truly an unrivaled monster. Once his wounds were healed, he wouldn't need Kuro to guard him anymore. Kuro would return the favor he owed Taroa from their fight against the particle storm, then depart Oriatia immediately. Hyune might be reluctant to leave, but for both Obsidian Eyes and for Kuro himself, that seemed like the best possible conclusion. The problem is the few days until Taroa's wounds heal. The question is if all the powers in play will keep nice and quiet until then. That wasn't going to happen. Kuro's clairvoyance perceived the scene through the dividing hospital room wall. There were 5 men standing in front of the door to Taroa's room. Footsteps, posture, the type and weight of the weapons they were concealing. Not there to visit Taroa as he lay injured, nor messengers sent by his sponsor. They were undisputedly Oriatia soldiers. They're hiding short swords inside their coats. Never smelled this scent before. Some explosive I'm unfamiliar with. Then there's the strangely shaped weapon on their belt. Similar to a small handgun, sitting on their dominant hand side. I gotta be careful of that. Finishing his thoughts on the scene in a single second, Kuro stood up. He put on his flat cap. Hyune, wait here. Don't leave this room. Okay. I'll be right back. He quickly exited out into the hallway. Once he climbed the stairs, it was only a few paces to reach Taroa's room. The 5 Oriatia soldiers were prying open the door to the room and getting ready to rush inside when Kuro arrived. Hey, you 5 over there. The soldiers laid their eyes on Kuro. One of the men spoke up with an annoyed tone. What's this, some kid? Piss off. I'm a leprechaun. You got some business with the patient in there. We're with the Oriatia army. We're here on an official directive from the council. If you don't have business here yourself, then beat it. You have a seal from the council? You should have a warrant from whoever sent you guys here, right? Of course we do. On the orders of Oriatia's 4th minister, Keep the Round Table, we are here to seize Taroa the Awful's enchanted swords. The soldier produced the seal. Kuro was, if anything, impressed by the behavior. They've got guts, I'll give them that. Coming to take them like this without trying to be coy about the one who put them up to it. Still, he also understood that the men had come to steal the enchanted swords and wouldn't take no for an answer. Sorry to say, but Taroa they're commissioned me to guard him. If you all plan on stealing those swords by force, then I'll have to get forceful myself. I'll have to get a load of this guy. The man who appeared to be the commanding officer of the group smirked. Let's go out front. I want the whole avenue to get a good look at the fate of this bastard who dares defy Minister Keat. Kuro was perceiving the vicinity around the clinic at all times. They weren't using this opportunity to bring Kuro outside and attack Taroa with a separate force. Seriously, these are a rare breed to see nowadays. Kuro followed their orders and went outside the clinic. These Oriatia soldiers likely thought that Taroa, with his injuries, would be an easily dispatched opponent. Given that, Kuro believed it was necessary to ascertain what was the source behind their swelled confidence. All right, around here should be fine, said the soldiers. Tell me something. Are these sorts of pretend duels a popular pastime in the Oriatia army? Not at all. This isn't a duel. At that moment, there was a dry gunshot, and Kuro's small body collapsed to the ground. It's an execution. Sniper fire from a distance. Not only that, but from an abnormally long distance that went beyond all this world's existing knowledge of weaponry. The commanding officer stooped down beside Kuro's collapsed body and smiled like a wolf. Kuro the Cautious, surely you didn't assume that we knew nothing about you? The blatant attack on Taroa had been bait from the very beginning to lure his bodyguard, Kuro, out onto the main road with its unobstructed sight lines. If they were expecting to go up against someone with deviant sensory abilities, they simply needed to attack him from outside the range of his perception. Breaking again. If Taroa, the awful, looks like he's going to bolt by himself, you can let him go. Prioritize securing the enchanted swords above all else. I get it. An interesting weapon you've got there. Duh. Kuro spoke, still collapsed face down on the ground. A lot of areas to adjust on the gunstock. So I can adhere close to the body and match up with the shooter's physique and quirks. The barrel looks like it's covered, but it's actually constructed to be free-floating and only contact the mechanical action. This mechanism's got to be to increase its accuracy. Producing a gun this accurate goes beyond any craft arts or machining techniques. This has to require an outlandish degree of engineering precision. Impossible. Kuro the Careful appeared to have been shot through and collapsed on the ground. He only appeared that way. There was no blood splattered on the street. Given how inconceivable the situation was, the Oriatia soldiers hadn't been able to immediately pick up on this abnormality, either. He dodged it. Impossible. That's 100 meters away. Kuro the Cautious hadn't collapsed. You seem to know a lot about me, right? You didn't assume that a mere 900 meters behind me was beyond my sight, did you? Faster than the sniper rifle could launch its bullet, he had perceived not just the muzzle it came from, but also everything down to the rifle's internal construction, then dodged the bullet by falling to the ground. The soldier behind him went to retrieve a gun from his breast pocket. It was a firearm called an automatic pistol, whose stopping power and burst speed far exceeded the latest model of small firearms. However, nah, tell the doctor you've got a torn flexor tendon. Kuro stood back up like nothing had happened. Not only that, but he had also finished making his attack far faster than the soldier could pull the trigger on his gun. Tucked inside his coat sleeve was a collapsible crossbow. The soldier still had his gun trained on Kuro, but was unable to fire. The second joint of his finger had been pierced through by an extra fine arrow and was no longer capable of moving. You really think I don't know that's a bomb? Kuro said without looking at another soldier who was trying to make his move. He was conscious of it all, even the initial movements of an attack occurring from a total blind spot. Good judgment. You're not going to be able to throw that thing my way. I could pierce through your wrist right before you release it and make you blow yourself up, for one. Even if it's some weapon I've never seen before, I can pin down its intended use just from the initial movements the person wielding it makes. He slightly cocked his head. Another gunshot rang out. Not a single hair on his head scattered into the air. Kuro dodged the second 900-meter sniper shot without the slightest hint of difficulty. Why, you monster? The man you guys are trying to attack is much more of a monster than me. Kuro brushed sand off his fallen hat and placed it back on his head. His opponents were regular Oriatia soldiers. Although they were the ones who'd started this fight, there was no need to stir up the situation any further. He was all too accustomed to having his life threatened already. Page 4. Be good and get lost before I end up stealing all the information you have, said Kuro. After he had settled things, Kuro once again headed toward Taroa the Awful's room. Got into a little trouble. Did you, Kuro? It went without saying, but Taroa had also been fully cognizant of what had occurred outside his hospital room. Bending his enormous upper body, he apologized to the leprechaun. Sorry, ended up causing you trouble, said Taroa. It wasn't a big deal. I just figured it'd go smoother if I handled things. At the very least, he had resolved things without any deaths. The weapons Taroa wielded were not anything like Kuros arrows with their low degree of lethality. He had a treasure trove of enchanted swords, boasting the potential to deal instant death. If Taroa himself had dealt with the Oriatia soldiers, at the very least, it wouldn't have ended with nothing more than a torn tendon. That said, though, I think you need to be cautious of Keith the Round Table. I've never seen a gun constructed like that before in my entire life. Its precision was on an entirely different level, even compared with the gray-haired child's latest models. A weapon no one's ever seen before? Huh. Keith the Round Table is Mestalexil's sponsor, right? Yeah, Kuro and Taroa, along with Mestalexil. There was a slightly bizarre connection between the three of them. The trio had fought to the death as the supernatural disaster of the particle storm swept over them. The reason Kuro was guarding Taroa now was to repay him for saving his life at the time. In addition, just as Taroa had saved his life, Mestalexil and Kayazuna had saved Kuro's life as well. Be that as it may have been, though, it certainly hadn't been their intention. After thinking a moment, Taroa began to speak. Back then, I witnessed the way Mestalexel fought. Guns that spit out bullets like rain. Bombs that tracked me and flew at ultra-high speeds. Weapons that caused only acute pain, totally invisible. All the weapons he produced looked more calamitous than any enchanted sword. That stuff was truly on an entirely different level. A weapon that creates weapons, then, that means that Keith the Round Table is mass-producing those weapons and making his soldiers use them. Huh. That might be it. This doesn't just apply to enchanted swords, but see. A weapon's greatest strength is the ability for anyone and everyone to wield it. There's no logical reason why the weapons Mestalexel makes would only be able to be used by the golem himself. If that's the case, their groups come up with some truly crazy ideas in their heads. I was able to settle things peacefully this time, but no guarantee that next time will go the same way. It's okay. When that time comes, I'll handle it myself. Mestalexel was a nigh-invincible weapon just on his own. However, if Keith the Round Table, leader of Oriatia's third biggest faction, was to make use of Mestalexel, the golem's true value would far outstrip his fighting power. While Mestalexel, the box of desperate knowledge, was the ultimate immortal construct, at the same time, he was a factory that tirelessly produced weapons from another world. These assailants didn't attack us without thinking. They must have come here believing they had a chance of beating Taroa. Kuro thought back over the words and actions of the soldiers under Keith's command. That confidence he'd felt from the soldiers had come from having a mighty weapon backing them up after all. Just as throughout history, a single enchanted sword had influenced the tides of war, the visible strength that came from having a superior weapon bestowed morale on the entire force. What a pain. Damn near everyone's crawling around with their individual motives. Rosclay the Absolute. Hey, the Flashpoint. The gray-haired child and the free city of Okafu. The Old Kingdom's loyalists. Obsidian Eyes. Among them all, Keith the Round Table wasn't the type of opponent to lay out multiple layers of schemes against his enemies. The ones Kuro needed to be cautious of were still the gray-haired child and Obsidian Eyes. However, Keith's group alone was the only one able to utilize technology that even Kuro's clairvoyance was barely able to comprehend, and they could do so in large groups as well. The more time they were given to produce these technologies, the worse it would get. On top of that, if by any chance there was a weapon, beyond what he saw in that fateful battle, that even Kuro's senses couldn't perceive, there might be a chance that Keith the Round Table is the most dangerous power out of them all. In central Oriatia, children could often be seen playing in the city streets. This was thanks to the safety of the neighborhood, as well as the many different parks that had been established in the area. In this part of the city, with the start of the Six Ways exhibition close on the horizon, there were all sorts of different performances being held day and night, delighting the eyes and ears of every child present. Mixed in with this scene were the figures of a strikingly bizarre parent and child. Mama, teaser dolls. Moving. Like they're alive? Is that even possible? They aren't actually alive, though. A puppet show, huh? I loathe the damn things. There's always got to be someone behind them controlling them and stuff. So what's even fun about it? Adding a puppet into the mix is just adding one extra step to the whole process, right? The old woman, small but possessing a brutal aura, was named Kayazuna the Axle. Her child, meanwhile, was a colossal construct encased in navy blue metal armor. One of the hero candidates, Mestalexel the Box of Desperate Knowledge. Jeez. All right then, want to go see that puppet show, huh? I want one that Mama can enjoy watching too. You don't say. You really are a good kid, aren't you? The self-proclaimed Demon King, who'd previously rampaged across the world as one of the kingdom's greatest enemies, had been freely strutting through the streets of Oriatia ever since Keith the Round Table had invited her into the city. There were many citizens who complained about the danger of letting a serious criminal like Kayazuna free to do as she pleased, but there wasn't anyone who was able to lodge a complaint straight to the old woman's face. Hey, shoe store there. You already closing up shop? Don't worry. I never had any plans on shopping at your damn store in the first place. Ha ha ha. Anyone who knew how terrifying Kayazuna the Axle would leave the area before they could get involved with her or watch from a safe distance and make sure not to interact with her. Being feared and avoided by her fellow minion races was, if anything, an absolute joy to Kayazuna the Axle, who was filled from birth with spite and malice. I don't care if people were cowering in fear like this, but how are you supposed to enjoy yourself? Mestalexil, you haven't been out in a while, so you must want to have a look around, don't ya? Yeah. Making weapons all the time gets boring. Oh yeah, I bet it does. That bastard Keat. How dare he work my precious child to the bone like that? Mestalexil's creations were weapons from the beyond. Keat the Round Table apparently wanted to distribute them en masse to his personal army as fast as possible. But as far as Kayazuna was concerned, just rushing through production like this wasn't going to bring about the drastic effect he wished for. At most, it would just make Mestalexil even busier. That was because his functions extended only to the production stage of the weapon manufacturing process. Mestalexil himself possessed latent structural knowledge of these weapons, and, therefore, could wield them as if they were an extension of his body. However, in order for anyone else besides the golem to collectively utilize these weapons, time to explain the specifications of said weapon and to then give the proper instruction on how to use them was absolutely vital. At the moment, only firearms that didn't need a high level of understanding could be used. The defensive heavy machine guns were admittedly serviceable from a tactical standpoint, but highly advanced weapons, like fighter aircraft and strategic arms, would still be hard to utilize on a systematic level for the time being. The chariot golems, which Kayazuna produced herself, could already serve as a substitute for various types of combat vehicles. Geez, that dumbass Keat isn't any different from those guys who prize enchanted swords over everything, is he? Entering the Six Ways exhibition was fine. Conspiring to bring about an industrial revolution was fine, too. He could produce weapons and use them however he wanted. She didn't care. However, that was all under the pretext that Mestalexil wanted to do the same. Kayazuna had brought Mestalexil here to Oriatia to give him as much freedom and amusement as this world, completely devastated by the era of the true Demon King, could possibly offer. She also brought him to avenge the death of her son, the Nagan Dungeon Golem, by butchering his killer, Sudru the Willow Sword, during the Six Ways exhibition with the citizenry in full attendance. Keat's ambitions, the hero talk, and all other such nonsense were, at best, just matters that happened to coincide with her own goals. Haha, teachers, something going on over there. A performing magician. That's Zeljurga, one of the hero candidates, too. Want to take a look? Yeah. The street performer's moo they saw from a distance was Zeljurga, the Abyss Web. There were major differences between the color of each Zmu's skin and the shape of their faces, making it easy for even people of other races to individually identify them. Zeljurga was suitably described as a minion-shaped lizard. When the two approached her, several groups of parents and children fled in fear. Well, looky here. Seems like business is booming for you now, ain't it? Be business booming. Ha 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 ha. Zeljurga acknowledged Kayazuna's presence, giving an exaggerated bow. Ahaya haya. Well, a nice hello to you, my new customers. I can see you have your child with you here as well. Just a teensy bit bigger than me, isn't he? Hey, Zeljurga the Abyss Web. You sure you should be fooling around all day? Your big match is just around the corner, ain't it? Direct contact between hero candidates before matches was generally forbidden. However, given that they were all living together in Oriatia, it had also been decided that the arrangements wouldn't punish candidates for chance encounters. They were ensuring that they were able to lay down arbitrary punishments at will, to some extent, in response to trifling moments of unlawful activity. I mean, if you stand out that much, you know, said Kayazuna. Mama, if we defeat a hero candidate, Keat will be happy, right? Should I kill Zeljurga too? Hey now, she might just end up getting beaten to death in some unfortunate accident instead, right? And it almost went without saying, but Kayazuna the Axel was, of course, not bound by any of these regulations. Oh, come now, Zeljurga said. I'll have you know the children love a little accident or two. To be perfectly honest, I think I've gotten more customers to laugh with my failures than I have with my performance. And what would be this child's name then? I am Mestalexil. And a fine name it is. Now, then, Mestalexil, do you like balloons? What about puppet play? I like both. Do you like puppets, Zeljurga? Oh, but of course. I have plenty of puppet friends. In fact, Zeljurga lightly knelt down, though her right hand had been empty until that moment, and it appeared a large puppet big enough to fit in 2 hands. It was a cloth puppet covered in a wavy fabric with a bird's head. Most of its body was hollow and likely able to fold up to a size much smaller than its appearance suggested. This here's Morph. Ha ha ha. Wow, amazing. Watch carefully now. He's going to say hello. Mestalexil. Hi. Morph's head flopped down to the side. Zeljurga, questioningly, tilted her head in the same direction as the doll. Now this wasn't supposed to happen here. Nice to meet you, Mestalexil. The doll made adorable movements in time with Zeljurga's voice. Akka, elelo. However, on the final syllable, Morph lost all its strength and went limp. Now just give me a moment, if you will. It looks like Morph here is having a bit of an off day. Let's see. Did I put my tools in my bag? I do apologize, but I can finish this up in no time, I promise. Despite the audience in front of her, Zeljurga turned around and began fishing through her bag, while behind her, Morph abruptly sat up and briskly began trotting along. It is moving. What? What did you say? Right as Zeljurga turned back around, Morph flopped down to the ground. Honestly, no more joking with me, okay? Now, then, where were they? Once she took her sights off him, Morph began to start walking again, as if alive, and kicked Zeljurga's back. She left out an exaggerated scream before toppling over. What? The laughter of the children watching, including Mestalexil, echoed. Did someone kick me just now? She picked up Morph, which had immediately collapsed behind her, and cocked her head in confusion. After making a believable show of turning screws and making slight adjustments, Zeljurga took another bow to her audience. Okay then, allow me to introduce him. This is my partner, Morph. Say hello again. Or actually, why don't we hold off on that for now? I honestly have a bad feeling about that. Zeljurga released the tool she held in her other hand. Except it wasn't any type of tool, but a simple bottle opener. At any rate, he should be all patched up now. Now then, everyone, I invite you to watch my friend. And you're my friend, right? Morph song and dance. A music box began to spin, and the puppet danced in time with the music. Zeljurga manipulated the puppet to pace about the ground before spinning into the air and splitting into 2 the instant everyone's gaze went off it. All while, the Zmoo made it pass through objects that should have obstructed the strings attached to it. Wooey, isn't that amazing, mama? Impressive technique there. Even Kayazuna the Axel, despising puppet theater as she did, still let her honest admiration slip out. The same was true of the moment Zeljurga first produced the puppet. But there couldn't have been many people in the world capable of sleight-of-hand tricks that were dexterous enough to fool the sensors from the beyond that comprised Mestalexil's sensory system. Ahaya. Thank you very much, all of you. Yes, well, there were some parts in there that were a bit disgraceful on my part, but I do hope you'll overlook all that as simply part of the entertainment. If you'd indulge me, I'd be even happier if you'd overlook it tomorrow, too. Zeljurga, how did you do it? I don't understand at all. Thanks to you too, Mestalexil. It seems you were blessed with a truly excellent upbringing by your mother here. It was a terrific honor to have the chance to perform my art for a fellow hero candidate. Bah, you think some empty flattery is going to make Mestalexil and me here go easy on ya? Kayazuna flashed a cocky smile. She agreed. For one of the minion races, Zeljurga's skills were impressive. Nevertheless, compared with the truly powerful like Taroa the Awful, Melee, the Horizon's Roar, Luknoka the Winter, or above all, Mestalexil, she understood from her observations here that the Zmoo was little more than an illusionist playing tricks on children. If I were you, I'd probably turn tail and run right about now. I do indeed have a tail, I suppose. I am a Zmoo after all. What did you think, Mestalexil? Don't you want to see something even more entertaining on the 6 Ways exhibition stage? I do. Zeljurga, can I come and see your tricks again? Ahaya. Absolutely. You're always welcome. Children are my absolute best friends, hero candidates or not. Be sure to come back again with your mother there. Yeah, Zeljurga is a friend. That was fun. I am absolutely delighted to hear that. Here, would you like a piece of candy for the road? Sheesh. What sort of golem eats candy? Time for us to get going, Mestalexil. Okay. Kayazuna scratched her head, her malice seemingly drained away, and turned on her heels. Haha. It was then that one of Mestalexil's arms moved with lightning-fast speed. A needle was repelled off the golem's armor, falling to the ground with a light clink. Kayazuna had no idea what sort of mechanism had sent the needle flying in the first place. Duh. Some sort of liquid shimmered on the needle's point. If Kayazuna's skin had been grazed even slightly, she wouldn't have escaped the fatal side effects. That's a shame, ain't it, Zeljurga? Still with her back turned, the self-proclaimed Demon King sneered savagely, the corners of her mouth smirking up to her ears. Page 5. Ahaya. What do you mean, I wonder? If we end up matched together, we'll make sure to be nice and thorough when we kill you, okay? Don't need to get so impatient now. How very kind of you. Please do be gentle. Even when dealing with a tiny needle, imperceptibly fired, with every point of origin unclear, he could snatch any dangerous object flying toward himself or Kayazuna out of midair, following up after it to defend against it. Mestalexil, the Box of Desperate Knowledge, was a golem who possessed the most formidable body in history, even without weapons. Dexterity that could completely deceive someone standing right in front of her. A golden opportunity where her target state of mind had relaxed. Even then, with both of these conditions coming together perfectly, assassinating Kayazuna the Axle with a surprise attack had been virtually impossible. Why you can't beat me? Mestalexil shouted as he whirled his circular head section, with its single eye, to and fro. Because I am the strongest of all. Ha 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 ha. Why were Kayazuna and Mestalexil openly joining in on the Six Ways exhibition, exposing themselves to the world at large without being daunted by the hostility they stood to face? The reason was quite simple. The pair understood that they were without equal. The terror of the true Demon King, originating from the ruins of the true Northern Kingdom, swept across the world and was an omen that every city would meet its end in madness. That had been just as true for Kuta Silver City. 3 years earlier, following the true Northern Kingdom, the suzerain of a united Western Kingdom fell to ruin, bringing extreme turmoil to the political landscape of Kuta Silver City, the largest metropolis on Western Kingdom soil. The middle-class citizens craved long-awaited peace, while in contrast, the armed conflict between Kuta Silver City and other powers, including the Central Kingdom, ceaselessly repeated itself. Thus, it wasn't rare for some person's mangled corpse to pop up somewhere. This corpse had been stuffed into multiple hemp bags and dumped into the river. So in order to identify the bodies, Obsidian Eyes needed to retrieve the remains from the bags and attempt to piece them together. The damage to the whole body was horrible, and it was clear that most of the injuries had been inflicted while the victim was still alive. A residential basement on the outskirts of the city. By this point, Obsidian Eyes needed to hide themselves from the city's army. Is this Rehem? Where'd everything from the nose to the chin go? This iron. It's been melted down and coiled around the bones. What kind of torture did they put her through? The one charged with autopsying the body was a Leakin in the 9th Formation Vanguard in Obsidian Eyes, Herderu, the Light Grip. He was an assassin who utilized his superb muscular strength as a weapon, but he also had a physician's understanding of life arts. I'm sorry. He was the only one I found. Hein got his face burned, and it's unsure if he'll regain consciousness. 4th Formation Vanguard. Hayakrai the Tower replied, struggling to force the words out. After retrieving the hemp bags filled with the corpse and carrying them to this basement, he seemed to lack the mental willpower to even stand up from his chair. I think Teeks is dead, too. His corpse is yet to turn up, though. There was one another among them. Rehem, Jay, just look at what a handy partner you've become now. After all, see, look. Now, I'll be able to easily carry you around with me from here on out. What do you say, Rehem? Will you lend your face? Yeah. Duh. She returned Rehem's head back to its original position, perfectly straight-faced. Ah, well, you see, I was just trying to find a bright side to all this. A Zmu woman. Her name was Zeljurga, the Abyss Web, 5th Formation Vanguard. Rehem the Foghand and Zeljurga had been partners for many years of life and death danger. Don't clown around in a situation like this, said Haru. We already know the one who got the 3 of them. Shinji the Peace Column, the right army staff officer for the city army. Peace Column. But our contract with Kuta Silver City shouldn't be over yet. How could they betray us without any prior counsel like this? They must have planned on using a surprise attack to get rid of us from the very start. Those three were the ones in charge of dealing with Shinji the Peace Column. From the very start, they planned on using us, on using Obsidian Eyes, and throwing us away once they were done. A scorched earth slaughter. Even during the previous campaign against Miluzi the Coffin Edict, it was nothing but dirty work for us. To ensure that the Central Kingdom and Kuda had an excuse to give to their governments. They were scheming to make us take the blame for carrying it all out. Very rational, with the characteristic depravity of a visitor. Shinji the Peace Column was a visitor staff officer employed by the Kuda government, feeling cornered by the rampant terror of the true Demon King. Kuda Silver City needed to suppress any sort of resistance, even if it meant using a visitor of uncertain origins to do so, and regardless of whatever sort of methods that visitor, bereft of this world's common sense and morals, may have tried to use. Oh, look, you too. If I do this to this part of her hem right here, I could just pull this out here, and she's making a super funny face, don't you think? Dun. Zeljurga timidly took both of her hands off Rihem's corpse. The other two continued their conversation, still harshly seething with murderous rage. We will get our revenge, no matter what. I'm going to teach them a lesson, Hyakrai. No matter what command may say. These hands are going to take Shinji's head. This is clearly a challenge. That's why they let us find the bodies. They're trying to use our retaliation as an excuse to hunt us down. Guys, queried Zeljurga. Hyakrai, we may be sinners, strayed from the correct path. But even then, we became Obsidian Eyes precisely because we didn't want to be thrown out like genuine trash. I'll talk with our leader. Wait a second, Harutru. Left behind by herself, Zeljurga fiddled with her partner's hand. It was on the only arm still connected to her torso. She held its hand, shook it, and let go. The wrist limply drooped down. Rihem the Fog Hand wouldn't ever cook again, nor would she say another straight-faced joke. Zeljurga would no longer need to pull out all the stops to try and get her to burst into laughter, either. To the public, Rihem was nothing more than a convenient sacrificial pawn, easily disposed of and whose identity would never come to light. Those who operated in secrecy and lived in darkness were never going to be trusted. Everyone is so frightening, aren't they, Rihem? It'd be much better if they just laughed instead. Zeljurga let slip a whisper that fell on the deaf underground walls. For the rest of that day, she did exactly as her own words dictated. She tried to mellow out her comrades as they grew restless with bloodlust and plunged toward their ruin. She cheerfully sparked up a conversation with her compatriots as they had their meal. When she made her report to Rayhard the Obsidian, as always, she mixed in an all-too-obvious tall tale as well. The young Lady Linares considerately reached out to Zeljurga, but the Zmi used sleight of hand to surprise her with a flower, just as usual. The sun rose. Zeljurga shut herself away in her room and didn't come out until late the following evening. Ahaya. Facing the dark window, she forced out a hollow laugh. Everyone is just so angry. It really is exhausting, isn't it, Rihem? Harutaru and the others' claims were rejected. In order to avoid full-scale conflict with Shinji the Peace Column, their alliance was unilaterally discontinued. Obsidian Eyes would most likely be departing from Kuda Silver City soon. Staying locked up in a room while everyone else was working could have earned Zeljurga some sort of punishment. However, at the moment, she couldn't show any concern toward it. Zeljurga the Abyss Web was from the true Northern Kingdom, which was annihilated shortly after the true Demon King appeared. While the Zmu, with their reptilian outward appearances, were defined as one of the Minion races, they had markedly different origins from the others. Therefore, when the orphan Zeljurga was bought as a slave, her intended use was not for labor, but as foodstuff to satisfy a noble's sick curiosity. The reason Zeljurga had survived until division among the slavers led to them killing one another was because she had a bit more needlecraft knowledge than the other Zmu. Her work meant her turn to be eaten had been postponed later than the other slaves. She didn't gain her freedom. Next, she was bought by a bandit group and given the dirty task of disposing of people's bodies. Zeljurga was highly praised for her unmatched dissection skills, but the right to refuse the bloodstained work was never there for her. There were some instances where she disposed of the children whom she had been bought with. That bandit group was also wiped out in a few years' time. It happened again and again. Throughout Zeljurga's life, death would rapidly close in on her, then be replaced by fresh terror right before it could seal her fate. The exceptional dexterity in her fingertips was always postponing Zeljurga's demise. Like a tightly tangled string, it kept her tethered to the abyss and would never let her go. Zeljurga's smile never once faded. It wasn't that she was emotionally broken. Or though that may have been the case, Zeljurga didn't see it that way herself. Ever since she had lost her homeland, she had been placed in environments that would steal these emotions and her smile, which made her believe all the more that she needed to keep practicing them both. Or else she'd lose her way to return to a decent world, like the days long ago spent with family and friends. She believed that for those who had nothing, a smile was the most valuable thing of all. Ahaya, haya, haya, haya. Rahim the Foghand had been her only partner. These were the times she had to be sure to laugh, faced with such an enormous loss. Haya, haya. Honestly, what am I going to do? The laughs won't stop. Miss Zeljurga. She heard a faint voice through the door. Miss Zeljurga, are you crying? My lady. It was Linares' voice. She was the beautiful young daughter of Obsidian Eyes, turning 14 that year. Currently, this manor was filled with anger and hatred. Zeljurga needed to be there to make her laugh at a time like this, and yet she was making the young lady worry about her instead. Please, my lady, don't let yourself worry about me. These past 2 days, I haven't given any water to the houseplants, you see. I need to have a full 2 days of water for the plants, of course. I think we'll get a great harvest from our green-potted friends. Just you wait. Duff. What's wrong? I'll admit that joke may have lacked some of my usual luster, but, Miss Zeljurga, please allow me to apologize for that. I hope you're able to cheer up. Oh, please. I am the absolute definition of cheer. What do you say, my lady? If you'd like to see some rope tricks, I can show you quite a cheerful sight indeed. In complete contrast to her words, Zeljurga was leaning up against the door, holding her knees to her chest. It seemed as though there wasn't a single way to soothe this sadness and indignation. Miss Zeljurga, we might have to leave Kuta. Yes, I understand. I assumed that would be the case. Is there anything you still wanted to do? Anywhere you wanted to go? Ahaya, ahaya. And what exactly would you be implying by that? I myself never even imagined that we would be leaving here so soon. Zeljurga could tell that Linares was sitting in the hallway, leaning her back up against the door. Linares was a frail young girl, much more so than the average vampire. The pheromones that allowed her to command thralls should have manifested when she entered puberty, but she couldn't wield that power either. Always being protected inside the manor's walls, Linares would have only walked the dazzling nighttime streets of Kuta Silver City a handful of times. The steam train. Zeljurga unexpectedly vocalized her wish. She was sure that destruction was on its way for the city as well. Fear and despair were sneaking near, and eventually it would all end. Even the bright and beautifully developed city landscape was already just a surface-level facade. Nevertheless, the nighttime scenery had been truly beautiful. My lady, did you know? A steam train like those that run in the Central Kingdom passed through this city just 4 days ago. It went through the Noble Quarter, traveling over the connector bridge from the commercial district, crossing the canal into the industrial district. Is that so? I heard that it moved with such force and made a huge noise along the way. It's a truly wonderful invention and a very rare sight indeed. I would have loved the opportunity to ride in one even once, is what Rahim told me. Did I trick you into thinking I was talking about myself? Ahaya, ahaya. Miss Zeljurga. Linares spoke with a gentle tone from the other side of the door. Let's go board it together. Right now. Ahaya, ahaya. Oh, please, my lady. Surely you jest. I suddenly have the desire to see this steam train for myself. Don't you think it would be much more reassuring to have someone accompany me? Even if that someone is a clown with only rope tricks to her name? I was told that you would perform them for me if I so desired. Even if I'm a good-for-nothing who wasn't able to protect her partner? You'll be good for something, I'm sure of it. After all, there isn't anyone else who will play with me. Zeljurga scrubbed her face roughly. A clown couldn't show their grief-stricken face to anyone else. She believed that for those who had nothing, a smile was the most valuable thing of all. The lamplights lit up the night like a starry sky. Even when Linares was wrapped up in a modest overcoat the color of dead leaves, her countenance, like a moon lowered from the heavens, did not fail to capture the attention of everyone they passed on the street. Conversely, Zeljurga had carefully hidden her face with her scarf. She also carried a large duffel bag in one hand. While Linares rarely traveled outside the manor, There was a chance that Zeljurga's appearance was already known to the man in control of the city army, Shinji, the peace column. She was fully aware that what she was doing right now was an act of foolishness unbecoming of obsidian eyes. I won't do anything uncalled for. I'll board the steam train with my lady and then return to the manor. As long as nothing happens until we're back, that'll be it. Night stalls lined each side of the street on the way to the station, and the row of lamps suspended outside the shops lit up the streets in a myriad of colors. Like a cluster of hazy balls of light, the focal points of the scenery were blurred. Oh, Miss Zeljurga, look here. The young porcelain noblewoman shone vividly in the Kuta night, all the many things she was seeing for the first time sparkling in her eyes. Look at all these candies and their strange colors. How do you think they turn them that color? It's unbelievable. I never imagined candy could look so pretty on display like this. My lady, it pains me to say this, but I do not have any acquaintances who specialize in candy, so nothing comes to mind at all. Ahaya ahaya. After she replied, Zeljurga paid the owner of the street stall in silver coins. In that case, how about we purchase these candies for ourselves? Please, my lady, pick out any number of colors you'd like. What? No. I shouldn't. As long as you keep it a secret, no one will be the wiser. If you fear the candies will spill your secrets, then pop them in your mouth. That will work to keep them quiet. Linares picked out a white and green colored candy. Zeljurga's was pink. There was likely no difference in flavor between any of the colors. They were just pleasing to the eyes. Candy was a wondrous thing because it could effortlessly bring smiles to people's faces. Oh, this is simply too much. I can't even take 2 steps without stopping. Miss Zeljurga, what's that over there? Please, my lady, feel free to pause as much as you like. That's a street performance using light-up balls. As you can see, they've lit a fire inside a spherical cage. They use celestine powder to kindle the fire, and that's what gives the flame its magenta hue. Thank you. Everywhere I turn, there's something I've never seen before, and I'll let my good spirits get the best of me. Still, their tricks may be quite pretty, but your sleight of hand is far more brilliant, Miss Zeljurga. Oh, please, my lady, you flatter me. Ahaya ahaya. Though perhaps you're right. The two enjoyed the nighttime sights on their way to the station. They ate sweets baked with flour and sugar. The two laughed together at the illustrated fortunes they received because they were so terribly far off the mark. Page 6. They looked out at the ships traveling up and down the canal, which were coming to dock in the harbor one by one. The pair ended up at the lamplit station, where the final train of the night was getting ready to depart. It would bring the laborers of the industrial district who worked the latest hours of all back home. There were very few passengers purposely boarding here from the commercial district for the outbound train. Linares stood on the sparsely populated platform, waiting for the train. Zeljurga narrowed her eyes and looked at her beautiful figure. Hey, Miss Zeljurga. Velvety black hair and reflectively ivory skin. Her long skirt swayed in the wind and loosely billowed. Ahaya ahaya. What is it, my lady? Were you able to smile for me? That's right. Zeljurga had realized for herself. Just as Zeljurga herself wished to always be her usual self, Linares, too, wished the same as Zeljurga. Linares simply wanted her to smile, not for someone else's sake, nor by forcing herself. Clutching her bag tight to her chest, Zeljurga answered, Of course, I'm smiling right now. I'd like to see you smile more, even more. From before she awakened to her terrifying superpower as a mutant vampire, Linares already possessed a similar power. The gift to penetrate a person's heart and perceive their deepest emotions. The steam whistle shook the air, signaling the train's imminent departure. Time to board, my lady. So, it is. Going inside the night train, the pair sat down side by side. From the railroad track, which had been built in an elevated position, they could look down over Kuta's Silver City as the lights began to go out. The vast cityscape spread out before them like a starry night sky. They drank in the sight of the thriving city they would be departing soon. The sheer tranquility made the scenes of brutality seem a world away. Thank you, my lady. I just insisted you join me on my self-indulgent little outing, nothing more. Even then, it was fun. The nights inhabited by those who dwelled in darkness were scenes of carnage, filled with blood and conspiracy. Even if it was for only one night. Zeljurga had never even imagined that she would be able to spend such a peaceful, beautiful night free from fear. Perhaps, in my lady's case, she could. There was no need to finish the thought. Linares adored Rayhart, the Obsidian, more than anyone else. Zeljurga knew that she would never leave the Obsidian eyes of her own accord. But because she lacked the conventional strength of a vampire and had yet to develop the ability of vampiric subjugation, there was a chance that unlike Zeljurga, she could live outside this world of darkness. Zeljurga wanted her to enjoy a life of happiness and genuine smiles, not the ephemeral ones bestowed by a clown's camaraderie. Miss Zeljurga, the train's leaving. So, it is... Oh, so we're going over to the town then? Indeed. We're crossing over a very long bridge, high above the city. It's almost like we're flying, isn't it? The steam train swayed, and the sounds of the wheels rang out. Light streamed below them. Zeljurga closed her eyes. She always wanted to have a smile on her face. She wanted to make Linares laugh. Why, that reminds me, my lady. This is a rare opportunity. After all, why don't we go have ourselves a peek into the head car? You won't be able to see a steam engine like this very often. I guarantee it. After all, perhaps there isn't any steam engine, and they just have a whole bunch of leprechauns pedaling for dear life. Yes, absolutely. Come, Miss Zeljurga, let's us... Ah, yes, well, I beg your pardon. I am experiencing a slight physiological phenomenon. You might say I have a disposition toward carriage sickness, and this as well. I hesitate to describe it aloud. Truth be told. Right here on the train? Yes. I'm afraid it will be quite an unsightly thing to witness indeed. If you could, perhaps, take your leave for a short while. Linares anxiously took Zeljurga's hand and looked quietly into her eyes. Zeljurga didn't say anything more and gave a troubled smile. A sharp young girl. Any and all clumsy lies were seen through completely when placed before these golden pupils. In that case, I'll be off. Yes, yes. Please take your time and enjoy. Linares quietly disappeared, heading toward the head car. There were no other passengers left in the car besides Zeljurga. She spoke up without turning around. Well now, just then, there was a new group stepping in from the train car behind her own. The several dozen men in ordinary clothes were Shinji the Peace Column's personal soldiers. You didn't think I hadn't noticed, did you? The eyes of the land's greatest spies? The Fifth Formation vanguard of Obsidian Eyes. Me, Zeljurga the Abyss Web. All of them unsheathed their weapons, a mix of short swords and small crossbows, all small items in order to disguise themselves as passengers when boarding the train. Announcing yourself? Zeljurga, quite the resolve you have. Those other Obsidian Eyes bastards could learn a thing or two from you, the head of the group replied. He wore an insidious smile, the edges of his lips twisted upward. We're going to give you a great opportunity to prove to us if that resolve of yours is the real deal or not. You should be happy. You get to live a bit longer. Were you the ones who tortured Rahim? We're asking the questions. Who's that other girl with you? Whoever she is, with a body that tiny, I'm worried she'll kick off after just 2 or 3 bouts of fun. A few of the soldiers let out a stifled chuckle. So it is you all, then? She was aware her ice-cold tone sounded as if it were coming from someone else. Zeljurga had understood the answer for a long time. The reason why she hadn't ever once been able to experience such a peaceful night like this before. She had long become a creature of darkness. Between the commercial district and now, she hadn't dropped her guard for a single second. She faced her lady with a smile. I know everything. Rahim didn't cough up any information, did she? In order for that prick Peace Column to get to the base of operations, the only option he had was to wait until one of us appeared out in the open. Irredeemable fool. Not a single one of us will say a peep, you know. We're Obsidian Eyes, after all. That's your answer, then. In that case, we'll start by cutting off your left. I'll say it one more time. A sound of vibrations through the air. 2 of the soldiers' heads were severed at once, something reflective wrapping around them and suspending the heads in midair. Zeljurga wasn't even looking toward the soldiers. She didn't wield any obvious weapon in her hands. The reflection of the nighttime lights dimly made the wire, like a spider's web, stand out. Hopeless fool. Let me tell you the name of the one who bestowed Hein the swaying indigo light with his chain techniques. Let me teach your folly in challenging a master of thread to battle in an enclosed space like this. And finally, the soldiers fire their arrows. The horizontal sweep of Zeljurga's arm was faster. The crossbows, seconds before firing, had their aim manipulated as if they were living creatures and shot the soldiers next to them. There was one who moved to attack her with a short sword. Zeljurga bent her thumb slightly. The thread suspended in various places snapped, and in a flash, it instantly strangled all the soldiers in its path. Ugh, HRNK. Gah, Gwahak. More than anything, I'll teach you the price of trampling over my lady's moment of respite with those filthy boots of yours. Before any of them could blink 3 times, all the soldiers had been neutralized. As soon as the enemies had stepped into the train car, now transformed into a spider's web, they had already lost the fight. NGH. HRK. I am possible. Zeljurga turned her eyes to her enemy. It was an icy glare she would never direct toward Linares. Be sure to learn from this pain. All of you. Each and every one of you deserve to die 1,000 deaths. The warped threads, extracted from tarantula webs, boasted a tenacity that even an ogre's abominable strength couldn't cut, while the weft possessed a cross-edge sharp enough to slice through a wyvern, bones and all. Zeljurga's monstrous ability to dynamically control their trajectory and speed exhibited a high level of technique that even a tarantula couldn't replicate. First, I'll weave threads around the cavity in your thyroid cartilage. She wrapped the end of the thread, digging into the soldiers on a metal umbrella hanger. She was pulling out a new thread. From the very start, this wasn't a fight. To Zeljurga, this was an execution. If I constrict you at an angle, the thread will wrap around the cartilage covering your windpipe, ensuring your suffocation is as agonizing as possible. She described in gruesome detail what was happening to the soldiers as she paced alongside them. This sadistic practice served no other purpose than to sow fear in the soldiers as they breathed their last. Even when the tongue is pulled backward from within and moves down your throat, blocking the windpipe completely, blood will still pass through the carotid artery. That will ensure your brains will maintain consciousness while you savor the anguish of your final moments. The soldiers were still alive. However, with their entire bodies bound and unable to move, they weren't even allowed to scream. One, then another, she strangled them all. And all the while, the look on her face was complete indifference. Yuan, help! As they flailed their arms like dying insects, their eyes bulged in their sockets, almost ready to burst from their skulls. The soldiers convulsed in haunting unison as they died one after the other. The sounds and movements were not minion at all, but rather resembled some sort of creepy, unsettling creature. Zeljurga didn't smile. She simply watched. She had decided whom she would leave for last. She had already identified the commander of this unit, his equipment and position within their formation. The slight look he sent to the soldiers who'd been attacked. To Zeljurga, or to anyone else within Obsidian eyes, that information alone was more than enough. She loosened the bindings on the commanding officer, the sole assailant left alive, just enough for him to barely get his words out. You're the one in charge, aren't you? W.H. Watri, you gonna do with me? Will you have your revenge by T torturing me? No, you're going to deliver a message for me. Zeljurga had carried a large bag with her when she went into town with Linares. She opened it up and passed her eyes over its contents. The commander was terrified. Eek. Huh. We'll have our revenge, no matter what. It was Rahim's head. Now I'll be able to easily carry you around with me from here on out. Remember? We're Obsidian Eyes. We'll have our revenge, no matter what. Shinji, the peace column, likely believes that his wretched methods are the best tactics of all. So we'll take a page out of his book. We'll drag you into a hellish nightmare that will make what you just witnessed like paradise in comparison. Pass that message along. Yuang. Oh, the steam train was approaching the canal. Inside the car, filled with now silent marionettes dangling from deadly strings, Zeljurga opened up the door of the moving train car. You all didn't board this train. Your presence is totally unnecessary in my lady's memories of tonight. She pulled a thread. The carcasses spilled out into the night. There was no one to witness the horrible scene over the starlit canal. The commanding officer trembled at the ruthless barbarity, far surpassing anything he could imagine, and with any dignity he had now gone and surrendered. Okay, I get it, Zeljurga. I'll tell him. I'll tell Right Army Staff Officer Shinji to wash our hands of anything to do with Obsidian Eye. You misunderstand me. In the next moment, the commanding officer was thrown out into the darkness. With his screams of terror drowned out by the din of the steam train, his 4 limbs were all severed in midair. Left with only his head and torso, he sank into the waters of the canal, still conscious. You're passing that message on to Rahim. Witnessing his final moments, she closed the door. The only thing left behind inside the train car was a small splatter of blood. Completely ignorant of the massacre that had occurred in the rear passenger car, the steam train chugged along. Miss Zeljurga, they let me see inside the head train car. The train conductor was so friendly. Oh, is that right? How wonderful. Machines are exciting, aren't they? Pajaresh and Rook love those sorts of things as well. Listening to Linares regale her upon returning, Zeljurga just smiled as always. It wasn't a lie. She wasn't pretending to smile. Now, with Rahim dead, Zeljurga was sure this would be her final night. Zeljurga felt true heartfelt gratitude to the young girl for giving her this pleasant memory. I'm relieved. I'm very glad I was able to make you smile, my lady. Miss Zeljurga. She had been able to protect Linares. However, Rehart the Obsidian was a cruel man. Simply exposing his one and only daughter to meaningless danger was enough of a reason for him to dispose of Zeljurga. Well, I know it's a bit too late to say so, but this wasn't exactly a good idea now, was it? Given how dangerous things are right now. Bringing the commander's young daughter outside. And for what? Just to have a bit of nighttime fun in town. Laughter that could invite danger. Why, as a clown, I should avoid that most of all. Ahaya. Hey, Miss Zeljurga. Interrupting her laughter, the girl's small, delicate hand took Zeljurga's. Her golden, jewel-like eyes were right in front of his moose. Let me tell you something nice. Something nice, you say? Well, if there is anything in this world better than your beauty, my lady, that would be quite the discovery. And what might that nice thing be? Putting a finger up to her lips, Linares smiled. If we keep this a secret, no one will ever know. Linares had always known the danger behind what she was doing. Even if she had, though, just how much had this night done to save Zeljurga's heart? No matter how much time passed, the beautiful smile she saw in that steam train would never lose its luster. What happened tonight will be our secret. I was in the manor the entire time, and you were as well, Miss Zeljurga. Nothing happened at all, right? Hiya. My apologies, my lady. I've laughed so hard, some tears seem to have slipped out. It's okay. I can't see your face if I do this. Linares hugged Zeljurga close. Zeljurga could hear a frail, ephemeral heartbeat. The nights inhabited by those who dwelled in darkness were scenes of carnage, filled with blood and conspiracy. Even then, my lady, it's no use. I'm truly ashamed. No matter how much I try to laugh it off, this is how I am. Long ago, I knew nothing of war and fighting, but I just don't have any other path to walk. I know, I, myself, wish to protect that path for you, forever and ever. My lady, no, please. Listen, Miss Zeljurga, please keep smiling for me. The light of the steam train cut through the night. For small months after that night, Shinji the Peace Column suddenly disappeared, his whereabouts unknown. From that point on, whatever happened to the military strategist was an utter mystery. After the true Demon King's death, in the middle of Sakeo, Great Bridge Town, where the then Demon King lurked, people discovered a brutally murdered body, weather-beaten and bound by thread, but the identity of the body was unknown. Oriesha, with the Six Ways exhibition on the horizon. In a plaza facing the main avenue, there was a Zmu clown who put on street performances every day. She was said to have betrayed Obsidian Eyes, once a threat to many in kind, and a key player who had helped destroy it. A spy guild draped in mystery, ruthless, wicked, mighty, an organization that people living a normal life would never be involved with. Much as Shinji the Peace Column had done, the butchery of allies that each country engaged in during the madness of the true Demon King's era was attributed to the Obsidian Eyes. For slaying this terrifying group, Zeljurga was said to have the qualifications of a champion. Now, gather round and take a look. These water bubbles are parading along in a perfectly straight line. Zeljurga presented her tricks in the plaza as if she was a true street performer. Page 7. She used threads to move a puppet. Surrounding them with water droplets, she then knit beautiful geometric patterns. Cheers rose from the children watching. Even now, she still remembered the circus performance she saw so very long ago together with her family and how she had worn a truly heartfelt smile. Wonderful. It's like it's alive. Zeljurga, what are you going to do next? My, there's plenty of time. No need to get anxious. Next, how about I show you a car that flies through air? Or how does a duel between two puppets sound? Zeljurga the Abyss Web won't hold back when delivering one of her spectacular performances. Surely none of the children, eyes sparkling in awe of her performance, would have imagined the possibility that an enigmatic creature like those in obsidian eyes was next to them at this very moment. Or the fact that those who were constantly exposed to the terror of death, no matter how much they tried to put on a smile, had lost the ability to live out their life in public society. There wasn't a single person who thought about trying to save an outcast who'd fallen into that position. Just as it was with Zeljurga, beasts that had tasted the blood of their own were entirely different species altogether. After all, one day, she was bound to devour her own kind once more. The havoc of war will once again be brought to this world. Right now, Zeljurga was able to make people laugh. Even if her technical mastery had come from staining her hands with blood and repeatedly butchering others. Perhaps there may have been a chance for her to go on living without killing a single person. However, the Zmu woman had now become an entirely different creature from the girl living in her homeland long ago. Although she would always remember the smiling face she wore that day, it was too late for her to ever go back to that again. The only world we can find our way in is a chaotic war where none of us will ever be cast aside. The only thing awaiting Obsidian Eyes was annihilation. In which case, hope for Zeljurga consisted of one thing only. My lady. The clown smiled, manipulating vividly colored fireworks with her strings. The children let out cheers, and copper coins were thrown her way, dancing through the air. No matter how much time passed, it would never lose its luster. Please smile. I promise. For you, I will be victorious. The Oriatia Industrial Ministry courtyard was a wide-open space surrounded by high walls, which made it a pleasant place to relax as well. This allowed one to enjoy the sunlight and greenery while still inside. However, the head of the Industrial Ministry, Oriatia's fourth minister, Keith the Round Table, had never felt any need for such a relaxation area. He didn't make any attempt to have a moment of unguarded rest in public and loathed such a waste of time. Despite his handsome features, he was a man with a cruel gleam in his eyes, as if he was always irritated. Known as being part of a fierce military faction while serving as the civilian officer in charge of Oriatia's industry, he was the bureaucrat who was the closest to being an all-around genius among the 29 officials, save for Roseclay. His knowledge relating to his main duty of industry was without question, but he had also cultivated his swordsmanship, archery, gun skills, word arts, and more to a high level. Due to the military successes he had as a commanding officer during the age of the true Demon King, he also possessed the exceptional authority to command a part of the military, even as a civil official. It left no room for doubt from anyone who knew the man that he was born with the natural gifts of a champion. However, there was almost no one who adored Keith the Round Table as a person. This was due to a disposition that went beyond just fierce and into the realm of ferocious. Fourth Minister, please listen. I have something to tell you. Walking through the courtyard corridor, Keith continued to ignore the voice that had been calling to him from behind. If he ignored the call 3 times, Keith thought that they would grasp that he was reacting with tolerance to their irredeemably rude accosting, but it seemed these men lacked such powers of comprehension. Stopping in his tracks, he turned around. One was elderly, while 2 were young. They looked to be secretaries for a government official. The first word out of Keith's mouth was, decapitation. What? You wanted to petition me for something, didn't you? Are you aware, then, of the damages you've incurred by making me pointlessly waste my time when you haven't even finished the proper paperwork yet? If you insist you're prepared for the suitable punishment, then I'm saying you can pay the price up front. Decapitation. He watched the 3 secretaries' reaction. Faced with his extremely irrational declaration, their bodies were trembling, but their fists were balled. Looking at their comical courageousness, Keith simply snorted. I'll notify you of the date for your punishment later. I'll be sure to listen to whatever inconsequential nonsense you have to say then, when you have a chance to defend yourself. From the very start, he had no intentions whatsoever of giving his ear to anything a rude petitioner had to say. Such people were often fools who could only come up with a logical reasoning, even with the proper paperwork. Wait, please wait, Fourth Minister. Beat it. Right now, he had something more important to take care of, and he needed to devote all his strength there. In short, the 6 Ways exhibition. However, a woman casually appeared from the shadow of the pillar in front of him. Come on now. Knock it off, Keith. Don't go bullying them too much. Why here? A middle-aged woman with her graying hair tied up behind her head. Oriatia's 21st general, Tuturi the blue-violet foam. In contrast to Keith, she was an eccentric woman who served as a military officer almost without any personal military power of her own. I get it. So then these three are. Keat immediately understood the meaning behind the situation. Under your orders, then, quit bothering me with this drivel. Ah, but don't you feel sorry for them? These three said they're from Negan. You know what happened to Negan and how it ended up, right? They're unhappy that there hasn't been any apology or excuse from Kayazuna the Axel, basically. At least hear them out. Oh, a faint smile came to his lips, and Keat turned around to face the three men again. I more or less guessed what this was about, but it looks like my conclusion was hasty. It was only his mouth that smiled. His eyes flickered with far worse cruelty and scorn. I never expected your petition would be several times more worthless and stupid than I could even imagine. Worth. It's not worthless at all. In Negan was our home. There are some who lost friends and family. What are we? What are we supposed to do with our indignation? Why was Kayazuna the Axel not punished but welcomed into Oriatia? One of the three, struggling not to cower in fear, retorted. It was fair to say he was a rare breed for summoning up the courage to speak to keep the round table face-to-face like this. Though to Keat, he truly and deeply didn't care whatsoever. Beyond irrelevant. Your whole family deserves to be exterminated for such idiocy. Ah, right? You must not have such a family anymore. Emma Lord Keat. I too. Silence. I'm only talking to this man who stepped forward first. Thus, I'm only answering his question. Shut your mouth and die. Keat put his hand on his sword hilt. It wasn't a threat. He thought he'd be fine to cut the man's head off right here and now. There were too many foolish citizens. Death was the only way to make amends for stupidity. The young one who first stepped forward seemed to have used up all his courage, and even when given the chance to speak further, he was unable to continue his comments. First of all, you've mistaken the person you should be seeking reparations from. Irritated, Keat informed them of the logic that anyone should have been able to understand. The Negan citizens are the ones who should be making amends for the incident with the dungeon golem. You people. What? How could you? What? Do you have some objection to that? Did you think Kayazuna the Axel? Did you think she built Negan for rabble like yourselves to live there? That was her enormous personal property that she manufactured in a land far away from any other people. If all of you had received an official commission from the kingdom to investigate or destroy it, that would be one thing. But what argument can you give for arbitrarily labeling Negan a labyrinth and scheming to illegally steal its technology, all before you brazenly began establishing schools in your own homes? Go ahead, tell me. But Negan Labyrinth City W was from the time we were born. I see you get it. You all were nothing more than a group of bandits from birth. Wait, no. Since you weren't even aware of that fact, I'd say it makes you even worse than bandits, Keat said, bringing his face close to the young one. But rejoice. Kayazuna, the Axel's Demon King designation has already been lifted, and the things I just touched on have all been taken care of. And without punishing any of you Negan citizens, mind you. If you got a problem with the results, you can go ahead and hold a retrial. For your people's crimes, that is. NHG, NNGH, Sniff, HNGGH. Disgraceful. Not even worth decapitation. Get lost. Leaving the Negan citizens frozen in place, Keat finally made for his office. Picking up her steps and following after him, Taturi poked her head out from behind. What do I always tell you? You gotta stop threatening people with decapitation, this crucifixion that. I'm not saying it's bad or anything, but when you throw in all the extreme stuff, it'll start sounding less real, you know? I'm always serious. You're bad enough yourself, Taturi. The only thing you're good at is idly prowling around to interfere with other officials' duties. Get to work. Well, I still technically got a job to do, all right? I can't do anything until then, is the thing. Come on, Keat, entertain me. Taturi the blue-violet foam wasn't incompetent like Hargant the Still or Naftak the Corpuscle Bell. Keat didn't hesitate to label the people meant to be governed as the ignorant populace, but he also didn't ignore the movements of excellently capable talent, either. You weren't part of Rosklay's group, were you? Who gave you that assignment? What are you preparing? What are you planning? The Six Ways exhibition, amid this political strife set to influence the world's future path, it seemed very unlikely that a woman of Taturi's caliber wouldn't be supporting any of the powers at play. She could have incited the Negan natives to obtain some careless comment or promise from him, then use that as a foothold to bring about Keat's downfall. Though, in Taturi's case, he couldn't rule out the possibility that it was done simply to annoy him, either. If you don't plan on answering me, then get lost, Keat said. Well, if you insist like that, I guess I'll go pass the time somewhere else. Later, Taturi aimlessly wandered off. Watching her depart, Keat clicked his tongue. There were some who claimed that with the menace of the Old Kingdom's loyalists and the free city of Okafa gone, Oriasia's long-maintained state of war was over. These were the thoughts of people who couldn't see the true nature of things. If Roskilde or Jelki didn't sin her, then the person in Oriasia capable of getting her to make a move naturally starts to narrow down. Haid, in control of the military. Or possibly, former 5th Minister Iriold is pulling the strings from retirement. In any case, it doesn't change what I have to do. The world's only kingdom, Oriasia. Beneath the peaceful veneer, their war had already long begun. Keat opened the door to his office and was taken aback. What is all this? The books that had been neatly lined up on the bookshelf were scattered all over the floor. In this world, without the popular dissemination of written language, scholarly texts that used noble script were an extremely rare resource. On top of this, wholly unfamiliar lab equipment had blanketed one of the walls, with clear marks left behind that indicated some sort of acidic and toxic chemicals had been used. His luxury rug had holes burned into it in a spray pattern. The windows were left wide open, and strange conducting wire had been pulled in from outside in large quantities. A fire had been lit, too. The flame, meant either to heat medicine vials or process metals, was brazenly roaring in Keat the Round Table's office. Well, ain't you late? Topping it all off, the one who'd created the horrible sight was openly sitting in the middle of the room. Looks like chemically processing deep celestial char steel's still impossible after all. I already imagined as much, but hey Keat, this record's a sham. No way they did what they said they did with that era's technological level. Kayazuna, the Axle, a self-proclaimed demon king of unmatched atrocity who showed no allegiance to the kingdom whatsoever, instead wholly devoted to research and construct creation, even creating Nagan Labyrinth City along the way. She was also the creator of one of the hero candidates, Mestalexo. Keat immediately closed the door behind him. Grams, all I said was I'd show you those records. I don't ever remember agreeing to these sorts of experiments. Well, if I don't do it while I'm researching, I'll plumb forget all about it. Knock it off with the Grams crap, too. Kayazuna's eyes had already turned off Keat and was observing some sort of crystalline structure under a microscope. What am I supposed to do if someone mistakenly thinks we're related? You ain't my grandson, for one, and you ain't one of my children, neither. When you act so conspicuously like this, I'm the one who has to deal with it. While you're at it, stop going out for walks with Mestalexil, too. For the time being, he picked up the scattered books and returned them to their places on the bookshelf. Inside the horribly messy room, his efforts seemed all too futile. Some Nagan natives came to lodge their complaints with me today. There are a whole slew of people just among the 29 officials who have motives to come after you. You've never once imagined the amount of hard work I've gone through because of you have you. Faye, that's why I'm helping you out, ain't it? Financing the funds, controlling public opinion, all that small stuff that I owe you is going to get paid off with this next big boom. Smash every other faction in the Six Ways exhibition and take over Oriasia. Murder everyone who goes against you, and you'll be able to live a nice, peaceful life. Ain't a bad deal, huh? Right? Grams, you seem to think I've got unlimited authority and power here, but my faction doesn't hold a candle to the scale of Haid's or Roskilde's. Give several factions a justification to crush us, and we'll lose just in numbers. I don't know how many times I have to explain this, but we absolutely need to increase weapon production fast before a full-blown conflict breaks out. There isn't any time to let Mestalexil play around. Mestalexil ain't your tool. This snotty-nosed dolt's older, and now he thinks he can start blabbering like a damn politician. All that because you grew up dawdling around here in Oriasia while you went 10 years without ever coming to see me. That it? Let me be clear here, but the whole reason I even went to the kingdom, it was because no number of lives would have been enough for a flesh and blood minia to tag along with you, Grams. 4th Minister Keat, leading the 3rd biggest faction in Oriasia after 2nd General Roskilde and 27th General Haid. However, there were very few people who knew the teacher Keat had learned from was, in fact, the self-proclaimed Demon King Kayazuna. Given a seat among the 29 officials because of his prominent abilities, he had been supporting Kayazuna's activities from the shadows, long before he ever sponsored Mestalexil, and saw to it that the hands of the kingdom suppression campaigns never reached her. It wasn't merely once or twice that Kayazuna's unbridled behavior had resulted in Keat's guts going cold. It was practically a miracle that he'd been able to get Kayazuna into Oriasia while keeping the relationship between the two a secret. If Keat hadn't used the particle storm incident to his advantage, it would have been difficult to provide his former teacher with the distinguishing accomplishments he would have needed. Geez. So, in short, we just gotta win, right? Mestalexil's here to do just that. Kayazuna lay down on the floor as she was sulking. She was a teacher unbecoming of her age. This Mestalexil that Grams made is invincible. There's no doubt about that. He didn't actually say it out loud to avoid souring his teacher's mood, but Keat didn't look toward the future of the Six Ways exhibition with the slightest hint of optimism. But even if Mestalexil doesn't lose at all, it's very unlikely that we'll win through to the end of the tournament. Page 8. Sponsoring a hero candidate itself wasn't meaningless. Much like the free city of Okafu. Given that a faction possessing a hero candidate had a provisional hero with them, as long as the candidate wasn't eliminated, it also served to guarantee said faction survival. However, by forcing through the unreasonable annulment of Kayazuna, the Axel's Demon King designation, the connection between Keat and Kayazuna had, in part, become public knowledge. If Mestalexil advanced through the tournament and rose up to become an obstruction toward Rosklay's faction, that would be when they'd use any and all political power at their disposal to make Mestalexil lose and take down his whole camp with it. Thus, the true battle I'm supposed to look ahead to is that inevitable clash. Assuming we don't secure the fighting strength needed to surpass Rosklay's overwhelming numbers, then we won't really be victorious in the Six Ways exhibition. In some respects, Keat the Round Table stood in a far more dangerous position than anyone else in this battle. He had very few allies. Keat, Kayazuna, finally, ain't anywhere to step in here. Phew boy, one hell of a mess. Appearing in the room was an older man wearing a cynical smile. Oriasha's 15th General Hazesta, the Gathering Spot. This man had been able to break into the room without the use of any lockpicking skills. Don't pry open the lock. My camp has no need of knaves lacking etiquette. Yeah, getting sacked just for coming and going a bit? Give him a break. In his hands was a machine equipped with a display and joysticks. It was an item that was totally inconceivable with this world's level of technology. Hey now, I went and looked into our opponent Zeljurga, okay? No signs that she's in touch with anyone else. Maybe that earlier announcement about betraying Obsidian Eyes was the real deal after all. The machine was a controller for a weapon called a reconnaissance drone. It was small and quiet. Above all, it was technology unknown to the people of this world. Even if Zeljurga was a spy with Obsidian Eyes, it would have likely been impossible for her to escape from the wholly unimaginable method of surveillance before she contacted Obsidian Eyes. And what the hell are we supposed to do with that trivial amount of info, you slimy brat? Before Keat could open his mouth, Kayazuna berated Hazesta. If you got time to spare on kitty chores, hurry up and slip some laxatives in Zeljurga's or Inu's food instead. Hell, you were posed to be the one in charge of stealing those enchanted swords of Toroa's, ain't ya? Yeah. Oh, a plan without any thought to the consequences. I like that. You're turning more and more into my kind of woman every day. You're the absolute worst. Kayazuna's wrinkled face distorted even further with disgust. Save your worthless bickering for somewhere I don't have to look at it. First of all, Toroa the Awful's already lost. No reason to focus so much attention on him, said Keat. Huh? We leave him alone, and some other group will snatch him for themselves. What? You got a problem with my strategy, huh? Grams, you just wanted toys from Mestalexil. At least, right now, there shouldn't be anyone on Oriasha's side trying to make a move on him. They know full well the danger of going toe-to-toe with Toroa the Awful. Don't sick my men on him just cause you feel like it. That said, Keat couldn't say that robbing Toroa the Awful's enchanted swords had been a complete mistake. Given the aim of Rosklay's faction was to eliminate all latent threats to Oriasha, there was the possibility that the swords could serve as advantageous bargaining chips if they secured them for themselves. Either way, before Keat's camp and Rosklay's camp plunged in a full-blown war, he had needed to give his soldiers a chance to use the weapons of the beyond in a real combat situation. Getting back to the topic, we need to come up with a plan for the 6th match, said Keat. It's simple, ain't it? We'll win by killing that Zeljurga woman dead, responded Kayazuna. Seriously, enough with the myopic thinking. Much more than Zeljurga. It's her sponsor, Inu. Who's the problem? His unit's starting to survey the Castle Garden Theater. Might be planning to set some sort of trap. That's what the hell happened to the agreement about not going in there unless there's a match? Just how are they checking the damn place then? They're examining the surrounding area, just not inside. Inu is using his power as head of city planning. He appears to be doing it under the pretext of improving the traffic conditions that come with the Six Ways exhibition, but he's measuring the distance between the surrounding buildings and recording their bearings in detail. Pulling the stunt now, right before the start of the sixth match, is basically confessing that he has some sort of scheme up his sleeve. Sniper fire on the arena, is that it? Kayazuna spat, seemingly disgusted. Obviously, that possibility was brought up before the tournament had even begun. Whether from some tower or elevated ground, there aren't any sniper spots with sight lines that reach inside the Garden Theater. The Six Ways exhibition matches, as long as there weren't any hindrances or any demands to the contrary between both combatants, had all been ruled to take place inside the Castle Garden Theater. That was in part for audience seating capacity and to guarantee a fair competition. As such, preventing foul play was paramount, as outside interference was difficult given the arena inside was surrounded on every side by high walls. The Castle Garden Theater was protected by soldiers who belonged to the Garden Theater itself and weren't with any of the factional hero candidate powers. And, generally, sponsors were only allowed to have their subordinates on the premises during a match. Inside or outside, as long as our enemy's making their move, we can't sit by and let it happen. Now can we? For our match, too. Yeah, the problematic Castle Garden Theater. You already agreed on the arena a while back too, right? Shut up. Hey Zesta, grumbled Keat. If Inu is planning on setting up some sort of trap, then really, it's about whether there's anything that'd be possible from outside the Castle Garden Theater or not. Zeljurga may have been a former spy for Obsidian Eyes, but it was wholly unbelievable to think she had the abilities to face the unparalleled Mestalexil head-on and triumph. Putting it another way, then this meant that Zeljurga was sure to carry out some sort of scheme ahead of time in order to win the sixth match. Just gotta smash it all up, Kayazuna said unconcernedly. Who cares if we know what they're up to or not? Those assholes set something up in the Castle Garden, so we just gotta smash the entire damn place and take their trap with it, right? Grams, I told you those types of... Keat started to protest, but he stopped mid-sentence. No, actually you're right. We could just make them change the location right now. Excuse me? Now, Zesta asked back with a dubious look. There were only 3 days left until the sixth match. Our end prerequisite for victory is weapon production through Mestalexil, and to use the Six Ways exhibition to buy time for it. There's no need to spare effort on a man like Inu. If it can be handled just on my end, then it can be done far more efficiently than with soldiers or drones, said Keat. Inu, the distant mirror, was the most eccentric one of the 29 officials. There were very few who understood what his objective was in the Six Ways exhibition, or even if he was truly trying to win in the first place. It was this reason that Rosklay's camp had avoided a match against Zeljurga. Roskilde saw the grouping of Obsidian Eyes and Inu, the distant mirror, as a threat, two uncertainties combined together. In which case, in a battle between Keat and Inu, two elements of concern for Roskilde's camp, some degree of aggression was likely to be overlooked. For the opportunists waiting for their chance, there was no better development than two forces they needed to deal with both crushing each other. Looks to me like you thought up something, said Zesta. I can just redesignate the terms and the battlefield on my end. I'm not going to let Inu get his way, Keat replied. Oh boy, now we got two violent bastards in here. Nyehehe. Alrighty, I should just look into the moves Inu's making then, right? Sure, knock yourself out. Do anything too debaucherous, and I'll have Grams turn you into a construct before you can get your head lobbed off. You wouldn't want that, now would you? Nyehehe. Getting turned into a construct by a fine woman like her wouldn't bother me one bit. Ugh, everything out of that mouth of yours is disgusting. Like hell I'd even waste time making constructs out of flesh, Kayazuna chimed in. When Kayazuna let out a yawn, a heavy metal clang echoed from out in the hallway. The laboratory equipment lining the walls shook and knocked into one another. Keat, ducking through the broken door and appearing in the room, was a colossal golem covered in navy blue armor. Keat, the round table's biggest and most powerful trump card. Mestalexil, the box of desperate knowledge. I finished today's amount. I can PP play now, right? Mestalexil carried with both hands a large number of automatic rifles. They were a model of weapon from the beyond known as the AK-47. Witnessing how Mestalexil's massive frame ravaged his office interior even further, Keat now wore a wearied look. That's too little. Way too little. You're slacking off, aren't you? And no, I am not. Ha 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 ha. Wait just a damn minute. You complaining about how my boy does his job. Well, are you? Yeah. Nice and lively, ain't it? Damn it. Each and every one of you, I swear. Pressing his palm to his face, Keith sighed. Why did he have to deal with this when he already had a depressing task ahead of him, as it was? I got to clean things up in here. They were, indeed, the third camp in Oriatia's political power struggle. Wicked and powerful, as well as the most discordant. Keith the Round Table, Kayazuna the Axle, Hazesta the Gathering Spot, Mestalexil the Box of Desperate Knowledge. In the Six Ways exhibition, the desperate fights to the death didn't only unfold between the hero candidates standing on the battlefield. Negotiating the terms and conditions, and beginning with a battlefield and match date that would guide said candidates to victory, was a serious matter handled by the candidate sponsors, holding sway over their political careers. The coordinating room, meeting premises used to host such negotiations, had been newly constructed to coincide with the opening of the Six Ways exhibition. The coordinating room was protected by strict security, and sponsors were able to hold one-on-one negotiations with guaranteed safety. Inside the facility, there were several other rooms in addition to the main meeting room, including a nap room, all constructed with the estimation that a single period of negotiations could potentially take up more than a day's time. The day before the sixth match, brilliant balloons were coloring the sky, and the sound of fireworks had continued unabated since noon. Now then, Keith, I don't really think there's any reason to alter the match conditions at this point in the game. The citizens are looking forward to tomorrow's fight, in which case, it's our duty to make sure their expectations are met without incident. Expectations? What should I care about the expectations of the ignorant rabble? The two people facing each other in the coordinating room were the sponsors involved in sixth match. Oriatia's fourth minister and Mestalexil the Box of Desperate Knowledge's sponsor, Keith the Round Table. Oriatia's 13th minister and Zeljurga the Abyss Web sponsor, Inu the Distant Mirror. Keith folded his legs with a pompous flair, while conversely, Inu looked just as expressionless as usual. They're no different from a pack of soulless wild beasts. They fear, flee, and in the depths of their hearts, crave a new tragedy. That foolish nonsense is nothing but a way to vent a fear that's taken on a new shape. To Keith the Round Table, it appeared like not one person understood the true nature behind it all, or perhaps tried not to see it. Even after the true Demon King was dead, many fools long for their own destruction. The new principality of Lithia was burned to ash. Both Oriatia and Lithia themselves should have been able to adopt some other means to solving the situation. Gruesome massacres were occurring out on the frontier, like what had happened at Alimo Row. People who persisted in their oppression of the order appeared from among the citizenry, and the Old Kingdom's loyalists' lust for war led them to take advantage of the particle storm. In the fourth match, in full view of the public, the man who was supposed to be a symbol of hope, Rosclay the Absolute, was reduced to a pitiful state. It was the Oriatia public itself that had hoped for such a sight. This world continued to go mad. By exposing the states of these hero candidates killing each other to the public, we're substituting where they're focusing their urge for slaughter. Ultimately, the goal of this Six Ways exhibition is to add more fuel onto the flames of violence. As a method of public control, that may indeed be quite an intriguing discussion. You're striking right to the essence, in a certain sense. Ina merely nodded slightly. Keith couldn't read any emotion from his wide, owlish eyes. And what's the topic of our negotiations, exactly? Asked Inu. The venue for the sixth match has been changed. What? I'll say it again, in case you didn't hear me. The sixth match is going to take place not in the Castle Garden Theater, but in the Old Town Plaza, like for the first match. Keith told him, as if it was a completely settled matter. Even after receiving Keith's entirely too one-sided notice, Inu showed no signs of agitation. He remained dispassionate and cold as he replied. We reached a consensus regarding the arena in talks 2 big months ago. Talks between you and myself. This has already been accepted by the council, and even should either one of us have a desire to change it, it should be impossible to overrule that. Or perhaps this is some new attempt at a joke, Keith. The real joke is that bold-faced performance of yours. Did you really think you could finish your little survey of the Castle Garden Theater without me finding out? Find out or not, that is nothing but an urban surveying plan that I previously submitted to the Assembly, progressing as scheduled. It's part of my official duties within the 29 officials, so, if anything, it would be a bigger problem if you didn't know about it. A piss-poor front, I'd say. Inu's urban surveying plan had been thrust through hastily, using a transport stoppage that occurred in Gamina City as an excuse. His claim was that he needed to perform surveys and studies as part of an effort to streamline the traffic in the vicinity of the Castle Garden Theater, seeing as it was going to be the biggest nucleus of traffic as the Six Ways exhibition continued. Fair enough. It was approved, wasn't it? Then why don't I cut down some of the time and effort that work of yours will take? The Castle Garden Theater. Right this moment, your men are surveying it. Am I right? There was an intense tremor. While the sound was small and far in the distance, even the walls of the coordinating room swayed with a deep and low quake. Duh. Now, I'll ask you again. What were your men doing? There were no windows in the coordinating room. However, at that moment, there was a thin black cloud trailing up to the sky in the direction of the Castle Garden Theater. Inferring from the scale of the explosion, the conclusion would probably be that at least a full storeroom of firepower must have been ignited. It was an amount of explosives that absolutely couldn't be smuggled in by one or two intruders, and Keith's camp wouldn't be brought up as part of the criminal investigation. Composition C4. So long as they based their thought on this world's level of technology. It was a highly effective plastic explosive from the beyond, able to be detonated remotely. Keith, do you know what you've done? You're wrong there. What you've done. Assuming that right now, there was some sort of accident in the area around the Castle Garden Theater, and the busy team performing the survey work was not only unable to find anything out of the ordinary, but moreover, unable to provide a single piece of evidence to who the culprit was, that I'm sure you realize will be the first one suspected. One day was left before the beginning of the sixth match. Inu's survey was suspicious, but there wasn't any time to grasp what sort of foul play he was devising. However, if there was someone whose position appeared dubious in the eyes of many, the solution was simply to then make the suspected foul play a reality. The investigation into the explosion will take 3 days, at least. Renovating the Castle Garden Theater security based on the investigation, 2 days. Let's test that duty you spoke about to the test. Go ahead, try holding the match without incident. Changing the date the day before the match. Common sense dictated such a reckless act would be impossible. However, Keith the Round Table was a despot. He had been capable of going through with a rather reckless plan of his own, knowing full well that there was the chance that innocent civilians would get caught in the explosion. If anything, some number of victims made it all the better for him. Page 9. The masses were nothing more than beasts being led by fear in the form of the Six Ways exhibition. In which case, if a different fear was thrust straight out in front of them, they were sure to want a venue change for the match themselves. Now then, as of just a moment ago, we need to adjust the conditions of the match. We're going to delay the sixth match and change the venue to the Old Town Plaza. If you have an alternative solution, go ahead and give it. Inu the Distant Mirror. It appears I don't have any choice. Naturally, I will have them investigate this bombing. I'm sure it won't take them long to prove who ordered it. Suppose I'll hope for the same. Keith the Round Table was a despot, but because the ignorant masses were as they were, he was thoroughly aware of what sort of actions they'd take. Even if they tried to obey the previously agreed-upon rules and made the match take place in the Garden Theater, with the fear of another explosion, they wouldn't be able to overcome the citizens' protest. Holding a match in the Castle Garden Theater now was an unrealizable and reckless move. No matter what Inu the Distant Mirror may have been scheming to do to the venue, this one move had changed everything. Then, as long as he fought through direct combat, where all intrigue held no meaning, Mestalexo, the Box of Desperate Knowledge, was an unrivaled hero candidate in the truest meaning of the word. If there was one point of concern left for Keith, though. Inu, let me ask you something, Keith said, stopping right before he was to leave the room. You went and put down Obsidian Eyes, right? Keith the Round Table was a despot, but because the ignorant masses were as they were, he was thoroughly aware of what sort of actions they'd take. Even if they tried to obey the previously agreed-upon rules and made the match take place in the Garden Theater, with the fear of another explosion, they wouldn't be able to overcome the citizens' protest. Holding a match in the Castle Garden Theater now was an unrealizable and reckless move. No matter what Inu the Distant Mirror may have been scheming to do to the venue, this one move had changed everything. Then, as long as he fought through direct combat, where all intrigue held no meaning, Mestalexo, the Box of Desperate Knowledge, was an unrivaled hero candidate in the truest meaning of the word. If there was one point of concern left for Keith, though. Inu, let me ask you something, Keith said, stopping right before he was to leave the room. You went and put down obsidian eyes, right? Did you really get inoculated with the anti-serum? Of course, you and I should have both gotten the serum around the same time. He was right. There wasn't any room for doubt there. Even if Zeljurga was secretly maintaining her connection to obsidian eyes, it would have been inconceivable for her sponsor, Inu, to be manipulated too. Inu, why then? Are you taking on the Six Ways exhibition? There needs to be another method aside from fear to control the people. Inu replied matter-of-factly in a flat tone. If that's your thinking, well, I strongly feel that way too. While we may become enemies, on that point alone, I sympathize with you. Keith didn't turn around to look back at Inu, but there was a terribly eerie sound to his words. Just where did this man's goals lie? I couldn't care less. You'll be knocked out of the tournament in this fight anyway, said Keith. Finished with his meeting in the coordinating room, Keith met up with Zesta on his way out. Though they were both among the 29 officials, the sight of Keith wearing a picture-perfect bureaucrat outfit while walking alongside Zesta and his dingy, unshaven face must have made for a terribly abnormal combination. The explosion was a success. Zesta, the gathering spot's role had been to remotely detonate the high explosive, which had been placed inside a food storehouse near the Castle Garden Theater, while observing the flow of the crowds from a high vantage point. For injuries, there are only 3 or so people with light wounds. Just enough to leave behind some wounded, but not enough to kill. Nyehehe. One of them was a woman aged like a fine wine, too. Maybe I'll send her some flowers while she's in the hospital. Nay, hey. No nonsense. I'll cut your head off. It's a joke. I know plenty well that it'd be real bad to leave any evidence behind for this little op. Still, you sure we shouldn't have used those drones? And here I finally got used to controlling the buggers. The superiority of those reconnaissance drones lies in the display that transmits images instantly. We need to generate power and charge them every time they're activated, and someone always has to be there controlling it. If we're looking for a machine we can utilize at will, then the Golem's Kayazuna, the Axle, makes her far superior. Well now, that's really something. Tricking the eyes of Inu's soldiers who were in the area while they were conducting their survey, then setting up the explosion mechanism had been extremely simple. Using one of Kayazuna's mini flying golems, they slipped through the surveillance network from midair, cutting off the high explosive and dropping it below. In the future, this sort of bombing tactic could make it possible to bring down an enemy army without a single personnel loss. Anyway, just relax, okay? I didn't give any room for Inu to come up with some excuse. Trust me. It exploded in a way that ensured the citizens witnessed it all, not just that guy's subordinates, too. Nyehehe, gonna take up a whole bunch of his time and energy just to clear his name. Hopefully, Keith didn't want to defeat and degrade Inu, but he didn't want to stop it from happening either. To prepare for the day when he'd be going up against Rosklay's camp, he simply wanted to dispose of any unpleasant obstacles he could, even if only temporarily. What about your job then, huh? Queried Zesta. I got Inu's word. I had anticipated the chance he'd come after me as the sponsor myself, but looks like a letdown in that regard. Keith took out the tiny machine he had hidden in his clothes. It wasn't a weapon from the beyond. It was a small golem that Kayazuna had created with specialized sensory abilities. If anyone besides Keith and Inu had broken into the facility, it would have detected them with its sonar mechanism, and it would have prepared to make the next move as necessary. Was there even a reason to be scared anyway? Like there's any assassins out there who could sneak into the coordinating room, said Zesta. Stupid oaf. The fact that Oriatia soldiers have strictly tightened up the security and blocked anyone uninvolved from getting in means that for someone with the skills to fool Oriatia soldiers, they could set up an attack completely unopposed. Assuming Inu is indeed allied with Obsidian Eyes, that place would give him his best chance. Even something so basic's too much for you to understand. The coordinating room was supposed to be a safe zone, built for negotiations. As long as the Six Ways exhibition was involved, however, there wasn't a true safe zone anywhere. That was the major premise behind this battle. But even then, these enemies of ours never attacked. Well then, at that point, maybe it'd be fine to say Zeljurga's clean. If anyone's scheming anything, it's on Inu's end. Except there's no way of knowing what's in that guy's head. The man's always been eerie. For starters, Keith thought, why had Inu, who was supposed to be the head of the urban planning section, volunteered his name to subjugate the remnants of Obsidian Eyes? Around the time Oriatia was established and they began reorganizing the districts, he had worked together with the medical division as part of his metropolitan epidemic prevention plan. That connection, somewhere along the line, led him to being in charge of stamping out vampires. Inu, too, possessed a highly trained field operation squad, despite being a civilian official himself, almost as if he had been aiming to stamp out Obsidian Eyes long. Before the start of the Six Ways exhibition. Keat laughed at himself derisively. What, because he's a creepy man? What about it? In the end, Hezesta's opinion on the subject was the more correct one. There wasn't any need to read deeper into things and be afraid. Even if they had held their match in the Castle Garden Theater as scheduled, Mestalexel should have naturally claimed victory. There were no means that Inu could have at his disposal to surpass Mestalexel's immortality. At the very least, Kayazuna and Hezesta had been asserting as much the whole time. Keat may have been meaninglessly fighting against an invisible enemy and just exhausting himself in the process. But there's still a remote chance. Always. Roseclay had avoided going up against Zeljurga. If, by any chance, Oriesha's strongest man also had a hunch that there was something peculiar about her, it was indeed the insignificant opponent in the very first round whom he had to be the most proactive against. Keat couldn't help feeling like that was what his instincts were whispering to him. If by any chance there's someone unknown to me making their moves. Night. In a room inside the Lakeside Manor, a returned spy was giving his report. The match venue has been changed. Obsidian Eyes' 7th Formation rearguard, Wheeze the Variation, had a body that had been deformed from birth. He could only walk by crawling around on all fours, but his abilities of surveillance, lurking in gaps and high places, was exceptional. The 6th match will be delayed by 2 days, and it will be held in the Old Town Plaza. The official announcement will likely come tomorrow morning. I see. Meanwhile, in the case of the young, well-to-do woman receiving the report, everything about her outward appearance was put together perfectly. Vivacious and pale skin, together with a slender yet smoothly curvaceous body. She was the girl commanding Obsidian Eyes, named Linares. We should think about how to act from here. Will you assist me while I get my thoughts in order? Of course. Considering Keat the Round Table's temperament, she had predicted that there be some sort of interference in Inu's survey plans. It wasn't difficult to imagine that the smooth approval of the survey plan had happened with the intent of the leading faction to fan opposition like this to begin with. Nevertheless, the enemy's moves were far more forceful and destructive than she had expected. Never would she have imagined they would kick up an explosion themselves and make it impossible to use the Castle Garden Theater as a whole. Will Oriesha be able to identify the criminal behind the explosive? No, I stole the investigation data, but it seems impossible for simple gunpowder or oil to have caused it. Similarly, the method used to set up the explosive is unknown. Given it was such a large-scale explosion, I can only assume they used an extremely high-powered explosive that we have no knowledge of. As long as the substance can't be explained with our current sciences, then they can't investigate the crime under the premise that such a thing exists. I see what they were doing. At the very least, I don't believe we will be able to grab any evidence on Keat the Round Table before the start of the match. Changing the match venue is one thing, but we didn't anticipate we'd be unable to use the Garden Theater like this. While they needed to work out some sort of strategy, there weren't many moves Linares could make. The soldiers of Obsidian Eyes were powerful, but their group comprised barely 10 people in total, and it would be premature to systematically mobilize the corpses they had lurking in various organizations. Linares placed a slender finger on her lips. Could we show that the Castle Garden is safe? Control one of Master Keat's soldiers and make them surrender themselves as the criminal behind the explosion. So long as the perpetrator's arrested and the goal behind the attack is brought to light, I'm sure it'll make the people's confusion subside faster. I see. Just as our enemy created their own example of foul play, we can create our own criminal to be responsible for it. Indeed, I couldn't think of a better way to get our revenge. Not that revenge was my intention, mind you. Linares smiled stiltedly. At the very least, it will be necessary to fight Master Mestalexel in a match before the eyes of the public. My concern is that if another camp besides Master Keat's, such as Master Osklay's or Master Zigida Zoe's camp, were to bring Master Keat's faction down before the 6th match starts, we will end up losing our big chance. A 2-day postponement. Hopefully, there won't be any problematic developments until then. First, we'll get in touch with Miss Zeljurga and prepare to interfere with the other factions. More than anyone else, it will be Miss Zeljurga who will be the one putting her body on the line. Zeljurga the Abyss Web was sent out to do her street performances day and night, and it seemed as if she had absolutely no connection to the organization whatsoever. Even using drones, a technology they were totally ignorant of, proved unable to catch any suspicious movements on Zeljurga's part. Nevertheless, as long as she was among the land's greatest spy guild, Obsidian Eyes, there was always a method to communicate with Linares and the others. The combination of the tricks she put on display, the order of colors to the balloons she brought out, the subtle differences in the shapes of her confetti. Zeljurga was constantly sending signals using her street performance, openly, in front of the public's eyes. The techniques that could freely control the perceptions of others, making things visible but never revealing their truths, was Zeljurga the Abyss Web's true power as a clown. While maintaining her link to Obsidian Eyes, she moved out in the open as a hero candidate. It was something only she could do. Do you think Zeljurga can win against this Mestalexo? She doesn't necessarily need to win, just as long as she can survive. Linares smiled. The reason she made Zeljurga enter the Six Ways exhibition was definitely not to have her advance through the tournament. If Obsidian Eyes was only concerned with victory, the best method would be to assassinate the sponsors one by one and induce victories by default. Thank you very much, Master Wheeze. You may return to your mission. Understood. If you'll excuse me, my lady. Wheeze departed the parlor. This latest incident was an unexpected turn of events, but still tolerable. Obsidian Eyes would speedily carry out the young woman's will without any changes. The sixth match was going to be held. In just a few days, Miss Zeljurga will have to fight against Master Mestalexo with her life on the line. Every time she became cognizant of this reality, she felt fear coldly shiver down her back. The fear that Zeljurga might die. The fact that it was Linares and Linares alone who was leading this operation. She had been forced to come to a decision. Gamble with Zeljurga's life and take on the Six Ways exhibition, or do nothing while they all eventually died off as ghosts of the times. It's okay. I can do things like father. When he level-headedly treated everyone and everything like pawns, he always understood what the best possible options were. Always. She pressed her hand up to her mouth. No one was watching. Wheeze had left, and Linares was alone in the large parlor. An age of chaotic war that father sought to realize, without anyone being sacrificed or anyone's identities behind exposed. A daughter like me, at the very least, has to achieve that much. Linares had a brilliant talent for intrigue, but because of it, she knew how precarious it was. Just as she had been unable to anticipate the Castle Garden Theater explosion, Linares knew there were bound to be unforeseeable circumstances. She was risking Zeljurga's life, someone she loved like family, while based on this uncertain footing. Everyone has done this. My father, and the leader before him. I must be able to do it, too. The sixth match underwent major changes out of necessity, right before it began. The match between Mestalexo the Box of Desperate Knowledge and Zeljurga the Abyss Web would occur not in the Castle Garden Theater, where there had been a bombing, but in the Old Town Plaza, where the first match took place. Compensating the stores that served as brokers for the spectator seats had required an enormous sum. But Oriatia's third minister Gel, the Swift Ink, had issued orders and directions to various places with incredible finesse, proving to all that even these circumstances were nothing more than one of the many possibilities that had been predicted. Ahead of time, Mestalexo's sponsor, Keat the Round Table, glared at the venue from his sponsor-exclusive seat. Kayazina the Axel was there as well in the seat beside him. Can't say the conditions are great. Richly colored balloons floated in the blue sky, with a flurry of confetti waving in the air. A scene of festive citizenry. I had estimated with the sudden venue change that there'd be a bit of a smaller audience. With this, Mestalexo won't be able to put his true value on display. Any gas or rocket bombs will get the rabble caught in the attack. As long as one was a hero candidate, a major premise to the title was that one needed to constantly demonstrate that they were an ally to the minion races. Keat was personally unconcerned if 10 or 1,000 of Oriatia citizens got caught up in the blast. But he wanted to avoid having Mestalexo get recognized as a self-proclaimed demon king and become targeted by the rest of the hero candidates as a threat to be culled. You stupid or what? Wasn't any need for that sort of stuff to begin with. Against an opponent like Zeljurga, a little poke to the head, and it'll be over. Her brains are going to splatter everywhere. He. I don't want to give Zeljurga any more time to set something up. It would be ideal to snuff her out with the opening punch right as the match begins. Hell, that's easy enough. Kayazuna bit down on the sweet rice cake she purchased from one of the stalls. She was enjoying her life in Oriatia a little too much. Page 10. Sujuru the Willow Sword apparently used just a single sword to hold out against Ozonesma's Gatling gun, like throwing knife barrage. There's the incident with Kuro the Careful as well. Shooting her dead right from the start isn't a guarantee, Grams. Bah, enough. I'm saying it'll be easy peasy. You think I haven't anticipated that much? Mestalexil stood in the ring. Both of his shoulders were fitted with thin, mailbox-shaped equipment, two lined together on each side. The LRAD 2000X. It's a directional acoustic weapon that selectively suppresses targets in front of it. Sound doesn't need any line of sight. There ain't no way to preemptively fight against it, and you can't block it with a shield, neither. The thing will blow out your ears if you get hit by it, sure, but the ones Mestalexil's got have a lot more functionality than that. They'll knock you unconscious in an instant. Let him rip right as the match starts, and that's it. The end. Seriously? They really can do everything, can't they? Over and beyond. Kayazuna the Axle seemed sloppy in every possible way, but at the same time, she was careful. Spending a majority of her many years in the maelstrom of battle, the self-proclaimed Demon King had inevitably grown into an unrivaled master of war. Time to see. Gonna be a hoot if that Zeljurga got scared and ran away. Right as Kayazuna muttered this, a Zmu appeared on the opposite side of the arena. Zeljurga the Abyss Web. She carried the 50-centimeter-long bird puppet she had used for her street performance, Morph. My, look at this. I'm glad to see all our guests are enjoying themselves. Don't worry, though. I promise to bring even bigger smiles to your faces. Please, I would love if everyone here watched my ultimate performance. The cheers she received were largely made up of children's voices. Zeljurga. Zeljurga is here. Hello, hello. Morph here is downright ecstatic to see you two. Waving at the crowd, she took out a balloon for all to see and folded it around and around. Was it her pride as a clown that stirred her not to neglect her craft, even right before a true duel of life and death? How's it look to you, Grams? Huh. I've never heard of someone using a puppet to fight. Well, it's got to be a weapon. No way it's empty inside, that's for sure. Whatever it is, Mestalexil's X-ray sensor will see anything they're clear as day. No damn point in trying to disguise it. The Six Ways exhibition was a one-on-one true duel. Just as it was for Taroa the Awful with his enchanted swords and Mestalexil's acoustic weapons. As long as the combatant could wield their weapon unassisted, there wasn't anything banned from being brought or used in the duel. Be it a firearm or a puppet. Zeljurga, Mestalexil shouted. He practically dashed over to Zeljurga as she entered the stadium. Will you show me your magic tricks again? Yes, you'll get to see the best of my craft. With that in mind, I do hope you'll go easy on me, Mestalexil. Or maybe you'll be nice and lose for me. Ha 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 ha. I'm going to win for Mama. I'm not holding back. Isn't that wonderful? Having someone to dedicate your victory to. Zeljurga squinted as she smiled. Match 6. Mestalexil the Box of Desperate Knowledge versus Zeljurga the Abyss Web. Silence, both of you. A large-framed woman stepped forward between the two, who were standing opposite each other. Oriatia's 26th minister, Mika, the Whispered, a woman with a stern look of iron. Candidates are not to put on any sort of show unrelated to the match at hand. Understand, Zeljurga? Ahem. Oh, this was well. My apologies. And to the other candidate, are you ready? Ha 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 ha. I am ready. This match will be like all the others. I shall lay out the accords of the true duel. One side is knocked down and doesn't get up. One side willingly admits their defeat with their own words. These two outcomes shall decide the match. In regard to any matters outside these conditions, I, Mika the Whispered, on my honor, will judge with impartiality. Do you both consent to these rules? Yeah. But of course, I, Zeljurga, shall fight fair and square. I am. Ha 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 ha. The strongest. Mestalexil, I shall consider that your consent. At the sound of the band's gun begin. Mika turned her back to the arena and retreated to her judge's chair at the top of the stone steps. Everything would start with a shot from the band, but right before that moment that all the onlookers would concentrate on. Haha. Mestalexil made an unexpected move. He whirled around and fired into the air. He appeared to move faster than the ringing of the match's starting signal. What in the... He looked at what Mestalexil had just fired at, a balloon. The balloon descended down to an abnormally low altitude, was right around Keith's head. The gunshot from the band rang. The match had begun. Zeljurga sprang into action. Crap! Mestalexil. The shot through the balloon ignited and then exploded. Will respond to any danger to Grams before anything else. White smoke poured from inside the balloon over the audience seats. Combined with the smoke screen from the fireworks Zeljurga had scattered at the start of the match, the audience's sights were completely blocked out. Whoa, what's going on? Was that an explosion? Keith's sense of danger had been correct after all. Zeljurga had gotten the first move. Damn it, Grams, you all right? Mestalexil's attack prior to the start of the fight fortunately hadn't been seen as breaking rules. He had been manipulated into using what was supposed to be an instantaneously lethal opening move to instead shoot down the balloon. Nothing but cheap tricks. Mestalexil, forget about it, and shoot her dead. Ha 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 ha. Gunshots, like a metallic scream, reverberated. The smoke screen, which blocked visible light, was also meaningless when up against Mestalexil's array of sensors. The bullet holes from his Gatling gun bore through the uninhabited ruins of the old town, and they began to partially collapse in. However, Zeljurga's form wasn't inside the smoke. In her place, the puppet she controlled came flying out alone. It rushed with speed wholly inconceivable from any ordinary marionette. Mestalexil blocked it with an arm. Even after being blocked, the puppet wasn't repelled, continuing to rotate and spit out sparks with a high-pitched noise. It had speed and power that far exceeded any bullet. Morph! Fooling the eyes of the audience with the balloon uproar and the smoke screen, Zeljurga hid herself in one of the abandoned ruins adjoining the plaza. Everything as of that moment had gone exactly as planned. The residents in the vicinity of the Old Town Plaza had been evicted in order to use the place as an arena for the Six Ways exhibition. Just as Sinop and Chiroa had done in the first match, it was possible to dash inside said evicted buildings during the match. However, this was simply an exception to the rule that exploited a hole in the definition of the arena. Using a mirror trick, she kept her eyes on Mestalexil. Let's start with the opening move. From her faraway position, Zeljurga was controlling the golem puppet, which was continuing to fly with abnormal power output, using the threads on her fingertips. The morph puppet recited word arts. Saknamup lastarmok, or closing twilight. Amtinior Sharbardhor Nestort Sind get Zept Murdixt. Fill the vessel with corundum thorns, separate root, stem, and leaf from the horizontal plane not. Worldly affairs are gold. Coming up at the end of the incantation, Mestalexil reconstructed his right arm into a shotgun. The puppet radiated a bright heat ray, melting through part of the golem's right arm and chest as it passed by Mestalexil. Mestalexil's breast plating melted under the high heat, and for a moment, he lost sight of the speedily flying puppet. A heat-induced sensory error. The puppet's true identity was Reshipped Modified 2. A golem meant for suicide attacks, wholly specialized at its charging drill offensive and nothing else. Obsidian Eyes had hidden this golem inside the balloon that had caused the earlier explosion. The doll that Zeljurga had initially brought in with her, similarly, was the necessary opening move to launch a surprise attack through its substitution. Miluzi the Coffin Edict's trump card. Compared with Mestalexil, its capabilities are almost laughably inferior. Nevertheless, just as it had been with Reshipped and Nimmerhelga, there was one sole part of its functionality that could stand shoulder to shoulder with Mestalexil's abilities. Reshipped Modified 2 was a model even further specialized in one particular function. Zeljurga needed to constantly keep directing and controlling Reshipped Modified 2's high-speed movements through her tarantula threads. Reshipped Modified 2 wasn't equipped with any directional capabilities of its own. HRNK few. This is seriously hard work. She wrapped the end of the threads, which were violently struggling under the tremendously high speeds, around the nails on the floor, dispersing her strength and using her fingers and sometimes her feet and teeth to handle the complicated and simultaneous controls. Every time she tried to pull a thread, her fingers would bear the load of its tremendous velocity, and blood seeped from Zeljurga's fingertips. The bones in them would creak, and she bent them until they were just about to break. Reshipped Modified 2 went halfway around the arena, at high enough speeds to look like little more than a glint of light, and went behind Mestalexil. Conversely, Mestalexil stood in the middle of the arena and didn't move. Oh, it's you, Morph. What is it? However, he generated a countless number of gun barrels all over his body. Oh. She immediately let go of the threads around her fingers. Mestalexel's precision deflection shooting landed 3 hits on reshipped Modified 2 as it flew at high speed. The only reason it wasn't hit any further was because Zeljurga had released some portion of the threads, erratically altering its flight path. With its trajectory thrown off by the shots, reshipped Modified 2 crashed down into the rubble and stopped. I can't believe it was able to immediately respond to such speeds, and shoot it down too. Reshipped Modified 2's main body was protected in the front by sloped armor, so the crash didn't cause a fatal malfunction. However, there was a slight distortion in its machinery. She could tell that through her threads. Hey, Mestalexel, that scrap heap's just buying time. Find Zeljurga and kill her. Kayazuna issued her orders with a loud shout. Zeljurga didn't let the chance slip by and pulled on the threads, connecting to reshipped Modified 2. GG got it. Mama. Charge again. The golem furiously flew out from the mountain of debris. Its propulsion was still working. It wasn't aiming for Mestalexel. Without any directional control, reshipped Modified 2 pierced through to the second floor of the ruined residence. Raining down a shower of debris, it interfered with Mestalexel's next move. Only 5 left. No 6. I didn't expect to have so many Tarantula Silk control lines severed just to suppress his opening moves. I can probably only set up for one more attack. Dear me, honestly. She heard a soft thud. A pain in her upper left arm. It had been pierced with an arrow. What had gotten in so close? She hadn't sensed him at all. Behind Zeljurga, a large number of machines, resembling bird skeletons, silently hovered in the air. Golems, autonomously driven, airborne, and tasked with searching for the enemy, even when Mestalexel wasn't moving. Mestalexel was producing this swarm of golems right at the same time he was countering back against reshipped. The information had been obtained from the battle with the particle storm, and she would have known about this aspect of his unlimited capabilities. A golem who could make golems. Ahai, what does knowing about something like this even do for me? The golem swarm fired their arrows all at once. Zeljurga's threads had caught up a majority of the golems right before they fired, mixing them into the debris to avoid the attack and live through the lethal storm. She was skewered, her left knee, waist, stomach, the tip of her left foot. A fatal wound and a wound to both arms, which she used for her clowncraft, were the only things she needed to avoid. The attack wasn't going to end here. The fact that the scouting golems had found where she was hiding meant. Here it comes. Using her uninjured right leg, she immediately jumped out a window. An explosion. Zeljurga tumbled out into the arena, as if swept away by the shock wave and air blast, which felt strong enough to shatter her bones. The ruins that she had been hiding in moments prior had lost over half of its total cubic volume. SMAW rocket launcher. As Mestalexel muttered, he folded up the cannon barrel that had spread out from his waist, which had been opened up by his reconstruction. Her wounds were deep. She had to handle the next attacks. How? Where? Mestalexel's singular eye aimed at Zeljurga. On his back was some box-shaped equipment. Ah, hiya, well now, it's good to see you, Aga. An invisible yet colossal something slammed Zeljurga's body. It was as if the very air itself had crushed her. It had surpassed the range of what her senses could tolerate, making her unable to perceive it as sound, either. A directional acoustic weapon. LRAD 2000X. Zeljurga lost consciousness. We won then. Sitting next to Keat, Kayazuna instead seemed displeased as she spoke. At times like this, she felt absolute indignation at the fact that her son had been injured, however slightly, something her pupil Keat could understand. Since he, too, felt the same sort of anger. The incident with the balloon was clearly an intentional accident. I was thorough in ensuring there were no traps in the arena, but the sky was a blind spot even to me. I should have expected it. While he had correctly sensed some danger, he hadn't been able to properly guard against it. Mestalexel had won as if it was a matter of course, but Keat himself truly felt like he had lost. Bah, who cares? It wasn't much of a problem anyway. Mestalexel has a semi-automatic counterattack logic incorporated into his construction. That's why they didn't fill it with explosives, but a smoke screen heavier than air. It's just a golem puppet, but I can't believe that some connection of Inu's was able to make something so well built. Nah, that thing's one of Maluzi's golems. It's what? Surprisingly, Kayazuna was gazing down at the battlefield, still propping up her cheek on one hand. Or rather, she was staying on guard. Miluzi the Coffin Edict. The person who developed this world's steam engines. A self-proclaimed Demon King recognized in the later days of the true Demon King's age, and whose whereabouts were unknown. In particular, he was said to rival even Kayazuna the Axle when it came to the level of completion he had in his golems. The individual quirks of the creator show up in how a golem's made. That puppet there was definitely made by Meluzi, but Meluzi makes something like that? Strange. Huh, I have absolutely no idea what that's supposed to mean. The design philosophy behind it ain't his style. It's almost as if some other person was forcing him to. Kayazuna's words stopped there. There was a strange phenomenon in the area. Zeljurga was standing up. Hey, Grams. Nah, no way. It's impossible. Physically impossible. There existed examples of warriors who had lost consciousness without falling down and still continued to stand. However, after getting directly hit by an acoustic weapon and fainting, getting back up from the ground should have been impossible. Proceed. The adjudicator Mika tersely declared. "Aw, this is funny, so funny." The ground's wobbling back, and no, that's not it. Aware of the fact that she had stood up on her own feet, Zeljurga strove to maintain her consciousness. If she didn't stand up, there was a chance she may never wake up. She had fallen into a dreamless darkness up until just a moment ago. I'm the one who's wobbling and I'm fighting. She moved her fingers. 1, 2, 3. Using the movements that had become customary from her training with threads, she regained the sense that she was herself. Huh, we're still fighting? Okay, then if I defeat her one more time, I win. The adjudicator Mika appeared to be explaining to Mestalexel why the match was restarting. She was grateful. Right now, a few brief seconds were more valuable to her than tens of years. Pathetic, Zeljurga the Abyss Web. Mestalexel being an invincible and immortal golem, all of it. You knew all that a long time ago. Page 11. Her standing up just now wasn't due to Zeljurga's own strength. Either there's someone who was moving her body and had made her stand up in her stead. The two had made a promise to do, just so in case of an emergency. Zeljurga was one of Linares' corpses. Thank you very much. My lady. Zeljurga had volunteered to be a hero candidate in the 6 Ways exhibition. That was easily done. Most who willingly undertook these sort of missions would find themselves on the borderline between life and death. For her, for someone from the old Obsidian Eyes, this was simply a part of everyday life. It must have been a heartbreaking feeling for Linares. That was all the more reason for Zeljurga to laugh. Hiya, ahaya. Zeljurga and Mika told me something good. Mestalexil's singular I rolled around his head with excitement. She said, "It's okay for you to surrender. If you do, I won't have to kill you, will I?" Ha 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 ha. Since you are my friend. Ah yes, that's right. Silly me. I forgot. Having watched so many children delight at her craft, Zeljurga understood. Mestalexil was an invincible weapon. Nevertheless, at the same time, he was a young child. Except in this world, there were children who could kill even those they once saw as friends. Zeljurga was just such a creature. Mestalexil was likely the same. Creatures of battle who definitely couldn't live in a world of peace. The minute nicks gouged into Mestalexil's armor had long been repaired. The smoke screen was gone, and there was nowhere to hide. Zeljurga was covered in wounds from head to toe, and she was facing Mestalexil head-on. The gap in their strength was so vast that she knew the moment Mestalexil shifted his gun barrel the slightest millimeter, that alone would blast her from this world into the next. We don't need to win. Obsidian Eye's duty was not combat. It was fair for her to say that the moment she got into a battle with Mestalexil the Box of Desperate Knowledge, that alone meant defeat. Zeljurga the Abyss Web, do you wish to surrender? But there's also no need to lose, then is there? Zeljurga shook her head in reply to Mika, the Whispered's question. Ahaya haya. Before I end up losing here, there's only one thing I want to do. Since you're a friend of mine, Mestalexil. Gasping for breath in her current state, Zeljurga produced her final weapon. This is for you. Candy. It was just a piece of candy. At that moment, Mestalexil turned around in the direction of Kayazuna. In that instant that he took his focus off Zeljurga, she released the final 2 threads she had kept gripped tight in her hand. Again. Attack again. From the sidelines as the pair faced off, Reshipped Modified 2, all its moorings released, flew ferociously into the air. It rammed itself straight into Mestalexil's chest like a warhead and began digging into him. Recipt Io Halise. When Halt Elk, Nurtak Mamert. from reshipped to hail sept's eyes. Gear in the soil, flower petals as golden film. Rotate. Or incant. Wh. Soknamup lastarmok. Or closing twilight. Reshipped modified 2 fired a heat ray from completely point-blank range. Heat arts radiated from its built-in magical tool at its maximum energized state. Together with a temperature hot enough to melt its own body down. Reshipped modified 2 penetrated even further and tried to pierce all the way to Mestalexil's life core, the homunculus. Ha 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 ha, that tickles. Then it was smashed into smithereens. Mestalexil hadn't even needed to rebuild his weaponry. With his individual power output, which surpassed any and all other golems, he had simply crushed reshipped modified 2, which had been digging into his plating, with his fist. Neither defenses that could withstand gunfire nor the offensive power to pierce through armor were a match for Mestalexil's capabilities. However, my lady, Zeljurga the Abyss Web, couldn't have possibly overlooked that ever-so-brief moment when the golem was destroyed. A fine thread, impossible to catch without straining the eyes long and hard, was stretching into the crack in Mestalexil's head section. Reshipped Modified 2 was the guide for Zeljurga's thread. I, Zeljurga the Abyss Web, to live up to your faith in me, have successfully pulled off my performance. Like a spider's web after the rain, there was a trick to make water droplets blanket a thread. It may have been nothing but an inconsequential bit of street magic, useless in battle. A single meager drop of the blood-borne pathogen afflicted the homunculus life core. Duh. Mestalexil, this gambit, the perfectly ordinary piece of candy fell to the ground. That day she first met Mestalexil, Zeljurga had shown him a piece of candy right before shooting at Kayazuna. The reason he had suddenly turned back to Kayazuna was because that threat had been instilled in him subconsciously. Wouldn't have been possible if you weren't my friend. The strongest weapon in the land lost power right on the spot, collapsed, and didn't get up. What happened? Despite watching the whole battle right from the sidelines, Keith the Round Table couldn't comprehend the conclusion. Mestalexil was an immortal construct. If the golem died, the homunculus would regenerate the golem, and if the homunculus died, the golem would regenerate the homunculus. On top of it, annihilating both at the same time was impossible. In the unlikely scenario where defeating Mestalexil was possible, it still shouldn't have looked anything like what had played out before them. Hey, Mestalexil, get up, what's wrong with you? You're gonna lose. Kayazuna stood up, her vigor suggesting she might barge into the arena at any moment. Keith had to stop her from rampaging out of control, but he had an even more terrifying premonition. A surprise attack from above. Was something that mundane really the truth behind this terrible foreboding? An attack using a balloon would have been utterly impossible to pull off in the Castle Garden Theater, the original venue. Why did one of Maluzi's golems show up here out of the blue? The balloon isn't the only problem. My attempt to change the arena. Mestalexil's participation in the Six Ways exhibition in the first place. If there was someone pulling the strings to make all that happen. Mestalexil, come on. Grams, get back. Keith immediately pulled Kayazuna's hand. Suddenly getting up, Mestalexil rushed toward Keith and Kayazuna's spectator seats. Leveling and demolishing the seats, the golem continued on unfazed through the old town. Mika, the whispered, shouted. Fourth Minister Keith, apprehend Mestalexil this instant. Sponsors must have control over their hero candidates. I rule that he has fled from the match. How dare you order me? Keith had to instantly quell his rage. Kayazuna was already running off without a word. His only option was to follow after her. No one outside Keith's camp could have understood just how abnormal the situation was, whether he tried to explain it or not. There shouldn't have been anyone out there in the world who had more control over Mestalexil than Kayazuna, the Axle. This ain't his own will, Kayazuna muttered as they ran. He can become independent someday and turn against me, I don't care, but this is something else entirely. Then is there some sort of technology that could steal control from you? He may be a golem, but he's still just a machine. No, unauthorized hacking, credential spoofing, all that only works for machines from the beyond. Golems are word arts creatures. Controlling authority? That couldn't. Right as they approached an old town back alley, Kayazuna suddenly stopped. He was the only example in the land of a construct being controlled under two different wills. Therefore, if he did have a vulnerability that couldn't exist in other golems, it could, of course, the shared curse. Mestal and Exil's lives are both equally valuable, but Exil has more authority, since it holds the knowledge from the beyond. If they had to make judgments with the same authority, it'd disrupt the order of command. You understand this reasoning here, Keat? Roughly sure, but are you saying they killed the homunculus side then? That stupid puppet was aiming for Mestal Exil's head section right from the damn start. If you're talking about a living, breathing creature, then there's one thing that'll force themselves into an ultimate position of authority. Vampires. So Zeljurga really is linked up with Obsidian Eyes? It was a difficult conclusion to accept. Keat had painstakingly confirmed for himself that it wasn't possible. Did Inu the Distant Mirror know what was going on? Exactly how far had the roots of this conspiracy spread? What other explanation is there? Those bastards. I'll flatten them all. This is war. I told you, just calm down. You might not know this, Grams, but there's more to turning someone into a corpse than just wounding them. You need to administer a considerable amount of the parent unit's bodily fluids to do it. Isn't it unnatural that the wounds from this fight would have been enough to infect him? So just one drop or some fine particles wound Gaw. Keat was suddenly grabbed by the nape of his neck and dragged down to the ground. He could tell that something had flown right over him, a hairbreadth above his nose. A chakram. We gotta do this fast. They're already here to finish the job. Kayazuna was staring up at the roof of a building at the end of the street. There, set on all fours, was a bizarre-looking Minia. Keat jolted up like a spring and immediately drew his sword. Grams. Alikin, emerging like a shadow, stopped Keat's sword with his large claws. Up until that second, he hadn't noticed him drawing near. The footsteps had been inconceivably silent despite his massive frame. When Alikin gave a low growl, Keat's sword was twisted under the enemy's grip, which was beginning to shove Keat along with it. Keat immediately took his hand off his sword and prioritized covering his ears more than defending himself. The Leakin swung his claws up into the air, and the sniper from afar readied 2 new chakrams. Good job covering those ears, Keat. There was an explosion of bright light. The violently loud roar shook all the Leakin's 5 senses, and thanks to the light, nearly as bright as the sun itself, the faraway sniper lost sight of their target, too. The hexagonal and cylindrical weapon Kayazuna, the Axle, threw was an M84 stun grenade. Great, now we got a scram. I can't hear a single thing you're saying. As the concussive sound and bright light subsided, the 2 figures disappeared. The Old Town Plaza began to fill with nervous and confused whispers. Mestalexel, the box of desperate knowledge, had suddenly lost control after losing the match, then disappeared somewhere. A sight yet to be seen in any of the other 5 matches. However, amid all the hubbub, there was a single young girl heaving a relieved sigh. Her face was covered in a black veil, concealing her eye-catching beauty. Thank goodness. I'm so glad. Truly, truly so happy. There was someone who had been manipulating Zeljurga's physical body while she was unconscious, as well as Mestalexil's, who'd been newly brought under her command. The vampire parent unit, Linares, had needed to be there in attendance. Without making a single conspicuous movement, Linares had simply used her thoughts to command her corpses from her seat in the audience. I was able to spare Zeljurga's life. It all went exactly according to my calculations. From the very start, Obsidian Eyes had intended on making the arena change from the Garden Theater to the Old Town Plaza. By using all the obstacles available in the ruined buildings and audience seating, they were able to limit the weapons Mestalexil could utilize and cause a distraction from above with their balloon trap. Furthermore, with the last-minute venue change, they hadn't given any time to the other factions besides Keat's camp to set up some large scheme for the match, either. Keat the Round Table was an arrogant man filled with self-confidence. Even though they were the very citizens he was supposed to govern, he didn't hesitate to refer to those he deemed lacking in ability as ignorant rabble. However, on the other hand, he was extremely sharp-witted when it came to the movements of those he acknowledged as superbly capable. He had a psychological tendency to be deeply suspicious of everything and everyone. Zeljurga's threat attacks, no matter what sort of strategy she tried to employ, would be incapable of defeating Mestalexil. In which case, Keat the Round Table would believe there was some sort of scheme beyond them. In order to lend support to those suspicions, Inu started his surveying operation. Keat would then suspect his enemy was setting up some sort of trap in the Castle Garden Theater. Since Zeljurga alone had no means of victory, Keat would assume a scheme involving the arena would be the only way to defeat Mestalexil and then investigate into the truth behind said scheme. However, there wasn't anything to find in the Castle Garden Theater. Inu had simply been surveying the area, and nothing more. They'd been setting up something, but there wasn't actually anything at all. There was only one method left for Keat to escape from his misgivings. Fundamentally changing the location of the duel itself. Then a request to change venues was put forth, just as Linares had anticipated, and the match occurred under terms that gave Obsidian Eyes a one-sided advantage. Obsidian Eyes' intelligence gathering had begun long before the beginning of the Six Ways exhibition. The battle with the particle storm, which had called all the Shura to one location, was something that Linares had plotted herself, mobilizing Atrazek, the particle storm, to do so. The plan was to observe the monsters that had been drawn together and ascertain which would be the most useful pawn among them. The answer was Mestalexil, the box of desperate knowledge. With this, we don't even need to fight in this Six Ways exhibition anymore. Linares the Obsidian's supernatural ability of force control through airborne infection was without equal, but it wasn't totally invincible. Most of the important figures like those in 29 Officials and the Queen had been inoculated with the antiserum. It was also powerless against constructs that didn't have any blood. While it was a power that could limitlessly manipulate soldiers and the public, what about when it was against the sort of eminently powerful people nominated as hero candidates? Fragile Linares herself had to infect them directly, or she needed to stand up against them with someone mightier. The Six Ways exhibition imposed the restraints of a royal tournament on these powerful individuals, and it was an event that made it possible to fight under fixed match conditions. With this, we've gained it for ourselves, the military strength to bring down the mightiest players directly. Mestalexil was now a part of Obsidian Eyes. A golem, a homunculus, and a corpse. A factory producing weapons from the beyond, and an immortal soldier who could not be destroyed. And with everything staying secret, the young woman sneaked a finger up to her lips as she disappeared into the middle of the crowd. A half day had passed since the conclusion of the sixth match. Evening had come. Keat and Kayazuna still remained unable to make it out of the old town. Bad news. They got this exit under watch, too. Pulling back the reconnaissance golem, Kayazuna clicked her tongue in frustration. The covert Leakin soldier and the sniper on all fours. These were the two they needed to be wary of the most. They were both unbelievably skilled, and it would be difficult to break through using just the improvised golems Kayazuna had created. This has to be Obsidian Eyes after all. There's no other explanation. How long have they had their sights on Mestalexil? What's their goal? Systematically hijacking the entire Six Ways exhibition? Asked Keat. Geez, you didn't prepare for this and make some sorta underground shortcut or anything. Even if I had, that'd be the very first place that'd get pinned down in this situation. Our information's been leaked here. Fine then, you telling me to stay here in this boring hellhole until I turn into a dried fish. That's all we can do. Although not the main two they were faced with, a presence that appeared to be hostile was patrolling the alleys and sewers. All the paths they could use as their escape route had been seized and rendered unusable. Conversely, the two of them, lying and hiding, were still alive. These movements meant, the way they're acting, it seems less like they're trying to find us and more like they're trying to stop us from escaping, don't they? If they're cutting off our contact with anyone outside and waiting until we grow impatient and show ourselves, then why? For example, they might be wary of the possibility that we're waiting in ambush with weapons from the beyond instead. As long as they don't have a full understanding of the capabilities of the beyond, they might be taking strict care not to move unless it's in response to the movement on our side. Page 12. Basically, they're a bunch of scaredy bastards. Then what are we supposed to do? If we don't ever return home, either my soldiers or Yuka's public safety force will eventually come looking for me. If we can meet up with those squads and escape, the enemy won't be able to readily ambush us. The match had been ruled in favor of Zeljurga. However, Keat hadn't given up on victory yet. Even if he was knocked out of the Six Ways exhibition, if he could take back Mestalexil, then there were plenty of routes to victory. He'd wage war against Roskle and Haid, then overthrow everything, along with the results of the Six Ways exhibition. Regardless of Mestalexil's victory or defeat, nothing about his plan had changed. At any rate, keep making golems. Grams doesn't matter how makeshift they are. We need to gather as much fighting power as we can for our next encounter, or it'll be impossible to fight our way through. Faye, Oriacia's damned soil's the problem. If I could get back to my lab, I could get all Kinsa rare materials ready. Wait. Keith stopped moving, hearing a voice echo in the streets outside. The voice was searching for Keith's location. That was without question. However, former 4th Minister Keith, the Round Table, is hiding out in the vicinity of this street. His crimes include grievous rule-breaking actions in the Six Ways exhibition and the recent bombing at the Castle Garden Theater. The individual who committed the bombing on Keith's orders has already appeared before the assembly. It was an Oriatia soldier calling out with a shout. It was an announcement of his status as a wanted criminal. That can't be. Impossible. Curses, what is this? This happened because you're always up to no good. Still, this is some sort of mistake. What are they talking about? Former 4th Minister. If he ended up losing the faction he was meant to lead, why? Even if he regained control of Mestalexil, it wouldn't mean a damn thing. Guess I gotta use this after all. Kayazuna produced an instrument of some kind. It was equipped with a display, and when it connected to a simple battery, 2 faint points of light appeared on it. Damn it. Grams, what is that then? If we're dealing with a vampire, we only got 2 options, right? Kill the parent dead, or kill Exil dead and make him regenerate from scratch. So if he's forced to regenerate, it'll mean returning to the state he was in before the infection. Then, more accurately, it'll erase the overriding authority on Mestal. Normally, if Exil was hit by some poison or illness, Mestal's made to immediately cure him with life arts on the spot. The reason he's not is cause the orders from an overruling authority are inhibiting that function. You can't remotely order him to self-destruct. Any construct needs some sort of function like that. The hell, I need some way to blow up my own children. Dumbass. That's not. Forget it. Let's stick to the topic. The only methods to kill him on the inside, then. How are we going to destroy Mestalexil's armor and kill Exil? That's a tall order, no matter who you task with the job. Even more than that, stupid. The amniotic fluid preserving Exil's been affected by the vampire pathogen, too. Just kill Exil, and he'll get infected, right? After he's done regenerating, then that'll be that. Gotta be an attack that sends all the amniotic fluid flying, too, or it's still impossible. Mestalexil's mechanical perfection was now bearing its fangs at them. The peerlessly elite obsidian eyes had them surrounded, and all Oriatia was now their enemy. Impossible or not, I at least know where Mestalexil is. In case my boy ever got lost, see, we'll be able to track him down. Track him, so that displays a tracking signal. Obviously, using GNSS is still too much for this world. Gotta blast a bunch of man-made satellites out past the stars first. With a Lorentz system, it'll only show coordinates, so its accuracy ain't reliable at all. Just shows a broad estimate of his distance and direction. Hold up, we're talking about tracking Mestalexil, so where does beyond the stars come into play? Are you sure that thing will work? Yeah. When have I ever been wrong, eh? We doing this or not? For some reason, Kayazuna seemed livelier than she had been moments earlier. For the entirety of Kayazuna the Axel's lifetime, she'd had nothing but enemies around her. A born villain. He was surely the same. We are. Villains never gave up, even when all the conclusions had been made. Right, I'm not letting this end here. We're getting Mestalexil back. Whether it's this 6 Ways exhibition, or this factional war for powers, I'll overturn the results of it all. Keep the Round Table isn't just going to lie down and die. Match 6. Winner, Zeljurga the Abyss Web. Peering into the past. The third match of the 6 Ways exhibition was over, and the distant Talon had no place to go. More accurately put, she'd ended up voluntarily throwing away her place to go. She had secured a life for herself here in Oriatia as 27th General Hade's secretary. Yet once again, she had given in to her violent emotions and chosen the path of destruction. I betrayed his trust, betrayed General Hade. It wasn't like I hated him or that I wanted to cause trouble for him, either yet. Leaving her post due to nothing but her own personal feelings, she'd saved a young girl she happened to come across named Lenore and accidentally learned Hade's camp's most important secret. If he found out that Yuno had deciphered what was written in the letter, there was no question he'd have her killed. Thus, she had nowhere to return. Together with Lenore, she wandered the forest on the outskirts of Oriatia. Where? Her quivering voice called to Lenore in front of her. Following after the girl had been her only option. Where are we going? That road we passed by could have gotten us out of Oriatia. On both sides of the road, the thick forest was obstructing the way. Yuno checked behind her over and over. If they were being followed, they were extremely unlikely to get away. You do not need to worry at all. There's no risk of being followed. Lenore had learned the same potentially life-threatening secret herself. Yet unlike Yuno, she had remained perfectly calm. Not just calm, but her expression made it seem like she was continuing to think something over. She had a face that almost unconsciously left Yuno spellbound, as beautiful as a nighttime dream. But if we really were being tailed, it'd be impossible for us to know. In the middle of her sentence, the sound of horse hooves approached, and Yuno caught her breath. She might have actually let out a bit of a scream. Lenore quietly lingered where they were and waited for the carriage to reach them. The carriage came to a halt beside her. "My lady, I have come to receive you." "Thank you." The driver bowed to Lenore. She appeared to be an elf woman, but both her eyes were covered with a bandage. Though, if she had truly been covering her eyes, how was it possible for her to drive the carriage? "Huh? What?" asked Yuno. "And who might she be?" "She is Miss Yuno the Distant Talon. She's, Lenore stuttered. For some reason at that moment, Lenore furrowed her willowy eyebrows, looking a bit at a loss. "My friend." "I see. Do you plan on inviting her into the manor?" The driver leaned her upper body down from the driver's seat and met Yuno's gaze. Yuno felt a mysterious chill run down her back. She experienced a sensation similar to the moment right before Sudru, the willow sword, went into action. "Well, hold up. I don't understand anything going on here. There's a manor up ahead of here? And my lady, please listen, Miss Yuno. If perhaps you do not have a home to return to, that is. I thought, I could give you my manor for a time." Duh. Lenore smiled bashfully and tilted her head to the side. "How would that sound?" Okay. Sure." Yuno nodded, shifting her eyes between the driver and Lenore. In any case, right now, she didn't have anywhere else to go. She threw her back onto the large, soft bed. Holding her palm up before her eyes, Yuno sighed as she thought over the terribly hectic day she'd had. Too many unbelievable things had happened, both in Yuno's own heart and beyond it. "I will get revenge." Inside her mind, she whispered the first thing she needed to do, Lenore the Shadow Laden. Hate's plan. Sudru the Willow Sword's third match, which she hadn't been able to see through to the end. Finally, Yuno's own future. Even if, at this very minute, she had a number of fears and apprehensions, she absolutely couldn't change what she needed to prioritize the most. She would get revenge against the powerful and strong, who trampled over everything and everyone without any bit of self-reflection. Among all the strong and powerful, she still prioritized one above all and would kill Kayazuna the Axle. Revenge, 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 revenge. She had to feel the animosity. Up until now, Yuno hadn't been able to maintain such hatred in her heart. The strength capable of killing Kayazuna the Axle may have been eternally unattainable for a girl like Yuno. Nevertheless, if she were to ultimately lose the truth in her heart, then what else was she supposed to use as anchorage? Yuno rolled over on her stomach and buried her face in the white pillow. So peace of mind, satisfaction, happiness. I can't let myself start to feel that way. As long as I don't forget this hatred, I can still continue to be my true self. A reserved knock came from a door. Still feeling dismal, Yuno roused her body and answered. "Kumein." "Pardon me." It was Lenore. She wore a pure white nightgown. She seemed to have already finished her bath, as her evenly cut, shoulder-length black hair was still damp. "Am I bothering you?" asked Lenore. "It's fine." Yuno immediately averted her eyes. Lenore had an allure that made it impossible for her not to, even though they were both girls. Her golden pupils and nearly translucent ivory skin were part of it, but I didn't realize. The thin nightgown clearly displayed all the contours of her body. How big her chest was. "Miss Yuno, please allow me to apologize again for today's events. I'm also terribly sorry for making you feel nervous when I invited you into my manor." "Whatever. It's no big deal. We've both got our secrets to hide, right?" "No, I need to apologize. You gave your name to me. However, I've been hiding my own. My true name is Linares." Linares. She had infiltrated the Six Ways exhibition arena, stolen important documents, and done it all under a fake name. It was evident that she wasn't someone with honest or respectable goals in mind. Even despite that, was Linares, trying to show some measure of good faith toward Yuno, who had accidentally run into her and become her accomplice. "What is your group's objective, then?" "You're against Oriatia. right? General Haid has a lot of factions opposing him, so you might just be someone within Oriatia anyway, but trailed off. Allow me to explain that to you as well. We are Obsidian Eyes. Subconsciously looked at Linares' face. The look in her eyes was serious, and she didn't seem to be lying. Obsidian Eyes, the spy guild said to have been constantly maneuvering in the shadows of the Demon King War. For the average person like such rumors were the only things that reached her ears. It was also possible that these rumors themselves were groundless hearsay in order to deceive the movements of each country's own spy forces. On relatively rare occasions, there were mercenaries who said they were formerly a part of Obsidian Eyes, but she heard a majority were just dubiously claiming themselves as such. So then you've been hired by someone like the Free City of Okafu, or the Old Kingdom's loyalists, to try taking Oriatia down? Even if that's true, getting a young girl like yourself involved in the infiltration, said I ask you to forgive me, for I cannot say anything beyond that. If you happen to learn more, then it could very well put your life in danger. Averted her eyes down to the floor. Well then, why? Why are you fighting in Obsidian Eyes, Linares? Just earlier today, you might have been killed on the spot if things had gone a bit different. That's because stories had long been told, for example, about bandits or assassin organizations making kidnapped children do work for them. Linares was a well-raised young girl, and close in age to too. There had to be some sort of personal circumstance involved at the very least. Maybe she was similar to fighting to claim revenge against the life she had led. I wonder, why? Pressing her hand up to her chest, Linares murmured, as if the words were catching in her throat. I need to. I feel that I have to, or else my own life can never begin. Perhaps that is why I'm trying to carry this through. Miss why then did you do something like that? Your life can't begin. That was it. Her reply seemed to put words to Yeno's own heart, too. Leaned her body forward and spoke. Listen, Linares, I want to get revenge. You mentioned so at the Garden Theater as well. Do you wish to get revenge on Master Sujuru, the Willow Sword? Not just him, I think. I'm a survivor of the now annihilated Nagan City, and that terrible day, Sujuru cut down the dungeon golem. That's why I'm still alive right now. Dying would be a waste. That was what Sujuru had told her. That life got fun after you lost everything. I didn't want my life to get crushed underfoot as if it had never mattered to begin with. I didn't want to feel expendable. That's why the thing I want revenge on isn't just Sujuru or the one who made that dungeon golem, Kaizuna the Axle, but something more, something bigger than that. Sitting upright in the bed, hugged her pillow and sighed. Was weak, not only in terms of strength or wits, but even her mental state was chaotic and unreliable, making it seem like she wouldn't be able to achieve a single thing she wished for. Even so, I want to beat the strong. Her own way of phrasing it made her sound just like Sujuru. That's how it seemed to her. You have been through quite a bit of hardship, haven't you? Linares placed her hand over Yunos. Teehee, we are a bit alike, don't you think? Aye. The soft, delicate fingertips touched the back of Yuno's hand. Simply looking at her beautiful face up close threatened to drive her mad. I wouldn't know either way. I don't even know what you've been through either. Would you like to know? Doesn't matter to me. It's not like I want to ask enough to impose about that sort of stuff anyway. Already had her hands full with her own problems to begin with. She didn't want to get involved in anything more complicated than she already had, even if it involved Linares. Miss have you grown to hate me? If you're talking about the thing with General Haid, I'm just as much to blame. Teach then in that case. Linares awkwardly ran her hand through the hair on one side of her face. Would we be able to become friends? Yeah, friends. Back when she lived ignorantly in Nagan, had friends as well. Now, even after she had begun living in Oriatia, she didn't have a single friend her age. We might be able to do that. Oh, thank you so much. Linares smiled with a look of relief. In this moment, Linares, this pretty girl as far removed from as the angels depicted in stories, seemed just like any girl her age. It's the same, just like Lucelle's had once been. Why does this girl? Pulled Linares' wrist. An angry urge that even she couldn't comprehend possessed her. HNGH. Linares suddenly fell off balance, the act bringing her flopping down on top of the bed with it. Grabbing both of her wrists, placed one knee on top of her stomach. WH1. Why were you relieved? And Miss I need to always keep myself thinking solely about my revenge. I'm Hey the Flashpoint's secretary, My job might just be to sneak into your ranks like this and look for information. What? You hadn't imagined that. Page 13. Cough. That's not. The body pinned down was very slender. It was difficult to claim had any physical strength to speak of, yet it was enough to hold Linares down. And if she went any farther, she just might have snapped her neck. That goal of yours, if you truly have to see it realized, then you should have killed me immediately for knowing your secret. I would have done just that. I definitely wouldn't be relieved or let down my guard. That's for sure. Eyes wet with tears were looking up at If this girl really was part of Obsidian Eyes, then there was no reason why she couldn't dispatch a single young girl like Some type of concealed weapon could surely do it, but there was also poison or drugs like Linares had used to make that one security guard faint. There was no way she didn't possess any means of resistance. If this girl, Linares, really was fighting with the same resolve had, then she should have been able to at any moment. I was just happy that we could become friends. Sorry. Let go of her hands. Yet another fit of madness. It wasn't that she wanted to hurt Linares. Far from it. She might have even wanted to become friends with her herself. Was it possible that, with her own hands, would only continue to sabotage and destroy any and all peace and tranquility she found? I'm sorry. I never wanted to do anything like this. After looking at a letter like that, there's no way I could ever go back to General Haight again. So even I get that's why you trusted me and were honest with me, and yet I keep doing things even I don't understand. The area around Linares' neck was disheveled, and her porcelain collarbones peeked through. All felt was a terrible sense of guilt. Cough. Please don't let it bother you. I understand. It makes sense you might be shaken up and confused. For tonight, please give yourself a nice long rest, and then please carefully think over yourself and your situation. Tried to come up with something to say, but she couldn't. Linares turned back around once and smiled weakly as she walked away. Good night. A young Minia man had been standing right next to the door to Yuno's bedroom. The man didn't have any distinguishing features, but he held a drawn long sword in his hands. His name was Hayakrai the Tower of Obsidian Eyes. Am I, lady? Are you all right? Yes. Exiting the bedroom, Linares sheepishly dropped her eyes. You caught quite an embarrassing moment of mine. Bueno, the distant Talon, should be disposed of. How awful. She's mad. At that moment, if she had stretched her hand out to your neck, my lady, I would have cut off her head whether you order me to or not. Why, you should have put a stop to such violence. Yourself, my lady. Perhaps that is indeed what I should have done. I apologize for making you worry, Master Hayakrai. Wasn't aware of it herself, but she, too, was already one of Linares' corpses. A mutant strain capable of airborne infection, and the only example of such in all the vampire's history. Anyone who got close to Linares the Obsidian, even once, would become a corpse, regardless of whether Linares wanted them to or not. With a single order from Linares, the parent unit, she could prevent a corpse from any and all movement or stop their natural respiration, and cause them to die. That was what it entailed to be under the control of a vampire. Not yet. Linares touched the base of her neck. We may still be able to remain friends. Not yet, just for a little while. Like Shirak the Sextant and Miluzi the Coffin Edict. Or like the possibility that once existed with Kuro the Clairvoyant. And my lady is too kind. Those types of scum always turn traitor. Even if right now she doesn't intend to do so, her true feelings will change at moment's whim. Because her mind is weak. I know those types well. You might be right. Still, until that time comes, and she truly turns on me. They were all Obsidian Eyes. Dwellers in darkness who would mercilessly run through anyone in order to save their comrades in arms. That was exactly why discarding and abandoning comrades was something to be feared. Linares believed so. Miss is my friend. Or was it nothing more than a selfish wish, contrary to her father's ambitions? Separate from the apartment building he rented from Dant, Hiroto the Paradox had a specialized office in Oriasha's upper-class residential area. He had secured this reception room, equipped with ultra-luxurious sofas and other furniture, high enough quality to avoid any bad impressions, along with an endless supply of tea and snacks, first thing after he joined the Six Ways exhibition. The gray-haired child. Hiroto the Paradox's strength was that he only battled in a domain where he excelled. As long as he had a negotiating room, where conversations couldn't be heard and which he could use at will, it would serve as a far more effective resource for Hiroto than any military force or information. Though he was under Dant the Heathrow surveillance at all times, Hiroto invited many people to this room, from bureaucrats to shop owners, and continued to expand his circle of acquaintances in various forms. Now an opportunity to use this reception room in the middle of a six-ways exhibition match had come. Right as the match between Sujuru the Willow Sword and Ozonesma the Capricious was occurring, Sujuru's sponsor, Oriasha's 27th General, Hade the Flashpoint, requested a meeting with Dant. I know what you're aiming for in the first round. They were the first words from Hade's mouth. Your hidden motive here is that if Ozonesma wins the match, you're going to immediately integrate my camp into yours, and under your guidance, you'll try to bring all the anti-Roskilde groups together. Hade the Flashpoint was nearly the oldest member of the 29 officials, but he was still a titan who held a tremendous influence on the entire military. After Roskilde's faction, known as the Reformation faction and which was scheming to abolish the monarchy, he was the leader of the second biggest faction, the military faction. Facing him on Hiroto's side of room were Hiroto the Paradox, who had a connection to the free city of Okafu, and 24 General Dant, part of the smallest of all the factions, the Queen's faction. Finally, there was the goblin tactician, Zigida Zogi the Thousandth. Ozonesma's been part of your camp from the start. Am I wrong? Asked Hade. Indeed, Ozonesma the Capricious is part of our forces. What the hell, Zigida Zogi? Zigida Zogi was the one to answer the question. He continued on, paying no heed to Dant's reprimanding. Come now, Master Dant. There's nothing to keep hidden at this point. Given that we did everything we could to repel such a massive amount of interference, it's only obvious he'd have an inkling toward who was providing Master Ozonesma his support. Besides, we need him to come to us with this conversation, and not to Master Ozonesma himself, too. So behind this cooperation between Ozonesma and Zigida Zogi is you, then? Hade then shifted his sights to Hiroto. The gray-haired child. Heard quite a lot of rumors about you. Not all of them are good, either. Nevertheless, it is an honor that you would remember my name, my good Sir Hade. I'm Hiroto the Paradox. I am also responsible for acting as a negotiation intermediary for times like this, under the 24th General. Let's talk. Hiroto extended his right arm, and Hade accepted his handshake. As he had the external appearance of a 13-year-old boy, Hiroto's hand was far smaller than Hade's. You're a visitor after all? Eh? Your hands are young. Even with leprechauns and elves, a hand's age doesn't lie. You're absolutely right. Shall I talk a bit about the beyond, then? For example, in Oriatia now, you have steam engine trains running, but... Very kind of you, but I don't have time. I'll get straight to the point. A little while back, there were some number of Okafu's mercs who turned up dead. By the looks of it, there's someone out there slipping spies into different organizations. I want the free city of Okafu, as a collaborator in the Six Ways exhibition, to take action and uncover these guys. Long and short is, I want Okafu to supply information. Of course, we will be thrilled to cooperate with the good General Hade himself. Am I safe to assume you will share the information from Oriasha's own investigation? Sorry, but I can't do that. Long as we don't know who we're actually dealing with, best things to cut down any routes for information to slip out. So I'll offer up a bargaining chip instead. Sorry, this isn't from Oriasha exactly, but Hade kept up his stern visage as he spoke. I'm fine with putting up a united front against Roskilde. If Sujuru loses this match, it'll get harder to defeat the guy politically either way. I want to join with your forces. Hiroto observed Hade, never dropping his flawless smile from his lips. They could absorb the second biggest faction, Hade's camp, into their own. Given a confrontation with Roskilde's camp was inevitable, to Hiroto's camp, the deal was more than they could ever ask for. The promise of lies and the truth both being revealed by logic was reason enough to go through with it. He needed to ascertain what the man wanted and what he was afraid of. It's the opposite. Without moving a muscle on his face, he traced his enemy's thoughts in a second before he answered with words of his own. Hade's camp, or Keith's camp, or possible even Iriold's. There is definitely a camp enacting a large-scale covert operation in this Six Ways exhibition. Yet here is a request for a one-sided information exchange in regard to that investigation. He's trying to confirm Okafu's level of involvement by how I answer here. It doesn't seem like he'll seriously follow through on his request. Then what is he really asking for here? Hade first try to verify our goal from the third match. If Sudra loses, he wants to join forces if this condition of the deal is the true request, and he's just wrapping it up as a bargaining chip. What does that mean? The first possibility that comes to mind is that he has a plan that is guaranteed to absorb our camp into his own. As for another possibility, Haid is trying to win the first round by any means possible. In other words, he doesn't necessarily need to have Sudru as his candidate if he's able to get the results he wants. His brain went through his massive number of thoughts one by one. He still didn't have enough information. He would need to hear Haid give them additional answers himself. These mysterious covert operatives. We have been referring to this force as the Invisible Army. Since there are some who appear to be part of this invisible army within Okafu, we have just begun conducting our own internal investigation. From the beginning, we intended on sharing information regarding this subject if there was anyone else who wished to get rid of this mutual enemy. Given the need to prevent any leaks of information from Oriesha's investigation, it would be best not to join forces instead. As you just said yourself, we have confirmed that spies have infiltrated Okafu as well, said Hiroto. Hiroto tried the most straightforward method of agitation. He only rejected the request that appeared to be the man's true objection. That's welcome news, but we still have to win the 6 Ways exhibition too. The worst outcome is while we're all busy dealing with this invisible army or whatever, Roskle ends up winning the whole thing. If Ozanesma does get through the third match, he'll meet Roskle in the second round. How are you planning on fighting him if that happens? Believe me, that guy's advancing through. Ha ha ha. Fair enough. If we challenge him as an opponent in the second round, it will be the same as having Oriesha itself as an enemy. If you're taking that carefully into account with your proposal, that is very appreciated. Master Haid, actually, in addition to your cooperation in the 6 Ways exhibition, there's something we'd like to ask for as collateral for the information from our investigation. Zijida Zogi interrupted the conversation from the sidelines. He had purposely cut Hiroto off to ensure they weren't pressed for a clear answer about joining their forces. Hiroto understood that. Haid puffed cigar smoke. I'll hear it out. What is it then? To get straight to the point, do you have any guesses at the true identity of this invisible arm? Former 5th Minister Iriold, the atypical tome, Haid immediately replied. He was one of the possible suspects whom Hiroto's group had previously considered. He's a damn monster who sat fat on top of this country's aristocrat class since the Central Kingdom era. Back then, there were people with his personal support in every damn government agency, and he knew everything that went on in the Central Kingdom, down to how many rats lived in the sewer. Might still be true now. But would such an influential player really stay retired from public life without trying to force himself into the 6 Ways exhibition? Just the opposite. Gel and Roskle thoroughly crushed Iriold to make sure he didn't get involved with it. Suspicion of corruption, unfair hiring practices, whatever it was, no lack of examples with the old bastard. See, guess you could say he had it coming, but basically it means Iriold has his reasons to pick a fight with the Oriesha Assembly. I see. However, I have a differing opinion on the identity of this invisible army. I believe there is a chance our enemy is a unit of corpses being commanded by multiple vampires. Vampires? Indeed, the former 5th Minister's influence is extremely powerful, and he might have many potential allies in many of the different factions. However, that still only concerns Oriesha. The Invisible Army has also infiltrated our forces in Okafu as well. Mercenaries without any involvement with Oriesha or the old Central Kingdom. There are several examples in other organizations beyond our own of people disappearing after exhibiting suspicious behavior. When comparing those names, none of them had any relation to the other, no. The correlating factor that they were all unrelated was far too obvious to ignore. In other words, we can look at this enemy of ours as possessing a means to freely flip a random target into a spy. With vampires, the most recent example would be Obsidian Eyes. So for instance, you think Zeljurga the Abyss Web is able to set up this massive conspiracy while performing in the street? No. If so, it would mean that there is a powerful parent unit among the remnants that Inu the Distant Mirror failed to slay. That's one possibility. However, given what we know of vampire biology, creating this number of corpses in such a short time clearly doesn't add up. Therefore, as of right now, our realistic explanation is the existence of multiple parent units. That's an intriguing idea. So this thing you want is collateral for our collaboration. It's got something to do with that. That's right. In order to investigate further into this enemy of ours, I would like to receive the vampire antiserum. I see. Before the era of the true Demon King, their continent had a history of waging wars against vampires. It was in that era when a vampire antiserum formula was discovered. It was technology that hadn't cropped up on the goblins' new continent, where Zijida Zogi and the others have been born. I'd love to share some with you, but it'll be tough to be honest. I don't really know much myself, but the ingredients needed to manufacture it are unique, and apparently, there's a limit to how much you can make at once. I think there's some number left over from the Central Kingdom era, but over half of the 29 officials still haven't even been inoculated yet. If we're going to push them aside and hand some over to you all instead, with my level of authority, the best I could do is 1 vial, maybe. 1 vial, Hiroto answered in Zijida Zogi's stead. That's plenty. If Zijida Zogi can be inoculated, then even in the worst possible situation, we will still be able to keep our organization functioning. 1 vial of antiserum. That will be the conditions for our deal. Hiroto knew the rarity of vampire antiserum. A mere 1 vial, while terribly unreliable terms for the deal, was, in actuality, very difficult to obtain. He couldn't let this chance slip by. Then we're good on how to deal with the invisible army, right? Getting back on topic, what are you going to do about the 6 Ways exhibition? How are we going to fight in the second round? Is that it? Hiroto pondered. Was he really supposed to answer right here that he would join forces with Hade? The general wasn't a simple enough man to let Hiroto keep his position ambiguous. If the proposal was simply that he wanted power to oppose Roskilde, then Hiroto was definitely supposed to accept it. However, if that wasn't the case, he needed to confirm if he had some other hidden intentions as well. Incidentally, General Hade, there's something that's been on my mind. What? Hiroto didn't necessarily have a complete read on Hade. However, he could ask questions that would lead him to the heart of the matter. How exactly did you intend on fighting in the semifinals? Page 14. There was a brief silence. Hiroto could feel in his skin that the atmosphere in the room had changed. Hade opened one eye wide, then slowly took a puff of his cigar, before pushing it into the ashtray and extinguishing it. I could ask you lot the same question, couldn't I? Teehee, you might be right there, but... Right at that moment, the reception room door opened. An older female staff officer entered the room and whispered something in Hade's ear. He frowned, standing up and donning the coat he had hung on the wall. There's been a slightly problematic incident. Someone's tried to steal a missive of mine at the Castle Garden. A Castle Garden soldier apparently cut him down, but the culprit resisted and cut the soldier's arm too. Feels bad since I'm the one who dropped in, but I want to go back and question the soldier myself. I'll be sure to make it up to you. Try to steal. So spies were mixed in with your men too, huh? Yeah, Dan. Looks like they can slip in anywhere they want. Invisible Army's the perfect name for him. You better pay close attention yourself while the 6 Ways exhibition is going on. Hade, accompanied by a staff officer, departed the reception room. Zijida Zogi slowly stuffed his cheeks with baked treats while he gazed out of the window at the carriage galloping off. He commented as if to himself. That staff officer, just now, was ready ahead of time. True, just a little bit more, and I felt like we could have gotten some important information out of him. The general's a shrewd man. What do you mean? You're saying he fabricated some incident to force the conversation to end? Dan asked. Dan cast doubt on their conversation for the first time. Ostensibly, this was a meeting between Dant and Hade, but for their string of back and forths, Dan had stood silent with his arms crossed. He likely felt that when it came to Hiroto, the Paradox's specialty, negotiation, it was best to not speak up unnecessarily. The incident itself is not a lie, I would say. Otherwise, he'd run into trouble when it was investigated later. However, even if there hadn't been such an incident, he must have prepared some sort of urgent topic ahead of time. So then, that staff officer's entrance would have been a setup they had planned in advance, just in case. He could have tapped a small radio hidden in a pocket to signal her, said Zijida Zogi. How do you know that? You didn't see him actually do that, right? Asked Dant. It's plain enough. Hiroto answered the question this time. Right before he left, Hade pressed his cigar into the ashtray to put out, correct? Unlike cigarettes, you don't normally snuff out cigar flames like that. You lean it against the ashtray and wait for it to go out naturally. Since even if a cigar's flame goes out, you can light it again and still smoke it. Hade knows this, of course, which means then that the moment before the staff officer came to him, he already didn't have any intention of smoking a cigar any further. That would signal that he knew he was taking his leave shortly. I get it. You might be right there. Guess I should have known more about how you smoke a cigar then. So that'd mean that the question about the semifinals was an inconvenient topic for Hade. I can't say with 100% certainty, but it was because Hade felt it was a sign. That was how Hiroto perceived the reaction. In regard to the question itself, Hade likely could have come up with any number of stopgap answers. However, he was scared of treading the waters that lay beyond it. Though there isn't anyone who can hope to best master Hiroto during face-to-face negotiations. He likely understood that for himself. He hammered home the linchpin, the possibility of a collaborative relationship, and left. Although our side obtained more information, the conversation ended with him achieving his bare minimum goal, too. He's acting very carefully on one hand, but on the other, he's resolute. If Haid the Flashpoint intends to win against Rosclay in the second round, it seems he has some sort of big trick up his sleeve when the time comes, said Zijida Zogi. A big one, huh? Dant bitterly murmured. Big ambitions, big goals, a mighty hero. That's all it is with him, and everyone else too. After this meeting, Ozonesma the Capricious lost. The all-powerful and horrible trump card that had been hidden even to Hiroto's camp was Ozonesma's own cursed past itself. As someone who knew the true hero, he would eradicate all those who fraudulently claimed this achievement. Realizing the very goal he had been risking his life for was a mistake, he chose to withdraw himself. Dant visited Hiroto's room on the third floor of the apartment complex in order to give him the full account. Ozonesma lost. So I heard. I want to ask you something. Did you think he was going to win? With a relatively high probability at that. To be honest, I'm having a hard time believing it myself. Hiroto wore an almost bitter smile. So even the gray-haired child can have poor judgment, huh? Yes, unfortunately. For Dant, it was a complicated fact. It certainly wasn't that Hiroto the Paradox had the strength to always calculate what was going to come and prepare for it. If anything, that was the tactician Zijida Zogi's area of expertise. Just having Hiroto the Paradox with him didn't mean he was always going to win. But seeing him look upset by the reality of Ozonesma's defeat, Dant felt like he finally was able to spot a glimpse of humanity contained within the man before him. I wanted to ask this for a while. Dant sat himself down in a chair. Currently, Zijida Zogi wasn't with them. He was out conducting his own investigation ahead of the Moro's fifth match. What is your personal goal here? Exactly as I've told you before. The resurgence of the goblins on this continent. A peaceful coexistence with the minion races. That doesn't answer my question. That's Zijida Zogi's goal, isn't it? The main fighting power of their force, from the mercenaries of the free city of Okafu, to even Ozonesma, who had been given a hero candidate slot, acted according to Zijida Zogi's strategies. In truth, the gray-haired child, considered the biggest mastermind in modern history, didn't lead his camp at all and seemed devoted to simply assisting Zijida Zogi's plan instead. Would you be satisfied if I said it was out of pure self-interest? If I'm able to gain a seat of power during a critical era of reform, then I'll be able to create vested interest for myself, even long-term. That's not it. If you were that materialistic, then we wouldn't be going through trouble like this. Even I can understand that. You've got me. I had decided to avoid speaking about this in front of my constituents, but, Hiroto vacantly stared out of the window and ran his eyes over the starlight gas lamps. For a few moments, there was nothing but silence. Then he gave a terrifying answer. I don't have any. Hiroto the Paradox let out a chuckle and then a sigh. Excuse me? It's the truth. I don't have any goal myself. A course for Zijida Zogi to re-establish the goblin race. An opportunity for Ozonesma to subjugate hero candidates. Securing a participation spot with your cooperation, General Dant, was simply to fulfill my commitment to help them with each of their different goals, and I myself don't intend to work on a goal that goes beyond my wishes as their supporter. That's why I've been careful not to say it. It sounds like a lie, doesn't it? Constituents are funny in that they claim to want an upright politician, clean of any materialistic motivations, but inwardly, they firmly believe that such an individual can't possibly exist. That's why I am not trusted enough to speak truthfully about a goal like this. That's absurd. Dan tried to suppress the vertigo. It was inconceivable. Could there really be someone capable of behavior that essentially amounted to taking over the land's last great nation without goal or thought to any reward? Still, Dant knew. Hiroto wasn't lying. So basically, that's all there is to it. Their battle in the Six Ways exhibition here is simply compensation to their supporter. And that itself is the result you're looking for. That's right, General Dant. What do you think a politician is? Hiroto picked up a piece on the strategic map, which was still spread out on the floor. Let us say that right here is an individual named A. He has a goal he wishes to achieve, but it will be difficult to accomplish with his strength alone. Conversely, there is someone he has absolutely no contact with right here, B. B has a separate goal of his own, but just like it will be impossible with his power alone. Hold on, what do you mean by A and B? Alright, well, think of them as a type of symbol from the beyond for now. Anyway, The two of them presently don't have any knowledge of the other's existence. If things stay that way, it'll mean neither of them will achieve their goal. That's where C appears. In between the two pieces Hiroto lined up together, he placed a small additional piece. C can't do anything. He doesn't possess power that could help A or B, and he probably doesn't even have accurate knowledge regarding their goal at all. He's the weakest of all. You're saying that supposing A and C or B and C pooled their power together, they'd still only be able to display the same amount of power as if they were alone? That's right. However, C possesses a power that these other two don't. The weakest one among the three gathered is good friends with both A and B. Through C's intermediation, A and B form a brilliant cooperative relationship, and they can achieve both their goals. Perhaps there might be a bit of compensation for C. The end result is that all three characters are able to become happy together. This C is a politician. The sound of a carriage cantering down the faraway road faintly reached the pair. All was calm. In the small apartment complex room, where no other eyes could reach them, Hiroto was giving a speech to a lone listener. There are those who assert that a politician needs to have charisma that attracts others, proper knowledge and strategy, conversation skills to prevent any slip of the tongue, and a grand vision of the future. This understanding is mistaken. It's best to pass things off to those capable of such feats. I believe that the only power a politician requires is the ability to become friends with anyone. Connecting through personal relationships, those seeking power for their goals, and those who can lend power for their goals. For that, a politician's will isn't required and won't have any problems, whatever the goal may be. Since it is the politician's supporters who should decide that. Basically, this is what you're getting at. Hiroto the paradox. 1. You alone were born a politician. And 2. As a politician, you're not doing anything out of the ordinary. If the people desire an honest and upright politician with no self-interests, then that is the politician they will get. Hiroto the paradox's outward appearance was young. However, there was no mistake that he had lived longer than Dant. A visitor's age was their age when they were driven from the world of the beyond. Had he recognized the structure of society through this viewpoint of his all while in his early teens? That is nothing more than extreme populism. If you keep chaotically realizing your supporters' wishes, then society will eternally stagnate. If you're not lying right now, then I think what you're describing is a truly nightmarish politician, said Dant. Perhaps. However, I'm able to choose for myself who to receive support from as well. The Queen's faction, which Dant belonged to, was the weakest in all Oriatia, and it generally would have been the very first group stamped out during the Six Ways exhibition. And yet, regardless of the actual circumstances at play, Dant was still able to keep fighting. He was borrowing the power of goblins, mercenaries, and this mysterious visitor politician. Was that really all because Hiroto had chosen for himself whom to make his ally? Hiroto the paradox. I heard you created a goblin-nation state. That's right. Why did you decide to ally yourself with goblins? Hiroto was, without any doubt, a Minia. When he came from the beyond, Minian civilization was surely the first one he came into contact with. Allying with one of the minion-eating monstrous races, and in addition, leading the goblins, with their strikingly low intelligence, to common sensibilities, was an inconceivable judgment to make. That's something I don't fully understand myself, actually. Hiroto laughed a bit and looked at his own hands. It wasn't clear where exactly Hiroto the paradox's deviance as a visitor lay. Was it his silver tongue? His negotiation skills? A mentality that didn't possess any desire of his own? I thought that would make them better. Or was it a different, far more fundamental ability? Make them better? You're saying that there was such room to improve among the goblins back then? Yes, undoubtedly. General Dant, why were the goblins driven away from this continent? Don't ask me questions you already know the answer to. Because they caused harm to minion races and ate them. In that case, what about goblins who don't eat humans? What do you mean? The monstrous races ate the minion races. As long as this fundamental principle existed, the sort of new society Zijida Zogi and Hiroto aimed for, where they would coexist together, could never arrive. However, as long as Hiroto's committed pledge to Zijida Zogi didn't waver, it meant the means did exist. Indeed, they've gotten better. He smiled in the darkness. That problem has already been taken care of. In Oriatia's seedy canal town, there was a tavern called the Cellar Steer. A tavern without the hint of any glamorous performances that simply served cheap liquor. A year ago, the owner's daughter had played on a shoddy clavier, but she was wedded to someone in Togi City, and the customers had dwindled from yesteryear. Nevertheless, there still remained some number of strange birds that enjoyed this semi-basement, gloomy, and dust-covered interior, and the scoundrels sitting in their seats, conversing together, were very much the type. It ain't no arrow. I know this. This thing's called a heart, see? Hee hee, you know, like in your chest. No heart looks anything like this. You sure? Wait, so this rounded area at the top's supposed to be the atrium? Those visitors got some weird sensibilities, ain't they? But thanks to me being here, now you know, right? One of the trading partners with my little brother's shop, they got themselves a visitor. I'm positive. That's a heart. Fine, I get it. We'll say it's a heart then. The club's a tree mark. The diamond's a jewel. All right, so what the hell's a spade? This looks even more like an arrow than a heart, yeah? You dumbass. It's got to have some sort of object it's based off, like the other three, right? It ain't an arrow. Is it a tree or something? That'd overlap with a club, right? You know, way I see it, there's got to be a spade thing shaped like this. Over there in their world, see? There was a voice that cut into their worthless conversion. Looks like you're having fun. The three stopped their conversation, looked over at the new customer, and realized it was a face they recognized. A construct wrapped up in rags. Hey there, Sound Slicer. Got some fun news or something, did you, Sound Slicer? Who's to say? Is that some game from the beyond you got there? His white fingers picked up the card. The joints were exposed as well, and they were pure white in the truest definition of the word. His name was Shulk the Sound Slicer, an empty frame that still lived on after losing his life and memories, a skeleton. We found on a job this morning. We're using him for a new gambling game. Color cards will be way more fun for gambling, won't they? The quality of the Beyond's games is pretty hit or miss. Oh yeah, of course, but who doesn't want a bit of change now and then? What are you here for? Shulk pulled a chair from a neighboring table and sat down. My match is coming up and all, so now I'm looking for the rundown on the hero candidates. Any of you see some of the matches up until the fourth match? That'd be me. Saw the first, second, and fourth. I only saw the third and fourth. I saw the second, the fourth, and man, I bought ticket for the fifth match too. Even got my girl a seat. Heh, that's awful. Did you get your money back? No. Elbkoza peddlers are the worst, I swear. I ain't ever buying their stuff again. You can count on that. There were some who laid out complex and mysterious conspiracies in order to investigate the strengths and weaknesses of the 16 hero candidates. Page 15. However, Shulk the Sound Slicer took a simpler and more certain approach. In vast Oriatia, there were countless audience members who had seen the Six Ways exhibition for themselves. There were more than a few who had bought Oriatia citizenship just to watch the latest. Royal Games. He just needed to hear their witness accounts straight from the horse's mouth. There's also a reason he picked these sorts of taverns while he wandered about. These kinds of scoundrels worked jobs of a similar class as the construct mercenary, and few of them had any aversion toward other races. On top of that, they also hosted a clientele who could observe the match with the eyes of a warrior. Ever since he had made contact with the Magic at the Blue Beetle, Shulk had been putting a lot of work into this honest information gathering of his. Of course, Shulk's movements had probably already been leaked to the smarter candidates, but there wasn't any major issue with his own information getting out there. He didn't have any relationships, like family or friends, that would be put in danger if targeted, and even if an enemy appeared right before his match to try assassinating him or injuring him, he thought he could just handle it when it happened. Shulk the Sound Slicer's strength was he could still make it with time to spare, even if he moved after his opponent. Did you buy seats, Sound Slicer? Even though you're a hero candidate yourself? I watched all of them except the second match. And the fifth, too. What happened with the second match? I was omitted from the caravan lottery. Probably didn't want to let a dead body on board and get mistaken for a funeral car. The day for the second match, I had a forced march anyway. For that one, I've just got to pat myself on the back. A stocky ruffian smacked his chest proudly. I had a car booked before the first match and made arrangements to get on the next ride out there. I'm the biggest winner out of this gang. It was the second match where everyone got evacuated mid-fight, right? They tacked that onto the caravan booking fee, so you lost out. Bah, you're too stingy about what really counts. That's your problem. We're talking Luck Noka, the winter here. I ain't seen anything like that breath of hers. I even got a look at Uhalus, the Star Runner's treasures, too. 3 glasses were brought over to them. Drinks Shulk had ordered. Putting them in front of the 3 as a gift, he continued his questions. If those eyes of yours aren't hollow holes like mine here, then you're probably the best to ask about the second match. Before that, though, how'd the first match look to you? Oh, that fight? Taroa the Awful's enchanted swords ended up being the real deal after all. He had a whole lineup of enchanted swords, and despite it all, he got trounced by a lowly ooze. Oh yeah, least, that's what some bums are spouting. That's where I come in. I saw everything real clear. Those techniques ain't something you learn through regular sword training, I'll tell you that. You think if he was in front of you, you'd catch his movements when he was switching out swords? Honestly made my blood run cold. I agree there. During that match, Cyanop's ability to read Taroa's movements was frighteningly precise. It felt like no matter what enchanted sword he swapped to, the ooze seemed able to handle every technique and characteristic they had. That might be that guy's strength. Shulk improved his estimations of the large man in front of him, too. Given that he was able to verbalize the main strength of Taroa in the match, Shulk might be able to get some helpful information about the second match from him as well. Shulk turned the conversation to include the gloomy man sitting beside the larger one. You're the one who saw the third match. I'm not a big fan of these types of events, but I have a personal debt to the 14 General and use that connection for a chance to watch. Then let me ask you about that match. Duh. Can't help feeling like the story around that match is off. You're not the only one. The others I went and met with tonight were the same, and I'm the same. The match should have been an impressive spectacle, too. What was it? I don't really want to think about it. Ozanesma, the Capricious. At first, for the third match, Shulk had turned his attention towards Sudru the Willow Sword, a deviant visitor he had briefly crossed swords with during the Lithia War. Throughout his entire life, this man was the only one who had ever been able to cross swords with Shulk the Sound Slicer straight on. He thought the match was going to be a good opportunity to see his skills one more time, right up until the actual start of the match. Sudru's opponent, Ozanesma the Capricious, was the strongest chimera in the land. That was clear. An innumerable number of arms that seemed to blaspheme the minion form. Knife-throwing skills that launched the blades like beams of light, detaching his physical body. Still, though, Shulk the Sound Slicer thought, is all that really something to be scared of at this point? Well, I'm a dead body already. Shulk had tried to search for the true identity of this fear, but he had yet to meet anyone who could accurately guess the reason behind it. In any event, Ozanesma lost. Certainly not an unwelcome result for the remaining hero candidates. Appearing unable to bear the silence that had changed the atmosphere at the table, the shorter man chimed in. Let's talk about the fourth match. Ah, yeah, this is what I've been waiting for. Roseclay really is the greatest guy in the world. Huh? Can't believe he stuck it out through all that. Yeah, I don't know. I keep saying this, but he should have cut Kia down before he got his legs broken. I don't know what sort of Urdu was using the poor girl, but an accomplice is still an accomplice. Rosclay's dumb. Excuse me? Did I just hear the dumbest thing I've ever heard? What's wrong with saving a kid's life? Go ahead, enlighten me. Lee Yison, the enemy factored that in and chose a girl like Kia on purpose to send out there. Him not killing Kia meant he ended up caught in their trap. Wait. In the end, who was behind it all in the first place? That's what I'm curious about. I don't know, but the Iznok school comes to mind immediately, given the sordid arranged word arts she was capable of. But even they're not that good, right? The assembly hasn't made an official announcement, either. Who cares? The important thing is that Roseclay managed to hold out against that sick word arts attack, without harming the kid at all the whole time to boot. He knew the real enemy he was supposed to defeat. That's a true champion right there. Now, who was this big shot asshole who had the gall to complain about that? Huh, I get it. Fine. I'll apologize. Esteemed General Roseclay is a true champion. I'll treat you to some pork sausage or something, so come on, cheer up. TCH, you just want to eat some for yourself. Absolute nonsense. Shulk didn't have anything regarding the fourth match that was worth bringing up. In regard to Rosclay's match, he merely thought that the man had desperately done the best he could to win out in the end. It was a mystery what sort of mechanism the young girl Kia had utilized to accomplish those attacks of hers. Thus, between the two, Kia was no doubt the more troublesome one to have advance into the next round. Roseclay had overturned what should have been a complete and certain victory and advanced on instead, while being heavily injured in the process. All things considered, Roseclay could probably say it was a fortunate result. As for the one who lost, though, is it really okay not to think about that yet? If Kia herself was capable of such tremendous word arts, not that Shulk himself believed she could be at all, the possibility she could still be out there somewhere in Oriatia might end up being incredibly dangerous. The next was the fifth. Shulk had some questions about the magic as well. Their relationship started and ended with the brief conversation they had at the Blue Beetle, but Tu that day appeared to possess an invincible body and spirit. That same Tu was supposed to have cowered at the true duel and refused to appear in the 5th match. Shulk had no way of knowing what had actually happened. On the 7th match, it was likely simple luck. Shulk the Sound Slicer, his match coming later down the line, had been given the chance to look over the whole picture of the 6 Ways exhibition. This battle wasn't a simple clash of combat prowess. If his match had come sooner, he might have been defeated without even learning that much. I probably should have thought through my moves a bit more carefully, huh? There was a man lying in wait at the top of the stairs to the surface when Shulk exited the establishment. The man held an umbrella, and the skeleton realized it had begun drizzling while Shulk was in the tavern. He was a plump man with a mysterious machine of some kind hanging from his neck. What? Shulk wasn't so reckless as to make an attack without saying a word. He merely called out to the man, sounding annoyed. "Oh, okay if we chat, then. Do you have time?" asked Shulk. "All I asked you was what?" Well, let's start with introductions, then. My name is Yukiharu the Twilight Diver. As far as what I am, I suppose I would be a news reporter. How exactly would you like me to answer that? That I'll rephrase. What do you want? Yukiharu the Twilight Diver. If this man was who he claimed to be, he was the land's apex information broker, known even in Okafu. There were also rumors that given his abnormal gifts of survival, treading through all sorts of certain death to grab his information, perhaps he was, in fact, a visitor from the beyond. Mr. Shulk the Sound Slicer, there is someone who wishes to employ you. Depends on who and for what. Go on. The commission comes from the gray-haired child. The job would be searching for hidden vampires and corpses. Vampires? In this day and age, and here in Oriatia? Ah, right. Vampires are seen as a frontier epidemic, aren't they? Still, this commission is completely serious. There are suspicions that there's a source of vampiric contagion active here in Oriatia, and their corpses have infiltrated several organizations, including the Oriatia Army. The pay. Information regarding the true hero. What does that sound? Shulk stopped walking and turned around toward Yukiharu for the first time. A friendly smile, save for the apparatus around his neck. He looked like any other rotund man he could find on any street corner. Sounds like you've looked into me pretty well. The new Principality of Lithia, then the Free City of Okafu. You're roaming between the countries of self-proclaimed demon kings because you're searching to see if there are any traces of the hero left in the final land. Yes? Shulk the Sound Slicer didn't know who exactly he was himself. It was said that the hero who killed the true demon king had yet to be found. Even their body. Ever since this skeleton life of his began, terror and irritation would stir in his empty chest whenever he heard the word hero. No thanks. May I ask the reason why? Because I'm participating in the 6 Ways exhibition. I've accepted a job from my sponsor to advance through this tournament. See, I don't really want to take on 2 overlapping commissions. I understand. Well, that's fine. I didn't think you'd be immediately receptive to the idea. Yukiharu waved his hand back and forth. It was almost as if he had known Shulk was going to answer this way. If you're really Yukiharu the Twilight Diver, this is a great chance. Let me ask you something. Shulk looked up at the sky, covered in thick clouds. The light from the gas lamps illuminating the road flickered and twinkled, perhaps a side effect from the rain. Have you ever tried to search for who the hero is? Outside the final land, yes. However, the timing of the true Demon King's death is a bit vague. I couldn't even collect eyewitness accounts about if someone was heading toward the final land or not. It's natural, really. There wasn't anyone still sane around there. In that case, just a guess is fine. If there was indeed a true hero, then what does the world's premier information broker, Yukiharu the Twilight Diver, think he was like? Shulk, in both Lithia and in Okafu, you always postponed your reward information on the final land until the last minute. You could have even gone there on your own 2 feet. After all, in my eyes, you seem to be searching for the hero as though you're making sure you absolutely never find him. That's how it looks to you. He was right. Shulk should have wanted to know the truth more than anyone else, but at the same time, he wished for the exact opposite. Yukiharu laughed cynically. Haha, it's not just you, Shulk. In truth, everyone has understood for a long while, and are just pretending they don't. I mean, am I wrong? The more you know about the terror of the true Demon King, the more obvious it becomes, doesn't it? It was said that the hero who killed the true Demon King had yet to be found. Even their body. Perhaps this wasn't because no one had been able to find them, but instead. The true hero is terrifying. It was over 10 years ago. At Sign Riverstead, there was an area called the Needle Forest that had been there for a long, long time. Thick metal pillars stuck out from the hill like a grove of trees, and when one gazed up at the hill from the village, it looked like a mountain of needles. Melee the Horizon's roar was always in the Needle Forest. He'd sleep like a log for however long he wanted to and stay sprawled out as he gazed up at the shapes of the clouds. If someone came to visit from the village, he would begrudgingly keep them company. On that day, there was a child visiting Melee from the village. "Why are you sleeping?" The child was named Misna. The young boy's personality made it hard for him to fit in with the other children, and he always did everything alone. Wearing glasses so thick that they seemed to be little more than shaved-down lumps of glass, he held a grammar book of the order's script underneath his arm. Melee had heard he was the cleverest kid among the village children. Not that Melee seriously remembered that sort of small stuff. "I can sleep or get up whenever I damn well feel like it." Noon already. In truth, Melee had been awake for a little while at that point. He just felt too bothered to get up and simply found himself wanting to watch the sky's color change for a little while. Such days continued on for a spell after the Demon King army had passed by Sign Riverstead. "Why didn't you fight, Melee?" Melee scratched his neck, not understanding the intentions behind the remark. Misna's words were often perplexing, in a different way from the other young children, and he never knew how to approach them. "Everyone is saying that you're a champion who saved our village." "I don't think so at all." "Oh yeah, that right? Well, doesn't make a difference to me what a runt like you might think about me." One small month earlier, this village had been threatened with annihilation. The true Demon King and the Demon King army, which accompanied them, had surged up close to the village's border. The beasts in the forest began to go mad, and bodies were found of birds and rabbits tangled up together and eating one another. A large number of deer had thrown themselves into the river, and the villagers had locked up their doors and windows in several layers to ensure none of the children accidentally laid eyes on the Demon King army. It was only a matter of time before the madness spread to the residents of Sign Riverstead. There was very little Melee could do. He had simply stood on top of the hill and glared at the Demon King army. The gigant, who had been lying on his back for 250 years, kept his colossal black bow ready to fire at a moment's notice and remained standing there from before sunrise till long after sunset. It continued like this for several days. The villagers were worried for Melee, who was no longer eating or cracking light-hearted jokes, but they, too, remained unable to do anything in the face of the surging terror. The tension seemed close to rending the village itself apart. And then they passed on by. The Demon King army went around the small village and headed off toward some other place. "Listen here, go home and take a nap yourself." "Me? I can barely keep these eyes open," said Melee. "Is it true that you're the one who stops the flooding every year?" "Hell if I know. I'm just practicing with my bow." "They say that you're the one who shoots down all the wyverns that come to the village." "It's my food. I ain't handing any of my grub over to you guys." Misna looked up at Melee, tears filling his eyes. In contrast to his matter-of-fact tone, his face seemed to be mixed with anger and frustration. "If you're so strong, why didn't you fire any arrows?" Page 16. The true Demon King was nearby. You could have killed them. If you had just shot them, everyone would have been saved. Everyone in the world. Still lying down, Melee absent-mindedly extended out his dominant right hand, opening and closing it. The true Demon King had come right up next to the village. If he had shot his arrow, it would have reached them. Melee's arrows brought unilateral destruction, impossible to defend against. Even without precise knowledge of the true Demon King's whereabouts, he could have laid complete and utter waste to the entire topography itself. Anyone should have been able to arrive at such a simple conclusion. So why hadn't he been able to shoot? Shooting arrows tires me out. It's a big pain in the ass, so I didn't. That's not it. You avoided it. Why you were scared of the true Demon King and couldn't shoot your bow. You could have saved us all, but you didn't have the courage to do it. The true Demon King had annihilated the true Northern Kingdom. In order to fight the terror threatening the world, the remaining two kingdoms had been gathering soldiers from all over the land and strategizing about how to eradicate the true Demon King. What about luring them to a city deep in the mountains and burning the whole mountain down with them? What about building moats and walls too big for the true Demon King to scale and isolating them? What about throwing poison in the wells along their invasion route and making them run out of food and starve? What about using an artificial pathogen or a giant army of constructs to take them down? Perhaps this time, they would finally be able to defeat the true Demon King. Maybe, just maybe, there was still hope left in the world. Such attempts ended without accomplishing anything. There were stories of operation commanders going mad. Stories of the soldiers suddenly deserting right before they were meant to enact their plan. Stories of citizens opposing things from a humanitarian perspective. Or in some cases, it was none of these things, and it simply faded naturally. For some reason, no one was able to pull the trigger to destroy the enemy of all. Any and all will to fight against this enemy was stolen. Unable to do what was needed, they found themselves doing what they shouldn't instead. Anyone in the world, no matter who it was, no matter how far away they were, whether they were openly opposing them or not, would be forced to confront that terror. Such was the true Demon King. I should have been able to fire. In truth, Melee had awakened long before Misna's visit. With his body lying down, he had continued to ponder the same thing over and over again. The entire time, long after the Demon King army had passed by Sign Riverstead. All I could do was stand at the ready. You saved the village, but the Demon King army. They went past this village and destroyed Gilano Forestland. My friend Urin lived there. Like I'd know. Don't give a rat's ass either way. Long as I get to protect my napping spot, that's good enough for me. Anywhere else has got nothing to do with me. But all the adults. It's cruel. They treat you like a champion, and you couldn't shoot at all, when you know the truth better than anyone, and you're really fine with that. Doesn't it bother you? The villagers said that Melee had won, that the Sign Riverstead's guardian had driven off the Demon King army. They were wrong. Melee had lost to the terror. For the first time, he hadn't been able to shoot at an enemy he needed to defeat. If he just had a bit more courage, if he was just a bit stronger, the Melee of the past might have been able to shoot the true Demon King. He couldn't help thinking so. I told you, I don't care, okay? Enough of your shouting already. Go home. I want to get back to sleep already. I thought that our Melee could have become a real hero. Misna didn't say anything further, and his tiny back descended down the hill. From the next day, Melee no longer saw Misna anywhere. He heard later that the following day after his visit to Melee's hill, Misna boarded a caravan and left the village. That the boy had decided to study outside the village and fight against the true Demon King on his own. However, that was all, since that true Demon King was never defeated by any champion. Several years passed by. Melee remembered the day a single lone wyvern flew down to the Needle Forest. Although a wyvern appearing in the Sign Riverstead was a somewhat rare occurrence, to Melee, it wasn't a matter worth remembering, and he knocked an arrow to his black bow, just like always. He didn't use one of the iron pillars in moments like this when he was driving wyverns away. It was an arrow made with craft arts out of soil. However, at the time, Melee kept his arrow nocked and waited until this wyvern perched itself atop one of the iron pillars sticking out of the mountain. He could tell that with this opponent, if they engaged in a fight, neither of them would make it out of the scrap unscathed. This wyvern had 3 arms growing from his body. So your Melee the Horizon's roar. His name was Uhloose the Star Runner, the strongest wyvern in the land, irrigating all the legendary treasures remaining in the world and crushing champions beneath him. His arrival always meant the end for the legends at his destination. And what if I ain't got nothing here, except for me? Melee dauntlessly smiled, yet replied in a low tone. The fact that Uhloose the Star Runner had appeared meant Melee's turn had come. A great number of this world's legends hadn't been able to take down this wyvern, but Melee the Horizon's roar could do it. Sign Riverstead was home to a peaceful people. For over 250 years, no enemy had appeared worthy of Melee's full power. Finally come here to do me in. I'm happy to hear it, Uhloose the Star Runner. He drew power into the hand holding his black bow. If he was going to attack, the sooner the better. With one shot, carved out from the hill, he'd scatter dirt and sand into the air and take away Uhluse's ability to fly freely. If Uhloose avoided it by flying low, he'd use a trajectory that'd send him down over the village's pastures. Melee was unable to fire, even though he was well inside his bow range. Uhloose the Star Runner stood stock still atop a pillar and quietly observed Melee. That bow, is it strong? Curious, are ya? I don't know who the hell out there made it or whatever materials they used, but this fella doesn't break no matter what. Gonna try stealing this then, you scaly pigeon? No thanks. Looks like a pain to carry around. For this rogue, it was enough of a reason to give up on an item for his collection. On the other hand, it meant that with a black bow, a weapon Uhloose could use, he would have absolutely stolen it from him. Besides, your real treasure, isn't that? Uhulus craned his head and looked in the direction of Sign Riverstead. What does it feel like? You don't know a damn thing about me. What the hell are you here for, Star Runner? Mir didn't take his fingers off his arrow. Melee was an ancient Gigant warrior. He hadn't only fought against floods and wyvern flocks, but krakens and dragons as well. His proudest accomplishment was battling and winning against all such opponents, and nothing should have made him happier than to face off against a powerful opponent. And yet, what would happen if he did? He'd be forced to fight here at Sign Riverstead. He wouldn't have it any other way. If you're looking for a fight, then I'll give you just that. There was a voice whispering to him the same question he had heard when the Demon King army surged close to the village. What are you afraid of? Past Melee hadn't needed to protect anything. He had been able to throw his own life away if it was all for the thrill of battle. He was strong and courageous. Until he had laid down roots here in Sign Riverstead. What the hell's that crap? Doesn't matter. Ain't got nothing to do with it. He had spent the impossibly long years of his Gigant life polishing his skills with the ultimate bow. He always hit his mark, and he always destroyed his targets. But should Melee the Horizon's roar fight with everything he had, what would then come of Sign Riverstead? This small village couldn't hope to withstand his full fighting power. This place was an all-too-miniature village of Minia, the gap in scale so vast that he was unable to live together with them. If the arc of his arrow grazed the ground, the village would be unrooted entirely, and if his colossal body ran through it, he'd crush both their houses and their fields. It had been the same on that day when the Demon King army was right in front of his eyes. He became unable to do the very thing he had always wished for. This Gigant, more powerful than any other, could do exactly that simply by letting go of his finger. And yet Melee the Horizon's roar was scared. Uhulus didn't move. Did he think that Melee wouldn't shoot? Or perhaps Uhulus the Star Runner, having witnessed all the treasures across the land, had managed to see through to what type of treasure Melee now found himself needing to protect. I'll say it one more time. What do you want? Asked Melee. Nothing really. Uhulus turned his head in a completely different direction, as if Melee's existence was of no concern to him. He didn't seem interested in the slightest with anything that didn't capture his interest. From the very beginning, he hadn't appeared there looking for a fight. I just wanted to ask you, that's all. What it feels like. Well, what feels like. Having a homeland, a country, his puny village? Like hell it's any of that stuff. Melee's true treasure wasn't this black bow he had from the time of the Word Maker, nor was it the iron needles stuck into the mountain, nor even his pride as the strongest in the land. It had all been supplanted somewhere along the line. Had the ancient Gigant, while living under the standards of the small and weak, accidentally grown smaller and weaker himself as well? He felt scared to lose this village. It ain't bad, Melee said, trying to laugh it off. Sign Riverstead had been a shackle to him. In the Needle Forest, Melee continued to protect this village from the flooding that came once a year. As long as he was here, he would never be able to truly battle. It ain't bad, having a place you belong. Nevertheless, he didn't want to blame the villagers for him growing weaker. Sign Riverstead wasn't at fault at all. Things like this happened when one lived for a long time. It wasn't bad. It was much, much better than fighting to his heart's content and annihilating the tiny village instead. That's what he believed. Really. Uhulus flapped his wings wide. His visit to the Needle Forest had been for a remarkably trivial reason, purely just to ask Melee his question. Hey, Uhulus, Melee shouted as Uhulus was taking his leave. He asked a question like a past child had asked him once before. Why don't you fight? If you're all about bringing down the world's legends, there's one of them who's a hell of a lot bigger than the rest, right? The strongest one out there, the one who no one's able to bring down. Oh, you mean the true Demon King. Having conquered legends far and wide, this wyvern could have defeated such a person and become a hero. There may have been a lot of people who selfishly placed their hopes in Uhulus, the Star Runner. However, Uhulus didn't fight for anyone. He was always fickle and lived free. His way of life was the exact opposite of Melee, who had chosen bondage for the sake of the villagers he needed to protect. The Demon King doesn't have anything, right? No treasure, or place they belong. Defeating them's meaningless. The wyvern was right. The true Demon King was sure to be alone, without anything to protect. His wings disappeared far off into the chartreuse sky, waiting for dusk. The legend and the Legend Slayer parted ways without a fight. It had been Melee's sole chance in the past 250 years. He leaves with a sorry excuse like that. The gigant, left behind without anyone to fight, stayed standing alone on the hill. Melee the horizon's roar, holding his true shot bow, for the second time in his life, let his target get away. Excuse me. What do you get off? Sleeping past noon. Then present day, a shrill voice echoed through Oriatia's gigant town. Oriatia's 25th general, Cain, the Sky Thunder. He was Melee the Horizon's roar sponsor. Why, evening will be here soon. Pipe down, will ya? Melee the Horizon's roar opened his eyes underneath the roof. House though it was plainly built little more than a giant box, with 4 walls and a ceiling constructed in a rush. Compared with the other gigants staying in Oriatia's gigant town, he easily required 4 times as much area for himself. Hiv, my fault. Are you still half asleep? Is that it? Have a dream or something? That was it. He had a dream. Long happy days, peaceful, and starved for battle. Well, see, how can I put it? Just let myself get a bit happy is all. This wasn't Sign Riverstead. None of the small, weak friends he needed to protect were here, either. He could be his strong former self, without anything to fear. Everyone had wished for it. Sign Riverstead's colossal hero would be appearing in the 7th match. A true legend, spoken of together with Luknoka the Winter. Melee the Horizon's roar. He had waited 250 years for this chance. It ain't bad, having a place you belong. The strong and powerful were gathering together. Oriatia's 19th minister, Hayaka the Heat Haze, was sometimes called a young prodigy. Looking from one side of things, that was a possible interpretation. Hayaka the Heat Haze wasn't quite as young as Miziel the Iron-Piercing Plumeshade or Elia the Red Tag. And he didn't have either the superb brains of Hito the Clamp or KY, the Moon Fragment, nor the excellent physical abilities of Quell the Waxflower. Hayaka's reason for being in his present position was due to a single occasion of good fortune. In the past, there was a visitor named Louisa the Morning Dew, a self-proclaimed demon king. By spreading a new variety of wheat that was extremely tenacious and resistant to bugs and diseases, she completely changed the ecology of the eastern farmlands. On top of that, she brought tenant farmers with her when she seceded from Oriatia, creating a massive food crisis. Negotiations with Louisa, appealing for a radical reformation to the system of farmland ownership, had broken down a number of times, and while a military clash seemed nigh unavoidable, the man chosen to serve as the diplomat was Hayaka. Lacking experience and given the job, even when, by that point, the Oriatia Assembly's policy had already been decided, there were even dubious voices suggesting he may have just been appointed to allow the former 29th minister to flee from his responsibility in starting the war. However, with his seat at the peace negotiations, little more than a formality at that point, the situation completely changed. Louisa, the Morning Dew, seemed to take a one-sided fancy to something in Hayaka's personality and what he said. Things went almost absurdly smoothly from that point until both sides reached peace. Hayaka was thought to have exceptional executive abilities that brought with him great successes, the reason behind such successes being a mystery to Hayaka himself, until he was sworn in as the 19th minister in charge of the agricultural division. I was simply lucky. It was Hayaka's custom to admonish himself with this mantra. Oriatia's 29 officials were a realm where bureaucrats, far more capable than him, exerted influence over minion race politics. It was inconceivable to think something convenient specifically for Hayaka would occur a second time, in which case his next accomplishment absolutely needed to be through his own efforts. That was what he believed. There was an opportunity to do just that, too. The 6 Ways exhibition. He had single-handedly found the nameless skeleton mercenary who'd slayed the Kazuki, the Black Tone. Luckily, the end of the war with the free city of Okafu was a big part of it as well. It allowed him to sponsor Shulk the Sound Slicer, a former Okafu mercenary, as a hero candidate. However, Shulk the Sound Slicer. He called out the name of his hero candidate right as he threw the door open. The room was in a luxurious in Oriatia's central district. Shulk the Sound Slicer was leaning up against the back wall and gazing outside the window at the night cityscape. Hayaka brought both legs together, adjusted his posture, and looked up Shulk, who was taller than the Minion Man. I heard, you were apparently present during the violent fracas at the Blue Beetle. Why can't you immediately report that sort of stuff to me? It's outrageous that I, your sponsor, am not being informed of what's happening with his own candidate without hearing about it from other officials. Page 17. A fracas? That's the phrasing you all use for a minor scrape like that. Shulk the Sound Slicer's skull face had no expression. This was just as true whenever he joked and spoke sarcastically. I'll be more careful next time, but should I immediately report to you stuff like a rock in the road someone could trip over, or if the booze I ordered is out of stock too? Don't belittle me. Thank you very much. Hayaka sat down at the table in the middle of the room, poured himself a drink, and held his cup in both hands, taking a big gulp. This room was rented by Hayaka the Heat Haze as well. After investigating the crime and safety in the surrounding districts, as well as the level of service each ensured their lodgers, he had picked one that was also equipped with perfect security protections. However, all that effort seemed totally useless to this guest himself, who would go out walking the city streets night in and night out. Don't get too rowdy with the alcohol now, said Shulk. I should be asking you to stop trouncing around to different taverns when you can't even drink yourself, especially the haunts of the low-class scoundrels. Are you trying to degrade the hero candidate's integrity? About my own way of thinking about things. And I don't have a lot of fond memories associated with inns like this. Shulk had never shown any interest in the high-quality bottle of alcohol the inn provided every night. Obviously, he wouldn't. Skeletons didn't need food or drink, and may not have needed a safe place to stay at all. Hayaka was only able to provide him with lodgings based on Minia's standards of quality. I'm sure you can fend off the likes of a petty thief, but the ones seriously out to assassinate you aren't going to hesitate. If you value your life, I wouldn't be dropping by this room too much. Hayaka silently drained the next glass. For him, he had wished for his hero candidate to be nothing more than a tool. However, it was then he was faced with nothing but an all too reasonable reality. Someone possessing power that far eclipsed his own was never going to obediently serve under him as his tool in the first place. Shulk the Sound Slicer didn't want anything. Neither food, women, nor money could be used as a bargaining chip against the dead. Hayaka couldn't even imagine it. How were the other sponsors controlling their own hero candidates? Damn it all. You okay? You're not going to tell me you can't hold your liquor after chugging it down like that, right? What? Does it matter to you? What, Hayaka? Come to fetch at me again, have you? A noontime cafe. The man sitting in a seat on the terrace was the 15th General, Hayzesta, the gathering spot. That's not it. Hayaka got the sense he was constantly being tormented by misbehaviors like the man in front of him. It had always been like this before he even got involved with Shulk the Sound Slicer. General Hayzesta, just today I had multiple women come up to talk with me. There have been 6 complaints as well. And for some reason, all of them came to me. Do you realize how much trouble this is causing for me? Oh, 6 complaints. Yeah, I tried seducing 8 today, but if that's the case, that means 2 showed some interest. Ain't bad. Hayzesta's voice and laugh were always lower-pitched, even lower than a male opera singer. He was uncouth, with a large frame. A military officer who gave the completely opposite first impression compared with small and fidgety Hayaka. It is bad. First of all 6 of the people who came to see me were married. For among them, even had grandchildren. I cannot fathom how such a frivolous and irresponsible man like you ended up in the 29 officials. See, you're kvetching after all. Nye-he-he-he. As it was for almost all the military officers among the 29 officials, Hayzesta, the gathering spot, too, had been included in their ranks thanks to his past battlefield achievements. However, there was a fundamental problem with him as a government official, his terrible behavior. Thus, there were not very many, even among the other 29 officials, who willingly involved themselves with Hayzesta. Hayaka had never seen anyone besides himself lecture the man about his behavior straight to his face. Despite being over a decade younger than the man, for some reason, this responsibility had landed on Hayaka's shoulders. First of all, General Hayzesta, what are you even doing during the day? I'm always the one who's forced to figure out where in hell's name you are, and whether you're goofing off or actually working. Come on, I'm doing a bunch of stuff on my end too, okay? The 6 Ways exhibition's bound to get interesting from here, let me tell you. This isn't the time to kick back and enjoy yourself. At this point, it wasn't public knowledge that Hayzesta the gathering spot was, in fact, part of Keats' camp and actively working behind the scenes. In Hayaka's eyes, he simply came off as an even lazier man than he thought he was. Hayaka placed both hands on the table. Even if you're not a sponsor, you should address the situation seriously. The 6 Ways exhibition is an extremely important true dual event, with the future life of Oriatia on the line. Your promotion's on the line, too, and all. That's right. Wait, no, that's not it. I simply believe that being Royal Games, we should be even more disciplined than usual. And yet Shulk will go outside without my permission, and there's delinquents like you lying around, too. Oh, so you want your hero candidate to obey your orders, too, huh? Yes. Wait, no, that's not the point here. God, give up. You're a goody-goody, but still a real worldly fella, aren't you? Normally, this wasn't the time to trouble himself with a man like Zesta. His present problem was Shulk the Sound Slicer. On top of it, once he got control of Shulk, he'd have to put him up against the legendary champion, Melee the Horizon's Roar, and he needed to win. It was his sponsor, Hayaka, who needed to think about how exactly to make that happen. Nye-he-he-he. What are you laughing at now? Hayaka groaned, with his face flat on the table. This was a battle that no one else had ever experienced before. There wasn't anyone out there who could tell him how he was supposed to fight it. What am I supposed to do? Good question. Zesta let out a big yawn. I mean, you handled the arena situation pretty well, right? Should go fine if you just keep that up, yeah? This might have been the first time he had felt something was off. At this point in time, there hadn't been any negotiations at all regarding the arena for the 7th match. Hayaka learned about the fortunate change in the situation after a big month had gone by. He was in the middle of a conversation with one of his subordinates in his office. By the way, Hayaka, sir, I heard that the Dogai Basin was decided on for the 7th match. What? The Dogai Basin was a modest caldera in Oriesha's southern area. The ground had collapsed into a circle like a stadium. It was evenly leveled and surrounded by a high rock face. Indeed, the Dogai Basin was far and away the venue that would give Shulk the best advantage when going up against Melee, the Horizon's Roar. Hayaka himself had even planned on requesting it for the venue. Talk about the arenas already going around? Naturally, Hayaka had no recollection of making such an arrangement with Melee's sponsor, Kay and the Sky Thunder. There certainly hadn't been any official negotiations, but there hadn't been any talk of any personal verbal promises, either. Who exactly did you hear that from? Who? I mean, everyone's talking about it. Is that not the case? I haven't entered into any talks about the venue yet. Really? Then someone must have jumped the gun, perhaps. I myself thought that Dogai Basin would be the absolute best possible terrain for Shulk, though. Like the Mari Wastes, it was an arena removed from Oriesha City proper. Although the fighting field was spacious, due to the prominent topography that encircled the area, it didn't allow enough space for Melee's archery. The most advantageous development for me is to get Kain the Sky Thunder to agree to this venue, or it was. With Shulk's speed, far faster than Melee could knock an arrow with his sluggish giant body, he'd be able to close inside the gigant's bow range from the starting position in an instant. He could gain a decisive advantage right from the start of the match. The only arenas that could handle fights against irregularly large bodies like Lucknoka, the Winter, and Melee, the Horizon's Roar, were the Mari Wastes and Dogai Basin. With that in mind, Hayaka could understand this rumor itself. There was obviously someone making assumptions ahead of time about the venue for the 7th match. In which case, can I use this rumor to my advantage? This fact might be a second visit of good fortune for Hayaka. He proposed something to his subordinate who had brought the rumor to his attention. Could we spread that rumor around to more people? I suppose, but you haven't decided on the arena yet, right? That's exactly why. We just have to pretend any advantageous terms for the match are an established fact. If there's a rumor going around that the venue's already been decided, next can come a rumor about the number of spectator seats. Once that's dispersed enough, next can be a rumor about the day and time for the match. If the shops and citizens take it as true and everything trends toward Dogai Basin as the venue, by that point, even Kain wouldn't be able to go back on it. I'll be able to force through the exact conditions I want. There was more than enough time left until the date of their negotiations in the coordinating room. Until then, he would remove every obstacle in his way and suppress Melee the Horizon's Roar abilities before the match even begun. I might be able to do it. An unexpected exaltation welled up from within Hayaka. The strategy he just blurted out on the spot to make use of these rumors for himself didn't seem like too much of a long shot. If it succeeded, he'd gain a decisive advantage, and if it failed, it wouldn't cost him anything. Above all, this scheme was one Hayaka had thought up on his own. No, I could do it. I'll win the 6 Ways exhibition with my own abilities. The rumors about the 7th match's arena had begun spreading even among the citizenry. It was the match of Melee, the Horizon's Roar, the living legend who had protected the Sign Riverstead from any threat against it. The people were highly interested in him, only dwarfed by their interest in Roskle the Absolute, Uvulus the Star Runner, and Taroa the Awful. And when Hayaka went into the city, every day, he'd hear the topic come up around him more and more. That day, Hayaka entered a general store to do some inconsequential shopping. Good day, Hayaka, sir. I've heard the rumors about the Royal Games. Thanks. This, please, and 3 of those lamp wicks. Yes, right away. Our suppliers changed from last month, but I've already confirmed their quality for myself. Rest easy. Incidentally, will the match arena really be Dogai Basin? No, it hasn't exactly been decided on yet. Hayaka gave this sort of answer whenever he was directly asked about the subject. He was a man concerned with worldly pursuits, but he was still an upright civil official. He couldn't give false answers no matter what. However, it does seem like things will turn out like that soon. Therefore, he tempered people's impressions with responses that weren't technically lies. It could be said that this future was on the horizon, though, now that the rumor was spreading voluntarily among the people. Haha, is that right? So it's not set in stone. I assume, then, people really are talking like it is, after all. Both the blacksmith Yudi and the boss of the Sparkling Stag were saying as much. After all, I mean, it's Melee the Horizon's Roars match we're talking about here. Anyone who says they're not interested is a liar. Are tickets already being sold? I need to take care on my end to know if there are any shops accepting reservations before everything's decided. After all, for the 7th match, I haven't heard any myself. The 2nd match apparently filled up with reservations a long time ago. Is it true that Lucknoka the Winter is going to take part? Ehehe. MRRRM. I guess things aren't going to turn out that perfectly for me. If hasty shops were already getting to work, he would have been able to present the rumors of the arena as indisputable facts. However, for that reason, ticket sales were being strictly regulated. The results of any negotiations were submitted to Oriesha's 3rd minister, who was in charge of trade and commerce, Gel the Swift Ink. As long as he didn't acknowledge the situation, it would mean it'd be impossible to have the shops clear the way for him ahead of time. Though, well, that's good, said the shopkeeper. What's good? Oh no, nothing, just talking to myself. We'll be eagerly awaiting your next visit to our shop. Hayaka, sir. The rumor was spreading among the people. Things were going smoothly. That's how it seemed to Hayaka. The decisive turning point arrived 4 days ahead of the negotiations over the match conditions. Just past midday, a report suddenly came to Hayaka as he attended to his duties. My Lord Hayaka, we've received a complaint from the people. They have a matter they wish to petition you about directly. Not again. More problems with General Hayzesta. Dealing with complaints involving Hayzesta was almost becoming a routine part of Hayaka's daily workload. Hayaka didn't know the reason why, but it seemed people considered him the one to bring any complaints against Hayzesta, and it was an entirely meaningless bypass of proper procedure. Hayaka had firmly resolved to bring up this inefficiency at the next assembly meeting, no matter what. No, sir, concerns you. What? Their complaint is lodged toward you, sir. Hayaka was at a loss on how to answer. He listened to the opinions of those he governed in the agriculture division whenever necessary, and had set things up that, outside a truly serious emergency, there wouldn't be any situation that would bring the concerned parties directly to him to lodge their complaint. Then had such an emergency broken out now, of all times, with the Six Ways exhibition close on the horizon? When he headed to the reception room, unable to hide his confusion, there were already several women sitting inside. Thank you for waiting. I am a 19th Minister, Hayaka the Heat Hayes. How may I help you all today? Thank you for making time for us. I'm Ubok the Goblet Hall, Mayor of the 6th Northeastern Ward. The slender, middle-aged woman finished her slightly hasty self-introduction as soon as Hayaka sat down. She was the type of person that Hayaka didn't really enjoy dealing with the fact that she was there to lodge a complaint not helping the matter. Her position as ward mayor represented the opinions of all the citizens in her ward, and if she was making a direct petition on top of that, it was difficult even for one of the 29 officials to ignore. I'll begin by saying I don't want to waste your precious time, so I'll get straight to the point. Master Hayaka, what sort of perception do you have of a true duel fight? P-perception. By that you mean? I'm asking you if you believe combatants will be able to display their true skills in a battle on unequal terms. Ah, you don't happen to mean the 7th matches. Why, whatever else could I mean when it is you yourself who designated Dogai Basin as its venue? Isn't that right? Everyone's heard the rumors saying such. You realize your opponent is Melee the Horizon's Roar, don't you? The champion who protects Sign Riverstead, who took down the Particle Storm, and who's known to everyone across the land. I can hardly believe I'm asking this, but you're not trying to defeat him before he can fire a single arrow, are you? The middle-aged woman slammed the table. She was trying to browbeat Hayaka with a gesture. Damn it, just because I'm young doesn't mean. It was maddening. Supposing it was Hade or Gel sitting where he was, he knew she wouldn't have been acting the same way. The same thing happened with Hazesta too. In the end, Hayaka was simply an easier person to throw complaints at. That was why he always ended up suffering losses like this. In any case, he had already thought up the wording he'd use in response to such complaints. Please calm yourself, Yubok. If I may, we have yet to confirm the match terms. Thus, if you've come to complain about simply rumors, Page 18. That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Everyone has reached a consensus on the matter. The middle-aged woman ostentatiously threw down a bag stuffed full of bundles of paper strips. There were several different patterns of seals lined across the page, voting seals. Each registered family in Oriatia possessed a unique seal, and pressing this in with a stamp signified agreement with the opinion in question. This many. Is there really enough to fill the bag like that? I still have 2 more. You're one of the 29 officials, right? Haven't you heard the talk on the street? Holding the match in Dogai Basin. Why, it's obviously ludicrous. Like I said, that hasn't been set in stone yet. Listen here, Hayaka. We've come here to advise you. Refrain from causing any suspicions of foul play during this very important event. Hayaka lightly rubbed his head. He wasn't getting through to them. No. Even if her initial preconception was wrong, she was sticking to it. Basically, she was forcibly demanding him to retract the match terms that she was personally unsatisfied with. Why you've got to be kidding me. Did she really think that'd be enough? A measly reason like that. Hayaka could admit that seeing the Melee the Horizon's Roar put his technique on display in a public event for the first time had been a large part of the Six Ways exhibition's publicity. His opponent, Shulk the Sound Slicer, was a no-name. The citizens one-sidedly focusing on Melee might have been a natural outcome. However, the significance of a true duel absolutely did not lay in that time of showy performance. Expending all of one's efforts under mutually agreed-upon conditions. As long as there was a consensus, each of the hero candidates took responsibility in following them. That was how it was to be. I understand your feelings on the matter very well. I will be sure to think over your complaints, Hayaka replied with an artificial smile. After continuing to voice her complaints for a time, the middle-aged woman left satisfied. It wasn't his first time dealing with someone like her. Even when in a position like the 29 officials, as long as he governed over people, there would be times he'd have to endure such unreasonableness. However, something about her words stuck with him. Is that how everyone's discussing the rumors? He stopped on the way back to his office and thought. I had instructed my subordinate to spread the decision of the arena for the 7th match. But how was it being conveyed to the citizenry? How are they talking about it? Would have been a tiny thorn of anxiety suddenly began to swell. This was everyone's consensus. Then did that mean everyone was talking about how they didn't want it to happen? Refrain from causing any suspicions of foul play. That would then mean he was under such suspicions, wouldn't it? Back then, what did the general store owner say? Oh, well, that's good. Perhaps, then, was his implication that he was glad it wouldn't be held in Dogai Basin? Without realizing it, he was doubling back down the hallway. He needed to get a clear grasp on the content of the rumors spreading on the streets. That night, in a rare move, Shulk had returned to his own inn. You're here, Hayaka. Perfect timing. Sorry, but for the first time, I got a bit of a request for you. Shulk, there were several empty liquor bottles rolling around on the floor. Shulk gazed at them without seeming particularly interested, before shifting his gaze back to Hayaka. Been a problem or something? What's it to you? As it had turned out, all his apprehensions had been right on the mark. The number of voting seals he'd seen had certainly not been wrong. It was abundantly clear that in regard to Shulk's advantageous match terms, the citizens were, if anything, displeased. It was merely that no one openly mentioned it in front of him, and behind the topic of the 7th match, there had been all kinds of unfavorable criticism toward Hayaka, the Heat Haze, groundlessly suspecting him of bargaining and secret maneuvering. Something this simple, if I just looked into it a little, I could have figured it all out immediately. I came up with countermeasures and everything. I was supposed to be thinking things through as I fought, but in the end, I didn't see through anything. I wasn't thorough. My failure. Mine. He had pounced wholeheartedly on the unexpected good fortune presenting itself in the Dogai Basin rumors, without at all thinking what sort of end result would follow. As a sponsor, he already knew about the formidable strength of Shulk the Sound Slicer, but most of the people of Oriatia were looking forward to Melee the Horizon's roar instead. Perhaps, back in a moment, he shouldn't have spread such rumors and instead used any method to stamp them out entirely. Mind if I keep going with what I was saying? Asked Shulk. Make the Mari waste the arena for the 7th match. Quit overthinking things. Not you too. Shulk. Make Mari waste the arena. He had heard the words over and over all day. Hayaka smacked the table and shouted, "You have to take this seriously. You're basically throwing away your chance to win." Now, that's weird. I remember someone going on and on about the integrity of the hero candidate or something. This is nonsense. Did those tavern scoundrels say something to you? Is that why your stubborn, worthless pride's got you purposely trying to fight a losing battle? The sponsor's the one who gets to decide the match terms. Me. Why you're my hero candidate, and you don't get to order your sponsor around. Doesn't matter. The head of his white spear was pressed up to Hayaka's neck. An undead who found no value in anything else. A man who couldn't be bargained with. Whether it's some tavern scoundrel, the boss of some shop, or another. No matter who it is, I can't stand to have anyone looking down on me. I'm dead. What else do you think I've got left? Hick. HNGH. Hell, even I don't know what I've got left for me besides this worthless pride. The negotiations determining the match terms were a consensus between hero candidates. In actuality, it was their sponsors and the 29 officials who did the negotiating as their representatives. That was where their talents were put to the test. However, supposing circumstances had induced the hero candidate himself to wish for conditions that disadvantaged him, at that point Hayaka's hands were tied. Listen to me, Shulk. I want to win. I want to win, Shulk. Yeah, I'll get you your win. The Hollow Warrior seemed to be smiling with his expressionless skull. I'll fight my opponent at his full strength and win. The day of the negotiations, Kay and the Sky Thunder appeared in the coordinating room, where the one-on-one conversation would be held. A one-armed man with decorous facial features. He looked at the emaciated and haggard Hayaka and announced, "Well, how about we wrap this up quick?" Sitting in the chair opposite Hayaka, he gave his conditions. Seems like the whole city's settled on Dogai Basin, hasn't it? I'd feel bad throwing them for a loop, so if you two are fine with that, then... NHG. HNGD. Hayaka was terrified by his enemy's lack of quarter. Many, Roseclay first and foremost, had avoided a battle against Melee the Horizon's Roar, who assumedly had a distinct weakness in close-quarter combat. More than Melee, they were avoiding a battle against Kayan the Sky Thunder. Without either the power of a faction or a vast amount of wealth, he achieved his goals with the bare stratagems necessary, having full knowledge of his opponent's capability to deal with him. Hayaka had been locked into a battle with the absolute worst opponent. Well, those terms are unacceptable. All he could do was force the words from his own mouth. It wasn't enough to stamp out the rumors. He was supposed to have investigated where they had started. Who was the person who'd first circulated the rumors involving the 7th match? Chewing on the all-too-distant gap in their abilities, he had to say it. The Mari Wastes. For the 7th match, I request T to have the candidates at bow range. Oh, really? Thanks. Match 7. Shulk the Sound Slicer versus Melee the Horizon's Roar. An Arctic wave, normally an inconceivable phenomenon in the region, brushed against the spectators, who were gathered together at a safe distance. All of them were at a loss for words, gazing at the impossible landscape, even those who had already heard about the circumstances of the 2nd match. The Mari Wastes. Yet the once-level topography was twisted like a billowing wave, and the lithologic nature of the earth, previously dried out and littered with fissures, was condensed. A chill that changed the very weather still lingered. However, today, they weren't witnessing a fight from Lucknoka the Winter. On top of the hills where, in the 2nd match, two of history's ultimate dragonkin faced off, there were now two different people standing there and waiting for the match to begin. One of them could be easily picked out even without a monocular-looking glass. The gigant Melee the Horizon's Roar. His body was remarkably enormous, even among his own kin, with his height extending well over 20 meters tall. A colossal body piercing the sky. The other one should have been standing on a hill as well, but he couldn't be seen. Shulk the Sound Slicer's height was no different from any normal Minia. The mercenary who'd slain Kazuki the Black Tone, a legendary champion known to all in Oriatia, was said to be this Shulk the Sound Slicer himself. Their opening distance from each other was identical to the opening distance between Uhlus the Star Runner and Luknoka the Winter. The space was set up with the flight speed of Dragonkin in mind, but when compared with the maximum range of Melee's arrows, it was also an extremely short distance. Moments before the start of the match, Kain the Sky Thunder, standing beside Melee the Horizon's Roar, was peering through a monocular looking glass. The one over there, that's Shulk the Sound Slicer. Can you see him? I certainly can't. Oh, that guy looks like a walking rag. He's so small, I can't see him too well. You better take this seriously now. Your opponent's faster than Kazuki the Blacktone's bullets. I haven't checked anything out, got it? Get a good look at him yourself and fight it out. Oriacia's 25th General, Kain the Sky Thunder. The man who'd engineered this match at the Mari Wastes. However, for this match, he hadn't done anything beyond inducing the current terms of the duel with his information warfare. He could have secretly maneuvered to enact even more, but he hadn't. Things really would get dicey otherwise. Kain wasn't a part of any of the major factions fighting the political war in Oriatia. Belonging neither to Rosklay's camp nor Hades, he was battling in the Six Ways exhibition under his own personal motives. The operation to intercept the particle storm, making use of Melee the Horizon's Roar, had been another facet of his initial preparations. Utilizing his massive achievements from a successful operation, Kain formed a secret pact of non-aggression with all the other camps. However, in exchange, Melee needed to be burdened with properly established matches in order to satisfy the bare minimum of what the Six Ways exhibition promised. That was something that Kain's side wanted as well. Why? Winning without showing Melee's fight to anyone, it's completely out of the question. Melee the Horizon's Roar stood up and fixed his eyes on his enemy. He had a gallant air and vigor that made him look like a completely different person from the Melee, whom Kain knew. Go out and win, Melee. Who the hell do you think you're talking to? I'll blow your mind. Oomph. I'm cheering for you, okay. On the hill opposite Melee, Shulk the Sound Slicer and Hayaka the Heat Haze prepared for the start of the battle. His tiny frame shivering in the Mari Waste cold air, Hayaka moaned. Hey cheese, looking at us. Melee the Horizon's Roar was clearly visible as he stood on the other side. Hayaka was looking squarely at the Gigant, who was readying himself for a fight. That meant that he was within the range of death, with all chance of evasion impossible. You'll be able to avoid it, right? We may be this far away, but I can tell he's focusing his sights on us. He'll fire an arrow right as the match begins. Melee's vision is special. I get it. Move. The enemy obviously had Shulk's figure, smaller than a speck, in his sights. Shulk had swallowed the disadvantageous terms to the match, but that definitely wasn't because he scorned Melee's strength. It was the opposite. Since his opponent was the most gifted long-range fighter in the land, then if he, holding nothing but a single spear in his heads, was then able to get inside Melee's melee range. Who am I? This time, I might find out for sure. Shulk the Sound Slicer was strong. He remained oblivious to the reason why. The strength was there to fight against something. That much he was sure of, given that he was a construct. Someone out there in the world created Shulk the Sound Slicer in order to defeat an enemy that only someone with his strength could oppose. It was possible that this enemy was the true Demon King. It could have been something different but similarly strong. Perhaps it was even Melee the Horizon's Roar himself. This was why he continued to fight as a mercenary. Putting his entire being on the line, he kept fighting those who were close to this fundamental principle of his being. More than knowing the name of the true hero, he felt that this was what would get him closer to the true identity he so desperately desired. Beyond that, it was win or die. You have to win, Hayaka quietly murmured at Shulk's back. If you don't win, pride, stubbornness, it won't mean anything. Isn't that right, Shulk? Get out of the way. You'll get hit by the arrow. Hayaka was speaking the truth. Shulk thought so. If he didn't fight with everything he had, he wouldn't be able to realize his wishes. Then should he end up losing, nothing would be left. His answer only lay beyond the true line between life and death. He defied the norms. Even Shulk himself understood that. You gonna make me say a third time? Asked Shulk. Duh. He made the nuisance Hayaka evacuate. No matter where he was in the vast Mari Wastes, as long Melee could turn his eyes toward him, he risked death. Especially right here, next to Shulk, once the match started. All right, then come at me. The only thing that would remain behind would be the frozen loneliness. He readied his spear, stark white, parallel to the ground. Melee's bow, opposite him, was black darkness. The stone pillar that had been used as a sundial to signal the match's start had been destroyed in the tremendous battle prior. A brief silence passed between them. Fireworks, instead of starting gun, began the match. It's coming. Far off, hazy in the pale blue air, Shulk could see Melee pick up his bow. During Shulk's subjective view of the time frame, he had gotten in his stance to rush at full speed far before Melee had begun. He had stripped off one of his 2 layers of rags and tossed it behind him. A decoy, little more than self-comfort. However, assuming the gigant's eyes were drawn to it even just once at this long range, it would then be impossible for him to keep track of Shulk's real movements. Together with his acceleration, Shulk the Sound Slicer transformed into a belt-like trail. Godlike speed impossible of any living creature that the average person couldn't even visually recognize. It's already coming. Fast. With thoughts keeping up with his speed, Shulk had recognized it. The arrow. The mass of Melee's first shot, like a tower, closing in. He didn't take the bait. It's following me. 20 paces in range. 7. Now. The air screamed like a lightning strike. The terrifyingly massive and boiling hot earthen arrow passed through Shulk's position. The speed as it pierced the atmosphere was so great, the soil burned from the high temperature of the adiabatic compression. The arrow passing through the surface was enough to melt the ground, which had been frozen over, bedrock and all, by a dragon's breath. A carved-out ditch extended in a clean, straight line to the horizon, and even after the arrow stuck into the ground, it signaled that the unobstructed destruction had been etched into the topography. Hold up now. Shulk, escaping to a point slightly removed from the arrow's flight path, became freshly cognizant of his enemy's might. He had seen the trajectory. He had seen the moment of impact, too. Even evading it wasn't impossible. However, it was monstrous. A voice, half appalled and half marveling, slipped out of his mouth. Page 19. Trying to cremate me here, are you? He knew from this attack that instantaneous destructive force wasn't what he truly needed to fear. It was that, from a distance far enough away for the atmosphere to haze. Melee had accurately caught Shulk the Sound Slicer's movements, without being tricked by the decoy. And to go even further, he'd successfully calculated Shulk's supernatural agility and led his shot at where Shulk would end up. I had been on guard to see if he would match up with my speed or not, but if I moved carelessly, it would have been all over with that first arrow. His first act to try to close the distance between Melee and himself hadn't been made at Shulk's max speed. In the moment the arrow hit its target, he had been able to increase his speed one step further and avoid the ace shot. Shulk's speed was neck and neck with the size of the arrow's moving inertia, and he was fully aware from the start that against the overwhelming area of attack of such a colossal arrow, dodging with a clever last-minute change in direction would be meaningless. It meant he needed to constantly surmount a calamity more terrifying than lightning with just simple speed. 3 geographic reliefs I can see from here. Hide behind one of them, then I can cut off his line of sight at the very least. Right now, he's knocking an arrow. He's creating them with craft arts. There's an interval between shots. If I use the reliefs and move at top speed, 2 shots. If I can stave off 2 shots, then I'll be at his throat. Shulk's thoughts boasted the same abnormal speed as his movements. He could observe the process Melee took to knock an arrow, but to the average person, it all went by in the span of a single second. Melee the Horizon's Roar, the Minion race champion who saved Sign Riverstead. However, looking at him from Shulk's distance, he seemed like a mechanism of disaster given minion shape, wielding power easily capable of bringing ruin to everything within his bow range. A mountain moves and life ends. Even with his colossal frame, due to the long distance between the two, Shulk couldn't grasp the gigant's finer motions. Conversely, Melee was watching Shulk's preliminary motions down to the littlest twitch, including his initial movement when he began to run. Just then, the next arrow flew. In that moment, Shulk's trajectory reversed. After visually confirming the arrow's release, he didn't continue forward and retreated farther away from Melee instead. What in the world? Sitting far off in a carriage and watching over the course of events, Hayaka couldn't suppress his shout. Even a child could understand it was a bad move to go away from someone skilled in long-range combat like Melee. It was a move that went horribly against standard strategy. The line of destruction once again licked the ground. It threw up clouds of frozen soil as it carved its destruction, But it didn't, of course, hit Shulk, having hidden which direction he would advance with his monstrously explosive speed. Can you see me real well? For now, he had made his move. Shulk called out to his enemy, who could not hear him. The better sights you got on someone, the more you're supposed to get tripped up by feints. While he dampened his movement by stabbing his white spear into the ground, Shulk hadn't taken his sights off Melee. He watched his enemy's initial motions, moved after he saw them, and reacted according to said movements. This was the fighting style that Shulk the Sound Slicer had always utilized. If he made his enemy act first and could observe it properly with his ultra-high-speed thinking, he could then come up with the perfect countermeasures against any opponent. It was at that moment. At 3 points simultaneously, streaks of lightning rained down from beyond the sky. At least, that was the only thing Shulk's perception registered it as. The earth burst and split open together with terrifyingly resonant earthquakes, and heated soil and gravel erupted like a volcano up to the clouds. The blast wave didn't stop. 3 points. He had never even thought about it. The arrows hit the 3 areas Shulk had, mere moments prior, considered as possible places where he could hide himself. Did that mean Melee had shot them to the heavens, to make them land with a slight delay? If Shulk hadn't reversed course, instead electing to dodge the first arrow and close in on Melee, then the very moment he hid behind cover after evading the first shot. No, him seeing through my ideas isn't that big of a problem. What the hell was that? It's impossible. The essence behind it wasn't Melee's eyes, which could fully grasp the flow of the terrain, nor his combat judgment, which could accurately track Shulk's thoughts, nor was it even the precision of his archery, freely manipulating his arrows' descent through the sky. 3 spots at once? All this power. There was a lot of distance between them. Even though he watched out for the moment Melee fired, Shulk's vision couldn't get any handle on what sort of movements the gigant's hands were making. It meant that, just as Shulk had done himself, Melee, too, had techniques to beguile what his movements were when firing. Even then, that wasn't the essence of it, either. And he shot 4 times? Many people knew about Melee the Horizon's Roar. He was the most tremendous archer in the land. His fierce arrow fire of unparalleled accuracy had always shot down whatever target he aimed at with a single arrow. Thus, no one had ever even imagined it. That Melee the Horizon's Roar could shoot his bow rapid fire. Shulk the Sound Slicer was faster than any other being in the world. Even if the distance was far off in the horizon, he could quickly cross it as if he was cutting across a garden. Even in this current battle, that fact hadn't changed. It had simply lost all meaning. He's far. Shulk was calculating his distance from Melee. How much he would have to dodge certain death until he reached the gigant's feet, hazy on the very edge of the horizon. Neither distance nor speed were concerned when it came to the concept of farness on this battle. There was a single standard to measure: how many times Shulk would need to avoid Melee's attacks before he reached his destination. The boundless space separating Shulk and Melee, completely and without exception, was a death zone. He could make at least 4 rapid shots in a single breath. At this point, Shulk should have quintupled his estimations about the number of arrows Melee would fire until Shulk reached him. Nah, he can probably get off more than 4 shots, and I don't even have any cover to break his line of sight. My means of escape are dwindling one after another. When he arrived at that thought, he had already begun to run. There was a chance he was too late. He couldn't use the areas of cover that had been drilled by the sky-falling arrows. There was likely nothing left behind but a black pit, without any footing to speak of. The soil and sand were soaring like volcanic smoke from the 3 points, and not all of it had fallen back down to the ground yet. Shulk had an urge to hide himself in the shadow of the dust cloud. I know, it's a trap, isn't it? The scenery on the left and right melted like a light sugar syrup in Shulk's vision as he ran at godlike speeds. He could make out Melee readying his next arrow from afar. He accelerated both his legs and his thoughts. Though the cloud of dust would block Melee's view, it wasn't actual cover. Melee had an attack radius that was capable of instantly killing a target just by aiming broadly in its vicinity. If Melee shot at him through the smokescreen, Shulk would be erased in a single attack. He ran. He continued running right on through. Was there any possible plan for Shulk? He didn't hide in the dirt smokescreen and close in. The instant he hid inside, he cut back and dodged. Shulk gambled on leaving a decoy behind, hiding his own body and leading Melee to lose sight of him. Predictable. Melee the Horizon's Roar was strong even without aiming. That one point was unmistakable. Combining transcendental precision with his unreal attack radius and speed was, as a combat technique, excessive to begin with. In a place like Sign Riverstead, lacking any enemy that required using such technique, Shulk couldn't possibly imagine exactly what sort of enemy had warranted such devoted training of his craft. He had no choice but to close the distance in a straight line. He had to move faster than his maximum speed. He continued to run. Even as he went through all these thoughts one after another, to everything outside Shulk, it all happened in an instant. He's not firing in my direction. Melee had stopped Shulk in his tracks by demolishing anywhere safe, kicking up clouds of dirt, and showing off for the first time to anyone his trump card, his rapid-fire archery. There was a single second until Shulk rushed off and began thinking again. It wasn't that Melee hadn't fired. In that time that he stopped Shulk's ultra-high speed running, Melee had already fired. Mid-acceleration, Shulk gazed up at the deep blue sky. He saw a straight, sideways line of twinkling and terrifying midday stars. The same as before, rapid-fire shots to drill vertically into the ground. The row of arrows rained down on the ground up ahead of him. 7 uninterrupted shots. Shulk perceived their trajectory with a slowed-down sense of time, like the moments before death. For someone long dead like him, perhaps that was the only world he'd ever be able to see. Turning to face the raining meteor swarm, Shulk plunged into it himself. He was destined to be unable to obtain what he sought unless on the brink of death. He tilted deeply forward, smoothly and sharply, to the absolute limit, trying to split apart the damn terrain. Melee changed the first rapid-fire volley, destroying 3 places he foresaw as potential points of shelter into groundwork for his next move. His real aim was, through destructively drilling into the earth and connecting the 3 previous holes together, to create a completely unassailable cliff in the Mari Wastes, creating geography itself that would seal off his enemy's approach and allow him alone to continue his one-sided offensive. Once that happened, Shulk wouldn't have any hope left to win. They were frighteningly level-headed tactics that left no chance to be undone. Not only that, but these tactics also hadn't been planned from the start, either. It would have meant that he had derived a means of certain victory, and acted only after seeing Shulk's move to instead put more distance between them, with a decision-making speed on par with Shulk's mobility. A damn monster. Melee the Horizon's roar. What a bastard. If he didn't make it before the division, he would die. If he was directly hit by the destructive rain, he would die. Even if he climbed over the precipice of death, if he then couldn't escape the destruction's radius, he would die. He raced. He tilted forward, ever deeper, ever faster. Shulk was a skeleton who could transform himself in ways that were impossible for any normal bone structure. He was capable of various tricks, like combining his right and left arms instantly to extend the throwing range of his spear. In his skeletal structure, he had movement joints in his ribs, his hip bone, and even his skull. His movement was fluid, exact, though the shape was impossible for anyone to understand due to his speed transcending all perception. It was similar to the aircraft of the beyond. At the very least, it wasn't the shape of any minion at all, tilting forward to the limit. Rushing on all fours like a beast, Shulk housed his skull and his white spear inside his own ribcage. The gaps in his bones were closed and blocking airflow, and with his whole body changing into a sharp, streamlined shape, he cut through the sound barrier. Shulk the Sound Slicer was a spear himself. Light rained from the sky, piercing the crust and exploding. There was a blast directly ahead of him and off to the right. The falling stars continued one after another, trying to fragment the ground as they landed. The second impact, the third, the fourth. They were close, closing in. He himself continued to get closer. The fifth, the sixth. Shulk perpendicularly intersected the destruction that had now drawn up directly beside him. Now, he had crossed over the fragmenting line dividing life and death. Not yet. The 7th shot landed at his back. The destruction was catching up with him. Though not hit directly, he had entered the arrow's attack radius. Through the rocks and pebbles flying about wildly, he got a glimpse of Melee, the Horizon's roar. His stance following a shot. Already a fresh arrow. Shulk had slipped through the final brief opening in the raining row of destruction. Surely Melee had assumed there was such a possibility. From in front came the 8th shot. I get it. Melee had, from the very beginning of the fight, continued to fire shots that gouged out the earth. That was because as long as one stood in their path, the line of destruction they drew would be lethal. Against Shulk the Sound Slicer and his transcendental mobility in a land battle, Melee understood that shots aimed precisely at a single point were impossible. As it annihilated the path forward before him, the eighth arrow was closing in right before Shulk's eyes. It was a direct line of destruction that completely blocked off Shulk's route of evacuation, which had been led into the position from the fragmenting arrows before it. Melee the Horizon's Roar was an archer. Even if his enemy wasn't going to be finished off in one shot, he knew the tricks to chase his prey into a corner with his attacks. Shulk grabbed a large rock fragment flying toward him from behind. Kicking off the ground and jumping high, he evaded the eighth arrow just in time. He needed to. From the beginning, this was your. Melee had repeatedly caused lines of destruction and hadn't aimed at a single point, in order to instill the impression in Shulk that the air was his last route of escape. Shulk had jumped off the ground. The ultra-fast spearman couldn't evade in midair without footing. And there came the ninth arrow, aimed at a single point in midair. Going back moments in time, right after Shulk had reversed course and the three arrows reached the ground, Melee had released 7 arrows straight up into the air, without waiting for Shulk's next movements. One shot matching up with the beginning of Shulk's high-speed maneuvering. One shot he had dodged by reversing course. 3 shots to destroy the terrain. And now 7 arrows, one right after another. Unfaltering movements, free of any hesitation, as if decided on from the very start. Marai Mali, Akavst, Rintert, Nakate, Torfarmict, from Melee to Mali soil. Conduit, sunlight and claw, undulation, extent. Melee incanted his craft arts and made another pillar-like earthen arrow. As long as there was soil he could use for word arts, his quiver was endless. Say, Melee, you're not using your iron arrows at all. Surprisingly, Kayan hadn't fled and remained at Melee's side. Sitting down on a boulder, he wore a faint smile as he gazed at Melee's ongoing fight. These were a real pain to bring here, you know, said Kayan. The iron arrows that Kayan mentioned were colossal iron pillars stuck vertically into the ground. The ultra-heavyweight mass of iron, able to stop a flood in a single shot, had been carried from the Needle Forest at Sign Riverstead as Melee's trump card in the Six Ways exhibition. I'm concentrating here. Melee's reply was short. From Kayan's vantage point, he couldn't see Shulk the Sound Slicer's figure. He was practically non-existent, smaller than a piece of dust, and on top of that, he was running at a speed beyond all minion comprehension. Melee hadn't lost sight of his target once, and even managed to read all his opponent's movements. Melee, I was right. You really are unbelievably strong. Kayan gazed up at the sky to see 7 streaks of fire raining down to the ground. Then, like a meteoric curtain, the lines pierced into the ground and split it into 2. Amid the earth rumbling, as if the end of days had arrived, Kayan thought the burning light was beautiful. He had shot down dragons. He had crossed blades with Gigant. The sort of fights that had become myth were everyday struggles in the age Melee had lived in. He was always optimistically smiling. He enjoyed the moments of struggle, expending all his energy to make sure that whenever he died, he didn't leave any regrets behind. If he lost, he could smile at being defeated by someone strong enough to surpass him and die without any lingering feelings. The weak tearfully feared death, but for the strong, even death was something to be proud of. Melee the Horizon's Roar had been in the middle of the conflict spiral. The strong who slew many enemies with their superb power were defeated by those even stronger. Or the clever, able to take hold of advantageous positions and golden opportunities for themselves, were defeated by the even cleverer. The first races of the world, the dragons and Gigant, were said not to die from old age. To them, dying in battle was the true and rightful way to die. Page 20. Melee the Horizon's Roar was a warrior who had fought through and survived this spiraling age. He hadn't hesitated to put his life on the line, but the fact that he had still managed through it made him proud. It wasn't the life of a coward, seized while fleeing in constant terror. The life at the terminus of conflict became proof in and of itself that he was stronger than all, which was why some settlement of Minion, wholly ignorant of battle, should have been completely insignificant. Mari Wastes. Shulk the Sound Slicer had accelerated even faster to dodge the first arrow launched right after the start of the match. He was fast, even Melee's eyes, able to distinguish everything down to the smallest tree nut on the edge of the horizon and determined the complex floodwater currents, could only continue to chase his movements. The only option was to anticipate his movements and guess. He's strong, all right. Real wild bastard. Melee smirked, turning up one side of his mouth. It was a ferocious smile that he had never worn in Sign Riverstead. He had reclaimed his life from that bygone time. The vivid brilliance of a life of honor, filled with euphoria. That fire that he thought he had lost from living peacefully in Sign Riverstead had now, at long last, been kindled again inside his soul. Ah, those hills over there. Melee was already shooting 4 arrows. Are all in the way. 3 of them were aimed at the terrain his enemy was likely to utilize in his approach. The 3 arrows, launched up into the heavens, came slightly after the one he had fired at Shulk himself, erasing the 3 hills from the topography. Pierced vertically, they swelled up and exploded. By Melee the Horizon's roar standards, even colossal geographic features were the same as any other obstruction. He chased Shulk the Sound Slicer's movements with his eyes. The skeleton had backed off. He deceived him with his movements and evaded. From this distance, he had done that by using the fact that Melee could see all the moves he'd made. Real damn strong. Melee smiled. He was always optimistically smiling. Not because he was confident in his victory. It was a smile of bliss about being once again in the spiral of conflict. Perfect. All right, Shulk. I'll tear you apart and take the whole world down with you. Smiling the whole while, he released 7 arrows up into the air. Like a child tearing up clay work with their fingers, Melee could divide up the world itself with his arrows. Craft arts. He created several fresh arrows all at once. Mario Molly, Akavst, Rintert, Nakate, Torfarmit, from Melee to Molly Soil, Conduit, Sunlight and Claw, Undulation, Extent. Say, Melee, you're not using your iron arrows at all? These were a real pain to bring here, you know. I'm concentrating here. Kane was still standing there. The thought flashed in the corner of his mind. He could leave him for later. His experience from ancient times, surviving through life and death struggles, was largely moving Melee's body automatically. Melee had already let 12 arrows fly. No matter how far back in his history he went, he had never gone through so many arrows on a single target before. Shulk wasn't a dragon, not even another gigant. He was a nameless construct and a dead man, his identity unknown to everyone. Nevertheless, Shulk the Sound Slicer was the same type of enemy as back then. An opponent that Melee the Horizon's roar had always longed for, one he could battle with his full strength without needing to protect anything. You're a real strong one, Shulk the Sound Slicer. Melee loosed his 8th arrow. At this point, without even looking, he was able to aim at the spot he assumed Shulk would end up, likely having the arrow pass through terrain itself. He knocked the next arrow. There wasn't a single hesitation in Melee's movements. This still wasn't enough to finish off his enemy. Because Shulk was strong. Without fail, his enemy found the optimal solution. The 8th arrow left him a path to escape into the air. Melee fired the 9th arrow to hit that exact point. The 9th arrow continued after the 8th, chasing its shadow. They succeeded like flowing water. 2 releases, made in what seemed nearly one single motion. More. He knocked the next arrow. You're strong, ain't ya? I know you can do it. It was physically impossible to evade the 9th arrow, aimed at a specific point in midair. However, if on the off chance there was some sort of method left to survive Melee's arrow, if Shulk the Sound Slicer was indeed that sort of enemy, nothing would have made him happier. The 10th arrow was aimed at where Shulk would land. He steadied his sights. Shulk pierced through a dust cloud from the fragmenting terrain and appeared. The 8th arrow was already close to arriving at the spot where the skeleton reappeared. The white spearman jumped and dodged it. Exactly as Melee predicted, the most optimal and fastest option for evasion. As if intersecting with his trajectory, the 9th arrow arrived in midair. An arrow with force that made defense impossible. Even if Shulk managed to successfully hold out, the 10th arrow was heading for the skeleton's landing point. Melee assembled his next arrow. Mario Molly, Saifartari, Nimka, from Melee to Molly Soil. Unstuck Bramble, Frozen Sea. At that moment, there was a strange phenomenon. Gina Toll, Bug and Moon, what? Shulk appeared to dodge the 9th arrow in midair. The trajectory of his jump made an inconceivable zigzag, and he landed diagonally forward. As a result, the 10th arrow, aimed at his original touchdown point, didn't hit its mark. I had never seen that. The movements went against reason. The sudden acceleration, far too unnatural to be explained by some sort of flight ability, much less by kicking off a piece of debris, had been done in midair without any footing. Kandarkar, extend. Melee finished his word arts incantation. With his stunningly abnormal landing just now, Shulk was closing the distance to Melee more and more. His midair acceleration even made sure to propel him in a forward direction. I haven't ever seen a guy like this before. Shulk's ultra-high-speed rush began again. How many more arrows could he fire in the remaining distance? Melee, what is that? Watching over the fight, Kain gasped at the shape of the arrow Melee created. It wasn't a straight line, like a gnarled tree branch. It was twisted and warped along the shaft, an impossibly deformed arrow. A technique called Mystic Arrow. Naturally, it wasn't meant for firing far off into the distance. It was meant to kill an approaching enemy. Get crushed. In order to block Shulk's advance, he fired it into the earth. With a dreadful rotation, the arrow ricocheted off the ground and bent. Its trajectory resembling a snake's death throes, it thrashed, gouging the earth, whirling up and pounding it. An arrow of annihilation, bringing destruction not in a line, but across an entire surface, returning every inch of the terrain to vacant, raw soil. However, Melee pulled out one of the iron pillars nearby. He immediately knocked it and fired. Not a single thought had time to slip in. The iron arrow landed right in front of him and largely destroyed the very hill he was standing on. He had to, in order to stop his enemy's advance. An iron arrow, He could hear a voice from the shadow of the iron pillar after its impact. A voice. This skeleton had now already gotten in close enough for Melee to hear his voice. This arrow's a whole lot better behaved than that last one. He'd broken through the ruinous rapid fire that had sealed off all methods of survival. He'd evaded the mystic arrow, which had irregularly raged amok on first sight. He had, at that very moment, turned the distance, an archer's lifeline, into naught. This man was inside his arrow's firing range. Nevertheless, the position where Shulk now stood was the line between life and death. Shulk the Sound Slicer was strong. Stronger than anyone else Melee had encountered. More than any calamity he had seen. More than any of mighty foes who lived in that age of spiraling conflict. Been waiting for you. The gigant sneered. The ninth arrow, aimed at Shulk in midair, had passed right over his head. There was a change in Shulk's trajectory after his jump. This emergency evasion was an ace up his sleeve he had carried with him secretly until he had reached this distance. If Melee had suspected that Shulk had the means to do so, then he definitely would have countered it in kind. This guy's a damn monster. Way too strong. Behind him, the 10th arrow touched down in his original landing spot. If Shulk had made the slightest incorrect movement, he would have died, every part of him smashed into dust. Too bad. Just a bit farther to reach him. Taking stock of this as he re-accelerated, a gloomy shadow loomed over Shulk's heart. Melee the Horizon's Roar was a far more tremendous enemy than the legends, or Shulk's own expectations, had made him out to be. The truth to these gloomy emotions was the delight in standing before Melee, the Horizon's Roar, and being able to battle with him, as well as resignation. I have to kill him. This enemy couldn't be beat without killing him. Melee the Horizon's Roar was too strong. Even if Shulk fully closed the distance between them, this enemy could surely bring out any number of sublime techniques to blast Shulk away. If there was some method to outdo Melee in this match, it was to definitively end his life with a single strike exceeding the gigant's reaction speed. Amid these thoughts, the landscape around him changed into light passing him by. Melee had launched the next arrow. It wasn't a rapid-fire volley. The interval between shots had been strangely long. Facing the arrow, which was closing in with destructive relative velocity, Shulk tried to consider what the pause could mean. He attempted to evade. Exclamation point. The arrow, piercing into the earth, was the one to thrash about and evade Shulk instead. Twisting, scattering, snaking, destruction. Oh, he was surrounded. This bizarre arrow had broken down the surrounding earth and lifted it up with its violent roiling. Shulk's way forward by a large mass of rock, and he had no footing for himself on the continuously splitting and breaking ground. It wasn't only in front of him either. Right, behind him to the left. He needed to decide in a split second on his alternative route. Already accelerating close to his absolute limit, Shulk pulled out the white spear from his deformed bones and pierced the rock in front of him. Using the point of his thrust as a fulcrum, he made a sharp turn. A storm of rock like buckshot swept through the position he had just been standing in, scraping away everything with it. The arrow thrashing around. Where's its actual body? Even in the midst of his high-speed turn, he could perceive the entire scene before him like a still life, painting transmitted piece by piece. He confirmed the arrow diving into the ground about 60 meters up ahead of him. However, his high-speed senses alone couldn't estimate how its irregular trajectory would jump about. Right? Left? Would it leap back? He never took his sights off the arrow's movements. He sensed the initial motion as it began to reverse backward at super high speed. Don't get taken in. I just need to cope with what I can see. In any case, sight was the only sense that would be any help. The explosive sound of the ground being struck, rupturing, and scattering about encircled Shulk's area. He needed to break through this hell, or he'd die. The arrow reversed course. If anything, to chase after it. I need to go forward. Both the arrow's trajectory and the onrushing rocks were merely being perceived as elongated phenomena via his high-speed thought process. From the perspective of any other living creature, everything had occurred in just a second. If he could just ascertain the optimal path forward, Shulk would immediately be able to get out of range of this destructive surface attack. He wouldn't use any emergency methods like before. The boulders, their relative velocity, slower when compared with Shulk himself, seemed to be frozen in the air. He kicked off them in midair and accelerated. He landed on the flat ground in front of him. Even this piece of bedrock was waning away, and he was able to recognize anew that the previous arrow was an attack meant to destroy the very geography itself. However, even if his footing crumbled away in an instant, in a world of blinding speeds, it was enough. He evaded a colossal boulder flying and closing in on him with a lower stance. He raced through the middle of the crumbling maze on the flat rock bed, as fast as electric signals through nerve synapses. The arrow that Shulk chased after also bounded in every direction. There were no surprises from the arrow itself. Geographic division, rapid-fire sniper attacks. The mystic arrow. He had completely dealt with all the ranged attacks. Now he wouldn't give melee any time to knock the next arrow. Shulk could very quickly get on top of the hill where Melee the Horizon's roar stood, closing the distance at max speed with one decisive attack. A crackling shock ran through him. The bizarre arrow was flying right past Shulk. Impossible. He had only passed 5 paces behind it. He hadn't been directly hit at all. Nevertheless, against the raw power behind the arrow's melee shot, at this distance, evasion wasn't an option. The wind pressure from the arrow's passage alone tore off his right arm from the shoulder of his now half-length body and sent it flying. Where the hell did that come from? Up until that exact moment, he was supposed to have been tracking the actual body of the bounding arrow. It couldn't possibly have gotten around behind him in an instant. What was going on? He tried to comprehend things with his high-speed thinking. Oh, he understood immediately. The arrow that suddenly jumped out, digging up and smashing the surface behind him, had just been a fragmented piece of the tip. The warped shape, thrashing around and breaking apart. So it was a scatter shot from the very beginning. No time was left for him to rejoin his arm. He only had one arm left. Shulk ran. My body's gotten lighter now. Shulk went up the hill like a reverse lightning bolt. He readied his white spear and held it straight. Just beforehand, he extended out all the bones in his body wide. He pierced his spear into the flat ground. He forcibly slowed himself with the air turbulence. Impact. Right in front of his eyes, an iron pillar stuck out of the ground. Abominable precision, right up to the very end. Perhaps due to the instantaneous rapid release, there wasn't much power to it. Even then, Shulk could tell the shock wave from the impact alone had made all the joints in his body creak. An iron arrow. With just a single arrow, a fissure ran through the hill, and the side of the level ground Shulk stood on dropped a little. A quick shot to stop his advance and prevent him from getting close. Kane the Sky Thunder, his sponsor, had been at Melee's side up until a few moments ago. He must have stopped Shulk from going farther like this to buy time for the man to escape. This arrow's a whole lot better behaved than that last one. Which was why, for just long enough to make a sarcastic quip, Shulk decided to accommodate his adversary's intentions. Been waiting for ya. Melee didn't exploit the opening, either. This was the first and the only conversation exchange between the equally peerless skeleton and Gigant. Mayor I.O. article. Wakonin. From Melee to Sartile Needle. Move Earth. At the same time as Melee's incantation, Shulk stepped forward. Fiercely flying out from the iron pillar's shadow, he had arrived inside Melee's bow range. Melee the Horizon's roar was an archer skilled at long-range sniper fire. A battlefield where he couldn't keep space between himself and his opponent curbed this specialty. However, that didn't mean that he wasn't skilled at close-range combat, either. Amst Fatima, Heaven's Clasp, Raindrop. While still continuing his incantation, Melee held his black bow and dropped his waist low. The colossal weight of a 20-meter-tall gigant. He had the gargantuan strength to change the terrain itself. His movements, in proportion to his massive frame, were fast, while his indestructible bow was like a supermassive hammer. Slow. A huge mass of flesh flew off. It was Melee's right thumb. Cleaving his leg in a spiral, the white gust ascended. Before the vast amount of blood could even wet the ground, the swift death god had reached Melee's backbone. It was faster than Melee could register the pain. Page 21. Shulk's target was his spine. Far too slow. Naturally ruin his power. Overwhelming speed. A transcendental weapon. None of them held any meaning whatsoever. It was impossible to perceive. As long Shulk the Sound Slicer's spear was within range, there was no longer any time to counter it. Therefore, the only thing left, Letomix, Bloom, was the speed of the mind. The iron pillar that had just impaled the earth. It was a vessel that Melee the Horizon's roar trusted more than any other and felt the most familiar with, resonating with him. His word arts could immediately communicate with it. The mass of the tremendous pillar instantly transformed. Wire. The iron pillar split apart into countless pieces and came undone. An enormous and fine wave of wire closed in. Right before Shulk could deliver the coup de grace, Shulk, holding fast on Melee's back, was forced to give up on his attack and dodge. This wasn't like any bullet or arrow. He wouldn't be able to evade the wire through the gaps in his bones. If the wires passed through the openings and tangled in his bones, Shulk the Sound Slicer would be incapacitated. This guy. He dodged. Jumping off Melee's massive body, he escaped the space as it began to be blanketed over. Melee had begun incanting word arts from the very start. His real goal hadn't been a close-range brawl with his black bow, but these iron wires. Use his own body to slow me down. Below his eyes was an eternally extending sea of iron wire. Shulk dangled down from a spear, stabbed into Melee's thigh, and was just barely holding out in midair. If he fell, he'd stop. Coming to a stop before Melee the Horizon's roar meant death. He had to dig hard into Melee's body once more and stab deeply into his spinal cord. Either that or sever his main artery. Even from this position, grabbing on solely with his arms, if Shulk transformed his body, then one more time. Just a little. Even that chance collapsed with what happened next. An intense impact and acceleration assaulted Shulk's body, and he was thrown into the air. The tip of his spear, which he'd thought had sunken deep into Melee's body, cast a futile arc in midair. Shulk kicked his high-speed thoughts into gear. He had to think through what exactly just happened. Melee jumped. The action, nigh unbelievable when considering the gigant's appearance, had sent Shulk's body flying off its vice grip. Melee's initial move to lower his body hadn't been to attack, but to prepare for this leap. He went high. From high up in the air, Melee looked down over Shulk. From the moment Shulk had stepped into melee range, Shulk was instead backed into danger. No, the sea of iron wire was descending. The iron wire, pulsating as it expanded, tangled in Shulk's left arm. He had now been blocked from throwing the spear in his hand, too. If he had his right arm, if he had just the slightest bit of time to stab with his spear. That's not it. He didn't have the time to brandish his spear to throw. He didn't have the time to sever the iron wire and escape. He didn't have the time to detach his bones and then reconstruct them. No, there's no way I'm slow. The massive shadow blocking the sky got ready. To Melee, who was looking down from the heavens, the airspace Shulk descended through and the entire scenery laid out below was in range of his cataclysmal bow. The line of death, his line of sight. In the backlight of the sun behind him, only the light of his two eyes glared, which was why Shulk could fix his aim on them. Shulk launched his white spear. You're far. The white flash streaked and pierced the gigant's left eye. It was a perfectly motionless release, faster than Melee's bow. Immediately after, the arrow, launched together with a low groan, grazed Shulk and blasted his left leg off, before then annihilating the ground below. That's all. The Colossus fell. Shulk, too, having lost all his weapons, was sinking down into the sea of iron wire. If those eyes of yours aren't hollow holes like mine here, how is Shulk the Sound Slicer, supposedly with all the methods at his disposal cut off, able to drill into Melee the Horizon's Roar's left eye. The inexplicable phenomenon had occurred at an earlier stage of the fight than that. Shulk had dodged the 9th arrow, shot with full foresight into his evasion route, with abnormal midair mobility. With neither recoil from kicking debris nor some flight ability, he had been able to instantaneously and acutely change his trajectory angle. The principle Shulk used for midair control was the recoil stemming from a powerful action. Shulk the Sound Slicer launched the heavy stone debris secured right before his jump directly behind him and, like the rocket engines of the beyond, gained reaction-based propulsion mid-jump without any footing. Launching debris at high speed for emergency evasion. Launching his white spear to decide the fight. The truth behind it all was the ultimate trump card Shulk had secretly brought to the match. Right after the start of the match, why had Shulk mysteriously reversed course away from Melee? Was the move not just to catch his enemy off guard, or was there some aim behind the movement itself? What if he had known from the very start that there was something there at the spot he had shifted toward? I even got to look at Uhalus the Star Runner's treasures too. Hesht Ellis the Fire Pipe. Shulk the Sound Slicer's entire body was tangled in the iron wire. At this point, he could no longer move. He had let go of his white spear too, is what it's called apparently. Uhalus the Star Runner's treasure. Just wanted to make sure I told you that it wasn't that my skills bested yours. One of the magic items that Uhalus had used right before Hito the Clamp led everyone to evacuate. Merely an iron pipe, not even loaded with gunpowder, it could shoot any object that touched the tip of its barrel with bullet-like speeds. It was a magical gun that had launched Uhalus out of range of Luknoka's breath with power to spare. Shulk had thought of two possibilities after gaining info on the second match from the Tavern Scoundrels. The first was that Luknoka the Winter had made a direct hit, and Hesht Ellis the Fire Pipe had been disintegrated as well. Then there was the other. The possibility that after firing off Aluza's body, Hesht Ellis the Fire Pipe itself had also been launched outside the breath attack from the recoil. Mari Wace had been decided on for the 7th match. If Uhalus the Star Runner's magical items were still stuck in the ground, then would Shulk be able to use them? Keeping his eyes on the area he estimated it had landed, and observing the bottom of the hill from before the match started was what made it possible for Shulk to come across the item. It may have been the briefest moment possible, but it had been a nigh-endless back and forth. Just how closely had Shulk the Sound Slicer escaped his demise? If he hadn't reversed back for the fire pipe, Melee would have seen through his potential areas of shelter. Then Shulk would have taken his rapid-fire volley and died. If the distance separating them had been just a bit farther apart, the terrain would have been divided apart, and he would have died. If the arrow that had thrashed across the ground had moved differently, he would have died from a coincidental collision. In the end, if the throw he'd aimed at Melee's eyeball had missed the mark, the arrow fired in return would have killed him. Can't stand up, Melee. He looked at Sign Riverstead's champion, collapsed on the ground and unmoving. The conversation they'd exchanged had been a brief, single back and forth. Well then, you were one hell of an opponent. Nevertheless, Shulk felt like he understood Melee. What the man was proud of, why he had fought. Shulk turned around. He had to retrieve the other arm he had lost along the way. I'll let you have that spear. Melee the Horizon's roar. The 7th match was over. Shulk the Sound Slicer walked alone, blending in with the nighttime hustle and bustle. He would go on living as if he was a low-class scoundrel. Even as he won against champions, standing colossal above all others, he didn't need a single one of the glamorous luxuries of a champion. There's some who purposely wish to become a monster, like a totally different creature, merciless, without pain or fear, solely dedicated to battle. Melee the Horizon's roar had surely been that way. He had fought like an incarnation of calamity and turned into carnage itself, his face looking completely different from the one he wore as the guardian of Sign Riverstead. That couldn't have been out of hatred or loathing toward Shulk himself. Melee had been happy to have that sort of battle. I'm the same type of monster, unchanging from the moment I was born. Who exactly was Shulk the Sound Slicer? But I get it now, he quietly murmured. The answer was certainly out there. Somewhere out there in the world, in the middle of battle. I really do need this fight. Fighting. It may have been the only thing Shulk the Sound Slicer was capable of, but he certainly wasn't a lonely creature. There were indeed others like him in this land, and by continuing to fight, he had to eventually be able to learn the truth behind his identity, the identity he'd lost in death. He would continue battling in this 6 Ways exhibition. The skeleton, unknown to anyone and who didn't find anything necessary at all, had at last obtained a desire of his own. Shulk had the next match to fight. Was he supposed to get a new spear for himself? Perhaps he could have Hayaka buy him a present. Mixed in the city crowds, Shulk felt his hand settling on something. The sensation made it clear what it was. A white spear, the one that he had lost in the middle of his fight. Something surprised him even more than this fact. Although he was mixed in with the crowd, was there someone who pushed through a gap in Shulk's consciousness to hand something over to him? Someone, only as tall as Shulk's thigh, seemed to pass right by his side. They spoke. Elena. The ooze-like silhouette slipped into the flow of the crowd and disappeared. Shulk probably could have followed after him. With Shulk the sound slicer's speed, surely both catching up and searching around to locate him would have been easier than spotting the moon in the night sky. He didn't pursue. With the white spear still in his hand, he couldn't even turn back around. It was a name he didn't know, nor was there any name like it in his memory as a skeleton. The seventh match was decided. Why were you sleeping? Get up. Kain sat down beside Melee, who remained collapsed on the ground, motionless. All the onlookers who had watched the match were already nowhere to be seen. The caravan that Shulk and Hayaka had boarded was likely back in Oriatia by now. The magnificent battle to the death was settled, and there was nothing but silence over the frozen land. You are really such an idiot. Oriatia's 25th general, Kain the Sky Thunder. Though the famed general, superbly resourceful and valiant, living through battles fierce enough to lose an arm, there were not many who knew his true origins. The evening sun, illuminating the chilled wastes, also shone light on Kain's cheeks. Why didn't you fight? You're the strong, so why? You wanted to fight, didn't you? There were a number of scars, bored by Melee's bow, carved into the Mari wastes. Was there any other champion in this planet's history, besides Melee the Horizon's Roar, who was capable of performing such a feat with a bow and arrow? He was a warrior. He'd left Sign Riverstead, and indeed he had fought. The champion's power, which had beaten back the true Demon King themselves, had been put on display for all the people to witness. You're such an idiot. Even if he wasn't the hero who defeated the true Demon King. Kain wanted to boast that Sign Riverstead's true champion really did exist. Kain wanted to show him fighting at full strength. The mightiest archer in the land. No matter what sort of other schemes he could have pulled over, that alone would have been enough. He buried his head in his arm. He had his back turned to Melee, just like he had on that day. Give it a rest already. Kain heard a voice. You got it all wrong. I don't want to runt like you're giving me crap, Melee said, sounding displeased and still lying down on his back. Kain was at a loss for words, and he looked at Melee, who still had his eyes closed. His tearful face twisted into a smile. Huh, aha, what the hell are you sleeping for? 'Cause getting up's a pain, why else? You could have kept fighting after all. Damn right, may as well be been stabbed with a toothpick. That bastard Shulk the Sound Slicer's got a lot of nerve acting like a tough guy. Who the hell'd want a puny spear like this? His right leg had been pierced deep enough that he couldn't stand, and his left eye was pulverized. Even with such terrible wounds, Melee the warrior could have continued to fight. He was supposed to have been wishing for just such a fight for so long. Kain could tell. Closer to him than anyone else, he had seen Melee's face and the exhilaration in his heart. No matter how close danger loomed, Kain had an obligation to watch such a fight unfurl. What the hell then? It was just stuff some kid said. You should have just forgotten all about it. Everyone called you a champion. Gwahahahaha. Then don't cry about it, runt. You ain't gonna grow taller like that. Still lying on his back, the gigant reached out his hand and rubbed Kain with his pointer finger. Even then, Melee had stopped fighting. Even as he hungered for the spiral of conflict, he hadn't truly thrown his everything into the genuine duel to the death. Melee, you were a true champion, but I'm sorry, Melee. Had the peaceful days with the villagers weakened Melee? If he had spent all his time fighting, would he have been able to live the past 250 years without knowing the hunger in his soul? Even if he had never made his promise with Ali long ago, could he have continued to fire his arrows up at the shining stars every night without fail? No, surely that wasn't true. Everything had made Melee the champion stronger. None of it was pointless. Hell if I care. Whatever you chirped at me, I forgot all about it a long time ago. So smile. The gigant almost never called the children, even tinier than the already small Minia, by their names. It was perhaps because he feared growing too attached to the lives of such weak creatures. However, he remembered them. Forever, without a single exception. Go on, Misna. Smile. He was always optimistically smiling. Match 7. Winner, Shulk the Sound Slicer. Just how far in the past was it? Long ago, before Hiroto the Paradox visited this continent anew, before the true Demon King appeared. The memory of the first time someone set off from this continent. Hiroto was gazing out at the sea with his companions. A red hull, expanding out wider than a castle's walls. Brand new sails lined up in white. The colossal sailing vessel that was going to navigate them to the new world was right in front of his eyes, a ship named Knowledge's Gate. Hiroto the Paradox's companions were not Minia, but a group of goblins. Hunted as base vermin in this era, they studied science, gained the power of intelligence and group harmony for themselves, and at last built the Knowledge's Gate. These goblins had achieved an undertaking that everyone else asserted as impossible. Pioneering a new world beyond this continent. It was the end of a dream. It took a while. We're halfway, Jura, Hiroto. Zejigazogi the stone dam had arrived at the beach much earlier than Hiroto and appeared to have been gazing at the boat. Nothing but a mere chief warrior 10 years prior, Zejigu had grown older, too, and had now become the leader of his clan. Indeed, but still halfway to go, Hiroto replied similarly. He thought about Zejigazogi's long journey. Zejigazogi had a talent that other goblins didn't. The capability to logically ascertain disadvantages and advantages and iterate on plans aimed toward the future. Hiroto had assisted with Zejigazogi's fight, and conversely, Zejigazogi had protected Hiroto's life from harm, slowly raising Hiroto's position up among his people. With this, I'll have no res left behind. To a goblin, with their short lifespans, a mere 10 years was a considerably long amount of time. Page 22. To Zejigazogi, it seemed like far back in his past. World, the new world. It has a nice ring to it. For us goblins, a world of vast potential. No, not yet. Venerable Zejigu, looking at the world isn't enough. In your case, you have a duty to see the people you lead prosper and thrive. It's a future that will absolutely become a reality. Ha ha ha. I don't think I'll be living that long. Been alive 30 years. If I arrive Jura and see it with just eyes, that alone is already zoo good for me. You can't go dying now, okay? A woman's voice cut in between the two's conversation. Her back was facing the pair, and her pale feet kissed the water's edge. She had long golden hair and a slender frame. She was a vampire woman named Ephelina, the Snow Sunlight. You die, and there might be more goblins looking to chow down on Hiroto again. I need you to be strict with them, or I'll end up with more work. Hiroto the Paradox, a mysterious and odd visitor, had lived a long time amid the people-eating monstrous races. If he hadn't met his bodyguard, Ephelina, early on, he likely wouldn't have survived this long. I'm grateful to Mr. Hiroto. He was the only one to lend a hand to us as we were fated for extinction. Jura, aren't any others among our clan who have interacted with a single minion for so long. I'm simply fulfilling my promise, and nothing more. Transforming this goblin clan into a society that properly recognizes intelligence and cooperation. The next, to protect the goblins themselves from the threat of the Minia. It wasn't me who saved you from being destroyed, but your dream, Venerable Zejigu. Why did you choose us? Because you all chose me. You picked the difficult path. Not at all. I believe this will make things better. A foreign sky where visitors who deviated wildly from the worldly principles and natural laws of the beyond found themselves. That was this world. The information that Hiroto had first sought after crossing worlds was if there were any other visitors like him who had appeared across this world's history and records of the fates they met. The first conclusion he received from this information was that it was impossible to achieve immediate reform of Minia society centralized around the three kingdoms. The deviant presences that brought instability to the world, visitors who brandished their outstanding technology and knowledge, have been largely deemed demon kings throughout history and exterminated through the collective efforts of the Minion races. This world knew that rapid development reliant on a single individual would have harmful effects on their civilization. They didn't integrate the demon kings themselves, but just the vestiges of the technology and power they left behind and continued on developing their world with stability. It was almost like this world's antibody mechanism, raised over a long history against these foreign threats called visitors. A refined and excellent tradition. Therefore, it will be hard to undermine it. I simply chose the path where I saw possibility, not the already stabilized Minia kingdoms, But the other community that energetically reproduced had a social nature and was filled with desire and zeal. That was how you appeared to me. Ha ha ha. An inexperienced and foolish group. My mind here will be bested by minion childs, surely. Disappointed by minion groups, witnessing our goblin foolishness firsthand. You must have walked a difficult path to reach Zodovi, Mr. Hiroto. Not at all. Hiroto fearlessly laughed. It wasn't a strong front, but his true, heartfelt enjoyment for this grand endeavor. He had loved the path he had traveled to get here. Venerable Zejigu, I believe this world is a wonderful place. I haven't abandoned my expectations for the Minia, while at the same time, I truly believe your people are clever, absorbing every experience you face. This world has possibilities that far exceed those in the beyond. Much like you and I are able to talk right now, Venerable Zejigu. You mean, word arts? That is what possibility is to a politician like yourself. That's right. In the world of the beyond, Minia can affect societies outside their own. That is different in this world. The Goblin clan I joined forces with has developed technology just as you and I wished, learn language, and are now trying to discover a new world. As a politician, could there be anything so delightful? There's a chance to bring everyone happiness and riches. This world needs us. There was no language barrier in this world. Visitors without any natural lifespan could enact any long-term plan they could ever want. There wasn't any more ideal of a world for a politician. The many long moons spent fostering goblin culture together with Zejigazogi were sure to save more than just the goblins. It was bound to help out a great many people as long as the day came where Minion races and goblins could join hands together. You, Hiroto. Someone called Hiroto's name from up in the sky. A blue wyvern. Rahik the wet scale. Don't head out now. Real dangerous out there. Kraken will swallow you whole. I know. That's why we're waiting like this until it's time to depart. Normally, wyverns are the natural enemies of goblins. Amid all the contributions Hiroto had made to this plan, the ones he prided himself above all else were enlisting the help of the prodigy Rahik, who had discovered a sea course unknown to even the Minion races, and making him agree not to eat the goblins. We're counting on you, Rahik. That's so, huh? Well, you guys are all idiots, see? Don't know anything about the sea. I figured you already forgot and got worried for you. I'm hungry. Your meal's piled up in that carriage over there. Go ahead and do whatever you'd like until sunset. Hey, you're a great guy, Hiroto. Maybe stupid, but still a great guy. I can't wait. Set in sail. Looking forward to it. The boisterous, shrill voice passed on by. Evelina shielded her eyes with her hand and watched him depart. Shrugging her shoulders slightly, she turned around to Zejigazogi. Idiots are nice and easy to manipulate, aren't they? Sure are loud, though. Nonetheless, he has discovered a route from disguise for us to cross the sea without Krakenazax. Rahik deserves commendation, Jamast here. Yeah, sure, it might be that way for you, but still. Evelina was coming back up the beach, seemingly grown bored of playing in the water. Of all of Hiroto's companions, she was the only one who didn't seem to have been deeply affected by their expedition at all. Evelina placed both hands behind her back and turned around to Hiroto. Hey, Hiroto. So in the Legends of the Beyond, vampires can't cross the ocean, right? Ah, yes, there were some stories that said as much. So then what'll you do? If I melt or something the instant I cross the sea, it'll make me very sad. But that's just superstition. You vampires, for a long while, didn't know the truth behind your own identity. That's why the superstitions from the beyond managed to spread like that. Oh, that's so. You're not going to give up on this, are you? Going out to sea, I mean. I'm not. Hiroto had been together with Evelina even longer than he had known Zejigazogi. She was Hiroto's sole bodyguard and close friend. When the end of his experiment in the new continent was finished, he was sure to return back to these shores. A day may come when not only goblins, but Evelina could also live as she wished among the Minion world. In Hiroto the Paradox's future, it was indeed them, the companions who held dreams and instead who would be necessary going forward. Not a single one of them could be lost. Mr. Hiroto, someday, one Smarzer Jean myself will be born. Whether he had gazed at the future far across the ocean or read the thoughts in Hiroto's mind, Zejigazogi brought up this promise. Our lives are short. However, we will be born anew. Zuff, each individual one is short. That brief lifespan will pass on into a new age, stronger. That is what we goblins do. Not our name or our second name, but your third name you bestowed us with, Mr. Hiroto. I guarantee Yuja clan bearing Ji's name will be raised to be clever. I alone am not your last. One will be born smarter Jean any other. That is my way of repaying you after my death. If. Me well. I'll also go along with you, Hiroto. It'd be a waste to hand over something this fun to a bunch of kids or someone else. I'm definitely not going to die either. Got it. Hiroto faced off into the sun to ensure the other two couldn't see his face. He thought he was an innately inhuman person. He had been so back in the beyond and still was now. Hiroto hadn't been emotionally pained to see goblins attack his fellow Minia, and he was able to live on without any desires or dreams of his own. Thank you very much. Nevertheless, he felt happy. Drawing in others' trust made him able to experience these warm feelings. He could feel the desire to see a world together with them that no one else had ever witnessed before. The position of the sun was low. The time to set sail would come eventually. With this, he made a promise that wouldn't be kept. Let's step foot on this land once more again, all of us together. Many days and months passed. Crossing the sea, Hiroto the Paradox realized one of his big goals. Among the companions he was with on that day, he alone returned to their original continent. For their dream, to create a society where minion and monstrous races coexisted together. Oriatia, third floor of an apartment complex, the third match finished. Dant the Heath Furrow heard, earlier than anyone else on this continent, about the vision Hiroto indicated for the world's future and its feasibility. Could goblins who didn't eat people exist? That problem has already been taken care of. On the new continent, we continued to research. Monstrous races eat the minion races. Naturally, this could be willfully suppressed on an individual basis, but as long as the race exhibited this tendency on a whole, it would be difficult to quell such desires. However, if that was the biggest obstacle to reconciliation between races, we researched if we could selectively breed livestock to serve as a substitute. This isn't a problem that can be solved with a substitute food source, though. The logical perspectives of the minion and monstrous races are completely different. Lichens, for example, are said to not actively eat people, but they're still a race that kills them for fun. And if that was nothing more than prejudice? My Lord Dant, the difference between us is much smaller than I thought. I have, in actuality, lived for a long time in goblin society. If they were truly a race incapable of mutual understanding, then I certainly could have never done such a thing. Isn't that just an issue of individual wills, like you mentioned before? Making them comply with a prohibition on eating any and all members of the minion races is much harder than forbidding them from eating a single designated individual. Of course, I cannot deny that may also be a factor. Hiroto forced a smile. The truth was he had been in danger of being preyed upon many times. However, in that case, why is it that goblins do not eat their fellow goblins? It's simply that they adhere to a clear prohibition not to eat their own comrades and consume hostile races instead. The example that you put forth about forbidding them from eating any member of the minion races, to them, it's a simple and easily understood rule of thumb. As long as the minion races accept them, and they're given plenty of provisions to curb any need to eat people, then it will be possible to include us minion races into their definition of comrade. Even then, logical perspective is an issue. There are none among the minion races who believe it's okay to attack others capable of mutual word arts understanding in order to eat them. That's the disparity that defines them as the monstrous races in our society. Is that true, though? As I'm a visitor, I can't help but find that questionable. The ability or inability to understand word arts. In truth, there isn't as major of a difference as the people of this world think there is. Yes, I'll see that only gigant eat wyverns, given their flavor, but in actuality, wyverns are an exception here, being preyed upon despite communicating with word arts. If you're talking about killing adversaries who understand word arts, well then, all the minion races do that as well. Is it really that big of a difference on whether or not the body is eaten afterward? A visitor's thought process there, Hiroto the Paradox. That's completely alien to our world. I know. That's precisely why an outsider like myself needs to act in order to bring harmony between the monstrous and minion races. You're going so far to introduce goblins into our society, but what do you gain? In the middle of his sentence, Dant fell silent. That was, in fact, precisely what Hiroto was doing. Hiroto and Zijida Zogi were participating in the Six Ways exhibition in order to prove the benefits of letting goblins enter minion society. They had suppressed the Old Kingdom's loyalists, who opposed Orietia and even influenced the continent's civilization with the technological innovation of his muskets. If anyone wanted proof of the benefits, he had been achieving exactly that for a while. That's precisely why the Six Ways exhibition was necessary. If the hero's the one who defeated the enemy to all, then whoever it ultimately is, they can unconditionally become an ally to all. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Through the title of hero, we'll control the people's emotional backlash and, over a long period of time, systematically permeate society. By specifically doing what? First, it'll begin with a slave class. Goblins and other monstrous races will be allowed to integrate as part of a labor force, and with their living areas isolated from Minia, we'll give them our substitute food source. Without either starvation or hostility, little by little, we'll see some among them interact with Minia and begin a cultural exchange. After an outcry for equal rights among Minian races, it had become difficult to make slaves of elves and dwarves on the continent, as in eras prior. In recent years, the value of slaves had been drastically rising day by day. Thus, there was open space in the market for cheap labor whose rights were differentiated from the Minian races. There was no need to seek equal rights from the start. Slowly, gradually, until eventually it became too difficult to cut them off from society. That was Hiroto the Paradox's strategy. That must mean you've completed it, this substitute food source or whatever. Of course, Hiroto carried a wood box, big enough to need both his hands, from a corner in the room. It was Zijida Zogi's personal property. Since his arrival in Orietia, Zijida Zogi hadn't eaten anybody. The same for the goblin army, he commanded. Even just dance surveillance alone was enough to make the fact undeniable. This is our substitute meal. What in the... Dant looked inside the box and was rendered speechless. He also needed to endure the nausea. The box was stuffed with tumors. The tightly packed and chaotically engorged masses of meat seemed to still be alive and pulsating. A single, clouded eyeball peeked through a gap in the sarcoma pile, and its sight seemed dozy, wandering through the air. It had no will of its own, or at least, it shouldn't have had one. What exactly is this? I already mentioned this before, that we rewarded Ozonesma with one of the spots in the Six Ways exhibition, yes? Hiroto's camp had made Ozonesma enter the tournament not because they had anything to gain from his participation. Giving him the spot in and of itself, allowing him to achieve his own aims had been the goal. That was compensation for this contribution. By calling him to the new continent, we were able to overcome the final hurdle and mass-produce this construct. Ozonesma's skills as a doctor are likely the most cutting-edge medical care this world has. Ozonesma can genetically transfer and incubate cells using a virus, even testing the faculty to maintain a bare minimum homeostasis without brain cells is within the scope of their ability. That's not it. You know, what I'm trying to say here. This thing here, if you're telling the truth, then, is a Minian? No, absolutely not. Even though its flavor and texture may be the same, and the raw materials came from a Minia, it's absolutely nothing like them. Hella cells. Oh well, that sort of example isn't going to get things across, will it? These cells, repeatedly modified, are now something completely different entirely, even in a genetic sense. But the original Minia, then, would be me. Hiroto closed the lid of the box without peering into the flesh mass's single pupil. The people who had continuously protected Hiroto, Zijida Zogi and Ephelina, had both left this world a long time ago. However, the goblins never attacked Hiroto. He gave them a substitute. Visitors don't have a natural lifespan. This primary supernatural factor brings eternal youth. In which case, say their cells are ageless cytologically as well. What would happen if they grew cancerous and multiplied endlessly? I've named them Tai-Sai. While they exist as living creatures, they don't die, continuously regenerating as long as they receive nutrients and serve as a minion replacement for the monstrous races, a new artificial life form, a construct crafted with the hands of science, so to speak. Page 23. Hiroto the Paradox. This is a truly foolish endeavor. What will the people think when they see that thing? Why would you reveal something like this to me? For your trust. You're able to put much more trust in this than in eating Minia, correct? While it is easy to proclaim that these goblins are ones who don't eat people, that won't be enough to instill trust. It's the same as a politician without any personal ambitions. The existence of the Tai-Sai is the minimum and necessary truth for us to reach a compromise. Trust? You expect me to look at that and trust you? That's what I hope. Dant glanced over the closed wooden box with an acrid look. Maybe it might be right. Introducing the monstrous races into society may actually help to restore the world. Just how many citizens in this country would be freed from their toil with the ogre's strength or the goblin's sheer numbers? But you're telling us to do so, even if it means relying on something that horrifying. Yes, it was necessary to inform you of everything, my Lord Dant, as our collaborator. Give me some time to think. Absolutely. I'll be waiting. Save the goblins, who were expelled by the minion races and previously driven off the continent. Save the royal family, now changed into an untenable authority, with the young queen being the sole living survivor. Save the order, now persecuted with the loss of faith in the Wordmaker. You're one of my constituents as well, after all. Hiroto the Paradox had decided to ally himself with them. He intended to make every one of his promises become reality. The sixth match ended in defeat for Mestalexel the Box of Desperate Knowledge. Keith the Round Table, considered to be the third faction involved in the Oriatia political conflict, had fallen from power, cited as the perpetrator behind the Castle Garden Theater bombing. Mestalexel's whereabouts were unknown directly following the match, and with a warrant out for Keith's arrest, Keith the Round Table was believed to be on the run within Oriatia, together with Kayazuna, the Axle. However, there was one more unknown collaborator within Keith's camp. Oriatia's 15th General, Hazesta the Gathering Spot. Losing the faction he had stealthily been a part of, Hazesta made an appearance at the Oriatia Central Assembly Hall for the first time in a long while. As he walked through the corridor on the way to his destination, he spotted a familiar face. Since they tried to pass by without a word, he smacked them on the back. Hiya. Ow. What in the world is your problem, Hazesta? I'd ask you to keep the meaningless violence to a minimum. 19th Minister, Hayaka the Heat Haze. A petite and seemingly high-strung civil officer, the complete opposite of the boorish and large-built Hazesta. Got a real annoyed look, don't we? It's got nothing to do with you. Come on, you won your match, didn't you? You could stand to be happy about it. What do you know about how I feel? Anyway, why are you here in the Central Assembly Hall and not the military ministry? I've told you over and over again that there are several important matters piling up while you've neglected to visit your office in the military ministry. Sorry, but I've got some other minor business to handle today. This sermon sounds like it'll be a long one. Give the 6 Ways exhibition stuff all you got, Hayaka. Ow. Hazesta smacked Hayaka on the back 2 more times and went to take his leave. General Hazesta, Hayaka called out to the departing man. He appeared to have blurted it out without thinking. I'm taking my work seriously. Not just the 6 Ways exhibition, always. But, well, I always bemoan that. There must have been some other way to do things. Hayaka, the Heat Haze, was a man unable to honestly revel in good fortune. The fact that he had confronted the 6 Ways exhibition with all his effort and might, only to claim victory in spite of his own personal blunder, had further exacerbated his sense of inferiority. Being able to do things seriously is quite a feat already, isn't it? I don't have the talent for that whatsoever. Downright jealous, really. But that alone. It's meaningless if you're not strong, isn't it? I wonder. Being strong ain't always a good thing, see? At the very least, the strong weren't always guaranteed to survive. Keith the Round Table, Kayazuna the Axle, and Mestalexel the Box of Desperate Knowledge were all powerful beyond imagination. Losing shouldn't have ever been a possibility for them, and they still ended up defeated. In the 6 Ways exhibition, Hayaka had won, and Hazesta had lost. That said everything. Way I see it, those guys who can win while they're weak are a hell of a lot more advantaged than the ones who've got to be strong to have any hope of winning. That doesn't sound like a compliment at all. Well, that's because I wasn't complimenting you. Nyehaha. With that simple response, Hazesta began to walk off once more. It was something that didn't concern him at all. He thought it had been out of character for him. If I'd been able to take things seriously, heck, maybe Keith would have won out too. Most likely, that wasn't the case. Keith's group must have exhausted every possibility the best they could. Even if Hazesta had made his own moves, the enemy may have just gone 1 or 2 moves above him. However, he did want to try carrying through his duty to the other 3 in his own frivolous way. Nothing more than a flight of whimsy. He arrived at the documents room at the end of the hallway. He put his hand on the door, but it was locked. I'm coming in. He grabbed the steel doorknob. He twisted it. There was a dull, groaning sensation. Hazesta the Gathering Spot didn't actually possess any lockpicking skills. I don't remember giving you permission to enter. There is only one person lingering in the records room, Oriesha's 13th minister, Inu the distant mirror. In a backlight peeking in from the window behind him, it was only his two eyes, wide like an owl, that stood out. Really? Well, I'm already in here and all. Say something first next time, Zesta said. Zesta remained in his spot in front of the door and fixed his eyes on Inu. An eccentric man who didn't belong to any faction despite how extremely capable he was, and who sponsored, in a Six Ways exhibition, a survivor from the same obsidian eyes he himself destroyed. Zesta's responsibility within Keith's camp was to investigate the personal background of the man in front of him. Even after Mestalexil's defeat in turn made Keith's entire camp vanish, Zesta continued to investigate Inu with his uncouth intuition and tenacity, and he had arrived at a single conclusion. You weren't a corpse to begin with. The person leading an anti-vampire mission's obviously going to be forced to undergo a thorough quarantine, but even if someone hasn't been turned into a corpse, that doesn't necessarily mean they can't be manipulated. Like someone's been taken hostage to make you fall in line, for example, or there's something set up to kill you at a moment's notice. The obsidian eyes matter, is it? I am indeed cooperating with them during the Six Ways exhibition. I'll admit that. Now, then, Zesta, do you plan on indicting me? Well, I don't know, see. Just bringing this information over to Roseclay or Hade doesn't guarantee they'll believe me, for one. It's lonely not having a faction for your own. Whether you're being honest or not, with the first round over, it's too late anyway. Zeljurga's already returned to Obsidian Eye's main force. Supposing you did kill me right here, it likely wouldn't put a stop to their activities, Inu matter-of-factly replied. He had eyes that seldom blinked. It was said that one could tell if a person had been turned into a corpse or not by their pupils' reactions, but he clearly seemed to still be Minion. Basically, your plan from the very beginning was to capture Mestalexil in the first round, but it doesn't seem that way to me, really. In the cramped records room, Zesta's low laughter reverberated with an eerie clarity. Conspiring with Obsidian Eyes to seize Mestalexil, the box of desperate knowledge. If that was Inu the distant mirror's goal as well, his own actions didn't line up. Inu was put in charge of vampire subjugation from before the Six Ways exhibition was ever decided on. It would have been impossible for him to be cognizant of Mestalexil's existence prior to the Particle Storm Interception campaign. Inu, you've interacted with that National Defense Research Institute a number of times now, haven't you? Despite that National Defense name, the organization hasn't been officially sanctioned by the Oriesha government, has it? What did you do? Before the Six Ways exhibition, you had your own plan you were pushing forward. Isn't that right? Inu closed the document he was holding in his hand. A long silence passed between them, but his eyes remained fixed straight on Zesta's own. There was nowhere to run in the tiny records room. Should Inu try to fly out from the window behind him, Zesta could likely grab hold of him far before he could pull it off. Zesta, what do you think about Taryn the Punished? She was a real fine woman. I bet that's not what you're asking, but that's how I saw her. In this age, there remain numerous powerful figures that could potentially destroy the world. I believe Taryn was trying to control these figures and bring about ruin through an absolute fear in place of the true Demon King. Ultimately, it merely shaped a war that forced even more death and destruction on the people. Niheha, that cruel streak of hers really drove me wild too. On the point of forcing sacrifices to maintain control, the Six Ways exhibition underway right now is the same as Taryn's war. There needs to be some way beyond fear to control the people. Keith was trying to accomplish that through the technology of the Beyond. My way of doing things is different, a means to unify their minds and not under their control. Inu's objective was unknown. What was he trying to do? Nevertheless, as he made progress through his string of investigations, there was one thing Zesta came to understand. The man sponsoring Obsidian Eyes was not just being used by a vampire. It was that he was trying to use a vampire for himself. If you're done saying your piece, then I may as well ask. Any plans on giving Mestalexil back? Asked Zesta. Impossible. Now that he has been handed over to Obsidian Eyes, I'm unable to intervene. What about lifting the manhunt for the bombing culprit? If you're able to fabricate a more likely suspect and the evidence to back him, that can be done. Of course, it's a matter of whether you can manage that or not. Sheesh, not much fun threatening you, huh? For a brief moment, a silence fell between the two men. For one moment. It was not a laugh that slipped from Zesta's lips. It was a sharp exhale, bestial and almost abrasive. A crack rent the floorboards where he stepped, while at the same time, he grabbed Inu's throat with his right arm. Whatever your pet theory or goals are, doesn't make a damn difference to me. Inu the distant mirror. NGH. GLNGH. Hey Zesta was using as little strength as possible. The power of his grip, enough to twist the lock off a door, could have crushed a person's neck down to the bone. Hey Zesta the gathering spot was himself one of the monsters born from the era of the Demon King. A powerful individual, equipped with aberrant brute force, as if birthed as a reversion from Minia to Beast. If you don't understand something, then you just gotta kill it instead. You know, that faction matched my character to a teenage. The only way in and out of the room lay at Hey Zesta's back. However, if he jumped down from the window, he could exit out from the building through a blind spot. He would twist off the iron fence surrounding the grounds and make off with Inu. A savage plan with no regard to the consequences. If Keat was still around, he would have never allowed him to act so arbitrarily. You're coming with me. Inu the distant mirror. General Hey Zesta. A completely different voice interrupted the scene. It was a familiar face. Opening the door, Hayaka the Heat Haze entered the records room. Hey Zesta hadn't seen anyone besides Inu and himself have any business with the records room. And of all people, Hayaka was the most problematic person to deal with. What are you doing? There was a thump. Well now, Hayaka. Sorry, but now's not the... Hey Zesta's words were cut off. His breathing itself was interrupted with a sudden intense pain. Hayaka was in a bizarre stance, the palm of his right hand held upward and stretched out in front of him. By flipping his right wrist down, he threw the second and third pebble. 2 thumps. They stabbed into Hey Zesta's chest in succession. His fingertips went numb, no longer able to keep his grip on Inu, and Hey Zesta's massive body collapsed to the ground. Don't cause us any unneeded trouble. Inu the distant mirror. Hayaka the Heat Haze spoke in a cold voice, as if an entirely different person. Had Hayaka's voice, even from a moment prior, actually been a man's voice? Your death could be brushed off with a laugh, but we need to dispose of every person who gets information out of you. Cough, gahak. I'm aware. If you hadn't tried to, you wouldn't be saving me at all. Hey Zesta, collapsed on the ground, could only see the shadow Hayaka cast from the hallway. That alone was already unlike the man. Its height, and even its sex, was entirely different. The thing that transformed into what appeared to be an elf woman's form had both eyes covered with bandages. Don't think we'll be saving you like this the next time, especially in my case, as I can only move these eyes of mine unprotected for a limited amount of time. A mimic. Constructs created by altering the cells of undifferentiated races. A species that could mutate into any form at will, with an extremely low confirmed population. Not only that, but she was simultaneously a corpse of obsidian eyes. First Formation Vanguard, Lena, the Obscured. Middle of the damn day in the Central Assembly Hall, and you're telling me someone this abhorrent slipped right on in. The strong weren't guaranteed to survive. That was absolutely right. Hey Zesta knew that. With a tiny pebble, just a few drops of poison. Within a single second of his attention going astray. Hey Zesta, the gathering spot's consciousness ended right at that moment. Oriasha's industrial ministry. Its departments and agencies had been under former 4th Minister Keat's jurisdiction, but now a different bureaucrat was commanding the withdrawal of weapons from their storerooms. All right, careful how you handle these things. A woman with her grizzled hair tied behind her head. Oriasha's 21st General, Taturi the blue-violet foam. There's a chance that any movable part could be a trigger, so no touching. With weapons from the beyond, their power isn't proportional to their size, okay? Even for the small items, carry them one at a time and leave yourselves lots of space. Slew and steady now. The Castle Garden Theater bombing wasn't the only reason why Keat the Round Table had gone from part of Oriasha's government to wanted criminal. For the forces taking advantage of Keat and Kayazuna's disappearance after the end of the 6th match, the suspicions around the Garden Theater bombing were a windfall excuse to forcibly execute a search for the weapons belonging to his camp. On top of the many suspicions surrounding the events of the 6th match, there were a large number of golems and weapons from the beyond that Oriasha wasn't aware of. Keat the Round Table's scheming to revolt against the kingdom had already become indisputable fact. As for which power would eventually impound these weapons, which were set to become evidence, there had, of course, been a dispute among Oriesha's main factions. But, hey there, Taturi. How's the extraction going? Smoothly. I've already picked out for myself a few of the more interesting-looking ones. Mind you. Calling out to Taturi was an elderly general with dry white hair and a long scar on his right cheek. 27th General, Haid the Flashpoint. Not only that, but that crone Kayazuna must have made up a whole fleet of those chariot golems. Huh. Makes me really glad I joined up with you, General Haid, that's for sure. If I had gone along with Rosclay and friends, I definitely would not have gotten to experience anything this interesting. Page 24. Ah, well, I could have gone ahead and let Rosclay have the win here, but the secret struggle surrounding Keats' left-behind property had ended in victory for Haid's camp with almost disappointing ease. A savage smile came to Haid's face as he watched the unknown weapons carried off right before his eyes. No matter how old I get, I still love to get my hands on new toys, see. When I was a young lass, I was also scolded that a young girl shouldn't play war. This would have been a golden chance for Rosclay's Reformation faction to prepare for what lies ahead. So why didn't they make any serious attempt to jump on this? Even if they obtained these new and functionally complex weapons, it's still up in the air if they'll have enough leeway to get use out of them until a war actually breaks out. The Reformation faction's winning out against us in the numbers game. Either they determined that the Beyond's weapons don't have the power to overturn that superiority, or it might mean they've gotten stuff that powerful elsewhere. What do you mean? Oriesha's already secured some enchanted swords and magic items, right? Of course, those items all been divided up among the 29 officials to keep a watch on, but the Reformation faction's got a lot of the 29 on their side to begin with. Basically, when the time comes, their group's got plenty of trump cards already up their sleeve. Yikes. So then we might have to battle against the Cold Star and stuff at some point? That'll be trouble. Of course. Too late to gripe about it now. Though even without that, there's the biggest reason those guys couldn't do anything about it. The head of their faction was seriously wounded in the 4th match. On top of that, with the whole almshouse raid and the chaos around the 6th match, their other leader Jelki's probably dealing with more work than he can keep up with 2C. The bickering over seizing Keats' weapons was probably a bit too much of a burden for those guys right now. Rosclay's camp was the largest faction within Oriesha's political struggle, but it had a very big weakness. The first was that Rosclay, inevitably due to becoming a symbol as a hero candidate, needed to participate in the matches himself, and their camp could never avoid the effects from his match results. Additionally, since they were the largest faction of all, there was a wide range of matters that they needed to control. In particular, Gel the Swift, Inc. essentially bore full responsibility for all of Oriesha's economic activity, and the other facet of wielding enormous power and authority was the need for him to deal with problems whenever they came about. The Reformation Party lost Old Man Noftok, too, didn't they? Did you see him, General Haid? That poor guy. He must have gone completely nutty. Rumors say he slipped out of the hospital and rubbed his head hard enough in prayer to draw blood in some church ruins. Isn't that terrifying? It sounds like something ripped from a ghost story. Once someone's gotten that bad, it actually gets more annoying to keep him alive. It'd be best to just kill the poor guy and erase Q's slot in the tournament, but if Q's side is taking precautions against it, that'll make it real hard to do. Immediately after the end of the 5th match, there was an incident involving an Order almshouse. It was obvious that Noftok the Corpuscle Bell was dealt some sort of reprisal, whether by Q's or a collaborator. According to the physician's diagnoses, he wasn't said to have any physical wounds at all. Old Man Iriol disappeared, Terran left, then there's Elia, Keat, probably no fault too, and Hargan is pretty much finished already, so guess that'd make 7. Taturi smiled as she used her fingers to count the 29 officials who had vanished. She was always cheerful and heartless. All that's left is Rosclay, depending on the condition he's in, but the 29 officials may just keep dropping left and right at this rate. I better be careful myself, huh? Boy, yeah. You and I aren't going to be dying anytime soon. We better not. Else, there was no point in even hitching my wagon to your side. Even now, with Keats' camp wiped out, the fire of the interfactional political struggle remained burning. More than that, they were incorporating leftover embers and beginning to strengthen their flames even further. Oriesha's second faction, Haid's camp. Oriesha outskirts. There, a mansion sat on the shores of a lake, the forest casting a dark shadow over it. You know, the distant Talon had already spent nearly a big month living within this mansion, which almost didn't see any sunlight, even in the middle of the day. During her life here, The only people she had to converse with were the housekeeping matron, Fry, and the young lady Linares. Are you bored, Miss Yuno? Nope, I'm fine. She shook her head. Linares' visits to her room would often come in the middle of the night like this. She was radiantly beautiful, yet the quiet light of the moon suited the girl more than the rays of the sun. When I think about it, honestly, just because I was in Oriatia, I didn't really head outside to enjoy myself or go converse with a lot of different people or anything. Actually, that sort of stuff made me feel awful. Whether she was conscious of it or not, that sensation had always been within Yuno. Since surviving Negan's ruination, acting freely or enjoying things for herself had come to feel like blasphemy to her. This building repression inside her might have been what occasionally drove Yuno to madness. She was unable to believe in her own sanity. Nor that right now. She was living here in the home base of Oriatia's enemy. Linares, are you okay? It seems like you have a harder time being outside for long. My apologies. It wasn't my wish to make you worry as well, Miss Yuno. Linares put her hand to her breast and smiled. Back then, when she had first met her, Linares had staggered under the rays of the sun. However, from what Yuno saw of her lifestyle, it wasn't that she was especially weak to sunlight. She had a fundamentally frail constitution. For Linares, even the smallest outing would have been equivalent to extreme hard labor. However, I have been perfectly fine as of late, because I'm also able to chat with you, Miss Yuno. If possible, would you continue teaching me the rest of set theory? I always enjoy listening to your stories of the college at Negan. Linares leaned forward, and Yuno couldn't help but pull her body back in turn. Had she forgotten that Yuno had once inflicted harm on her? Linares was always meek and wise, unguarded in surprising ways, and had something within her that unconsciously stirred the hearts of those she spoke with. Maybe tomorrow. You're so smart, Linares, that I end up losing confidence in myself. That is because you teach me so well, Miss Yuno. That's not. She suddenly covered her mouth. Yuno had let a laugh slip again, despite how much she wanted never to act like that again. I ran away from General Hade's side and came to Linares' mansion. From here, what am I supposed to do? Just because we've gotten friendlier, that doesn't mean there's any way Linares will let someone who knows internal information about Obsidian Eyes go. Yuno had pondered the same thing over and over again since arriving at this manor. It always ended without her reaching any answers. Even after breaking through a situation that blocked her from achieving her vengeance, she had been surrounded by yet another obstacle. It's really nothing short of a miracle I haven't been killed yet. I'm living in comfort, but my present situation is really no different from when I was captured in the new principality. Except this time, there's no way Sujuru is coming all this way to fight for me. After Yuno had left, had Sujuru been able to beat Ozanesma in his match? Even this remained unknown to her. She might have been able to find out immediately if she asked. However, for some reason, she didn't want to bring up Sujuru when she was sitting before the girl in front of her. Am I even supposed to escape from here in the first place? No question that Obsidian Eyes is dangerous, but they could be beneficial for my revenge. I still haven't settled on that answer. Miss Yuno. What? Linares was peering close in her face again. Yuno's bashfulness and nerves had sent her heartbeat into high gear. It was agony. Linares, are you the type of girl to do that stuff? What stuff exactly? Linares blinked her golden eyes, perplexed. When she gazed at Yuno's face and her breasts up close, she felt very glad that, at the very least, she was a woman too. If you get so close to everyone like that, well, it's really dangerous, isn't it? Why, it's not dangerous. You're my friend, after all. That's not what I mean. You're so pretty that. Oh, please. It's true. She stared back into Linares' eyes. Her behavior may have stemmed not from Yuno being another girl, or that they were close in age, but because she didn't know how much distance to keep between them from not having much experience interacting with friends. Yuno was sure that during Linares' lifetime, there had been far fewer people whom she could interact with so intimately like this. Said Linares. Her golden eyes averted from Yuno's, embarrassed. No, never mind. It's okay. I don't mind. She was lying. Thank you for always coming by and talking to me. Not all. I'm the one. Who brought you here, Miss Yuno? Perhaps I simply wish to free myself from the guilt. Linares gave a strained smile. She, too, had secrets that she couldn't tell to Yuno. Still, though, thanks. Nevertheless, she had shown trust in Yuno, even though she might have originally been her enemy, and treated her like a friend. If it was possible, I'd like to show as much trust in her as she had in me. The thoughts came to Yuno, unrelated to her revenge. It didn't go just for Linares. Sujuru and Hei, too, though they may have been a loathed archenemy or someone she betrayed. If Yuno could, she wished she could return their trust. Though that's probably far too egotistical for someone like me. Yuno still remained a powerless young girl, making it impossible to even imagine when such a day would come. In a spot slightly removed from the Black Mansion, there existed a cave just deep enough for shelter from the wind and rain. Starting from the day prior, there was a colossal and inhuman mass of metal enshrined within. Mestalexil, lingering at his feet, was an elderly leprechaun woman with a cane, a member of Obsidian Eyes and Linares' devoted household matron. Fry the Waking. If you're able to speak properly, then answer me. Mestalexil. Un-NNH. The golem answered with an inarticulate groan. Mestalexil, meant to be Obsidian Eyes' final trump card, was now under particularly elaborate mental dominion. The load had been tantamount to completely reconstructing his sense of self. Where is nice lady? My lady isn't here. However, I have come with a message from her. You will listen to what she says, of course, won't you? Mestalexil. I'll listen to what nice lady says. Therefore, it was only at this stage that it became possible to disrupt his directive system. Even among all the agents throughout history, Fry the Waking was the only one who knew the weakness of Obsidian's technique. If Rayhart the Obsidian had learned of this fact, Fry would have been disposed of without question. However, Fry hadn't the slightest intention whatsoever of using this secret in revolt. If anything, she believed that it was meant to be used explicitly to protect the young mistress she loved and respected. At this position here in Central Oriatia, there is a small clinic. Fry took out a detailed map of Oriatia streets. There was a cross etched at a single point on the map. Beside, it was an accurately reproduced portrait of their target. There's a clinic where this mark is. Aim just for this building and burn it completely to the ground without a trace. If the person with this face flees from the building, pursue them as long as it takes and kill them. Understand? The next operation would be, for Obsidian Eyes, the most critical one of all. They couldn't allow the slightest chance for this natural enemy of theirs to intervene. Fry needed to be the one to make this move, which had become a blind spot for Linares. If the nice lady orders it, I will do my best. That's right. I myself and my lady will be watching you work. Ha 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 ha. Exil Io Mestal. Waskert Bayfor. Famium. Hangmot Netlicon. Yeladsmot. From Exil to Mestal. Star Reversion. Howling Rain and Wind. Earth-Moving Darkness. Release. Incanting word arts together with loud, staccato laughter, Mestalexil generated a new armament on his back. In the beyond, it was a mechanism known as a rocket engine. XR-4A3. The demonic weapon flew off into the sky, like a death-bringing shooting star. Central Oriatia. Inside a hospital, a creature resembling a songbird flapped about in glee. Wow, Taroa, that's amazing. You can hop up and down like that. I didn't think you'd get better so fast. Wowie. It wasn't a bird, but a tiny girl with blue wings. A homunculus named Kyune the Wanderer. In the middle of the girl's whirling flight stood a hulking dwarf with a somewhat troubled look on his face. A minion child sat with his legs crossed in a chair within the same hospital room, while a leprechaun wrapped in a dark brown coat leaned against the wall in front of the door. Taroa the Awful, and his sponsor, Miziel the Iron-Piercing Plume Shade, along with Kuro the Careful. You gotta calm down for me, Kyune. I don't mind you flying and hopping left and right, but I'm scared I'll smack you if you fly in too close. Really? You're worried, Taroa? Sorry. I'll still be watching from where Kuro is. Okay. Kyune returned to her usual position inside Kuro's coat pocket. Kuro let out a sigh, a mixture of relief and astonishment. Seriously, I don't even believe my own eyes. Cyanop, the inexhaustible stagnation, risked his life to injure those knees of yours, didn't he? I heard it from Dad, too many times to count, but apparently my body's special. I gotta thank my parents. My real parents. Though, Taroa the Awful looked at Kuro and smiled faintly. I bet I'll be bragging for a while about pulling off something even those clairvoyant eyes of yours couldn't believe. Yeah, go right ahead and brag about that even more than those enchanted swords of yours. Miziel, sitting in a corner of the room, kicked his feet up and down. Hey, Taroa, you're still going to be in Oriatia, right? Probably. I've got the citizenship you gave me and all. Guess I could crash here for a little while longer. Right. I thought you'd say that. I mean, you got super banged up in the first round, so you haven't gotten any chance to go around the city at all, right? I'm along. Miziel's 4 limbs were still thickly wrapped up in bandages, and his right arm remained in a splint. My injuries have healed a fair amount, so let's go explore the ruins of the old kingdom's fortress or something. It's really, really dark and goes super deep. I promise it'll be scary and a lot of fun. I can show you around. Sure, that'd be nice. As he gazed at the two conversing with each other, Kiro pondered the true identity of this enchanted swordsman. When he first laid eyes on him that fateful day, he thought the dead had come back to life. That the Taroa, the awful who was supposed to have been killed by Uhlus the Star Runner, had revived and wouldn't stop until he had slaughtered any others who wielded enchanted swords. However, after Kiro had his life saved by Taroa, talked with him face to face, and watched him deepen his bonds with Miziel and Kyone, it had become wholly impossible to believe this man was some mysterious and unknown monster. True, his skills with enchanted swords were not inferior to the legendary Taroa, or maybe his nightmarish killing blades might have even surprised the legends. However, the Taroa, the awful standing before him, at least, was an artless and good-natured, if slightly inarticulate, young dwarven man from the countryside. Taroa, just who exactly are you? Kiro found himself wishing that the man was an imposter. That it would be best if the horror story monster drenched by blood and slaughter wasn't the man smiling with Miziel in front of him. Right. What about you, Kiro? If there's anything you want to eat, I'll treat you. My family's loaded, so no need to hold back, okay? You shouldn't be the one to say it like that. Taroa sighed with exasperation. Miziel the iron-piercing plumeshade was an honest young boy who acted his age, standing out from the 29 officials, which were rampant with devils and wickedness. He was a well-suited sponsor for Taroa, to the point where it made Kiro think, so just from looking at the two of them from the sidelines. Page 25. There wasn't any need to be on guard against traps, like Kiro had throughout his life up until now. He found himself wishing he could fully indulge in their friendly dispositions, and that he could talk with them just a little bit longer. No thanks. I'm planning on leaving Oriatia now. But Kiro, Kyone raised an anxious voice from within his breast pocket. He gently patted her through his coat to try calming her down. I decided from the very start I'd take off once Taroa's legs were healthy again. Looks like I'm fated to never stay in one town for too long. Taroa the Awful's wounds had fully healed far faster than he had imagined. For Kiro, he couldn't have asked for anything better. Leaving Oriatia and spending his days ensuring he didn't get involved with Obsidian Eyes. The optimal path for survival. That was what he'd follow. From inside his chest, Kyone's worried tone came again. But Kiro, listen, won't you be lonely? Me? I wonder. I'm more worried about whether you'll get lonely or not, Kyone. I'd like to get to know Taroa and Miziel a bit better, I think. Yeah, I know. It was at that moment. You're too slow. Anger was the very first emotion that welled up inside him. He was looking not toward Taroa or toward Miziel, but outside the window of the clinic. What the hell are you doing with your clairvoyance, Kiro? You noticed it too late. Shouldn't you be able to sense life-threatening danger before it's moments away? His clairvoyance could foresee everything. Not only limited to perceiving everything in the present across an ultra-wide area, he could even sense a destined future, deduced by bringing all the information of his senses together. Taroa, Kiro was the only one inside the hospital losing his composure. No one else in the area had the same reaction. I'm leaving Kyone with you. You and Miziel need to run. What happened, Kiro? No. Taroa the Awful pulled his jet black hood deep over his face. What's going to happen? Don't try to fight. Keep Miziel alive. Wait a second, Kiro. So you're saying that clairvoyance of yours can see something, right? Mestalexil's coming, Kiro declared. He could sense the cold sweat that began to pour out all at once. You all will die. I'll be the only one left. They were out of time. His clairvoyance's perception wasn't too slow. His enemy was too fast. The rocket engine, delivering continuous flight at supersonic speeds, was a machine of the beyond that greatly eclipsed the wisdom of this world. This won't work. If they ask me to repeat myself again, it'll be too late. I need them to believe me right now. Kiro aimed the crossbow hidden up his sleeve at Miziel. Kyone shouted, Kiro, if you don't want this boy shot, then you need to take these two with you and get out of here. Right now. Got it, Taroa briefly replied. Then his large hand scooped up Miziel. His other hand was then stretched out in front of Kiro. Though he knew he hadn't a single second to waste, to the leprechaun, the movement felt like an eternity. Kyune. He had to part ways with a partner he cherished more than anyone. Just as Kyune had entrusted his life to Teroa on that fateful day. Kuro, take her. Kuro, no. Kyune tearfully screamed. Kuro wished he could tell her something, anything, to help reassure her, but there wasn't any time. Teroa believed Kuro's words, then immediately kicked through the clinic window and ran off down the road. Right now, it's coming. What Kuro sensed was nothing but a premonition right before his enemy had started moving. Mestalexel had flown off at that moment. Clairvoyance, in extreme situations, prognosticated even the future itself with unparalleled accuracy. Nevertheless, if Teroa had carried Kuro off and withdrawn from this location, he knew for certain that they would be tracked and attacked altogether. Since the enemy's target was Kuro the Careful. He understood that, too. It's not the young mistress, either Fry or Whis. If they had just trusted me for a bit longer, then I would have, without killing anyone. Going by Mestalexel's flight speed, he had barely a few seconds left. He could see the method of attack coming after those few seconds. A bomb containing a large quantity of incendiaries would reduce the whole area around the clinic to ash. The weapon was referred to as a cluster bomb in the beyond, but Kuro's clairvoyance wasn't comprehensive enough to give him this name. The coordinates where Mestalexel would generate the bomb and the bombing angle. Air resistance, terrain cover, estimation of the fuel properties, where the closest water source was from this position, whether or not there was a route that would allow him to endure the several seconds following the impact when chemicals were scattered into the air, breathing, posture, body maneuvering, allowable injuries, limitless information, everything and anything in the world around him was being processed in the span of a microsecond. Kyune and Miziel had gotten away. However, that wasn't because Kuro had given up on his own life. This is the best way. If I'm by myself, I can't survive. As long as I have my clairvoyance. The sky let out a roar. It likely appeared as nothing more than a single streak of light through the air. It was too fast to visually grasp its presence. Explosion. Descent. Kuro was the only one who saw, through the ceiling cover, the malefic comet, navy blue, passing overhead. It was Mestalexel who had, on the day of the particle storm, saved him together with Teroa. The clinic dissolved. The raging blaze, flowing like a river, instantly swallowed up the entire building, burning 36 townspeople, including the hospital's patients, in the blink of an eye. From that day, all news of Kuro the Careful's whereabouts ceased. Half a day after the end of the 6th match, there were quiet whispers being exchanged in an abandoned house on an overpass in the old town. Hey, Keat, don't go nodding off, you idiot. I'm not. Don't put it like that. Something happened. We got trouble. Oriasha's former 4th minister, Keat the Round Table. With him, self-proclaimed Demon King, Kayazuna the Axle. They were charged with serious foul play in the 6th match, and both had become wanted fugitives, with the even more pressing problem being the presence of their pursuers, who were aiming to kill them. The spy organization that had framed the pair and spun conspiracy like ghosts behind the scenes of the 6 Ways exhibition, Obsidian Eyes. A squad of unknown scale, with each individual member possessing fighting skills that could rival any champion. Not only this, but Keats and Kayazuna's once trump card, Mestalexel the Box of Desperate Knowledge, had his controlling authority seized by the same Obsidian Eyes. We've been spotted. They're calling their little friends. Radzio wiretapping. That's a clever move. All right. That's because the people here don't know anything about cell splitting or spread spectrum. The Radzio or is too damn convenient, so there's no way for tech to keep up. More importantly, though, these bastards are going to surround us here soon. That happens, and we're done for. Launching ourselves out, there's all we got. I had planned to do that eventually anyway. That's what I like to hear. Let's kill him, Keat. When the old woman raised a fist in the air, wooden golems resembling praying mantises thronged out of every nook and cranny in the abandoned house. They were merely a makeshift fighting force, constructed while lacking both materials and time, and their only capability was to cut down anything deemed an enemy. On top of that, they were thoroughly silent, making less noise than a single ant's footsteps. Though they were isolated and holding out on their own, it was possible to produce a fighting force from the lumber taken from the floorboards and walls. Kayazuna the Axle was the ultimate golem user, whom no one else across the land could best. Keat, too, having just lost his sword, had created a new one with his own word arts. Keith's duty was that of a civilian official, but he was a prodigy with distinguished abilities even when it came to swordplay or word arts. Only one enemy. Uses a straight sword. Got it. The praying mantis, like what golem army, first surged like an avalanche and attacked. Wah! The straight sword wielder, Hayakrai the Tower, opened up plenty of space for himself. As he leaped back and drew his sword, he swept aside the blades of the jumping golems and slipped through the surrounding horde. Meanwhile, Keith and Kayazuna rushed off in the direction of the alleyway's blind spot, which they'd driven their enemy into. As he ran, Keith grabbed the torso of Golem that was following along at his feet. Sniper fire. Gay. The Golem Keith, raised up high, squeaked. A chakram flew in from somewhere, biting into its composite armor and charring the wood layer until it was finally severed in two. 3 golems automatically jumped up and stopped the next long-range attack with their body. All of them were destroyed. There was a tall building that could look down over this overpass bridge. There were 2 of them after all. Hey, Keith, those were my golems, damn it. The several dozen wood golems were about as big as a minia's balled fist. Nevertheless, each one possessed armor and combat capabilities on par with Oriatia soldiers. 4 of them had been destroyed all at once. Then from behind them. What do we do? Hayakrai the Tower was closing in. The wood golems that were supposed to be swarming him in the span of an instant were culled in significant numbers. One after another, the golem's blades closed in from 3 directions. Hayakrai casually dropped his body and evaded them. Finishing them off from below with a minimum number of thrusts, he held back the opening moves from a golem's sides using the hand, not holding his sword, and destroyed the golem with a kick. Then, moving as if he weighed nothing at all, he rose back up once again. His sword vanished for an instant in the kickback from getting up, then it slashed a golem in 2, blades and all. Why you should have waited just a bit longer for me. If they got away, it'd be my responsibility. Set your mind at ease. While hiding in a blind spot away from the long-range chakram attacks, Keith turned back to this enemy. How many of these golems had gone down? 5, 10. They could still definitely fight with these numbers. There was always a chance of victory. That's what he tried to believe. Keith had his back up against the abandoned house's wall, close enough to be slashed if he stepped forward. The enemy was a swordsman like him. For their range, his was slightly wider given the length of his arms. Keith tried to lure in his enemy's attention with his words. You can take care of that responsibility of yours in the next life. Who? Hayakrai suddenly stumbled a step forward and fell to the side. The same abnormal opening move as before. However, this time, it wasn't a sword attack, but a throwing move aimed at a different target beside Keith. Kayazuna immediately pulled in her arm and evaded the dagger swooping toward her. The blade stuck itself nearly halfway into the stone wall behind her. Hayakrai stuck one leg straight up into the air right as he collapsed, and the tip of this foot touched one of the 2 golems that had flown toward him at that same moment. That single touch seemed to have slightly deviated its direction, as the golem's size destroyed the other golem. Keith thought to stab during the opening caused by Hayakrai's collapsing posture, but he listened to his gut telling him to hold his ground. Too bad. The series of movements had been a rotational motion. As if foreseeing that Keith would catch him off guard, Hayakrai swept with his sword using the height of his shin. As he slashed through the air, he smoothly stood back up. If he had lost his balance the slightest bit, he would then have fallen straight down from atop the bridge. It was a completely unnatural recovery, as if he was raising up his entire upper body with just his ankle. What exactly is with this guy's joints? Going off balance doesn't leave any opening at all. He can fight with this much force from that stance. Damn abomination. Hayakrai the Tower held out against the incessant slicing from the golems assailing him and kept Kayazuna in check, all while shortening the distance between them little by little, as if he was the god of death himself. Oh, did you think if you hide like that, those ranged attacks won't reach you? Surely not. A chakram was stuck in the wall. It was the wall surface that Keith was hiding behind, creating a dead angle for the long-range attacks. The throwing weapon could rotate to change its trajectory. Even long-range attacks that curved around corners were possible for him. 2. Calm down, Keith. As long as he's launching those from that distance, there'll be a limit to the curvature radius. Don't move, and it won't hit you, yelled Kayazuna. Hey, Viv, that's true, but it's too late, said Hayakrai. Hayakrai turned his sights up above him. Rehem. TCH. Keat followed his sights and braced himself. Supposing the chakram thrown just now, knowing it would miss, was launched to keep him and Kayazuna in their place. Their enemy squad wasn't necessarily a group of two. An elbow was stabbing into his ribs. Keat dropped his sword. Accelerating in an instant, Hayakrai pinned Keat up against the wall. It was simple good luck that stopped Keat from being skewered on the spot. Hayakrai had used the momentum of his rotation to stab his elbow into Keat while he curbed the encroaching golem swarm from the rear by swinging his sword behind him. There was no advance warning to his stance change. The enemy's range was, from the very start, longer than Keat's. This guy. No, both of them. They had tried to convince him there was a third among them. That was why the sharpshooter had purposely thrown his projectile. In addition to these sword skills, which outmatched the 29 officials, they possessed enough proficiency to work with such precise coordination, even when separated by such a distance. They were mysterious. There were only two enemies. Each one of them was abnormally strong. Grams, Keat shouted. Over Hayakrai's shoulder, he saw Kayazuna collapsed on the ground, lying on her back. A short sword was stabbed into her stomach, and she wasn't moving. This swordsman had, in the brief second he had created with his words, incapacitated two people simultaneously. The right half of his body neutralized, Keat tried to fight back with his free left arm. Even then, the enemy was faster and would split Keat's head open with the pommel of his sword. However, said sword was guarding against a slash from behind. A hatchet, resembling a meaty kitchen knife, was turned away by the straight sword and smacked the ground. A hatchet. Someone freshly arriving to the fight had assaulted Hayakrai. She was a burly and muscular woman, taller than Keat. Her deeply taut smirk and narrowed eyes, combined with the scars on her face, had a monster-like ferocity. Who is this? Not good enough, said Hayakrai. Hayakrai the Tower was a master who hadn't missed a beat while taking several dozen golems on all at once. Even if a single fighter came in to help, with his flexible body posture, he could instantly slash back with his straight sword and... Then he turned in Kayazuna's direction. There was a bursting sound, pop, 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 pop. HNGH. Ugh, gah. The straight sword he guarded with shattered into pieces. Blood burst from Hayakrai's hands and feet, and he collapsed in a knot where he stood. The HKMP-5. You got sloppy, brat. The weapon Kayazuna to the axle had whipped out was called a submachine gun. A remainder of the Mestelexil-produced weapons from the beyond. I am possible. Much like his reaction to the incoming projectile moments prior, Hayakrai hadn't neglected to remain constantly vigilant against any movements from Kayazuna. However, in that brief second, his attention was diverted to the sudden arrival of the giant woman. The old crone smirked amid the smoke of gunpowder. You think a golem master didn't prep any golem armor for herself, did ya? The composite armor hidden within her clothes fell, and there was a metallic echo on the stone pavement. Of course, Hayakrai's dagger had pierced through that armor and lightly tore into her abdominal muscle, so her performance had also been a bluff that required her to muster all the strength she had. Gahak. NGH. Page 26. Severely wounded, Hayakrai began to sink lower, teetering. Keat didn't hesitate to step right in front of him and go to cut off his head. Back, Keat, shouted Kayazuna. With a light, tumbling motion, Hayakrai's sword flashed smoothly. Keat's forehead was lightly grazed, and Hayakrai fell down, face looking upward, down below the overpass bridge. Damn it, I should have won. Hey, what about the sniper? Kayazuna looked at the building across from the bridge. He had vanished without a trace. They'd immediately retreated the moment Hayakrai was knocked out of the fight. On top of the bridge stood Kayazuna and Keat, as well as the mysterious hatchet-wielding woman. Who are you? I'm not your enemy. Former 4th Minister Keat, the Round Table. You two are going to come together with us. She was undeniably a skilled fighter. She didn't appear to have lost any composure during the series of offensive and defensive back and forths just now. However, Keat the Round Table had no recollection of seeing a warrior such as her among Oriatia's soldiers. In which case, which power did she belong with? Don't piss me off. Who are you? Can't reveal who you're with, is that it? Kania the fruit trimming. The woman spun her meaty hatchet with one hand. Keat had heard the name before. The abnormal and valiant woman who had battled against 24th General Dant on the Togi city lines. It was said she brandished an enormous hatchet and always wore a smile on the battlefield. More than anything, However, she wasn't an Oriatia soldier. I'm an Old Kingdom's loyalist. You two don't have any options. Of course. Keith the Round Table, believing that this day of the sixth match marked the doomed fate of it all, ended up having his doomed life saved through a wholly unforeseen encounter. Nevertheless, it absolutely didn't mean that the situation had changed for the better. That's only if you want to survive. The stable owned by Oriatia's 14th general, Yuka, the Halatian jail, housed a bizarre and colossal beast. From a distance, it seemed similar to a wolf, but it didn't resemble any other creature the world knew. That was because he was a chimera. The hero candidate defeated in the third match, Ozonesma, the Capricious. I no longer have anything to do with your fight. The person he was conversing with was a goblin, a messenger from Zigida, Zogi the Thousandth. I assisted Hiroto as long as I advanced through the Six Ways exhibition. Therefore, Hiroto helped to ensure my victory. That was the agreement. There is nothing more beyond that. This matter isn't about assisting with Zigida Zogi's operation. IT is no different, given the end result will help him win. Ozonesma's objective was finished. He no longer had any reason to be involved with the Six Ways exhibition, and he didn't desire to continue his contact with Hiroto's camp after losing his match, given it would bring with it danger and risk. His contractual relationship with Zigida Zogi was finished. Even considering that fact, the situation might have required Ozonesma's help. However, then what about as a doctor? What? There's a possibility that behind the scenes of the Six Ways exhibition, a new species of corpse is running rampant. We believe that with your medical skills, perhaps healing patients who have been turned into corpses could be possible. I won't say it is impossible. However, the treatment can only be done directly after infection. A large quantity of blood for transfusion will also be critical. If that does not dissuade you, then I will save emerging patients as best I can. Ozonesma, the Capricious, was a medic along with being a chimera. Killing many champions in the past, he had left this continent behind in despair following the death of the true Demon King. With the techniques he'd used to continue his murders, as well as improve his own body, he tried to dispel the curse over his own body by saving innocent people to make up for all those whose lives he had taken. All while carrying something like the Demon King's arm inside me. Truly foolish. Ultimately, though, in reality, the gnawing at his heart wasn't a sense of guilt over his continued killing at all. It was because the most loathsome origin of said curse had been quite literally inside him all along. I do not mean to directly assist with Zigida Zogi's battle. To avoid inviting any unwanted suspicions, ideally, I will depart right after the 8th match. I ask you to take that into account. Understood. In that case, we'll be waiting for you at the Castle Garden Theater. The messenger slipped through the window he had left open and disappeared. Not a single trace was left behind. During the 8th match, there will be a large-scale outbreak of corpses. That would then mean someone is targeting Zigida Zogi's match to bring about such an event. After the messenger departed, Ozonesma went to sleep for a spell. He woke when this stable's master, Yuka the Halatian jail, appeared. How are you feeling? Not bad. Ha ha ha. That's some impressive resilience, I'll say that. Chimeras or something. You can already fight freely now, right? I have not tested that exactly. Is the search going well? You mean Keat and Kayazuna? Not at all. The day of the 6th match, we found a large number of bloodstains in a back alley inside the old town. But there's been no bodies yet. There's talk that even that could have been a diversionary tactic too. It's Keat and all. He definitely thinks things through a lot more than me. It's annoying. Bloodstains? If there is a vampire mixed in within the hero candidates, I should have at least tried to get that much information out of that messenger. For the Six Ways exhibition, Ozonesma's chosen strategy had been to cut off information about himself and others from Gamina City, then focus everything he had on his own match. He didn't possess any information on the other hero candidates that didn't directly involve himself. It was a purposeful strategy. Since Zigida Zogi was such a brilliant tactician, any information shared from him couldn't possibly be gotten for free. He had determined that knowing too much information about the other hero candidates would risk other camps targeting him as well. However, now he would be going on his own to the Castle Garden Theater. Due to a forecasted corpse infection at that, he would also need information on Zigida Zogi's opponent. Ozonesma looked at the clock. The 8th match should be starting soon. You hacked the silent. He only knew the name and had no idea what sort of person they were. Duca, how do you see the 8th match playing out? You mean who'll win? Normally, a fight between an ogre and a goblin. It'd be obvious who'd win there, but Zijida Zogi's real strong and all. Ogre. With that single word, he felt as if all the hair on his body had stood up on end. He tossed his head. Why hadn't the thought come to him? The entire time, up until his loss in the third match, Ozanesma had been lost in madness. Even though what he saw, or what he didn't try to see, didn't serve him at all in his judgments. Did you say ogre? Yeah, a gray-colored ogre, doesn't speak a word. That said, though, I haven't heard anything about him myself. No idea where he came from, or Ozanesma. Ozanesma kicked off the ground before Yuka could stop him. By the time the hay thrown up by the gust had fallen to the ground, he was already gone. The day of the 8th match, the waiting room at the Castle Garden Theater. Hiroto the Paradox wasn't present in Zijida Zogi's waiting room. No matter how close their collaborative relationship may have been, during the Six Ways exhibition, the only ones allowed in the waiting room areas were his sponsor or people directly involved with them. As the match drew close at hand, the door opened and someone entered the room. Zijida Zogi. Got a minute. 24th General, Dant the Heath Furrow. Zijida Zogi's sponsor. Certainly, there's still some time left. I know this is right before your match, but it seems Nofult still hasn't returned to Oriatia. 16th General, Nofult the Somber Wind. Yuhak the Silent sponsor. I see. Any investigation on Oriatia's end? It hasn't turned into an incident yet. Nofult's schedule has him returning to the city today. But wouldn't he have come back in the morning? As of right now, no one has been able to get a handle on his movements. Supposing Nofult never returns, what would then happen to me? That I can assume that you've done something then, haven't you? Well now, for the time being, it would seem our luck isn't all that bad. Although he was a part of Hiroto's camp as well, Dant, one of the 29 officials, was unaware of the full circumstances regarding Nofult. The man hadn't responded to Q's the passing disaster's persuasions and was cut down by the blade of death on the spot. As long as his sponsor's death hadn't been verified, Yuhak the Silent, strictly speaking, wasn't disqualified. Much like the hero candidate swap in the 4th match, even if a candidate's sponsor met a sudden, untimely end, a hero candidate could continue on in the Six Ways exhibition by naming a replacement sponsor. However, Nofult couldn't arrive at the Garden Theater. Zijida Zogi believed that the chances of Yuhak showing up were also extremely low. Yuhak the Silent has no initiative of his own. From the start, Yuhak wasn't a Shura who had become a hero candidate of his own volition. He was brought all the way to Oriatia by Nofult, registered as a hero candidate, and merely fought to go along with some orders or obligations. The Alamo Rome massacre was the one and only case where it appeared he had taken action of his own will. What was his objective, and why is he appearing in the Six Ways exhibition? Ideally, I would have liked to gather information about his motives as well. No matter how deeply we probed into his personal background, that alone seemed practically non-existent. Just what is Yuhak the Silent goal in participating anyway? Dant vocalized the same question in Zijida Zogi's thoughts. I have investigated Yuhak the Silent's past. Nothing at all is known about before he appeared in Alamo Row, but right now the only thing Yuhak has is his connection to the Order. First, he was saved by Cunity the Ring Seed. Then he followed Nofult, a child raised by the Order, to become a hero candidate. And I've been told by Master Q's the Passing Disaster himself that during the raid on the almshouse, the ogre saved him. Although we still don't know the why, at present, it's clear to see who he serves. Zijida Zogi had collected information on all the Order children across the entire continent and used that to bring Q's the Passing Disaster into Hiroto's camp. His reasoning didn't just stop at the man's usefulness as an assassin, but was also used as a part of his long-term plan to use the Order connection to manage Yuhak the Silent. Securing Yuhak the Silent was an essential requirement for Zijida Zogi, the individually weakest candidate in the tournament, to advance through the Six Ways exhibition. What about you? Asked Dant. By me, you mean what exactly? Are you following the orders of Hiroto, the Paradox, the individual? Or do you seek to manipulate Hiroto's power, too, if it helps your goal of seeping into Oriatia? In your case, you've never deliberately talked through it all. I see. Master Hiroto is more the one who would enjoy these sorts of topics. I myself, well, it's not in my nature to bring up my own goals, or what have you on my own. Zijida Zogi the Thousandth was a Zogi blood descendant, continuing down from Zejigu Zogi, the Stone Dam. His forefather, Zejigu Zogi, was the wisest goblin of his age, one of the first companions Hiroto the Paradox gained for himself, and Zijida Zogi was told he had perished soon after fulfilling his grand undertaking of searching for the new continent. Zijida Zogi was fighting in part to fulfill Zijida Zogi's ardent wish. Even when he, a commander, was confronted with the condition to participate in the Six Ways exhibition as a hostage from capitulated Okafu, the agreement had come without a moment's hesitation. However, that was purely because he had thought, of his own will, that was best. It's not about whether I serve Master Hiroto or if I'm using him. Let's see. While this may not sound like something a tactician, such as myself, would say, the Minya who had, since the age of a faceless ancestor, striven harder toward the goblin's growth than anyone else. The Minya who hadn't hesitated to declare that the single dose of vampire antiserum that they received from Haid the Flashpoint as compensation for their cooperation will be given to Zijida Zogi and not himself. Who had said that as long as Zijida Zogi remained, there was a future for goblins. I like him, Master Hiroto. I can believe it, Dant quietly replied. The man's a truly terrifying politician, after all. Jovialness, friendliness, a striking gift for attracting others. I can't help but see the man as the complete opposite of what makes a suitable politician. He's argumentative, weird, and even a bit suspicious. Yet for some reason, I can't help wishing that I would become a friend of his. Master Dan, so you do not seek to become a friend of Master Hiroto's, then? I take it. That's right. Dan had said that all the tactical decisions were made by Zijida Zogi, but that wasn't true. When it came time for them to come to Oriatia as a hero candidate, it was Hiroto the Paradox who'd chosen Dant. At the time, it didn't only have an element of currying favor, but there was something else. Something that Dant the Heath Furrow possessed that Hiroto needed to smoothly move things toward the future, eventually turning him into an ally. Whoever it may be, as long as they could become an ally, there wasn't anything more to ask for. The door opened. Zijida Zogi the Thousandth. The match will begin shortly. It was a soldier with the Castle Garden Theater, charged with leading the hero candidates to the arena. Get your equipment in order until then, and wait until someone comes to summon you. The match. Yes, General Dant. Is something the matter? No, well, nothing that major. This means that you hack the Silence arrived then. Is Nofelt with him? Dot. Yes, that's right. They both turned up a short while ago. Now then, if you'll excuse me. The soldier left the room. Zijida Zogi and Dant both remained silent for a time. Yuhak the Silent had appeared. The principle governing his conduct still remained a mystery. Well then, with that, I'll have no choice left but to fight, reluctant though I am. Zijida Zogi, you said that this invisible army behind the scenes of the Six Ways exhibition had a vampire, right? That Obsidian Eyes, connected with Zeljurga, was moving as an independent faction of its own. Yes, with all likelihood. What if Yuhak the Silent is being controlled to appear in this match? That would be impossible. The vampire's virus should fall under the effects of Yuhak's word, art's nullification. Like dragons and oozes, their very activity would be erased. In that case, what of the possibility that Yuhak's appearance at this match is the outcome Obsidian Eyes planned for? That is very plausible, yes. The point about Nofelt's arrival is worrisome. There's a chance, for example, that the perceptions of everyone in the area are being manipulated and misled. Zijida Zogi raised one finger. I made a single error in this battle, having Okafu's mercenaries withdraw from Oriatia in response to the invisible army's infiltration. In other words, Obsidian realized that at least one person in Hiroto's camp, that person highly likely to be myself, had immediately caught on to their existence. We have been spreading the information that this enemy is a vampire to various other camps, but there are still very few who are earnestly responding to the news. If there was one person to target first, it would be me. In that case, Zijida Zogi, this match is dangerous. Assuming Yuhak's defeated, there's the chance some other intruder could appear in the arena and try to dispose of you. If the enemy's a vampire, that's a possible option for them. Oh my, I am surprised to hear you, Master Dant, showing any concern my way. Please, no need to worry. If they do barge into the arena, then surely there won't be any problem with throwing in an intruder of our own. Ozonesma? I know he won't be one to sit on the side quietly. In addition, I have laid some number of our own army in the audience as well. If there is any suspicious movement in the stands or near the arena entrance, our force of numbers will be able to keep them back. You plan on using that proud military force of yours? The Six Ways exhibition is one-on-one, you know. Yes, so long as the other side follows the same rules, of course. Zigida Zogi muffled his voice and smiled. And even serious and stern Dant couldn't help following it with a half-arched smirk of his own. Page 27. Master Dant, if possible, can I ask you to make contact with Nofold? 7th Minister Flinsuda's medical team will arrive in short order. Please meet up with them. I'm certain that there will be someone involved with this invisible army waiting to ambush you. Please make the proper provisions, assuming there will be hostilities. You even arrange for a medical team? Yes. Flinsuda the Portent is someone who will act for the right price. You see, in terms of economic clout, Hiroto does not fall behind the other camps at all, mind you. Besides, that isn't the only strategy being put into action today. Geez, you people. Spitting statements that sounded irritated yet resembled words of confidence, Dant took his sword. Go out there and win, Zigida Zogi the 1000th. The same to you, Dant the Heath Furrow. Give everything you have for the queen. Dant disappeared from the waiting room. What remained was Zigida Zogi's own preparations for his match. He donned a thick iron helm that completely enveloped his face. Along with protecting his head, it was meant to hide his features from the large, unknown masses witnessing the match. Additionally, this helmet had a third function in this fight. He planned on bringing a crossbow into the arena with him, but to Zigida Zogi, that was little more than a backup weapon. The weapon he utilized was a large and long alloy axe strapped to his back. In a one-on-one true duel, Zigida Zogi was unable to bring his true weapon, his army of goblin soldiers, into the arena. Even then, the unparalleled tactician was still able to ready surefire tactics for his victory. Zigida Zogi the 1000th. It's match time. I shall reaffirm your will to battle in this match here. Zigida Zogi replied to the soldier guide, who had appeared again. That won't be necessary. Let's head out now. As you wish. The soldier guide had one arm slung in a bandage. From the conversation he'd heard during the negotiations with Haid, there had been a disturbance behind the scenes of the third match, and one person had been injured. The invisible army is everywhere. There is always the possibility of being ambushed, even during the short walk to the arena. Vampires and corpses infected others either through direct mucus contact or by pouring a large amount of blood through an open wound. Was there any possibility that this soldier had been turned into a corpse when he was cut by the invisible army? Zigida Zogi's equipment was also a means to immediately suppress such an enemy. I smell blood. I believe you should have a doctor look at that wound of yours. It's already undergone life arts treatment. Quite. However, I merely thought I could introduce you to a more skilled physician, perhaps. Before long, Zigida Zogi arrived at the arena. At the same time, a colossal ogre appeared from the opposite corridor, Yuhak the Silent. He did come after all. In between the pair, the adjudicator, 26th Minister Mika, the Whispered, shouted, Combatants, take your appointed positions and face each other. As he checked the direction of the wind, Zigida Zogi faced toward Yuhak. Even among other ogres, Yuhak was remarkably large. Compared with Zigida Zogi, he was more than 3 times his size. Both of his eyes, staring back at Zigida Zogi, were fathomless and white, like a mirror. Well then, I didn't wish to fight at all, if possible. Zigida Zogi entwined the fingers of his hands together. Confronting an ogre one-on-one was, for a majority of the creatures in the land, synonymous with death. Goblins were a species that relied on numbers from their fecundity, and their individual strength was inferior to even Aminius. Nor did they excel with word arts when compared with other races, either. However, when it came to Zigida Zogi the 1000th, even overturning this racial disparity was possible. The weapons Zigida Zogi was utilizing in the 6 Ways exhibition were not superb racial, physical strength or supernatural ability. It wasn't any lethal technical prowess he had honed to perfection. It wasn't even some irreproducible magic item, either. Electrolyzing table salt produces sodium hydroxide. If this was heated and melted down together with naturally occurring quartz, it generated sodium silicate. From that sodium silicate, one could obtain sodium metasilicate. There was a third mechanism to the iron helmet that completely covered the goblin's head. It consisted of goggles to protect his eyes and a sodium metasilicate respirator that filtered outside air, in essence, to give it an internal gas-proof filter. Yuhak the Silent. Just what sort of moves do you have then? Strategies? Tricks? Techniques? Additionally, on Zigida Zogi's back, he bore an alloy metal axe. Even in a world without large-scale processing plants or stringent laboratory environments, it wasn't impossible to create such a substance. By combusting coke under a constant temperature, it was possible to produce carbon monoxide. Through the process of electrolyzing table salt, one was able to obtain chlorine. There is a substance that could be produced by reacting carbon monoxide and chlorine under sunlight. If it came into contact with the membrane of the ocular mucosa, it would immediately produce hydrochloric acid and induce intense inflammation, rendering one unable to fight. From there, it would invade the respiratory organs, inducing aftereffects leading to pulmonary edema. In the beyond, it was a key substance in chemical manufacturing as well as a deadly poison that terrorized soldiers in a great war. Its name meant synthesized from the sun in the Greek language. Carbonyl dichloride, phosgene. This will be my first move. Even UHAC, negating any and all word arts, was unable to deny its power. The power Zijida Zogi wielded was the power of civilization itself. The spectator seats. As Hiroto the Paradox watched intently, the 8th match was about to get underway. Q's didn't kill Nofold. UHAC the Silent had appeared. It was clear he had a sponsor. Hiroto, not witnessing the moment in person, hadn't confirmed Nofold's death with his own eyes, but it was impossible to think Zijida Zogi, the one who'd commanded the operation, hadn't verified the body for himself. Supposing that there was possibility that this angel, who haunted Q's, could induce not instant death, but a temporary state of suspended animation. Or instead, the possibility that there was some deal between Q's and Zijida Zogi, and they had left Nofold alive for a future stratagem. When considering Q's personality, this seemed like the far more likely possibility. Even then, there isn't much I can do. When it comes to matters martial and tactical, I can't lend any help to Zijida Zogi from here. He realized that the audience around him was withdrawing like a receding tide. Hiroto muttered, still facing toward the arena. I would avoid interacting with me. A massive beast, his single body seemingly filling up all the space the retreating audience left behind, was present at his side. Everyone besides Hiroto feared the grotesque creature and looked at it from afar. A streamlined beast, resembling a massive and bizarre wolf, with bluish-silver fur. Ozonesma, the capricious. Aha! His breathing was terribly ragged. It was hard to believe a creature like Ozonesma would get like this just from running at full speed. This breathing was psychogenic. He was scared. Or maybe, Ozonesma, do you have some personal business with me? Did you know? The fiendish and wicked tone in his voice was unlike anything Hiroto had ever heard from the Chimera before. Did you really know who exactly Zijida Zogi's opponent was? Of course I knew. We've done plenty of preliminary research into UHAC, the Silent's origins, and his abilities. However, Hiroto sensed it with his mercurial wit. That wasn't it. This was decidedly not the answer to Ozonesma's question. He wasn't even looking at Hiroto. With bloodshot eyes, he was staring at UHAC in the arena. Ozonesma, you know something. Something about UHAC, the Silent. Hiroto, quick. You have to call off Zijida Zogi's match immediately. It cannot be allowed to pass. That is one thing. He cannot be allowed to lose. What? Just what exactly do you know? A cold sweat flowed down the back of Hiroto's neck. Was it fear of the truth? Zijida Zogi hadn't passed any information regarding UHAC, the Silent, over to Ozonesma, the capricious whatsoever. Ozonesma was supposed to be the trump card of Hiroto's camps, and it had been to prevent UHAC's abilities from being handed over to another camp. In which case, what could he, without having a single change to interact with UHAC at all, possibly know about him? I know. UHAC possessed the power of true and pure dispelling. Before him, any and all word arts were meaningless. Why was he battling in the Six Ways exhibition? Why had he come here? No one knew the answers. Perhaps that wasn't because one had never been able to find them. I know everything from the beginning. UHAK the Silent. That name is wrong too. The starting gun ringing out from the band felt horribly far away. The match began. At any moment, Zijida Zogi would deal with the ogre. Hiroto couldn't stop him. The only thing that resounded was the cry. Cetera. His name is Cetera, the one who killed the Demon King. He's the true hero. Match 8. Zijida Zogi the Thousandth versus UHAC the Silent. At the end of the age of the true Demon King, a man and a beast continued a year-long journey. An aimless journey with no destination and no guarantee they would be able to find what they sought. Even then, it was by no means a trying journey. Ozonesma, the capricious, had the power to fend off any threats that approached them, and oh luck, the drifting compass needle had his soothing songs. Thus, blessed rains washed over the land the soldiers' swords at last fell. None at all doubted the sincerity of the princess who gave her life the realm, now tranquil that beautiful wish. Ozonesma closed his eyes and listened to Oluk's song until the last reverberations of his instruments died down. The beast, born for battle, had lived for nothing but slaughter, and felt like that soul drive was enough to save him. As if by magic this song could heal terror. There's a boar. Indeed, they were in the middle of a forest. Apparently, Oluk, in his dulled sense of danger, had noticed the presence of the beasts resting in the shade of the roadside trees. Ozonesma could tell their numbers as well. 4. Or perhaps it was a mother with her pharaoh. They don't intend to fight. We can let them be. Haha, look, I'm not bragging, all right? But even beasts will listen to my songs. So if that's the case, don't you think I might have a shot at defeating the Demon King too? Impossible. Ozonesma agreed that there was indeed a power within Oluk, the drifting compass needle's song. Soulless beasts were enthralled by the beauty of the melody and stopped their legs and wings. Even those with explicit hostile intentions were unable to help themselves from listening along. Though Ozonesma recognized the wonder of his music, which could touch those in the realm of madness, he still believed the man's experiment was reckless. That didn't change the fact that Ozonesma, accompanying Oluk on his experiment, was just as reckless himself. Do you really think you'll find this thing you are after with this method of yours? In all honesty, there's no real way to know without asking the word maker themselves. I'm doing it because I don't know, see? We're getting to the next town before the day's out. Okay. We'll arrive in the evening. We should quicken our pace a slight bit. From one town and then on to the next. Oluk would earn coin with his songs and travel on to the next place. Towns didn't always welcome the company of a drifter bard. Without Ozonesma at his side to protect him, Oluk was in more danger inside town limits than on the open road. As if he had exchanged everything for his lyrical talents to resonate with the very world itself. Oluk was astonishingly inept as a fighter. While he was blessed with the physique for it, both his technique and his decision-making were hopelessly slow. It probably seemed like a cruel joke to anyone who looked at him that the man remained on his journey to defeat the true Demon King. Ugate. What if you do not find the sort of individual you seek? What would happen then? When that time comes, it'll probably be the end of it for us. Everything would turn into a big, wasted effort, but that'd be all. Or perhaps someone else will defeat the true Demon King for us. How about that? There's probably others out there like us, attempting this stupid endeavor, trying out a loony method of their own. A loony method. You know the story? There was some smart guy out there who tried to poison the Demon King to defeat them. If I remember, inside the champion's bag was some mechanism to discharge a deadly poisonous gas when opened up. The idea being that if this fella closed in on the Demon King without realizing it, then just by taking out his weapon, the Demon King would die. What happened? In the middle of the night, he opened up his bag himself. The champion who tried to set up the trap died and took everyone else in the same building along with him. The end. The Demon King's terror eroded the very intent to resist them. The people themselves feared their decision-making. Even should one attempt to kill them via soulless constructs, automatic machinery, or explosives, as long as the person setting up the trap had a soul of their own, they would be terrorized by their own actions and driven mad. Regardless of the distance and timing, they would avoid putting their plans into action. Would attacking indiscriminately do the trick? Did they need to keep the true Demon King out of their perception? Did they need to make sure their own self-destruction was incorporated somehow? Anyone with a bit of a head on their shoulders could come up with any number of different methods to defeat a tremendous fear that they couldn't approach or think about. An innumerable number had done exactly that. During this 25-year span, there was no doubt the world had exhausted every possible means its people could come up with. Even the first party had been defeated, including the most wicked Demon King of all and Ozonesma's creator, Isaac the Chromatic. If victory was impossible for those 7, then no matter how powerful one may have been, it must have been impossible to lay a single finger on the true Demon King. Which was why, in actuality, their quest was nothing like a tactical operation, unable to discover a method to defeat their enemy. It was like they were clinging hopefully to some baseless and enigmatic magic charm. What they were doing was something the weak did when forced up against oblivion. It's strange, Ozonesma thought as he walked behind Oluk down the road. This journey, The first he had done with a companion since creation was by no means a trying one. Despite being so utterly reckless, it doesn't seem like a hopeless quest, or perhaps he really can. Sure enough, at the end of that year, they would meet him. Oluct found the ogre that, most likely, no one else would have ever been able to find. Had it been a revelation bestowed by his talents for song that led Oluct to discover him? Or perhaps it was but a piece of cruel destiny. At the time, no one knew the answer. The traveling company of just two had increased to three. The ogre, lacking the power of word arts, was given the name Cetera the External. He was terribly small for an ogre, being only half a head taller than Oluct. Just what sort of name had Cetera been given originally? Or perhaps, had he never felt such a thing was necessary from the beginning? Cetera didn't insist on anything at all himself, but nevertheless, he silently accompanied Oluct on his journey. When danger arrived, he fought with just as much bravery as Ozonesma, never eating people despite being an ogre, living disciplined as though he was an oracle, and solemnly joined their journey. While they were unable to exchange conversation, Ozonesma started to put a bizarre trust in the ogre, occasionally leaving his own life in his hands during a battle. The ogre, unable to understand word arts, still listened to Oluct's music together with Ozonesma. In those moments, Cetera seemed calm, as if his mind was at peace. The three continued their journey until they reached their final destination, Kuda's Silver City. This place is Kuda, no doubt about it. Oluct looked at the charred remains of the sign bearing the town insignia, and he broke into a twitching, taut smile. The shape-shifting city, a new building popping up each time one visited, had teemed with people and activity. Indeed, that was how it had once been. Now it had changed shape entirely. All of it. With the loss of Shinji the Peace Column, this downfall was an inevitability. Before the threat of the true Demon King, a city's size is insignificant. Page 28. I know, but now that I'm seeing it for myself, the reality really hits you hard. Oluct's unrest didn't only come from the drastically changed cityscape before him. Died in gruesome blood, with the vestiges of agony and death left behind everywhere they looked. The town was completely finished. In this day and age, such ruins could be found all across the land. But Kuda's Silver City was different. The Demon King was here, the source that was painting over the land with a dark, black terror. Ozonesma, do you know where the Demon King is? Ozonesma was level-headed. He had stopped and didn't move. Just like the brilliant warriors who had come before him, he could sense the terrible menace. He knew where it was coming from. Amid the silence of death, there was a single life lingering. He didn't want to face it. He didn't want to get close. Ozonesma was an artificial life form, created by the self-proclaimed Demon King Isaac to collect biomaterial and equipped with all the functions needed for combat. Even still, there was one function, courage, that he hadn't been given. He had been made this way to act as an assistant to Isaac and never disobey him. Beside him was Oluct, while Cetera vigilantly protected their rear. Still, it was frightening. Cetera. God. The ogre didn't let out a single groan, even in the thick of such soul-crushing terror. Cetera was a chosen being. He had the power to erase any and all mysteries of the world with just a thought. It wasn't only word arts. All supernatural phenomena, including the paranormal effects of magic items, clearly not the product of word arts, were meaningless to Cetera the External. He negated anything that lay outside the natural laws of the physical, a supremely powerful supernatural skill, even capable of killing a dragon without a fight. That was truly what Oluct had continued to pursue, a being inconceivable to this world, a power to negate everything, a power that didn't cause anything. With him at their side, Ozonesma believed that they could manage to fight against the Demon King. However, now that the time had come, now that they were standing here, this conviction disappeared without a trace. Would that really be enough to make killing the Demon King possible? Olukate. I was right. This experiment is reckless. Ha ha ha. What's the matter, Ozonesma? Getting cold feet now that we're here. That is exactly right. Is it not so for you? Ozonesma couldn't advance another step farther. No matter how much bravery he tried to drum up within himself, he couldn't do it. He rued his lack of such a function. Perspiration, pulse, breathing. He could tell that Oluct was terrified beside him. For someone who wasn't a warrior like him, the fear alone was enough to endanger his life. Oh, Oluct, please, We can't go any farther. He just needed to pretend he hadn't seen anything. Pretend that their journey had been a waste of time. If they turned back now, they would simply go back to the lives they had lived beforehand with nothing changed, and no one would criticize them. From the start, Oz and Nesma hadn't held any belief that their method would actually be able to defeat the Demon King. Eventually, this world might be annihilated, but that wasn't a burden that a single person was meant to bear. That Yuyun. They had come this far. He had listened to Oluk's songs on the main roads, the sun peeking through the trees. Oz and Nesma had even felt proud watching the city people applauding the bard from afar, as if they were cheering for himself, too. Their nigh-impossible quest, which they themselves hadn't truly believed in, had finally been completed. Freed from his duty of blood and slaughter, Oz and Nesma had been able to witness the beautiful world for the first time. He may not have been the hero. Even then, he had adventured with his companions. Oz and Nesma didn't want to believe that those days of adventuring had all been leading to this kind of ending. Beyond them lay only despair. Cetera. Oz and Nesma looked at Cetera. Was he really going to defeat the true Demon King for them? Cetera remained silent. He quietly lingered where he stood, showing no signs of moving forward. In which case, their quest had been a mistake. The fact that Cetera was unable to move forward with such terror in front of him was the proof, wasn't it? I told you, Oz and Nesma. Someday, Oz and Nesma would die. Oz and Nesma could clearly understand that if he continued from there, he would die. Oluk must have understood it just as much himself. Even if we don't move forward now, someday, the fight will come. If that bravado I showed you, if that can't protect me right now, then what else is there? No. Wait. Stop. There is no hope of winning against something like this. Everything was a failure from the start. Oz and Nesma could tell that by stepping out in front of them all, Oluk was trying to give them the courage to move forward. Despite being nothing more than a bard, with no warrior strength to speak of. I cannot go. Forgive me. Me, Olukate. Really? Well, makes sense, doesn't it? Of course, huh? Well, that's fine. I get it, I know. Oz and Nesma, sorry for making you go along with my selfishness. Placing a hand on the downturned head of the beast, many times bigger than himself, the bard smiled. Then he walked off. Take care of Cetera for me. No matter how much Oz and Nesma wished that he would stop, Oluk continued to walk. It was a scene Oz and Nesma had seen countless times in the past. Many, so very many champions doing the same thing and walking to their deaths. Alas, why did people decide to attempt bravery? You've got courage. I know that for sure, after all our time together. Oz and Nesma tried to advance. Warily, he took 2 steps forward. His legs trembled, and his strength gave way. If he didn't follow after Oluk, the man would die. I said this to you right at the beginning too, didn't I? I'm doing things whether you're coming with me or not. He spread his arms out wide, right in the middle of the deathly scenery. His departing figure grew smaller and smaller. So far was the difference between himself and this mere Minia. Courage was the one function the invincible chimera hadn't been equipped with. I'm going to move the heart of this true demon lord with my music. The man laughed at the all-too preposterous words himself. Among the final party, there was only a single person who, in the truest sense, challenged the true Demon King. He was Oluk, the drifting compass needle. This man didn't carry a weapon. Following the obvious presence of terror, he had arrived at a singular abode. A completely ordinary residence. Red roof, white walls, and a green garden. Any signs of the residence had long disappeared, and amid the dilapidated residential street, this house was the only one that maintained a rather trim and neat look to it. There appeared to be a thin, dried-up corpse collapsed in the garden, but that was the extent of it all. It was the Demon King's final stronghold. Sheesh, what the hell are they eating to survive around here? Oluk tried to sarcastically crack a smile, but nothing beyond a muffled hoarse whisper escaped his lips, and his facial muscles couldn't possibly keep up. I haven't gone mad. Not yet. I've still got time. He desperately tried to convince himself of his sanity. In that case, maybe even I've got the qualities of champion too. Right? I mean, I've gotten this far, haven't I? That's not something anybody could do. Now, there wasn't a single companion to whom he could display such false bravado. Nevertheless, he needed to put on this brave front for none other than himself. He placed his trembling hand on the door leading into the room. If it had been locked, that would have been enough of a reason for him to turn right back around. However, it wasn't the case. The door easily swayed open. Gwablierg. Oluct vomited. He couldn't stay standing in the face of such terror. The true Demon King hadn't even showed themselves yet. Their heart, not of a champion, had been completely hobbled. His body tried to flee faster than his thoughts could keep up. He felt like he had to get away from this room as quickly as he could. Blah. HNGH. Ha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. It was a laugh of resignation. He had realized that it was already impossible for him to turn around now. There was no other path for anyone who had reached this destination. Faced with this danger, he was meant to immediately flee. His body went stiff. Circumstances that he couldn't let himself ponder instead filled up his thoughts completely. There wasn't a single shred of rationality within the phenomenon at all. He had accepted something he was meant to avoid. He was being forced to do something he shouldn't be. Oluct couldn't defeat them, either. Nor could he flee, because it was frightening. There was a common anomaly that was more familiar and more inescapable than any other in the world. Even though there wasn't anyone out there who wished to fear, the faculty dwelled in everyone's hearts. The emotion of terror. Is it? Haha. Is it really? This hopeless? You're kidding. BW ha. Laughing out of despair and misery, Oluct continued unabated, crawling along the house's corridor. Completely understanding the fate, gruesome above all, that would come for him, it was the only thing he could do. God, my voice. Damn it, my voice is getting hoarse. The hallway connected into an average, everyday living room. The furniture had all been left as is. The chairs surrounding the table, along with a wooden chair 2 sizes smaller than the rest. It must have been a happy family living here. Oluct could tell. In one of the chairs, she sat. Black, long and glossy hair. Not making any movements, she was looking at the blue sky beyond the window. It's nice out, isn't it? The black hair smoothly traced along her cheek as she slowly turned around. Amid the ghastly hell, she alone remained herself. Long black hair, still maintaining its luster. Skin without the slightest blemish. There wasn't a single fray to be seen on her black sailor outfit. That was how she was. An existence that should not be. Her eyes, seemingly absorbing all the light around her, looked at Oluct, and she smiled. What's your name? Oluct replace. He had to remember how to breathe. GLRNG. A gurgling sound was the only thing out of his lips. Bubbles of blood. He realized that the terrible tension in his muscles had caused one of the blood vessels in the back of his throat to burst open. Why you are glahak? The true Demon King was a powerless, normal young girl. Oluct had known that from the beginning. To those maddened with terror, his songs were able to provide a brief and ephemeral moment of soothing. He could encourage them to speak the truth, impossible to broach while gripped with terror. Oluct had heard the truth of the true Demon King from one of the extremely few cases of someone witnessing them and managing to return home, Ramzo the star map for the first party, and it was from that moment he set off on his journey. Oluct had begun it from the hopeless knowledge that the all-consuming fear bringing ruin to the world was, without reason, from nobody special. A journey unthinkable to anyone else, to defeat the true Demon King. Have you heard songs before? He remembered. With the power of his songs, able to move the hearts of all living things, he tried searching for the hero meant to defeat the true Demon King. His travels with Ozonesma, the only one who had never laughed at his preposterous and romantic plan. The countless moments of danger, the times he was saved by the Chimera's strength. Then, encountering the possibility he had long sought, like a miracle. He remembered having Ozonesma listen to more songs than anyone else. The bard was never going to be saved by weaving songs all by himself. In which case, Oluct's journey, always with someone to listen to them at his side. Or maybe it's just, why you forgot. All about songs, huh? With trembling fingers, he grabbed the dinner knife lying on the floor. Oluct understood what he planned to do. Tears bubbled up from the awful terror. He wanted to make her listen to his song. If Oluct could just sing, he may have been able to move this young girl's heart, too. What a pitiful man. Then he lacerated his own windpipe. The throat that had woven the most brilliant songs in the land, the voice capable of resonating with soulless beasts, was rent by the dull blade and transformed into nothing more than a hideous tangle of muscle fiber. Breath leaked out from his respiratory tract like a cruel, miserable flute, and it was no song. Songs, all right, songs. The true Demon King simply looked down at the man, robbed of his greatest pride and dying in agonized despair. With an ironically pretty voice, she absent-mindedly murmured, "I'd like to hear one again." Oluk's journey was over, without leaving anything behind, without any reward to speak of, all except for one. A silhouette appeared in the residential window, destroying the whole wall along with it. An enormous creature leaped into the room to protect Oluk. It resembled a colossal wolf, but its fur, shining bluish-silver, was unlike any wolf in the wild. Gaute. Ozonesma looked at Oluk's pitiful corpse. His bravery had come too late. Just moments before Ozonesma appeared, he had slit his own throat. His songs were gone forever. Demon King, curse you. Ah! Ozonesma went to slice up his enemy. Ah! He realized there wasn't a single thing he could do. The true Demon King, a powerless, delicate young girl, was right before him. He was close enough to kill her if he just reached out his leg slightly. Ozonesma didn't need limitless courage. He only needed enough to do this. This chimera didn't possess any innate courageous faculties. Nevertheless, he had managed to get this far. Ichenjio. He remembered that this bard had sung more songs than anyone else. Grand stories of legendary champions defeating powerful beasts and fiends. The nobility in the powerless being able to stand up to the powerful. He remembered songs of courage. Demon King, how dare you, Ichenji Gua. Thus, Ozonesma felt it was fair just this once for a miracle to happen. Courage. With his mind long since given in to the terror, nevertheless, Ozonesma tried continuing forward. His feet didn't advance a single step. The true Demon King wasn't even facing him. She continued to look down at the dead bard on the ground, as if curiously examining an oddity. MRNGH. He was close enough to kill her with just a small extension of his hand. However, that slight distance was the infinitely unreachable yonder. Thus was the true Demon King. The ultimate terror couldn't be overcome with the power of one's heart. If the very idea of courage was to overcome such fears, then it meant that those with courage felt fear. Such strength of will was needed to fight against her, and yet the essence of that will, the heart and soul, gradually descended into ruin. The efforts of everyone in their world had all been meaningless. Unparalleled techniques that slew enemies far and wide, minute and limitless planning, an enormous amount of gunpowder, a small dagger, strength, weakness, the mind, the body. All the means in the beyond, and all the means in their world. Everything, all of it, in totality. Kill, Demon King, kill her. However, faced with this terror, was there really nothing he could do? No, that wasn't it. There was one sole thing that everyone had been able to do. Everything, and anyone was clearly able to wish for it. Kill her for US, etc. Ozonesma was no exception. He was able to entrust the task to someone else. Simply believe that it wouldn't be himself, but that the hero would defeat the Demon King for them. Songs, page 29. The true Demon King went to say something as if she had suddenly remembered something. The chimera's enormous back gapped open. From within, a gray ogre, small enough to fit inside Ozonesma's body, emerged. The true Demon King turned around at them for the first time. An unbelievably beautiful yet lonesome face. A visitor, her existence impermissible to both this world and her own. The young girl's lips opened. The boorish club split the girl's head in two. Cetera's single swing pierced through flesh and bone, even leaving a crack in the floorboards below. A terrible and wet crunching sound covered the area. There had been an enemy to all, who terrorized the entire land. A singular enemy whom no one could oppose, who brought nothing but terror and slaughter to their world. The true Demon King had now, from the top of her head to her waist, changed into a nondescript mass of flesh and bone. Her porcelain legs still standing on the floor, finally collapsed in a heap. Ozonesma was frightened, his breath ragged. He continued to be frightened. Cetera had killed the true Demon King. He had achieved the truly remarkable triumph that all others had feared, had been unable to achieve. Impossible, it can't be. Cetera. Nevertheless, he was still in fear. Since now he understood who exactly Cetera was, what exactly Oluk had accidentally accomplished. The Demon King's final words were in a language that Ozonesma didn't understand. A power that didn't allow word arts communication had activated. In which case, that moment that he jumped out from Ozonesma's back, etc., should have negated any and all supernatural phenomena. The single glance he made should have negated all the terror. Yet the terror of the true Demon King carried on. Even now, a terror without any cause or origin couldn't possibly be negated. Etc. YUV. Etc. The external was simply looking down at the Demon King, now transformed into fragments of red flesh. Quiet, he looked to be deep in thought, as if in mourning. The experiment was a success. What had Oluct long been putting to the test? His songs were music capable of reaching the souls of living creatures far and wide, those driven mad by the Demon King's fear. Supposedly, even soulless beasts. If perhaps, the heart that feared the Demon King and the heart susceptible to soul-stirring song both shared the same identical origin. If he, simply wandering from town to town and playing his songs for the people, had something he truly sought after, it hadn't been this invincible ogre who negated any supernatural powers and defeated his enemies with his tremendous physical abilities. He had observed the whole time. It wasn't a reaction to his songs. The opposite. He realized there was one who, even while able to hear his songs, deep down in their heart, didn't react to them whatsoever. Olugate. Ahhh. I am sorry. Forgive me. Facing the long-dead Oluct, Ozonesma apologized over and over again. He hadn't made it in time. Ozonesma didn't have any courage whatsoever. Nor did Cetera the External, either. In their world, there wasn't a single person who possessed the true courage to oppose the Demon King. Otherwise, such a terrifying idea wouldn't have ever flickered in the back of Ozonesma's thoughts. He himself was doing something terrifying. NGH. No. Something terrifying enough to drive him mad. No. Where Ozonesma looked, there was a white arm torn off and sent flying alongside the wall. Unlike the hideously crushed body, it was an incredibly well-preserved and beautiful arm. Even if it was conjoined with someone else's body, it was surely in good enough condition to make movement possible. Not this. This is such blasphemy. Fwrhfemi, olukate. Cetera was greedily devouring the true Demon King's corpse. He was eating the thing he'd killed by his own hand. An absolutely impossible feat for anyone who felt the slightest hint of fear. He, beyond a shadow of a doubt, possessed a singular personal will, not a construct or machine with his intentions controlled by others. He could freely decide for himself what he would do. That was why Ozonesma and Oluct had entrusted their wish to slay the Demon King to this ogre. However, it was a presence that normally should have been wholly inconceivable in their world. Cetera, the External. Philosophically speaking, he was no different from the dead. From the very start. Cetera. Awuuf. The Chimera tearfully wailed. He understood the words would never ever reach the heart of another. Tell me why. Why did you come this far? 3 years ago, there had been a man named Oluct, the Drifting Compass Needle. It was a black age. He was one of the innumerable champions who had been slaughtered by the true Demon King. Unable to make his singing voice ring, he ended up dying without leaving his name behind. However, he had, at least, found a hero. One who should have never existed, unable to comprehend the word arts that all minds communicated with. Truth is that guy. He hates all of it. The whole world and everything in it. When you killed people, was it painful? You hack. You have a soul inside you. A soul just the same as anyone else's. He perceived the world without understanding the concept of innate word arts. He possessed the true power to dispel, thrusting the same reality he saw onto others. He was a simple ogre, equipped with the grim reality of strength and size. And he was from the very beginning. Hero, ogre, etc. The External. Yuhak the Silent was massive. Just what did he have to eat to grow so huge? There was little Zigida Zogi the Thousandth could speculate. One could rephrase the ability of tactical strategy as the ability to create options. Cut down the enemy from the front, scheme behind the scenes, and cut off an enemy's path to victory. None of the methods were superior or inferior to one another. Here in the 6 Ways exhibition, all the candidates had prepared their own strategies for victory as well. However, There were those who only held a single option to advance through the tournament, and those who confronted the tournament with countless different options prepared ahead of time. Zijida Zogi the Thousandth was the latter. He had utilized a great number of troops to probe into the state of affairs in Oryatia. He was at a stage where he could manipulate the citizens through forecasting the weather with an impromptu meteorologic station far off in Imag City, or through his complete command of the flow of goods. If victory was all he was after, then there were other methods to make it possible. There were many reasons he had planned to use chemical weapons in his match. Phosgene was a weapon that incapacitated the opponent and induced a number of side effects. However, as long as the victim was immediately given medical treatment, the chances of death were low. If the attack came with any serious aftereffects, then it would serve as a reason to have Ozonesma treat him long-term. He would usurp Uhak the Silent's physical fighting abilities while simultaneously increasing the chances for them to interact. It would become easier to control him. It was not his physical ogre strength, but his unique power that Zijida Zogi saw as necessary. There was an additional point as well. Phosgene's relative density was heavier than air and, once used, would linger behind in an area. In short, he could use it against anyone who immediately approached them following the end of the match as well. That way, it would create a chance to investigate said individuals' bodies under the pretext of treating their exposure to the gas. The target of his tactics was not only Uhak the Silent. It was a trap to capture the corpse intruders, using Zijida Zogi in the arena as bait. Underneath the Garden Theater, Dant the Heath Furrow was walking down the corridor, accompanied by several soldiers and a doctor. Uhak the Silent sponsor, whom Zijida Zogi was supposed to have disposed of, 16th General Nofelt the Somber Wind, had suspiciously made his return to the city. Dant needed to ascertain the truth of the situation. There's something I'd like to ask. Had Nofelt been inoculated with a vampire antiserum? No, since cases of vampire infection themselves have died down, even among the 29 officials. Less than half have purchased the antiserum, the doctor replied. Using the word purchase was the characteristic turn of phrase for all of Flintsuda's subordinates. I figured. I haven't, either. Select personnel from Flintsuda's medical team had arrived ahead of them. The emergency vehicle, flying white and blue flags to signal they were with the medical division, would also be arriving eventually. Must be a way to make the enemy mistime our arrival. Always calculating, isn't he? The soldiers accompanying Dant were elite troops, picked out to prepare against an ambush by the Invisible Army. 3 Minia, 1 Goblin. The Goblin was under Zijida Zogi's command. With them were the 3 doctors from the medical team they'd met up with. In the event they encountered a corpse or vampire, there were many circumstances that only doctors could handle. Should I bring one more with me? Dant called out to a senior soldier on patrol. I'm 24th General Dant. You there a moment? Yes, sir. What may I help you with, General Dant? Ashamed to say it, but it seems all my men were solely focused on the perimeter. No one seems to know the layout of the Garden Theater. Can you be our guide? Haha, that is indeed a problem. After all, it's been rebuild after rebuild, so the underground's gotten quite complex. Where then are you heading? Uhak the Silent's waiting room. Of course, right away. As though proud to be relied on by one of the 29 officials, the elderly soldier seemed a bit giddy, standing out in front of them all as he walked. Unfortunately, Dant didn't consider this man to be part of his fighting force. His aim was to have the man act as their forward shield through the corridors leading to Nofelt's waiting room. If their enemy truly was Obsidian Eyes, then it was impossible to be too well prepared against an ambush. However, sir, if you're heading there, I assume you have some business with General Nofelt? Yeah, I do. Since Uhak the Silent showed up, he's here too, right? Indeed. However, General Nofelt just walked down this corridor and left a few moments ago. What? You didn't pass each other? Dant had no recollection of such a thing. Before he found the old soldier, he had passed by several other lightly armored soldiers, but he should have been able to immediately pick out an abnormally tall man like Nofelt. Up until just a few moments ago, Nofelt was here, or at least someone who looked like Nofelt. What sort of method had they used? Even assuming Obsidian Eyes possessed some degree of unknown infiltration techniques, were there any methods of disguise capable of reproducing the man's physique, too? That can't be. The soldiers who were supposed to be on guard outside Nofelt's room weren't there. They had been set up after all. The 8th match had been unusual right from start. This is a compulsory investigation. We're entering this waiting room. Everyone except the elderly soldier shared a glance and came together in a battle formation. Dant swung open the door. If there were some other people besides Nofelt inside the room, then who's there? Together with Dant's shout, a shadow lurking inside the room moved. The shadow bared their teeth, a bestial sneer, an explosive boom. The stone floor cracked. It was the sound of an opening rush. General Dant, GNH. One of the elite soldiers stepped in the way and protected Dant. His throat was gouged with a single attack, slicing all the way down to the cervical vertebrae deeper within. All done with a single bare finger. Dant only knew of one person who was capable of such a deed. Zesta the Gathering Spot. Nyehi. The 15th General, unmistakably Minion, yet using his unbelievable and downright monstrous physical strength as his weapon. Why is he here? One blow will do it. Dant drew his sword. He thrust it forward, going through the armpit of the soldier in front of him. Zesta dodged, advanced, and rotated. Abnormal agility. Using the momentum of his turn, he drilled his fingers into the goblin soldier's skull. The goblin's drawn pistol hadn't even been allowed to fire. HRNK. He slowly extracted his spear hand. The goblin's brains stretched from his fingers. Zesta was on the right. Dant was unable to swing his sword, the soldier with his throat gouged out, still standing in front of him. Can I do it from this position? He forcibly pushed the dying soldier forward with his left shoulder. The soldier's body collapsed, spinning to the right, blocking Zesta's line of sight. Dant sharply exhaled. He would cleave through the armored soldier and take Zesta behind him with it. Too slow. Zesta pinched down on the blade with 2 fingers and brought it to a stop. Inconceivably fast reaction speeds. Dant murmured. Sorry. He had already taken his hand off the sword in Zesta's grip. It was being pushed downward, still under the momentum of his vertical slash. I'm going to have to lethally injure him in one attack. Dant had pushed the soldier in front of him in a way that made the soldier spin to the right in order to turn the piece of equipment strapped to his right hip toward Dant. He grabbed the sheath. He immediately counterattacked. A diagonal slash upward to the shoulder. Cutting through several ribs, he knew he had severed the man's lungs. Spurting blood gushed forth. Still with a bestial smile on his face, Zesta the Gathering Spot's life came to an end. What? Dant gnashed his teeth. One of his elite subordinates and a goblin, both slain in an instant. Zesta lay in the pool of blood as well. Oriasha's 15th General. What is going on? Someone who looked like Nofelt the Somber Wind. Zesta the Gathering Spot waiting in ambush for Dant's arrival. A preposterously abnormal set of circumstances had come about. Dant shot a look to the elderly soldier quivering in the back of the formation. Did you see that? I mean, honestly, it was so fast, the details of it all were a blur. That, and, if the man just now was General Zesta, wasn't it? That's plenty. You're our witness. The 15th General suddenly went berserk and fatally wounded my soldiers, which left me no choice but to counterattack myself. There are suspicions of a corpse infection, so I, Dant the Heathfurrow, under my authority, will have this medical team perform an autopsy. Why yes, sir. The insurance Dant had prepared was a success. He had thought that should the enemy be plotting to set up an attack between 2 internal Oriasha forces somehow, he needed to bring along a third party who wasn't a part of anyone's private forces to serve as a witness. With a killing blow from a single attack, it served as definite proof that Zesta had attacked them first. Zesta had lain in wait alone. A terrifying enemy. The plan enacted by the invisible army, architects of the situation, clearly didn't just include Dant the Heathfurrow's demise. It was to lay the crime of the 15th General's death on him. Damn it, I don't like it. What happened? Who is this, and what are they doing? He didn't have any time to spare. If he brought this truth to light, would he make it in time before the match was decided? Let them know immediately. Right now, the 8th match is being held without 16th General Nofelt's presence. What if the ogre who had never shown the slightest hint of ego from the very start hadn't paid any care to whether his own sponsor was there or not? Uhak the Silent is participating illegally. At the same moment, in an alley that adjoined the Castle Garden Theater's main avenue, a single carriage was rolled over. Appearing to have toppled at full speed, the sturdy iron carriage body was warped, and the driver was dead, pierced through by wood splinters. The horse had died as well. Both of its forelegs had been ripped off and scattered from the knees down. Page 30. This was no traffic accident. Someone had attacked the carriage as it was traveling along. Enough. The man who stepped out from the passenger car raised both of his hands up into the air and demonstrated no intent to resist. I surrender. Seriously, I'm sick and tired of this sort of stuff. A man with a stubbly beard, dressed in black and with a slightly ominous air about him. This isn't an assassination. Cue's the passing disaster. It's a parley. The voice came from above the shop. Sitting in a low stance and looking down at Cue's was a bipedal wolf. Obsidian Eye's 9th Formation Vanguard, Harutaru, the light grip. You're heading for the Castle Garden Theater under the orders of Zigida Zogi the 1000th. Then? Well. Yeah, pretty much. Don't really plan on hiding it at this point. You ambushed me because you already know everything anyway, right? Feels like everyone I meet's real dangerous, I tell you. Cue's the passing disaster was one of the hero candidates, as well as an assassin cooperating with Hiroto's camp. It was absolutely necessary to stop him if he was going to make an appearance at the 8th match. What's your reason for working with him? We're prepared to offer suitable conditions as well. Well, I can't answer that, since it's a wish that you guys aren't going to be able to make come true. Boy, haha, you're not attacking me, are you? So even if you don't know my reason, you at least know that much. Harutaru had the high ground over Cue's. The great shield Cue's used to fight was still left behind inside the carriage, and Alikin was in a position to make a one-sided surprise attack on the defenseless man. But then you weren't the one who attacked the carriage, were you? Said Cue's out of nowhere. Sorry, but I'm going to have to head on to the Garden Theater. You should go check to see if your buddy's all right. Making the carriage roll over means that you were trying to kill me in the accident, and anyone who tries that sort of stuff will die, no matter how far away they may be, no matter how well they try to hide. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. In that moment, a colossal mass descended down and crushed the iron carriage to pieces. Navy blue armor. A singular, purple eye. There had been 2 lurking in the alley. Harutaru the light grip and... As his Gatling gun begun to spin, Mestalexo laughed hysterically. Ha 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 ha. Whoa now. You gotta be kidding me. What did one need to do to finish off a man with the supernatural ability to bring instant death to anyone who tried to kill him? Let me tell you something. Cue's the passing disaster. Throw someone who kept going even when dead at him. As the loud guffaw echoed across the alley, Harutaru similarly bared his fangs with a smile. The side holding the most information's the only one with a right to use a word like guaranteed. Linares the Obsidian had spent almost all her childhood years confined to the bed in her home. From birth, her body was so weak that she couldn't adequately stand up and walk by herself, and Rayhart the Obsidian had to throw all his personal funds into ensuring his daughter would live on. That had been her way of life for close to half of her 17 years. Though vampires may have looked no different at all. The mere fact that she was one made her the enemy of all Minion races, and to ensure no one would try to take her life, she hadn't been able to freely leave the house even after she had become able to walk. She had no one she could call friend. In the end, there were only a handful of those remaining she could even call comrades. Fry the Waking, Harutaru the Light Grip, Lena the Obscured, Wheeze the Variation, Hayakrai the Tower, Lindel the Immaculate. Finally, Zeljurga the Abyss Web. Each one was indomitable with unrivaled strength, but once the existence of Obsidian Eyes became clear, there were no longer the numbers to ensure everyone survived. There were also some who had left the organization. Kuro the Clairvoyant, Hein the Swaying Indigo Light, Zizma the Miasma, Lana the Moon Tempest, Rook the Shredding Trineedle. All of them possessed the superb skills that allowed them to survive in the outside world. Yet despite this, all of them, without exception, chose livelihoods embracing conflict. This was because the entirety of Obsidian Eyes had, in the end, become totally separate creatures from the people of the outside world. It wasn't just because they were corpses. They were creatures who had adapted themselves to the spiral of endless conflict, staining their hands with blood simply by living their lives. She needed to keep them all alive. Creating a warring chaos that would preserve Obsidian Eye's existence was the method to ensure they did. If creating war was the extent of it, she could make an armed force of corpses under her control fight with a force that was not. Linares the Obsidian was able to bring annihilation to Oriatia. The Queen and certain members of the 29 officials have been inoculated with antiserum, but most of the citizens in the country didn't have any resistance to the vampire virus. Even without setting her sights directly on the central figures, If she controlled every single one of the high-ranking bureaucrats tasked with the day-to-day business, she could easily bring about the collapse of Oriacia's societal structure. However, that wasn't a victory for Obsidian Eyes. That was Linares' thinking. Even if she successfully guided the world toward war, should Obsidian Eyes' secret activities and Linares' existence as the source of a vampire infection epidemic be brought to the light of day, they would end up fighting on with the whole world as their enemy. Even if they destroyed Oriacia, the sort of Shura who appeared in the Six Ways exhibition would kill them off. Luknoka the Winter, able to lay waste to a nation with a single breath. Or perhaps Shulk the Sound Slicer, who was physically impossible to infect. There were countless threats still remaining in the world that couldn't be bested either through exhausting individual strength or through manipulating an entire army. The Six Ways exhibition, meant to control said threats all at once, was necessary for Obsidian Eyes as well. They would push through this battle until the end and purge all the exceptionally powerful players that could threaten their existence. In the process, they had forcefully stolen the ultimate strategic weapon in Mestalexil, the Box of Desperate Knowledge, using the exhibition arena where his combat abilities were limited as much as possible. What Linares was trying to create was the spark to ignite war following the conclusion of the Six Ways exhibition. The conflict needed to be born from the intent of those involved, without any getting wise to the secret maneuvering behind the scenes. The key to it all lay with Hiroto the Paradox's camp. With the combined power of the free city of Okafu and the nation on the new continent Hiroto had behind him, they would become a force able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Oriacia both in scale and national strength. They could create a long entrenched period of war. Obsidian Eyes had repeatedly used their control over Okafu mercenaries to provoke Oriacia and the hero candidates, trying to sow discord between Okafu and Oriacia. Ambushing hero candidates. The sniper attack on Hade's envoy. A large number of suspicious deaths. However, there was someone who had seen through all their sabotage, both material and immaterial, and immediately taken actions to block their objectives, Zijida Zogi the Thousandth. A goblin genius. The tactician who avoided any and all conflict with strategies that surpassed Linares' own thoughts. He had defined her organization as the Invisible Army and dealt with Linares' schemes with terrifying speed. If he secured one of Linares' corpses as evidence, Obsidian Eyes would be clearly identified. She needed to dispose of Zijida Zogi for good before they reached such a conclusion. What was the most suitable situation to try finishing off the most brilliant tactician in the land? A situation where their enemy was assured to be by himself, when it was impossible to set up any traps ahead of time, and when he was surrounded by people other than his allies. The only choice was in the middle of the 8th match. During the 3rd match, Linares had infiltrated the Castle Garden Theater in order to look into Hade the Flashpoint's movements. On that occasion, she had turned many of the Garden Theater's soldiers into corpses under her control. She had sent Yuhak the Silent, originally supposed to be unable to participate, into the arena with the help of Lena the Obscured's mimicry. Intervention from Hiroto's most powerful pawn, Q's the Passing Disaster, had been blocked off by Mestalexil. They would bring about Dant the Heath Furrow's fall from power by making him kill Zesta the Gathering Spot. Then Obsidian Eyes' powerful members would infect Hiroto the Paradox in the spectator seats. The biggest difference between Hiroto's camp and Oriacia was the existence of a leader who could influence the camp all by themselves. Though it appeared that he hadn't contributed one bit to the tactical decisions, Hiroto was truly the cornerstone of the camp, controlling all the political relationships himself. Linares was cognizant of this fact herself. By killing Zijida Zogi and controlling Hiroto, they would then be able to manipulate 2 nations, the free city of Okafu and the Goblin Nation, with minimal active participation. She would then use Hiroto to manipulate Okafu and the goblins in a choosing war with Oriacia of their own volition. The seeds of war had been scattered in untold numbers. After the conclusion of the Six Ways exhibition, a war would begin between Oriacia and the free city of Okafu. With both sides now lacking any Shura of their own, the conflict was sure to become a long and drawn-out war, completely different in nature from the Lithio War and the suppression of the Old Kingdom's loyalists. The 8th match, the keystone to all of Hiroto's camp's plans. To Linares the Obsidian as well, it held even more importance to her than the outcome of the 6th. She would kill Zijida Zogi in a way that no one would suspect Obsidian Eyes of being involved at all. Linares didn't need to gain anything else. She didn't need to kill anyone else. With it, Obsidian Eye's battle would end in victory. Mestalexil, the box of desperate knowledge, was no longer a hero candidate in the Six Ways exhibition. He was a weapon within Obsidian Eye's arsenal. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Laughter. Destruction. A line of fire ran through the alley. The largest sweep of the Gatling gun from beyond, even in a narrow alleyway preventing it from being wielded perfectly, was capable of biting down into the terrain itself and destroying it. Q's the passing calamity tried to hide behind the carriage debris, but even if he had his shield in his hands, the gun had enough firepower to pierce right through it and the cover in front of him. Stop. If you do that, then... Aha! The raking gunfire that had mowed down everything in front of him stopped right before it could reach Q's. The light in the single eye faded, and Mestalexil fell to his knees. Q's flashed a pained smile. See, you'll just die immediately. The white angel whom only Q's could perceive was floating in the air above Mestalexil's head. Nastique, right next to Q's a mere moment ago, had moved instantaneously. She'd killed, faster than any attack could reach Q's, as if forestalling his fated death. That supernatural powers, just as the rumors say, Q's the passing disaster, Huru the light grip stated, observing the fight from a rooftop. The massive Leakin didn't make a single creak on the wooden rooftop, as if he weighed absolutely nothing at all. No special technique can do this. No signs of poison, electric currents, or heat. So you can do it in a way that's completely divorced from your own strength and abilities. Go on, show me more of just exactly how you fight. Damn it, this guy doesn't intend on killing me at all, does he? Nastique's absolute and instant death was an unmatched power. However, it certainly couldn't stop the person she killed from reviving. Wurzum otampia needhairs tesnemestor wimgwis kelber permeating sheet laminate handwriting excite the soul torchlight, separate, flow, wrap celestial sphere in notochordal phase, create planet. Q's only knew the information Hiroto the Paradox had given him from Taroa and Mestalexil's clash. That he could infinitely produce weapons from the beyond that far eclipsed all knowledge this world had to offer. That he possessed an immortality that allowed him to revive no matter how many times he died, and that he could even create golem replicas of himself. However, Hiroto's camp hadn't acquired the knowledge behind the absolute mechanism that formed this core of his. When a golem's life was taken, the homunculus core would reconstruct the golem. When the homunculus died, the golem body would reproduce the homunculus. This was what comprised Mestalexil, the box of desperate knowledge. Are restored. Nastique's previous attack had stopped Mestalexil right before his bullets could rip through Q's. However, if their enemy continued to attack without death even stopping them, then the chance of survival was extremely low. Not only that, but as for the enemy's objective, these two are trying to keep me here. Keep me right here until the 8th match is finished. Exil Io Mestal. Uith Jodo. Lin Haytid. Wanot Kem. Sinkart. From Exil to Mestal. Congealed raindrops. Swaying red. Revolving marrow. Joined together. A box-shaped weapon formed from Mestalexil's back. Faster than Q's could breathe. LRAD 2000X. The directional acoustic weapon activated. Faster than the electrical current flowing through it. Nastique's blade had taken the golem's life. This guy's way too dangerous. Seriously. Just now, Nastique had prevented some sort of attack from Mestalexil. It meant that this box the golem created was a weapon that went beyond the realm of Q's comprehension. How aware exactly was the angel of a threat against Q's life, and how big was the scope of her automatic counterattacks? Once the counterattack's interpretation had repeatedly expanded into a range of understanding that was unfathomable by his own standards, was it possible Nastique would then no longer be something Q's could individually control? If I attack, I die. Yet that didn't apply to Mestalexil, completing his revival once again. Then I just shouldn't. An invincible weapon that learned according to any and all methods of attack it faced, then responded accordingly. I'll forcibly break through, before this thing can pull out his next trick. Mestalexil, block him off, Harutaru coldly muttered from the rooftop. Exil Io Kudo. Dialab, Miosi Uit, Pirtsi 46, Charred Keisha, from Exil to Kudo soil. True Indigo Jaw. Sequence of buds. Axel is Horizon 6. Spread. Mestalexil immediately finished his craft arts incantation. The terrain itself transformed and rearranged on its own, producing a large iron wall that blocked off the route to the main avenue. Breaking through had now become physically impossible. Hey now, whoa, come on. This is crazy. Topographical transformation. As long as the attack's not directed at you yourself, you can't use that instant death ability of yours. My hypothesis was right on the mark. Q's turned around behind him. The surrounding terrain had been completely transformed, with even its mineral properties transfigured, but there was an escape path behind him. However, that was likely to be sealed off with Mestalexel's next move. Then on top of it all, Exil Io Kudo, Zavortes, Op Portal, Shaik Bibit, Chorut, from Exil to Kudo's soil, Cord of Light, Sextuple Star, Thousand Rotation Stone, Arise. At Mestalexel's side, a machine form that resembled a gun battery sprouting up from emplacement. Sweat ran down his brow. Even Q's could understand what the machine meant without any knowledge of the weaponry from the beyond. As long as I survive. An unmanned turret. Mestalexel sought to kill Q's with neither a piece of equipment nor a golem, but instead a simple, automatic machine. Angels couldn't kill machines that never possessed a word art's life force. Unlike the terror of the true Demon King, she couldn't find fault with the intentions behind the one who set it up, either. Could he stop Mestalexel's next attack? What about the one after that? Did this golem enemy before him ever tire? His opening was, "Make him stop, please." Q shouted to Haruduru up above him. One of the invisible army, meant to keep their identities hidden, had purposely revealed himself before Q's, even knowing he personally couldn't participate in the fight at all. Most likely, it was required by his mission, whatever that was. Q's theorized. They were trying to make Q's do something, using the threat of Mestalexel as a deterrent. You said at the start, right? You came here to parley, didn't you? The gun barrel Mestalexel had set up moved. He could tell that its sights were aimed directly at Q's undefended gut and head. Page 31. Amid the powder keg situation, Q's gulped. Fine. I'll continue with our parley then. Enough, Mestalexel. If he makes any suspicious moves, kill him. Oh, okay. I will do, as you say. Well now, he's a real obedient fella, isn't he? Mind if I ask how exactly you tamed him? We only have one demand. Haruduru completely ignored Q's question. You don't need to promise us anything or switch sides to some other faction. Once you've accepted my demand, you can even continue on to the Garden Theater if you want, and we definitely won't cause you any harm. That goes for you. And those orphans who Okafu is protecting too. Q's went silent. Even though he smiled, it felt like his torso's temperature was gradually going cold. Haruduru took out a cloth-wrapped vial and tossed it to the ground. Drink that. Bwehaha. Excuse me. It's mostly water, not poison. If I planned on killing you with chemicals, I could have let Mestalexel finish you off just now. You know, Zijida Zogi? He mentioned something, that the invisible army could possibly have a vampire in their ranks. Vampires made additional corpses by transfusing blood through an open wound or by contact through the mucous membrane. To look at it another way, it required intimate contact, and even ingesting a drop or two of blood wouldn't immediately turn someone into a corpse. Normally, the pathogen shouldn't be able to infect someone through a single small vial like this. It's mostly water, huh? Bwehaha. So basically, inside this thing is the smallest amount of your parents' blood in here. And if I drink this thing, I'll end up as one of your myrmidons. Is that it? No, it's my blood in there. Haruduru snarled with a smile. That way, if that automatic counterattack of yours considers the infection as an attack against you too, I'll be the only one who ends up dead. Bwehaha. That's so. Q's bent down where he stood and picked up the vial. Still in that position, he opened it up and brought it up to his mouth. Hey, listen, all right if I ask you. One more thing. The iron wall, blocking out the surroundings, cast thick shadows down around him. When you said you wouldn't harm the kids, is that true? See, I want to protect them. Whatever happens to me doesn't matter, as long as I can help all of them. Yeah, I promise. Say, with a whirl. Blank Eyes looked up at Haruduru. The moment he felt the cold shiver run down his spine, Haruduru used his sheer force of will to stop the instinct ingrained in him, telling him to counterattack. Try all you want. To make me attack, it's me. A red line ran across Haruduru's throat. A brief holy pause. Haruduru hadn't harmed Q's in the slightest. He was confident he had shut out any intent to kill Q's from his mind. His massive frame slipped down from the roof, spasming and landed right at Q's feet. So in other words, I can't protect those kids unless I kill every last one of you, right? The man stared, looking down like a death god over Haru, who was no longer able to move. The vial was in Q's hands. He hadn't drunk from it. Gahak HGNK. Nastik's power over instant death would kill all those who try to kill Q's. However, there was another condition that could induce it, one that even Obsidian Eyes didn't know about. Q's himself wishing to kill someone who was in his line of sight. Mantle. Haha, what's wrong? Gazing at Mantle, standing by exactly as Haru ordered, Q's muttered. I haven't made any suspicious movements, right? You're an honest fella, like a kid. HRNGH, GLRNK UG. Haru's tenacious body, even with his death fated, continued to wriggle in agony. His claws scrapped the ground as he tried to breathe. Don't get in my way. Q's dense pupils, like a mire, looked down into Haru's own. Don't interfere with what I'm doing. I'm not going to extend salvation to you all, too. There was no longer any voice to answer him. Boy, haha. Hey, Mantle. See, I'm thinking about running away, actually. Ha ha ha, really now. Mantle visibly reacted to Q's words. Movement with intent to kill. At the same time, the unmanned turret on the perimeter moved. To the right. 1 second before Mantle and the turret could, Q sent Nastik into action of his own will. Just as Q's had told her, Mantle died instantly, collapsing to the right. The precision rapid fire from the unmanned turret was blocked by Mantle's massive frame and armor, which were now collapsed on the ground. After the dust had settled, Q's had disappeared from the alley. Damn it. It had taken up too much time. The road was blocked off. He wouldn't make it in time for the 8th match anymore. If Mantle was going to faithfully stand by just as ordered, then killing the person giving him orders in the moment, Haru, had been a surest method of survival. There was also still room for his enemy to interpret Haru's cause of death as the virus itself being perceived as a hostile attack against him. That was why he'd opened up the vial and brought it up to his mouth without showing Haru or Mantle. It was a situation that required his trump card. He was certain. That's just an excuse. When Sun's conifer attacked the almshouse, Q's had to be able to get through without killing anyone. However, if Yuhak hadn't been there that day, what would he have done? When Alikin brought up the kids, he couldn't avoid thinking it. I wanted to kill him. The truth is He clenched the vial in his hands. Why was the angel who killed everything haunting him and him alone? Was it perhaps that her existence itself revealed Q's the passing disaster's true character? The white angel made sure to fly right at Q's side while he walked, and she smiled at him. I'm so full of loathing, I want to kill absolutely everything in the world. He had a hunch. The day would come when he could no longer keep Nastik under control. To all gathered, Yuhak the Silent has been shackled with the burden of deafness from birth. We in the Assembly guarantee the blame for this lies not with Yuhak himself, and that he is not a minion-eating ogre. As such, Yuhak has a special right to know the true duel accords through the written word. Mika the Whispered declared before establishing the rules of the match. This declaration was likely how Yuhak's sponsor, Nofult, had explained it, that it wasn't that he didn't comprehend word arts, but that he was simply a mute ogre with a hearing impairment. He inherently perceived the sounds that people's voices made without any difficulty. He was merely missing the blessing of word arts to interpret and comprehend them. A creature who shared the same nature as words arts, ignorant beasts. A combatant is knocked down and doesn't get up. A combatant willingly admits their defeat with their own words. These two things shall decide the match, and on these grounds, any and all weapons and any and all techniques are permitted. Any outcome that does not adhere to these two conditions shall be relegated to Mika, the Whispered's, adjudication. Do we have an agreement? Mika informed the two combatants about the rules behind the true duel. Yuhak was handed a piece of paper with the order's script written on it, and he gave his assent with a nod. Mika the Whispered, I truly respect you for putting yourself on the line here. The heavy responsibility and danger she purposely shouldered as the adjudicator for the Six Ways exhibition, enshrouded in schemes, were extraordinary. She was definitely involved in unfair play. However, she was trying to ensure victory for Roskle the Absolute. Nevertheless, there was certainly a plethora of different powers that were targeting her and the huge authority she had over each victory. It was possible for her to earn the resentment and ire of defeated hero candidates as well. Mika the Whispered was putting herself right on the front lines of danger, far more than any other of the 29 officials. However, I know very well why you have gone so far to expose yourself to danger. She wasn't able to entrust it to anyone else. If it was someone else standing in her place, the slightest slip of their tongue could cause Oriatia to lose public prestige. If they were swayed by the honeyed words of one of the other factions, they might betray everyone's belief in them. It was precisely because she held such confidence in her ability to make truly correct judgments that she couldn't stand to have someone else here in her stead. Zigida Zogi understood that. It was a risk and a heavy responsibility she carried because of her excellence. He was the hero burdened with the future of the goblin race. Their race had grown shockingly more intelligent in the past 10 years. Even then, they couldn't compare with the cunning of the Minia. That was all the more reason why, right now, no one else could be sent out into this arena. To ensure that on this continent, they didn't play a subordinate role to the Minian races once again. Zigida Zogi knew that the Six Ways exhibition was a scheme to eliminate the hero candidates. The one who, despite this, stood forward as a hero was someone who wouldn't be daunted by whatever bargaining was at play, nor make any mistakes in their judgment. In other words, it had to be him himself. Yuhak the Silent has given his consent. Zigida Zogi the Thousandth, do you agree to the accords of this true duel? Yes, I'll fight under those conditions. The match will begin with the sound of the band's starting gun. Prepare yourselves. Mika's large frame disappeared into the underground corridor. Zigida Zogi gripped a metal stopper inside his right fist. He utilized military strategy, but he couldn't employ any breaches in the rules during the match. It could potentially become an exploitable chance for another hostile force. However, this was a true duel battle, an ultimate fight where any and all methods of attack were permitted. After the signal to start the match, even chemical weapons would be beyond any scorn. The band's cannon fire echoed. He could see Yuhak begin to advance. Yet it would only take a blink of an eye for him to twist the stopper and release the gas valve. He couldn't move. Me of all people, I can't believe it. Zigida Zogi's muscles had completely stiffened up. He couldn't even move a single fingertip. There hadn't been any interference from someone else. Zigida Zogi had been turned into a corpse. The gray ogre raised his club up in the air. Zigida Zogi knew exactly how fatal this single instant was. Using the increased mental agility that came moments before one's death and using brain cells more outstanding than any others, he thought. Food, lesions, or a bug, perhaps. None of those seemed to fit, really. Ah, I see. The blood smell. In which case, my initial premise was wrong. If only there had been a bit more material to predict this development. A mutation to airborne transmission. Unbelievable. So this is our enemy's true form. Finally, with this, there's a chance of victory. He was the 1000th genius, most eminent of all. Up until the end of his life, he thought through tactics and plans, and finally. But still, I'm glad it was Hiroto, and not me who was given the antiserum. The boorish wooden club was closing in before his eyes. Yuhak didn't erase any supernatural abilities, because he could win without having to do so. Zigida Zogi wasn't allowed a single movement. While he had arrived at the correct solution, far closer than any other, how was he to pass it along? I've reached an impasse. The barbaric mass crushed the thick metal helmet along with the cranium underneath. The dream that Hiroto the Paradox had awaited. A true genius, the likes of which would never appear among the goblins again. His brains were turned into a light pink mass of blood and flesh and scattered across the graveled earth. A cafe terrace in front of Castle Garden Theater, it was the same seat where she had once shared a meal with Yino. Listening to the clamor from within its walls, Linares stared silently in the direction of the Garden Theater. She almost came across as the innocent child of a respectable, well-to-do family, taking an early afternoon breather. Farewell, Master Zigida Zogi, the young lady murmured, not with a smile at the loss of her greatest enemy, but instead with a tinge of sorrow. One could rephrase the ability of tactical strategy as the ability to create options. Obsidian Eyes had a massive amount of information they'd accumulated from their investigations. What sort of shape did the duties of the Castle Garden soldiers take? If there was someone among the other sponsors who would try to use Zigida Zogi's camp for themselves, who would it be? Was there an opportunity to assassinate Zigida Zogi with certainty and without any suspicions being sent their way? If they were going to make a move on a strategist of Zigida Zogi's caliber, he was sure to outwit their attack, then trace it back to the source. If he did, he would likely arrive at the true form of Obsidian Eyes, which she needed to keep secret, in which case, they weren't the ones who were supposed to deal with him. There was only one person who could assassinate him with certainty and without casting any suspicions toward Obsidian Eyes' possible involvement. His opponent in the 8th match. Yuhak the Silent was the only one who could do it. All the preparations had finished in the middle of the 3rd match. Secretly switching out the keys, the corpse-transformed soldiers inside the Garden Theater were able to come and go freely. Identifying the soldiers who belonged to the Garden Theater using the information gleaned from her infiltration, she had turned those involved with the 8th match into corpses. Therefore, Linares didn't even need to enter the Garden Theater at all during the 8th match. The surveying of the Garden Theater that Inu had pushed forward had, from the very beginning, laid the groundwork to determine whether the range of her vampire pheromones could reach the arena from the outside or not. The means didn't need to be complicated. If anything, it needed to be something so simple that Zijida Zogi couldn't outsmart it. At that same moment, inside the Garden Theater, a soldier threw something into a furnace. Hidden inside the bandages that covered his wounds was a handkerchief soaked in fresh blood that was not his own. Linares the Obsidian was a vampire who could spread the vampiric infection through the air. Even just a single part of her body, a smattering of blood, was no exception. Evading all his precautions, she'd infected Zijida Zogi just by having him stand in the same space as her blood. The simplest method, and impossible to avoid. Our biggest obstacle has disappeared. With this, at last, I can finish my mission. Zijida Zogi was sure to have stationed his goblin forces within the Garden Theater to be ready against their powerful enemy, the Invisible Army. Dan the Heath Furrow and Hiroto the Paradox were also there as well. It was possible she had led them to summon their previous collaborator, Ozanesma, the Capricious. Even then, it would be no problem for Linares. She had made part of the Obsidian Eyes forces slip into the castle garden spectator seats. Lena, the Obscured, Fry the Waking. Once the results of the 8th match were confirmed, these two would immediately begin to act. With their level of skill, it was possible to infect Hiroto the Paradox without even making him aware of the fact. Furthermore, by using blood for an airborne infection, his bodyguard, the terrifying chimera Ozanesma, wouldn't have any hopes of resisting them, either. Airborne infection, requiring Linares' blood and unable to be spread from corpses, was a final resort. The potency of this tactic came at the cost of a greater chance of its truth being exposed. Now, with Zijida Zogi dead, they could put said method into action without any apprehension. Now there was no one who possessed the brains to arrive at Obsidian Eye's existence in the shadows. My lady, there was a voice at her feet from underneath the tablecloth. A bizarre Minia who walked on all fours. Wheezed the variation. A sniper who snuffed out his enemies with chakrams. Promptly noticing the new presences that came into his firing range, he cautioned her. 6 carriages. They bear the 7th Minister's flag. Thank you very much. Continue to stay on guard for me. Linares was able to discern the same a fair bit of time after the sniper's eyes had picked them up. The carriage designs were garnished extravagantly with silver. The white and blue flag signaled the presence of physicians. It was a cohort under the command of Flinsuda the Portent, leader of the medical division. They were, in essence, the bane of any vampire. However, that itself wasn't any reason to fear them. Page 32. Nevertheless, an anxious shadow passed through Linares' mind. There's far too many here just to treat injuries or confirm the death of the losing candidate, even assuming they were injured inside the Garden Theater. The medical division carriages came to a stop as she watched from her position. Looking at the people who alighted from the carriage, her anxieties changed to conviction. A woman wielding a massive war axe. Thick bangs that almost seemed to block out her whole line of sight. She was the 10th General, Quell the Waxflower. A damper. Why is the 10th General with a medical division? A bodyguard who was resistant to the vampire's virus. There was only one thing that could possibly point to. It was a team that had been sent, convinced of a vampire's involvement, to specifically deal with it. The 7th Minister doesn't belong to any specific faction and is swayed by coin. Master Hiroto, the gray-haired child, must have a large amount of Oriation currency through his musket dealings. If he already had Miss Flinsuda working on his behalf before the start of the match, then we've already. It meant they had been identified. They knew that the Invisible Army was a vampire group, or perhaps even the fact that it was Obsidian Eyes itself. Linares had planned to erase Zijida Zogi with the fastest method possible, but the enemy's thinking had been far faster and meticulous enough to arrange for a medical team. In that case, will infecting Master Hiroto while he's in the castle garden right now actually be possible? If he had a chance to make a bargain with Oriatia in this short period of time, it isn't completely impossible that he's obtained the antiserum. If Master Ozonesma has been inoculated with the antiserum, then everyone will end up killed by the target. There's a chance they've gone one step further and positioned some ally we are unaware of and seen through this ambush. My lady, shall I wipe out the medical team here? We said below Linares as she worked through her endlessly labyrinthine thoughts. Even I alone could kill them all without leaving any survivors. Kill this damper here, and they're little different from any other Minia. No, the fact that this medical team has come here means that Master Zijida Zogi has already seen through our plans to mobilize a large number of corpses during the 8th match. They've already come to realize the invisible army is a vampire. That Obsidian Eyes is in the shadows of the 6 Ways exhibition. Obsidian Eyes have made a large number of moves related to the match. The preliminary subterfuge using castle garden soldiers made into corpses. Airborne infection using Linares' blood. Impersonating a sponsor with the mimic Lena the Obscured. Suppressing Q's the Passing Disaster's movements with Mestalexil. To ensure they put an end to Zijida Zogi that day, they had no choice but to play many of their cards. Had the ultimate tactician managed to anticipate that a vampire parent unit would make a move during this match as well? Nevertheless, I need to take control of Master Hiroto here, or we shall lose our golden opportunity to do so. All these misgivings are based on my own assumptions, and I haven't seen any definitive evidence either. This operation needed to continue. Even if Obsidian Eyes' covert plans had already been exposed, now that they had given their enemy so much information, backing down was the worst possible move they could make. She simply needed to control Hiroto the Paradox and take command of his country. That was what Linares' brain told her to do. Her father had done so, sparing no thought to the sacrifices, calmly and coldly choosing the optimal path forward. I will create an era of war. That's all I need. If I can just finish father's wishes, then I can be free. The Castle Garden Theater spectator seats. Lena the Obscured continued her surveillance as the venue erupted with a conclusion to the 8th match. A mimic, a construct race capable of changing their form at will. After fulfilling her mission to disguise herself as Nofel the Somber Wind, she had moved to the spectator seats to complete her next mission. She had pinned down where Hiroto the Paradox was sitting, as well as confirming that Ozonesma the Capricious was right beside him. Zijida Zogi had Ozonesma come to act as Hiroto's bodyguard after all. Exactly as anticipated. Lena carried a small vial with her as well. However, it wasn't a corpse's blood dissolved in the vial's water, but Linares' blood capable of airborne infection. Regardless of the fighting capabilities Ozonesma the Capricious might possess, if she opened it up as she passed by at point-blank range and made them breathe it in, she could put them under her mistress's control. It didn't even require her to act suspiciously, let alone attack them. If there's one problem, Lena looked down at the arena. The garden theater seating was constructed in a basin shape to ensure the arena was visible from any seat. In the spot slightly removed from the center of the basin was a red blood splotch. What resembled a squashed bug was, in fact, the miserable end of Zijida Zogi. That helm. She lifted up the bandage, covering her eyes. The light in her eyeballs, to an unstable construct like Lena, put a heavy strain on her and was a major limitation whenever she changed into someone else. Even then, she needed to visually confirm Zijida Zogi's death once more. She verified that his corpse was still wearing his helm. The metallic helm had been cracked open, together with the rest of the cranium, like shelling a tree nut, and stuck into his flesh, likely making it impossible to tear off. The appearance of all the 16 challengers in the 6 Ways exhibition had been verified beforehand by several of the 29 officials, then registered accordingly. If there was any equipment that completely covered one's face, then naturally, the organizers would verify the face of the person beneath it before and after the match. Therefore, any impersonation of one of the candidates by another could never happen. The situation was completely different from the 4th match, where the hero candidate had been swapped out with another. At the very least, it had been verified that Zijida Zogi himself was beneath the helm. For this match, they were no longer able to do the post-match verification. The head they were meant to double-check had been completely smashed. If, in the unlikely scenario, that getting his head caved by Yuhak had been incorporated into his plan, then it's possible the goblin appearing in this arena had been expendable from start. Can we pick out Zijida Zogi from other goblins without the head still intact? If she approached even closer, Lena might have been able to determine for herself. However, the Castle Garden Theater was vast, and her only option was to judge from a distance. With all eyes fixed on the arena, sneaking in was impossible. I have to be cautious. Caution, nothing more. Lena's mission hadn't changed. She would approach Hiroto and Ozonesma and infect them. Then she would depart from the scene. As long as her mistress had ordered her to do so, she would carry out her duty, even if it cost her life. Simple as that. However, Lena's feet stopped soon after she started walking toward Hiroto's seat. Her gaze drifted on the exact opposite side of the spectator's seats. There was another hero candidate beside Ozonesma. Shulk the Sound Slicer. He was far away, a seat too far away to be guarding Hiroto. Nevertheless, he was positioned with a good look at the area around the politician's seat. Lena took out her Radzio, fully aware of the danger of making any contact. It connected to Linares, outside the Garden Theater, in case of emergency. My lady, it's Lena. Yuhak the Silent has won without issue. However, there are a few points that bother me. What would those be? Shulk the Sound Slicer is spectating the match. Southwest side, 25th row, second from the right. Hiroto the Paradox's seat is on the eastern side, 4th row and 10th seat from the right. They're separate from each other, but if he seriously did go into action, no distance would be too far for him. Shulk the Sound Slicer was one other of Obsidian Eye's feared enemies, on par with Kuro the Careful. His body, composed of white bone, wouldn't be infected by any bloodborne virus. Furthermore, once his spear fixed on a target, no amount of sleight of hand would make it possible to escape. I believe the same thing. However, there is a chance that he has made contact with Yukaharu the Twilight Diver. Right? Yes. It was impossible for anyone in Obsidian Eyes, no matter their agility, to surveil Shulk himself. However, Obsidian Eyes was still the largest spy guild in the land. If someone was impossible to trail, they just needed to collect second-hand information instead. Even by Lena's recollection, she clearly remembered hearing a witness account of Yukaharu the Twilight Diver conversing with Shulk the Sound Slicer. Also, Lena looked at the arena, at the body lying on the gravel. Zijida Zogi the Thousandth wore a helm. Yuhak's attack defeated him by crushing his entire head with the helm. I ask for your judgment regarding this situation, my lady. The cafe terrace, outside the Castle Garden Theater. That isn't a problem. Linares closed her golden eyes, as if in prayer. Even if the helm was to feign his death, Master Zijida Zogi wouldn't use any strategy that involved in the Six Ways exhibition, since his goal is to make Oriatia accept his people. He wouldn't do anything that would entail abandoning his original goal simply to deal with us. Linares was endowed with that power, the gift to penetrate a person's heart and deeply consider their emotions, sparing no thought to the sacrifices, calmly and coldly taking the optimal action. If there was a possibility she would stray from the correct path, it would stem from Linares herself and a weakness in her heart. Master Zijida Zogi made sure to appear with an iron helmet on, clearly a move to confound his enemies should he lose, making it impossible to confirm his death. Master Shulk's seat positioning isn't a coincidence, either. It wasn't Master Shulk himself, but Master Hiroto who chose his seat to curb any movement from those who were aware of the details behind Master Shulk and Master Yukaharu's contact. In other words, to curb us. Lena's voice came through to her from the Radzio. Car. She attempted to tell her to carry out her mission. Linares forcefully pressed down on her chest. Was this really the best move? A voice cut into the Radzio call. It belonged to Lindelt the Immaculate, charged with guerrilla-style attacks. However, the line he utilized should have been in Hirotoru's hands. NGH. She tried to hold her lamenting cry back, but failed. Hirotoru the Light Grip had died. That can't be. No, it can't be. Even with Mestalexel the Box of desperate knowledge with him, Hirotoru had fallen in battle. She could imagine the reason why. Hirotoru may have tried to make some attack on his own. Perhaps an unexpected amount of reinforcements came to Q's aid. If they were able to win today, everything was supposed to be over. It was why they had laid out multiple layers of intrigue and deceit. Even then, the power of subterfuge was unreliable. Linares knew that. Miss Lena, quickly. She could no longer believe in it. Linares handed down her orders to Lena inside the garden theater. Please leave the garden theater immediately and bring everyone along with you. You are free to abandon your infection mission. Please move quickly and ensure no one else takes notice. If Linares commanded her to execute her orders, Lena would have gone forward without hesitation. Cough, cough. Right as she ended the transmission, Linares coughed harshly. Cough. HRK. NGH. The stress of traveling outside the manor a number of times in a short period and the extreme psychological tension gnawed at her thin, frail body. Suspension had been the only option. If, by any chance, Linares had misread the situation, then she would lose everything. She had needed to bestow on Obsidian Eyes a path for their future survival, without sacrificing a single one of them in the process. Despite that, Hayakrai the Tower had been heavily wounded by a slight, accidental deviation. Now she had let Hurutaru the Light Grip die. Cough, ugh. Why? Why? She covered her face with both hands and dropped her head down flat on the table. Despite knowing such unladylike behavior was sure to earn her a terrible reprimanding. She was supposed to be here in her father's stead. I wasn't able to claim victory. I threw all our plans into this, and even then, Master Zijida Zogi was a true genius. If father was here, if it had been father here right now, I'm sure then that. Linares had thought if she could fulfill every part of the mission entrusted to her, she could begin her own life. If she could do that, then surely there wouldn't be any further need to keep abandoning her friends. At her feet, we spoke up. My lady, I will stay behind here. Please escape with Lena or Fry once you've confirmed they've made it out. I will keep watch on the medical team. Yes, very well. I will leave it in your hands. Linares returned a wee smile as he departed. She was crying. She smiled and let the tears simply fall down her cheeks, as her etiquette had trained her. I'm sorry. Zijida Zogi the Thousandth may have truly been dead. The iron helm he had worn might have been a way to implant a non-existent shadow of doubt in his enemies' minds. Similarly, Shulk the Sound Slicer, sitting in a position where he could guard Hiroto the Paradox, may have simply been because Hiroto had chosen that seat to instill such a thought in his enemy's mind, and nothing more. The fear might have all been in Linares' mind, and if she fought now, she might be able to win. Even then, I can't do it. I just can't. Sacrificing everyone else is the one thing I cannot do. Being born and raised within Obsidian Eyes, she had no means to live a life outside it. Among the comrades she had spent her life with, only a few remained. If she lost them, then there wouldn't be a single thing left in Linares' life. More than all that, I can't possibly put everything on the line like that. I mean, I'm merely borrowing it. From father, after all. Neither Obsidian Eyes nor any of the agents in its ranks belonged to Linares. She wasn't Obsidian. She hadn't been able to inherit that from her father. She remembered that day. Her beloved father, stained with blood, with Linares looking on at him in shock. Who had killed him? No, he hadn't been killed at all. Thus, Rayhart the Obsidian wasn't dead. If he wasn't dead, then she should have still been able to accomplish his goal. That was why she still needed to keep thinking. Calmly and coldly, just like her father, regardless of any potential sacrifices, just like her father. Even the slightest chance of defeat was unforgivable. She didn't wish to blemish her father's name with her own failure. She wished to be a daughter who wasn't ashamed to act in Rayhart the Obsidian's stead. Please forgive me. She begged for forgiveness. There was no one else out there who could keep Linares in check. Even after the fierce battle in the underground waiting room was over, Dan stayed behind and worked to preserve the scene. Dan alone wasn't able to read to what extent the enemy had infiltrated inside the castle garden. He also feared that evidence, including Hazesta's corpse, would end up being destroyed. One Minia soldier and one goblin soldier. Along with Hazesta, there had been 3 casualties right as the match was going on. This would be enough of a reason to suspend the match and lobby for Yuhak's disqualification, but General Dant. Several soldiers appeared, faces pale. There was definitely some emergency situation, but first, Dant was wary of the soldiers. There was a chance a corpse was mixed in among them. You have to flee this place immediately. We'll secure the scene, said a soldier. Can't do that. This is a serious example of unlawful behavior. The match should immediately be suspended, and the scoundrels who sullied the 6 Ways exhibition need to be identified. Besides, I need to provide my own testimony for the investigation. Page 33. Yuanwell? Titit's not at General. This isn't about this incident. What else could it possibly be about, then? Dant was suspicious. Was there any other matter that could be more pressing than a member of the 29 officials being manipulated and killed during the Royal Games? If there was, it would have to be on a national scale. My apologies, General. It most likely happened right around the time you arrived here. Sir, the 8th match is over. Zijida Zogi the 1000th is dead. Without a moment's delay following the results, an alarm was sounded, Wait, an alarm? What's going on? Ministers Gel and Gras have already departed the Garden Theater. Furthermore, you've been ordered to sortie, General. It can't be. Dant quickly silenced everyone gathered before him, and he perked his ears up amid the silence. He could faintly catch the bell ringing up on the surface. 2 strikes, 3 strikes, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Every single member of the 29 officials was well acquainted with what exactly this signal meant. Damn it, things are in enough of mess already. We were just now dispatched here as reinforcements. With the suspicion of corpse infiltration, Minister Flinsuda's medical team is accompanying us. From here, we will restrain the Castle Garden soldiers, examine them, and identify who is behind this incident. We'll also ask you to appear for an examination at a later date, General Dant. Somewhere around here. You look like an official medical team. Take a look at my pupils here, then. Examination's a bit simple, but it'll be enough, right? Showing his pupils to one of the physicians running through the area, Dant proved that he wasn't a corpse himself. Vampires, a plague that was thought to already have been largely eradicated. The enemy of Zijida Zogi, who needed to be brought down first and foremost. Naturally, Dant had been informed of all as well, and it was something he had been on guard against. However, Hazesta's appearance moments prior had been something else. The enemy possessed skills of manipulation on a far deeper level than simply controlling a corpse's actions through pheromones. Most likely, that was the truth of Obsidian Eyes. Something capable of multiplying their scouts, without any of the many other organizations taking notice, had already infiltrated Oriatia. I'll head out immediately. Good luck in your campaign, General Dant. Are there any other matters to check on? Dant stopped his feet. One thing I'd like to ask. While he had clearly heard the truth himself, he couldn't help but confirm it again. The cunning tactician, more intelligent than any Minia, who had been able to see through every development. Zijida Zogi died? Yes. His head was split open in a single strike, and he died instantly. With a small nod, Dant rushed off. He'd bitterly mumbled to himself. To hell with this. The goblin who had suddenly appeared on Dant's battlefield, stealing all his military achievements out from under him. Everything about the tactician had rubbed him the wrong way. Even the feeling of loss the goblin left with his death vexed him. Zijida Zogi was dead. He didn't want to believe it. Dant's face was twisted with rage. It was what he was supposed to do. Damn you for pushing all this trouble onto me. Ozonesma looked down at the scene. In the center of the Garden Theater, Zijida Zogi had become a widening blotch of blood, and the spectators, witnessing such a gruesome demise, were left speechless, while others whispered and murmured among one another. Amid the stir, Hiroto alone simply remained quiet. The true duel has been decided. The winner, Yuhak the Silent, the adjudicator, Mika shouted. The woman's firm voice clearly reached Hiroto, sitting frozen, and Ozonesma at his side. Hiroto. Ozonesma didn't have the words for how Ozonesma was meant to face the scene of finality before him. Was he meant to mourn the man's death, a comrade in arms, albeit for a brief time? Or perhaps, should he have felt relieved that the true hero had advanced to the second round? What had happened to his memories around the end of the final party's journey? By the time he had finished agonizing and writhing from the surgery to incorporate the true Demon King's arm and regained his sanity, or at least what he had believed was his sanity, Cetera had vanished. Only he alone could be rightfully labeled the true hero. Ozonesma had thought he needed to search for the ogre, but his fear towards Cetera's true identity prevented him from doing so. He had believed him to be dead. If there was any being in this world who could calmly live on after consuming the corpse of the true Demon King, then they were a true and unequivocal monster. He hadn't wanted to think that the last remaining companion from his travels was such a thing. Thus, he had kept silent on the ogre's achievement while being simultaneously unable to overlook anyone who falsely claimed they were a hero. It was something no one else had been able to do, that no one should have done. The deed was far too great and frightening. The true hero was terrifying. Nevertheless, Cetera had returned. To the Six Ways exhibition, to tell without any words to speak that the hero did truly exist in their world. Ozonesma went to say something to Hiroto, but an alarm bell began to ring from afar. It propagated through the spires in each of the districts quickly, turning into a piercingly loud din. What is this? The tall black smoke rising up in the distance could be seen even from the spectator seats. Ozonesma realized what exactly the implications of it all were. Everyone, please calm down and move as commanded. A soldier came running up the seats, shouting with all the volume his voice could muster. This is a life-threatening disaster. Line up in order and evacuate as instructed. Match pace with children, the elderly, and the injured, and don't disturb the line. We are fully prepared to get everyone out of the arena. Those closest to the east exit, come this way. We are arranging carriages for you outside. Ozonesma and all the hero candidates knew. This alarm bell didn't signal any ordinary disaster. Hiroto, you need to flee immediately, too. This location is already in danger, just as they said. Yes, I suppose so. Hiroto was perfectly calm, his hands folded together on his lap as he stared at the arena. The supernatural politician wasn't at all rattled by Zijida Zogi's death. I'll follow after you. Go ahead without me. Cetera had vanished. Among all the chaos, had he already headed off to do the job he was meant to do? Ozonesma was scared of him. He overlooked him. He was unable to forget the ogre. He rued him. Ozonesma wanted to convey something, even a single word, to the ogre, but he didn't know what exactly he was supposed to say. Zijida Zogi's body hadn't been devoured, but left exposed in the arena. If there was even one person who believed in the horrible truth behind the hero, then would this 6 Ways exhibition have ever happened in the first place? If Ozonesma hadn't completed the Taisai, would Hiroto have returned from across that sea? Or perhaps, if Zijida Zogi hadn't isolated Ozonesma outside Oriatia? If the information on Yuhak had been made clear to him? If Ozonesma hadn't ended up losing to Sujuru the Willow Sword, Isaac the Chromatic, Oluct the Drifting Compass Needle, Cetera the External, the True Demon King, Hiroto the Paradox, Zijida Zogi the Thousandth, Sujuru the Willow Sword, Ozonesma the Capricious. No one had planned for it to happen at all. In some place beyond the reach of anybody, all their fates had grown intertwined. Was what lay ahead in the future of the 6 Ways exhibition the answer to this fate? Hiroto, I was not able to do anything in this battle. Call for me if there comes a time I am needed. That's much appreciated. I'll do exactly that. The colossal beast scaled the castle garden walls with a single jump and then disappeared. Hiroto continued to stay seated in the now blank, snow-white spectator seats. Just as Hiroto the Paradox had been a perfect politician, Zijida Zogi had been a perfect tactician. Foreseeing even his own future, dying without accomplishing his objective, he had used every method at his disposal to protect the politician's life. Even in death, the tactician had beaten the land's most wicked spy colony. The politician left behind merely had to achieve the tactician's goal. A perfect politician didn't have any personal feelings. Without a single desire of his own, he moved solely to realize the promises to his constituents. The Goblin's Renaissance. That was possible even without Zijida Zogi the individual. As long as Hiroto could accomplish that, their wishes would come true. There was no problem. As long as someone wished for it, there wasn't anything that Hiroto the Paradox couldn't accomplish. It had been so up until now, and it would be true going forward. He smiled slightly, then pressed his fist up against his brow. Goddammit. Zijida Zogi had been a goblin the likes of which would never be seen again. It had been a dream, passed down by Zijida Zogi, by Ephelina, by Rahik. From afar, the alarm bells continued to clang. Thus, there wasn't anyone to hear his wail. Goddammit, all. Match 8. Winner, Yuhak the Silent. Slipping back in time, the day of the 8th match. A faint twilight before the sunrise. Taroa, the awful, quietly sat up in his appointed bed inside Miziel the iron-piercing Plumshade's residence. He needed to leave in the early morning while everyone else was still fast asleep. Sitting in a wood chair, he bent his right leg and then extended it. He repeated the same with the left. Fully healed. Attending to him until both of the knees Cyanop had pierced through or healed, and in the end, even risking his own life to protect Taroa, Kuro the Careful had allowed Taroa to recover his true strength. In that brief second, there hadn't been any time to hear the details from Kuro. He He was able to interpret from the few fragmented words that Kuro was being targeted. However, Keith's camp was the power that had previously raided the clinic, aiming to acquire Taroa's enchanted swords. Was it possible that Mestalexil, Keith's hero candidate, had fixed his aim on Taroa and caught the uninvolved Kuro up in the disaster? Enchanted swords invite conflict. He couldn't say for certain that another attack like it wasn't coming. His presence in Miziel's home might bring death to those he cared about. After Kuro the Careful, he didn't want to lose Miziel the Iron-Piercing Plume Shade or Kyune the Wanderer as well. That's right. Ultimately, I meant to stay inside people's ghost stories. He took all his possessions and left his room. Pulling his hood down low, he hid his own face. He carried countless enchanted swords with him. The room of his sponsor, 22nd General Miziel, was located right by the stairs. The young boy had innocently admired the enchanted swordsman, who was feared by all others, and extended him a helping hand. Taroa had long felt envious of the boy's honest way of being, deciding everything based on his own artless curiosity, unrelated to any political power plays or sense of duty. "You're leaving, Taroa?" Taroa heard a voice come from over his shoulder as he went to descend the staircase. So he had been awake. Taroa answered back over his shoulder. "Yeah, going back to White. Thanks for everything." Back home, huh? I guess after what happened, it makes sense. Sorry for the trouble. Kyune still asleep? She was still crying when I went to bed, but, yep, fast asleep. Must have been exhausted. I put her down in some old clothing scraps. Hope it's comfortable. Can I leave her with you? If Kuro was going to return someday, he would definitely track Kyune down. "Hey, Taroa, listen. You're going back to gather enchanted swords again, right?" "Nah, not going to kill those who wield enchanted swords anymore. I'm going home to White Mountains to live a quiet life, tending to my vegetable garden. I always knew from the beginning what I wanted to do. This sort of stuff will end with me." Disappointed? Listen, Miziel, I'll tell you the truth. A silence stretched out briefly behind him in the dark corridor. It would have been much better if he had disappeared without saying anything. Perhaps, as part of his duty from inheriting the name Taroa the Awful, he was meant to preserve the enchanted swordsman illusion, like the children-scaring ghost story he was supposed to be. However, Taroa didn't want to treat Miziel like a child. "I'm not Taroa the Awful. Take care of yourself. You always leave vegetables behind on your plate. Gotta eat right. It's good to be enthusiastic about your studies, but you shouldn't stay up late reading books all the time. You're a real, self-indulgent kid, and it might end up giving someone a real headache." Even then, Taroa finally understood. What his father had wished for had really been something this obvious. Stay true to yourself. Don't end up becoming someone else, and take care of yourself the most of all. Thanks. Miziel the Iron-Piercing Plume Shade. The 22nd General had known no fear of anyone nor shown deference to anyone. With Taroa's form still concealed in the dark, the boy said his goodbye. "You really were just like a real Taroa the Awful, you know. Sorry for being so unreasonable all the time. There's not anything you gotta apologize for. We'll still be friends even after you're back in White, right?" Of course. This was the end of Taroa the Awful's journey. He departed from Oriatia on the morning's first long-distance carriage. Taroa was familiar with the one sitting diagonally opposite him in the carriage bound for the Mari Wastes. They didn't possess a fixed shape, but they had a tiny book open up and the pseudopods sprouting out of them. Quite the coincidence. Now isn't this Taroa the Awful? Inexhaustible stagnation. That talkative mouth of yours is the same outside the arena, then? My mouth's just the same as my muscles. If I don't keep it going, it'll grow weaker, and I won't be able to get the necessary words out when the time comes. There's no reason for an intellectual creature not to temper such a weapon. When I was in the sand labyrinth, I used to speak the words in the books out loud and strove hard to keep my mouth working. Our match together taught me a lot. I'd even like a rematch if possible, honestly. In that case, I wouldn't mind going right here, right now. Shall we? Definitely don't have the strength for that. Me neither. Cyanop's expression was unfathomable. Even then, Taroa believed that the slime was making yet another joke. The scenery outside the carriage, little by little, began to be tinged silvery white. Taroa's thoughts went to Cyanop's opponent in the second round. If he had won his match, they were the enemy he would have gone up against. Luknoka the Winter. Among the land's strongest race of creatures, the dragons, she stood on top as their strongest. He had heard she was a calamity that exceeded all possible limits of the imagination. Uvalus the Star Runner, thought to be a lock to advance on, and Taroa's ultimate enemy. Having killed Taroa, the Awful, once before, hadn't been able to get close to taking the legendary dragon's life, even throwing everything he had at her. Inexhaustible stagnation. You go into battle, Lucknoke of the Winter. If you're going to speak of her strength, I've heard more than enough already. I'm going to see it with my own eyes. I would have dropped out of the tournament, probably. What are you fighting for? Duh. Bare-handed strikes and all manner of enchanted swords. If the technical apexes they had each honed and tempered on their own shared the same qualities. And if the reason Sinop, the inexhaustible stagnation, had surpassed Taroa, the Awful lay within Sinop's heart and mind. Taroa wished to know what it was. The loquacious ooze went silent for a brief moment. Willpower and pride, I'd say. That's the same for everyone, though. And that's precisely why. Taroa didn't know about the ooze's past. Nor did he know the reason why the ooze aimed to be the strongest of all, or why he didn't hesitate to use life arts that chipped away at his own vitality. Page 34. It's a reason that everyone shares, and that's precisely why I don't want to lose. What about the other 14 hero candidates? There were bound to be some who fought carrying reasons unknown to him or ways of life unknown to him. It was the ones who had reached their strongest peaks who continued to search for the logical conclusion of their life. Even in this land, where the true Demon King lay dead and all reason to fight had gone away. Well, it appears during our idle chit-chat we've arrived. Looks like it. Outside the window, the surface was blanketed completely white. The cold air seeped through the carriage's walls. A terrible and abrupt change in temperature. It was neither a natural phenomenon nor the end result of a long history. A scenery had been changed in the brief moment of a single breath by a singular creature. A landscape of ruin. Mari wastes. So this is it. In this land rested the final job that Taroa, the Awful, had inherited. Taroa, the Awful, continued to descend down the sheer rock face of the abyssal fissures running through the frozen soil. The vertical cliff didn't have the slightest protrusion to get his fingers on. He was using an enchanted sword like a walking stick. It was called Wicked Sword Self-esque. The arrangement of its blade, composed from countless floating rivets, could be manipulated with an almost magnetic force. He stuck the rivets into the rock face to create footing for himself. The rivets above him would collect in his sheath again, then spread out below into a new piece of footing. Though it wasn't the sword's original purpose, he thought it was much a better way of using it than for killing others. That's right. This is better than killing, he mumbled, despite the fact that he was searching deep down in the unfathomable bottom of the earth, and that he was the only one here on this frozen soil. It was all so much better than killing someone and plundering from them. The second match, Uhulus the Star Runner lost to Lucknoke of the Winter and dropped down to the bottom of the earth, together with the hoard of treasure he had collected from his travels across the land. Among all the many magical items that were in the Wyvern's possession, Taroa's objective, from the very beginning, had been one thing and one thing only. The world's ultimate enchanted sword, able to sever any and all matter, including dragon scale. Hillensingen, the enchanted light sword. Real cold out here. If anything, he grew more talkative when alone. His quip at Sinop just might have applied to none other than Taroa himself as well. At long last, the end of the tall, perpetual cliff came into view. Previously in the Mari Wastes, a river had run through the deep crevices in the ground, with a holdover of those times being the road chipped level into the bottom of the fissure. It was earth, like the frontiers of hell, that no one had ever trodden before. The walls rising up on each side of him were so high that he couldn't see the sky. The thin, winding path stretched out before him. Taroa was unaccustomed to carrying a watch with him, but noon should have been approaching soon. He needed to recover the enchanted sword of light and make it back up to the surface before the sun set. Lighting a lantern, he walked the depths, which the sun's light couldn't reach. Only the sounds of his shoe soles crunching on the frozen soil echoed for a short while. Although he had generally pinpointed where Uhulus the Star Runner had fallen, there was no guarantee that he would truly reach the end of his search. He could find the Wyvern himself, but there was the possibility that the enchanted sword of light had been scattered into a different fissure. He continued walking. Born with a degree of stamina far exceeding the average person's, Taroa didn't require any breaks. Dark frozen soil without end. Lonely earth, completely isolated. He continued walking, and walked some more. Then finally, found you. A narrow-bladed sword with a brown, dingy sheath and an equally dirted wooden hilt. Although the crossguard was gone, it had been flung to the ground and remained there. Hilinsingen, the enchanted light sword. The be-all and end-all enchanted sword that had been stolen from his father. The thing Taroa the Awful had sought. The very last fragment to a life of his own. Taroa approached. Then up ahead along the serpentine path, there was one other presence crouching down in the shadow of the cliff wall. It was silent, just like a true dragon would do itself. He did nothing but greedily continue to protect his treasure. There lay the final enemy, the immortal, death-bringing enchanted swordsman was meant to kill. We meet again. I'm Taroa the Awful. He was alive. In exchange, half of his body had been swapped out for metallic machinery with a brass luster, losing even the organs that all living creatures were meant to have, and abandoned by everything here in the depths of this now-frozen land. Proliferating inside him, imitating living tissue, and forcibly driving his body. It continued to maintain his bodily function, without any need of biogenic activity and regardless of the will of its wielder. The name of the magic tool this rogue had used at the very end of his battle was Chiclarak, the Eternity Machine. I came to collect the enchanted light sword. Keep your hands. The wyvern champion who had visited countless of the land's legends. Uhlus the Star Runner spread his wings, one living and one metal. Off my treasure. Page 36. Story so far. The identity of the one who defeated the true Demon King, the ultimate threat who gripped the world in terror, is shrouded in mystery. Little is known about this hero. The terror of the true Demon King abruptly came to an end. Nevertheless, the champions born from the era of the Demon King still remain in this world. Now, with the enemy of all life brought low, these champions, wielding enough power to transform the world, have begun to do as they please, their untamed wills threatening a new era of war and strife. To Oriatia, now the sole kingdom unifying the Minion races, the existence of these champions has become a threat. No longer champions, they are now demons bringing ruin to all, the Shura. To ensure peace in the new era, it is necessary to eliminate any threat to the world's future and designate the true hero to guide and protect the hopes of the people. Thus, the 29 officials, the governing administrators of Oriatia, have gathered these Shura and their miraculous abilities from across the land, regardless of race, and organized an imperial competition to crown the true hero once and for all. Uhlus the Star Runner was alive. A single wyvern, deep down in the blackness of the Mali wastes, which had now frozen into rock-solid soil. He's dead, Taroa thought. Down in the crevice, there was no water, no food, no heat, and not the slightest strand of light. It was a veritable realm of death. If there was anyone who had fallen down to those farthest depths and was still capable of speech and movement, they couldn't be anything other than dead, and they merely appear to be living. Uhlus the Star Runner tried to take flight with his wings, which had gone rigid from the sub-zero temperatures. His left wing was an inorganic metal one, an intermingling of flesh and machine. So the Star Runners practically become the living dead. Like me, faster than Taroa's mind could even register the motion, he had drawn his enchanted swords. In his left hand must shine the howling blade. In his right, wicked sword Self-esque. Don't even try it, Uhlus murmured. His similarly metallic arm grabbed the enchanted sword right in front of him, Hilinsingen, the luminous blade. For Taroa, this was the blade that had started it all. You've stolen too much, Star Runner. He needed to be defeated. Similarly to how the mere existence of the true Demon King had become too great a threat, Uhlus the Star Runner had to be defeated at all costs. When Taroa's father died, he forsook self-preservation and vowed to reclaim the luminous blade. For as long as he could remember, Taroa had been single-mindedly devoted to defeating the enemy before him. Now he would do exactly that. He saw the moment that Uhlus the Star Runner kicked off the ground and took to the sky. Taroa twisted and thrust the howling blade skyward in an attempt to strike his aerial opponent. The violent wind sliced into the rock wall of the ravine. This was the enchanted sword's secret technique to deny the wyvern's flight and simultaneously crush him to death. It went by the name HRK. However, right when he attempted to use Mushane's technique, migration, Taroa jerked his body and dodged a red light speeding toward him. A gout of flame had been shot from the eye of the violent gale. Though he had only been grazed by the fire attack, the edges of his black clothing had been scorched, and thin wisps of smoke now trailed from them. The flames traveled along the cliff walls as if they had a mind of their own, swallowing up large amounts of oxygen as they went. They were headed for the spot where Taroa was standing. Uhulus murmured a single phrase. Ground runner. This was a magic item that Uhulus hadn't gotten a chance to show off during his battle with Luknoka. A super-hot flame that raced along the terrain, autonomously pursuing its targets in accordance with its owner's will. The violent tempest abated, allowing Uhulus to fly. The musket had been trained on Taroa. The flames were quite literally in hot pursuit. Uhulus, the Star Runner. Back when you fought Dad, the Howling Blade was always the one you were the most cautious of. And now I see why. Taroa, the Awful, widely swung the enchanted sword in his right hand. It had no blade. To the untrained eye, it appeared to be nothing more than a hilt. Reverse wing. Uhulus was utterly shaken. He collided with the soil as if being dragged down from the heavens. Tiny metal shards became wedged in the gaps in the mechanical parts of the wyvern's body. This was the ability of the Wicked Sword Selfesk, a weapon with a blade consisting of numerous metal shards controlled with magnetism. The violent gale from migration hadn't managed to hinder Aluza's flight. However, by making use of his enchanted sword's techniques simultaneously, Taroa the Awful was able to manipulate the shards of Wicked Sword Selfesk like a scatter shot along the tempest winds to reach Uhulus. It was a means of dragging the wyvern, rushing through the sky at ultra-high speeds, into the range of Taroa's blades. Only Taroa the Awful, using the combined powers of his enchanted blades simultaneously, could devise a technique so perfectly suited to taking down the Star Runner. I see, said Uhulus. You like that? You're not getting away this time. Taroa yelled. It was you, was it? Face down on the ground, Uhulus was next gripped by a force rapidly drawing him toward Taroa. Using one of the wedges he had sunk into the wyvern's flesh, Taroa was able to reel Uhulus in with magnetism. In the very next moment, the ground runner's flame would engulf Taroa from behind. However, the distance between the two of them would rapidly shrink. This was drawing Uhulus himself into its trajectory, too. As long as Taroa had the Howling Blade in his left hand, he didn't have to worry about gunfire, even at point-blank range. In which case, you drew your sword, did you? The short-bladed weapon Uhulus the Star Runner had unsheathed was a thrusting sword with a perpendicular crossguard. At that moment, robbed of his freedom of movement and hurtling toward Taroa at high speed, he sought to cross blades with the enchanted swordsman head-on. Meanwhile, Taroa the Awful had ropes, chains, hinge mechanisms, and more. He was ready for anything, and he had an enchanted sword to respond to any tactic an enemy employed. No, he couldn't switch to a different magic sword. With this snap judgment, Taroa used only the Howling Blade to smack down Aluza's sword as it swooped in with a shriek. It wasn't that Uhulus had resolved to fight at close range. This blade was an enchanted sword that could fly at will. Trembling bird. The distance between had shrunk. In that moment, when Taroa was forced to spare one hand for defense, Uhulus closed the gap. N.H.N. Hilensingen, the luminous blade. Migration. His movements to defend against Trembling Bird were themselves a secret technique. The violent gale raged as it was released from the Howling Blade's downward stroke. As he staved off the flaming pursuit of the ground runner, Taroa sent the hilt of Selfesk flying. Aluza's flight trajectory was thrown off, and he collided into the rock wall along with the luminous blade. The destructive beam of light it released sliced through the dark abyss. The magnetic blade drew its opponent in. A mysterious blade cut unseen. The luminous blade delivered instant death. The special ability of the Howling Blade allowed the wielder to defend themselves, and then the magnetic blade drew the foe in once more. This back and forth happened in the blink of an eye, and in an instant, the tables turned. It's mine now. Uhulus the Star Runner, embedded into the cliff face, had the enchanted sword's hilt gripped with his third arm. The apex adventurer had overcome his perfect counter, the Wicked Sword Selfesk, which had so drastically hindered his flight. Not quite. I'm lending it to you, just like the luminous blade. Taroa brandished an enchanted sword in each of his hands. On the left, Mashine the Howling Blade. On the right, I'm going to take everything back from you. Trembling Bird. In the blink of an eye, Taroa had similarly taken the enchanted sword that swooped down at him. He was a monster of legend. Taroa the Awful could master the secret technique of every enchanted blade ever forged. On the surface of the Mali wastes, Alone in the vast, white expanse was an ooze, looking like a water droplet fallen from a colossal glacier, yet to freeze over. Cyanop, the inexhaustible stagnation, was quietly surveying the landscape before him. This destruction, violently changing the very weather itself, had been engraved into the land by Cyanop's round 2 opponent, a godlike dragon, Luknoka the Winter, the living legend who had defeated the legend slayer, Ulus the Star Runner. A single breath was unleashed upon the valley. Luknoka had built it up in midair. The ravaged land spoke intricate details of her raw power, the trajectory of her attacks, her positioning, and more. Though Cyanop hadn't been present to witness the battle himself, the scene before him painted a vivid picture. Was it truly necessary for her to suspend her massive body in midair, all for her dragon breath, which barely needs a single word to release? Impossible. There must have been a separate reason that Luknoka stopped moving. This stretch of earth was riddled with massive fissures. They were geographical evidence of the numerous, now dry canals that once had nourished the land. Here, Ulus the Star Runner hid himself in this fissure, so Luknoka's sights would have been pointing downward. Not only that, but with the way this crevice is positioned. It had been said that Ulus the Star Runner was the fastest flyer in the world, his aerial speed surpassing that of even dragons. He could have maneuvered behind Luknoka, in which case he must have pulled off the extremely dangerous feat of flying freely through these deep, dark, labyrinthine fissures and used them to sneak around underground. Ulus's magic item restricted Luknoka from behind. She launched her breath out in front of her, without looking back at it whatsoever. Everything froze. The extreme gap in atmospheric pressure dragged Ulus into Luknoka's range of attack. She swiped with her claws. He used a defensive magic item, or perhaps evaded it by coincidence. Whatever the case, it led to Ulus being quite literally grounded. Cyanop, the inexhaustible stagnation, didn't possess any supernatural senses like Sudru the Willow Sword or Kuro the Cautious. He merely speculated on the actions in the battle by using an extensive amount of battle theory, based on his knowledge and experiences. By studying the end result, he could find the most logical course of events that led them to the battle's conclusion. From there, the breath attack aimed straight downward. Cyanop looked down at the ground he stood upon. Likely owing to the abnormal condensation nearly bringing it to its physical limits, this spot on the ground had collapsed into a cone shape. It resembled the crater left behind by a meteor strike, about 4 kilometers in diameter. Far too massive. The battle continued even after this. The reactive capabilities of someone who had faced a great many legends and had grown after each fight. Even after being ravaged by a violent tempest, Ulus the Star Runner had survived. Currently, Ulus the Star Runner's body was half machine, a magic item of immortality, multiplying within the body, imitating an organism, and maintaining constant functionality without even requiring biological activity. It was called Chiclarak, the Eternity Machine. However, even when its original owner, Vikian the Smoldering, had been heavily wounded by Ulus the Star Runner's assault, rendered unable to fight, the dragon hadn't made use of the magic item himself. It's mine. Mine. Ulus's present state was the result of this item's influence. It would replace lost sections of the physical body with machinery and maintain the same functionality as before these sections had been lost, but anyone who underwent this change was certainly not the same living creature they had once been. Though they lived, they would rapidly begin to lose their will. Before long, they would lose everything that made them an organic being and soon be reduced to a mindless machine. This was true even for the strongest of all wyverns. Though the injuries he had sustained in the second match had been completely healed by the power of the magic item, Ulus hadn't been able to budge deep in the abyss. Before encountering Taroa, he had been unable to remember anything. He was Ulus the Star Runner, and yet he wasn't. For Taroa, who had only ever dreamed of defeating him, this was a cruel sight. Though he may be in this sorry state, one thing that hasn't changed. A lot of space had opened up between himself and Ulus. Their last clash had decimated the land itself. There had been a drastic shift in momentum, and the enchanted swordsman Taroa had no means of closing the gap. Ulus the Star Runner had a musket in one hand. In another, he held Hilensingen, the luminous blade. Finally, in his third hand, he had Wicked Sword Selfesk, stolen from Taroa moments ago. All of the wyvern's hands were occupied. Ulus never lets go of any treasure he gets his hands on. Taroa took a giant step forward. He thrust Trembling Bird sharply out in front of him, far out of range for his attack to reach. He rotated his torso. Hinges worked together, traveling along the steel wires, and then, page 37. Faster than Uhulus could swing Wicked Sword Self-esque. The base of his wing was completely run through. The attack had come from over 20 meters away. Peck! The enchanted sword in Taroa's right hand had been swapped out for a different sword. Deceiving Uhulus by feinting a thrust with Trembling Bird, he used the steel wire and hinges to exchange it for another. The Divine Blade Katelk, a secret technique that utilized the enchanted sword's extending slashes to send out a long-range thrust at the opponent. Since Uhulus the Star Runner was already familiar with this technique, Taroa had fired it at him without revealing his intentions. Despite his wing being shot through, Uhulus sent the wedges of Wicked Sword Self-esque flying. Taroa saw several of them become embedded into the rock wall. What was terrifying was Ulus's level of aptitude with the blade. There wasn't anyone else who could control an enchanted sword they had just held for the first time with such finesse, other than Taroa the Awful, that is. You were testing that brand new enchanted sword, huh? Wicked Sword Self-esque. Am I my treasure? Migration. Stepping forward and then turning, Taroa slashed wide. The howling blade swallowed the air and whipped the ground runner's flames into its violent gale. He then rerouted the attack, and the flames, destructive enough to burn down an entire nation, toward Uhulus. You can handle that much just fine, I bet. So have this, too. If it was possible to control the wind, it was possible to control flames. Mid-rotation, Taroa the Awful drew Nell through the burning blade. Ground runner. Rising heat. Tempest winds. Gathering clouds. An explosive flame erupted from the Molly Waste fissure, high enough to reach the clouds. The ice on the ground evaporated. Jet black smoke formed a deathly domain that swallowed even the darkness of the earthen abyss. The impact was intense enough to shatter bones and rupture organs. This was the ultimate ability of Nell Tsu the Burning Blade, a technique he had held back during the first match out of worry for the town around him. The furious updraft generated by the temperature difference between earth and sky cleared away the black smoke. A wyvern silhouette. This adventurer possessed a magic item of absolute defense. Great Shield of the Dead. Uhulus brandished the Great Shield of the Dead and moved to counterattack. The figure of the Grim Reaper was right before his eyes. Not good enough. Just as he had done once before, in the eye of the particle storm. Taroa the Awful plunged headfirst into the hellish fireball. But how could he grasp Ulus's position while his vision was obscured by the black smoke? The answer came when a blade, connected by a chain, was plunged into Ulus's arm, the one that held Wicked Sword Self-esque. It was an enchanted sword that would automatically respond to moving objects and then counterattack. Taroa murmured its name. Lance of Phima. The next slash rushed in from the opposite direction. The arm holding the Great Shield of the Dead had been completely severed. The instant Ulus's attention had shifted to the Lance of Phima, Taroa, the Awful, slashed at him with the enchanted sword in his left hand. Vajra the Frostvenom blade infected its target with corrosive ice crystals. In a close-quarters battle of enchanted swords, there was no warrior who could surpass Taroa the Awful. There is no shield that will protect you from Vajra. Taroa had constantly, even in his dreams, thought only of one day killing the strongest of all wyverns. He would need the perfect strategy to seize this impressive enemy, flying at ultra-high speeds, wielding magic items innumerable, and capable of withstanding even the most lethal attack against him. He sought out a means from the voices of the enchanted swords to defeat a foe even his father hadn't been able to beat. Unable to save his father, Taroa believed this was the last thing he had to do, his sovereign duty. "Ah, the Great Shield of the Deads," murmured Uhulus. "That's right. You've lost that too," said Taroa. This wasn't the first time Taroa the Awful had fought against Uhulus the Star Runner. However, this was the first time Uhulus the Star Runner was fighting against this Taroa the Awful. "You're going to die. And then, let's rewind the hands of time. Uhulus the Star Runner. I can't believe it. You're still alive." Cyanop the Inexhaustible Stagnation, having analyzed Lucknoke of the Winter's fight up until moments prior, was genuinely flabbergasted. The ooze's amorphous body didn't appear to contain any organs that allowed him movement, let alone swift movement, yet he flew over the complex terrain at terrifying speeds. He fluidly adjusted his center of gravity, his agility resembling a flow of water with a mind of its own. A sound that the howling winds nearly drowned out. A rumbling from the very core of the world. Even this was enough for Sinop to comprehend the tremendous abnormality. There was a battle underway at the Mali Wastes, one between two of the most frightening monsters in the land. There was still over 10 kilometers between Sinop and his destination. With his speed, it would take no time at all to cover that much ground. Nevertheless, given the combatants, the outcome would be decided far before Sinop could intervene. Taroa the Awful. This was your intention from the very beginning, wasn't it? From the slightest ground tremors and air currents transmitted across the still wastes, he could predict a fight to the death in the bowels of the planet. Ground Runner raced along the rock wall. It reversed course to appear behind Taroa. Wind, huh? Must have blocked it with the enchanted wind sword. But that was to give Uhulus an opportunity to act. Taroa is. The fire rushed, the wind deflected it, and even high above on the surface, there was a faint change in the air pressure. This conflict, if this is all supposed to be for revenge, then it is a fruitless endeavor. There came a concussive blast. An explosion of flame erupted from an earthen fissure far out on the horizon, as if part of an active volcano. It was the technique Sinop had witnessed on that day. The secret enchanted sword technique combining Nell through the burning blade with Mushine the howling blade, gathering clouds. When he had looked at Taroa the Awful during their carriage ride, Sinop hadn't seen any hint of rage or hatred on the dwarf's face. He had believed the man had successfully managed to escape from the spiral of Shura killing each other in battle. Taroa the Awful, you aren't supposed to fight. I pierced his wing. I restrained one limb and severed another. I infected him with venomous ice crystals. These weren't Taroa's thoughts. They were combat judgments that came in a flash, guided by his instincts. I cut down the great shield of the dead. He only has his musket and wicked sword Selfesk left. He can't use them at this range. He won't have the opportunity to change his equipment again. Faster than his own instincts could process his next action, Taroa's moved to cut off Aluza's head. However, the howling blade slash. I missed. Through the wyvern's skin, severed his carotid artery, and dug into the flesh beneath. He had felt the blow. Too shallow. It hadn't reached the bone. Uhulus had moved, without using his wings or his forelimbs, toward the upper rock wall. The wyvern's mouth quietly muttered, "Wicked sword Selfesk." He applied magnetic force to the wedges embedded in the wall. Taroa had understood he could evade attacks this way. More than that, it was a technique that Taroa, the enchanted swordsman, knew for himself. He had rejected the possibility because from that range, it would have been far too late to dodge. "Why don't you die?" puzzled Taroa. "Good question," Uhulus replied. Cling, clank. With an unpleasant creaking sound, his severed forelimbs, the nearly severed base of his wing, and his mostly severed neck had been replaced with microscopic machines, and they were slowly healing him. Yet there was even more unbelievable development as well. The crystals from the frost venom blade, which had been eating at his body, had been burned away with fire, limb, and all. This was the reason he had sent Ground Runner ahead of him. With the flames behind him, Uhulus murmured, "Consider the source. Take countermeasures." The Apex Rogue's combat judgment showed no signs of decline at all. The farther he was pushed into a corner, the more he learned, and the more he surpassed every tactic his enemies brought against him. Consider the source. Take countermeasures. I get it now. Uhulus the Star Runner was now immortal. I'm the same way. I'm trying to kill you even if I die in the process. Taroa was invoking the secret techniques of several enchanted swords with his entire body and soul. He continued to battle in the depths of the frozen soil, hungrily clawing away at his opponent's life. His enemy alone possessed a limitless life force. Wouldn't have been fair if you hadn't done the same, Ichum. However, right now, Taroa the Awful was truly perfect. He had never felt stronger. This newfound strength was derived from something greater than a sense of obligation or thirst for revenge. He was blessed with a mightier body than his father's. Taroa had never once exhausted all his stamina. This was true even now. "This fight with you has been the most satisfying to date," Uhulus muttered. Even his melted forelimb was regenerating. High in the sky, from where enchanted swords couldn't reach, he aimed his musket. Was there any means for Taroa's attack to reach him? His past opponent Sinop had seen through absolutely all of his enigmatic enchanted sword techniques and had demonstrated he could run up through the air without any footing. If he was going to kill Uhulus, the Star Runner, Taroa would have to do the same. It's been a long time, Taroa the Awful. These words must have come from the remnants of Aluza's hazy consciousness. Was that truly how he felt? If so, that would make Taroa happy. From here on, he was going to fight in a way that didn't resemble his father in the slightest. With all my swords, I'll cut you down. He took a long, deep breath. Taroa, the Awful, stabbed into the ground with enchanted swords in both hands and both feet, like the limbs of an insect. While he was receiving medical treatment after the first match, Taroa had spoken a lot with Kyune the Wanderer and Kuro the Cautious. While they both said they felt indebted to him, Taroa felt he was the one who truly owed them his life, with them and the currently absent Miziel being the first friends he had ever made. Do you think that some inanimate objects can think and feel, Kuro? Where is this coming from? That clairvoyance of yours can perceive things ordinary folk like us can't even comprehend, right? I wondered if that's how you perceive the world. Maybe you could hear the voices of like a shoe or a plate or a sword. Come on, you're talking crazy here. Kuro strained a smile, looking exasperated, and appeared to have interpreted Taroa's words as a joke. Objects are objects. Of course, every sort of material out there can give off some odd bit of sound or light, and my clairvoyance will grant me information on an object, such as what it is or where it is. But you're asking if I can hear the voices of objects. Well, actually, I've heard a voice before. Oh, it's true. Could the idea of enchanted swords possessing wills of their own have been nothing more than a myth? Taroa would be lying if he said he had never doubted it before. In the middle of the first match, Toro the Awful had practically become possessed by his blades. He surrendered his body to the influence flowing into him, becoming a mythical beast of slaughter. However, if this was a concept that even Kuro the Cautious couldn't comprehend, perhaps enchanted swords had never possessed wills of their own, and all of it had simply been the impulses Taroa himself contained from the very start. They discussed it all with each other. That's totally not right. Hyune objected, leaning her body forward from where she sat on the edge of the bed. I mean, you saved Kuro back then, right? There's no way that someone who saved someone else, when they were in the most danger of all, could be a bad person. That's not true. I'm a murderer. He had killed the bandits who'd come to steal his enchanted swords. They were opponents he should have been able to incapacitate without killing. But the next time similar adversaries came along, he couldn't stop himself from taking their lives. Above all, during his match, Taroa had fought with the intention of killing Sinop. The reason he was able to end the match without killing his opponent was because he hadn't known that Sinop was capable of using life arts that completely regenerated his body. Sinop must have felt Taroa's bloodlust for himself, too. Even then, he had been able to settle the match without taking Taroa's life. It had been a total defeat for Taroa. Uhalus the Star Runner's dead, too. From here on, I won't need to fight in any battles with my enchanted blades. But I'm afraid that if a day comes when I need to wield them again, I may be overcome with the desire. Taroa, I've learned a great many things about the brain and its perceptions. I've investigated every avenue at my disposal for the sake of learning about my own power of clairvoyance, Kuro began. There's apparently a nerve in the brain that serves as a behavioral mirror. A behavioral mirror? This function allows one to understand the actions of another as if they were carrying out the actions themselves. Animal offspring will acquire their own patterns of behavior by imitating the actions of other members of their group. If one were to develop this nerve to an extreme degree, they might be able to intuit a first-time opponent's thought patterns as if they were their own, even faster than their mind could process, or grant one the ability to perfectly replicate a technique they'd seen only once before. Imitation. You're saying that's what's truly happening in those instances. He recalled his battles against Mestalexil and Sinop. They were powerful foes he had been unable to kill even after drawing out the near-limited potential of his enchanted blades. Still, it was because of such opponents that Taroa had finally been able to experience a lengthy battle. He had been able to watch his opponent's fighting style from up close and imagine what their next move might be. It might be fine to express it as a kind of notion or idea. The basis for sympathy lies in imitation. After all, by constantly imagining what your opponent's thinking, you can understand what they're thinking and where their thoughts are going to lead them next. If that's your explanation, then what about the enchanted sword's voices? Nerves can't explain that. I wonder, when it comes to sympathizing with magic items, there's a lot of uncertainty. For example, there are some that can be manipulated through the thoughts of the user alone. If these items had wills of their own, you'd definitely be able to pick up on that. That's for sure. Even putting that aside, You're able to read how you need to handle a sword, whether it's from its shape or its center of gravity, to unleash its absolute maximum power. You might be subconsciously perceiving how the previous owners of the enchanted swords used them, from the slightest phrase of the sheath or placement of the nicks on the blade. Maybe you're using that information to better understand the one who forged the blade and the ones who wielded it. I'm not sure I'm even capable of something like that. Or maybe, in a more direct way, you saw someone using the secret techniques of your enchanted swords before. Duh. He wasn't Taroa the Awful. Ultimately, he had been able to tell this truth to Miziel and Miziel only. Taroa, kindness stems from having a great amount of empathy for beings other than yourself. There's even the chance that an excessive amount of it will end up overriding your own will. It's certainly a risky power to have, but he could take the empathy that he'd been gifted for the sake of saving others and use it to kill them instead. Even my clairvoyance can't see through the realm of the heart. The enchanted sword mountain was moving. Uhlus the Star Runner looked down on it with vague thoughts. Treasure. It was either an enemy protecting the treasure, or perhaps the treasure itself, and he would need to defeat his enemy to obtain this mountain of enchanted swords for himself. As he had always done. Age 38. Wicked sword, Self-esque. He murmured the name of the enchanted sword in his hand. In response to Uhlus' thoughts, the countless shards began stabbing into the rock wall in a line. Come to think of it, there was once a time when he had hunted this enchanted sword. He couldn't recall just how long ago it had been, but even back then, the enemy before him had gotten to it first. Taroa the Awful. He had mumbled the name several times at that point, but Uhlus wasn't aware of the fact. Each time he traced his memories of enchanted swords, he would remember that this enemy of his was Taroa the Awful. Whenever he traveled the skies in pursuit of treasure, Uhlus would try to take an enchanted sword for himself, yet the shadow of this man was always there. The enchanted swords Uhlus the Star Runner managed to keep for himself numbered only two, Trembling Bird and Hillensingen, the Luminous Blade. And now, Taroa, he would have them all. Without really knowing where he was, or even what he was doing, Uhlus had that alone as the only certainty in his mind. Uhlus loaded his lightning bullet. Give them to me, now. Like a drill from the heavens piercing the earth, lightning crashed down from the sky. Light, sound, destruction. The terrain crumbled and broke. The phenomenon of magic bullet wrought was truly like lightning itself. GNGH, LRNGH. Uhlus heard the growl coming from above him. His eyes beheld the limbs of an insect, Mushine the Howling Blade, Vajra the Frost Venom Blade, Nell, the Burning Blade, Enrate the Sickle of Repose. Spreading out the abnormal number of enchanted swords in a radial pattern, Taroa the Awful instantly reached his current position. An updraft. Even through hazy thoughts, Uhlus the Star Runner's staggering amount of combat experience allowed him to understand the situation. A tremendous air current was generated from the massive explosion that came in their last clash, erupting from the superheated depths to the frozen surface above. Riding that turbulent wind and adjusting his trajectory with the Howling Blade, had he changed the topography of a land? On top of it, the updraft continued to throw Uhlus the Star Runner's greatest asset, his flying ability, into disarray. Grawl! Taroa's entire body twisted in midair, and he brought the explosive heat hurtling downward. The Burning Blade was out of control. Explosion, 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 explosion. The terrain was hollowed out. The sky burned. Destruction rained over the land like a meteor shower. Uhlus' body contorted as he evaded the lethal heat wave. The magnetic force of the wicked sword Self-esque could instantly pull Uhlus' own body to the points where the metallic wedges were embedded in the cliff face. He had accounted for this. Clinging to the wall, Uhlus was now able to line up a shot at Taroa from a stable position. After Taroa had jumped into the air, what came next was his descent. It was only natural. NGH. A shock hit Uhlus' body. Wails ever. There was interference coming from the vibrations of the crystal blade. His musket's aim strayed ever so slightly. Taroa continued his descent. Duh. And the trajectory of his fall changed in midair. As if bounding through the air with some invisible force, occasionally kicking off the rock wall, he came for Uhlus like a flying insect of nightmare. Gwar Ring. Counteraction. Uhlus the Star Runner would have found it difficult to believe his eyes, even if he had been fully lucid. A long-range thrust and lunging slash with divine blade Ketelk. Taroa, using the counteraction from the long-range attack, was kicking the stone wall while in midair. His bizarre emergence from moments ago similarly couldn't be explained merely by propelling himself up the wall with his kicks. Taroa had used this technique at the same time and gotten above Uhulus the Star Runner. The enchanted swordsman was fighting a midair battle. It was abnormal. Propelled by a beast-like instinct, he made rapid and simultaneous use of his magic sword's secret techniques. Guarra, rotting soil Su. Before he could make use of the magic item resembling a lump of mud, the howling blade's gale slammed Uhulus into the cliff. His bones shattered. Uhulus activated Wicked Sword Selfesk's magnetic force. He didn't move. The arm gripping the sword's hilt was entangled by a chain. This was Taroa the Awful's enchanted sword that autonomously pursued its target, Lance of Phima. It possessed the ability to release incredibly fast vibrations. With its chain wrapped around Aluz's arm, the vibrations caused the metal to shred Aluz's flesh away. Not unlike the wings of an insect, this was known as flapping. While Uhulus held the Wicked Sword Selfesk in a mechanical arm, this enchanted sword's technique was more than enough to sever its structure and completely destroy it. Quarrel. As they descended together, Taroa bound Aluz's neck with his chain, crushing it with a sneer. Though it was only a second until they crashed to the ground, he managed to stab Uhulus at least 4 times with the Frostvenom blade. Even then, the blades of mud coming from behind them repeatedly stabbed into Taroa's upper arm and back, running him through until they pierced his stomach. As Taroa laughed, he coughed up an immense amount of blood. The binds on Uhulus loosened. Rotting soil sun, which molded and shot bullets of hardened mud, was the magic item Uhulus had deployed with the intention of raining down death on Taroa as they fell together. Using his enemy's massive frame as a shield, Uhulus narrowly avoided the blindly fired metal blades. Consider the source. Take countermeasures. Riding the air current, he ascended once more. Taroa, the Awful, continued to descend alone, spraying fresh blood as he went. There have been many others who've risen over me before. His consciousness was fading. Perhaps that wasn't it, and it was returning to him. Taroa, the Awful, was laid out on his back, with both his hands thrown up into the air. His entire body had been impaled. He had slammed violently against the ground. His limbs had been singed in the aftermath of the Burning Blade's rampage, and his extraordinary rapid-fire usage of Divine Blade Ketelk had pushed it so hard that the sword itself was close to disintegrating. If this had been an official match, he would have been judged the loser. Uhulus the Star Runner likely believed that he had killed Taroa. Indeed, the wounds he had suffered were near fatal. After all, these are just techniques borrowed from another. He recalled what Cyanop had said to him before. The skills of a beast who abandoned himself and succumbed to the will of the blades hadn't been enough to claim true victory. I knew all that, though. This was different from back then. He knew, and he had pushed them to the limit anyway. He opened and closed a hand. Taroa's body could still move. He was strong. He was still alive. He could still fight. Though his fighting style forced him to abandon everything but his killing instinct, he had a personal reason for getting his enchanted sword back. Wicked Sword Selfesk. The first wedge he had fired toward Uhulus the Star Runner was still lodged inside Aluz's mechanical body. Now that he was part machine, the wyvern likely hadn't felt the sort of pain or discomfort an organic body would. Taroa, using his excessive stamina to maintain a non-stop onslaught, hadn't given the world's strongest rogue the slightest opening to take it out. With his right hand, he activated Wicked Sword Selfesk's magnetic force. The magnetism took hold of Uhulus the Star Runner's body, and he plummeted to the ground below. Gunshot retribution, a thunderous magic bullet that winds couldn't deflect. However, it didn't directly hit him. A wedge from Wicked Sword Selfesk, under Taroa's control, acted as a lightning rod and guided it away. So you're still alive. That's right. However many times it takes, and however many more after that, I'm dragging you down to the depths of hell with me. Uhulus the Star Runner. From the skies above, more of Rotting Soil Sun's earthen blades fell toward him. Taroa had barely managed to raise his upper body off the ground, but the wedges of Wicked Sword Selfesk flew about at high speeds and repelled all the mud. Just as he'd calculated, Rotting Soil Sun's position couldn't be changed. Taroa could easily deal with attacks coming at him from the front. Nevertheless, Uhulus the Star Runner was a rogue wielding a limitless supply of magical items. The flames coming. Ground Runner. Uhulus had devoted his extra limb to dealing with this flame running along the ground. Thus, Taroa aimed for the chance to deliver the fatal blow. The glint of light was rapidly closing in. The heat encroached on Taroa's face. However, the flame, seemingly about to consume Taroa as he sat unable to stand, suddenly spread out on either side and stopped, as if the terrain had been a cliff face, unconnected to what was ahead of it. Karmic castigation. A single-edged sword with a curved blade. A very delicate subspace sword, not suited for combat. It left behind spatial fissures along the surface of any material it sliced. He had experienced Ground Runner's attack several times by now. It was a magic item that sent flames racing along terrain. Taking this into consideration, Taroa then understood that it couldn't traverse over gaps in terrain. Strangely enough, much like how Melee the Horizon's Roar tried to stop Shulk the Sound Slicer in the 7th match by destroying the terrain itself, Tora the Awful had stopped the Ground Runner's flames with the slightest spatial severance. Uhulus the Star Runner descended. Taroa the Awful watched him from the ground below. Both fighters were rapidly approaching each other. Venom Shot. Migration. The attacks were simultaneous. The deadly bullet Uhulus fired, aimed with precision at Taroa's body, even as he was drawn in and unable to move freely, ultimately had its path thrown off by the enchanted wind sword's secret technique, deployed with a twist of Taroa's upper body and landed on the earth. The violent gust threw off Aluza's flight position even more. Twisting into a tailspin, the wyvern ended up with his back to Taroa. Taroa could see one of his 3 arms attempting to reach for the luminous blade. Kills KO K Chinamwy. From Uhulus to Nemi Gravel. Word arts. What was his aim in a situation like that? Even if he did unsheathe the luminous blade from his current position, buffeted by wind and magnetic force, he would never outpace Taroa's sword skills. What was he doing? Aluza's body was closing in. Taroa could cut him down. Taroa had no time to spare. Kano KO. Trickling water. Taroa swung Karmic Castigation. It wasn't at Uhulus. He swung down to his right, aiming at the ground. Cascrame. Pierce. The needle, instantly formed from the poison bullet, was stopped by the blade of Karmic Castigation. Craft Arts. If there was any focal point with a reliable position that Uhulus could confidently use for his word arts in the situation, the only option was the very bullet he had just fired. The single second when the needle was blocked gave Uhulus the Star Runner more than enough time to readjust and right his positioning. The strongest enchanted sword of all, prohibiting any sort of defenses when inside its reach. Hillensinge. In rate, the same moment he intercepted the needle, Taroa swung the halberd in his right hand. The longest enchanted sword, shaped like a poleaxe, even then was too slow to stop the luminous blade. The luminous, the sickle of, blah! There was the sound of fire. The ultimate enchanted sword, piercing and severing all defenses in its path the moment it was unsheathed, was sent flying faster than it could be drawn by some invisible force. Repose and, in rate the sickle of repose. Hanging on the tip of its scythe blade was yet another enchanted sword. Divine Blade Ketelk. This wasn't a secret technique of any kind. It was the Divine Blade Ketelk's most basic ability, elongated slashes. There were 2 enchanted swords that Taroa had unsheathed in that moment. Using the tip of Enrate the Sickle of Repose with its long hilt, he handled Divine Blade Ketelk with even more acrobatic movements. Using the elongated slash and extending it even farther, he had knocked down the luminous blade before Uhulus could draw it. Could even Sujuru the Willow Sword possibly perform such a feat? Against the mightiest enchanted sword that rendered defense impossible, he simply needed to cut down his foe before they drew it. Don't think you'll be able to best an enchanted swordsman with an enchanted sword of your own. As the luminous blade was swung, Uhulus and Taroa passed by each other. The Lance of Fima was reacting. His father's life, taken from him that day. Retrieving the enchanted Sword of Light had been his earnest wish. Taroa reached out his hand. In order to reclaim the enchanted sword, he had needed to take his hand off another. I'm not letting anyone else take this from me. The enchanted sword that would let Taroa the Awful stop being Taroa. Please let me finish this. At last, he grabbed the falling Hillensinge, the enchanted Sword of Light. At the same moment, there was a sharp pain from his shoulder down his back. Metal claws. His muscles were deeply rent, his veins torn away, and his red-hot vitality was slowly being taken away from him. No price was too steep for the recovery of the luminous blade. The mud blade from rotting soil sun, now free to find their mark, once again gained momentum and swooped down on Taroa. He slashed with the enchanted wind sword to clear them away, but even with it, there were blades that pierced into his flesh. Swapping out Wicked Sword Self-esque, he couldn't control Aluza's movements. He had thought he could fully handle all of the Wyvern's limitless magic items. In truth, Taroa had just done that. However, there was still one more weapon left over in his enemy's arsenal. The rogue's bare hands. What would his next move be? How much longer could he continue to fight? The majority of his insides were eviscerated. Even his extraordinary physical stamina was reaching its limit. His consciousness was fading, and the cold of the earthen depths seeped into the bottom of his lungs. Oomph. He laughed with a sigh. Uhalus the Star Runner. I always have nightmares. Nightmares where I fight you, and I'm killed. He knew his voice might not reach his opponent. Even then, Taroa continued to speak. In my desperate fight to the death, I try to live on. Taroa the Awful, was searching for the possibility of surviving and going back home. I was always fighting, even in my dreams. I continued to think solely of ways to kill you. The fissure in the frozen soil of the Mali Waste had now been etched with ruptures and destruction on par with the terrain on the surface. A storm, just like the particle storm that day, or perhaps even more intense, continued to rage between the two Shura. But I wonder why. Vengeance for the father he thought had died, or perhaps vengeance for himself, still lived within him. His father's nemesis, thought to be long dead, though perhaps Uhalus was his nemesis now. Taroa had believed that a fiercer, uncontrollable darkness had taken root in his soul. To take revenge for his father. To reclaim his own life. To be stirred by the impulses of the enchanted swords. Uhalus the Star Runner. I feel that. I have a different reason for wanting to kill you. Was there anyone who could kill Uhalus the Star Runner as he was now? He had a magic item that would regenerate his body, even after his neck had been almost completely sliced through. Even against Vajr the Frost Venom Blade, which extinguished lives slowly over time, Uhalus was able to freely move the portions of his body that sprouted deadly crystals. There may have been a critical point that served as the magic item's core, but Taroa the Awful didn't have the sort of sixth sense that would let him see through to it. There didn't appear to be anything like it, either, judging from Uhalus the Star Runner's behavior. Nevertheless, I can kill him for good. As was true for the other enchanted swords, Karma Castigation had a secret technique of its own. It was an enchanted sword that made minute, incorporeal cracks across the surface of whatever it slashed, spatially rupturing it. It then pried open those minute spatial ruptures and created a trench that expelled it from this very world. It was called Beak. Anything that fell into one of the tiny spatial rifts would never be able to return from whence it came. All right, this is where it really kicks off. Though the moment was long enough for only few deep breaths, it was enough rest for both of Taroa's legs. He could stand again. Page 39. Stepping firmly on the ground, he could use the enchanted sword's secret technique. He had been blessed with incredible tenacity from birth, the ultimate sword skills from the parent who had raised him. It's not over yet. These wounds are nothing. I'm still fully conscious. My organs are only a bit injured, my bones aren't broken, and all my tendons are still intact. I'm only just getting warmed up. Hilensingen, the luminous blade. The ultimate enchanted sword, which he had long searched for, was finally in Taroa's hand. This had been a sovereign duty that Taroa, the enchanted blade beast, could not die without completing. Now that he had recovered it, time to go all out. For that brief interval, Uhalus the Star Runner made no move to attack Taroa. He was staring up at the sky beyond the edge of the cliffs. There was something, Uhalus murmured. The one who had possessed more than anyone else now had lost absolutely everything. At the edge of an isolated, frozen hell, he faced off against the monstrous Taroa. I collected everything. For that purpose, I gleaned as much. Karma Castigation was stabbed into the earth. A crevice, threatening to swallow Taroa's opponent whole, yawned wide. The deep black crevice seemed almost like a path through the underworld connecting Uhalus and Taroa. Uhalus the Star Runner, you don't have anything like that anymore. I do. You no longer need to take from others. You could even head back to your homeland and live out your remaining days in peace and quiet. Taroa wondered just how strong the influence of a magic item could be. treasures that had consumed an innumerable number of lives and hearts. They each possessed too many such treasures. This ends here. It ends with us. It's my treasure. Ground Runner's flame had returned to Uhlus and settled into the small pot that was meant to contain it. It appeared he had already collected rotting soil sun as well. The metallic wedges which were stuck into his body must have fallen out during the previous clash. Taroa could sense that another flurry of magical item attacks was fast approaching. Uhlus would send both Ground Runner and Rotting Soil Sun to hit him directly this time, without driving them across the terrain. Or like when he battled against Taroa's father, he could use the flash of the flame to momentarily blind him. Taroa was confident. This next clash of theirs would be the last. Come, Uhlus the Star Runner. This ends now. Uhlus kicked off the ground and flew into the air. Though karmic castigation carved a deep fissure into the earth, it didn't hinder Uhlus the Star Runner's fighting ability in the slightest. This rogue's strengths had been his magic items and his rifle attacks from skies. His one-sided barrage had left no room for counterattack. Taroa needed it to be this way. Just as Uhlus took off from the ground, the area right above his head became a true blind spot. Without a sound, a short sword fell. Trembling bird. Skewering Uhlus' torso, it pinned him to the surface. This was Trembling Bird's true secret technique. Harrier. If the wielder of the blade knew nothing of its unique characteristics, its hidden potential, the sword would remain silent. But in the hands of Taroa, it sliced through the air with a shriek. Come on, move. Kuro the Cautious protected these legs, didn't he? Even with blood gushing from his wounds, Taroa ran, tracing the spatial fissure carved into the surface. Trembling Bird's secret technique was a surprise attack he could use only once. In the brief moment he was able to stop Uhlus' flight, he needed to close the distance and cut him down. Merely knocking him down into the fissure would never be enough to kill Uhlus. If the magic item really did make him immortal, he wouldn't have needed to dodge and defend. Nell, Su the Burning Blade. Mushine the Howling Blade. Gathering Clouds. Migra. Yet Taroa stopped just before launching the attacks, using the combined incinerating techniques of wind and explosive flame. The moment he touched the Howling Blade's hilt, he could tell the sword's center of gravity had shifted ever so slightly. Mud. In that mid-air clash, Uhlus had deployed Rotting Soil Sun at point-blank range against the Howling Blade. Right after reclaiming the Luminous Blade, Taroa had defended against the barrage of mud shards with the Howling Blade. And just before that, he had used it to deflect the magic poison bullet in order to throw Uhlus' stance off. Uhlus had made the mud adhere to the sword in order to delay the release of its ability by a fraction of a second, quicker than a flash of light. All of this was premeditated in order to ensure that Taroa grabbed a different sword. Wicked Sword. As he scorched Uhlus with the burning blade's heat wave, his other arm held Wicked Sword Selfesk. The maneuver to effectively utilize the wedges was simultaneous assembly. The wedges that had been fired into the stone crag to provide Uhlus with footing peppered the Star Runner from all directions. The metallic shards became embedded in Uhlus' spread wings, and the magnetism dragged him in along with them. This was how Taroa was trying to close the distance. Taroa couldn't stop his forward momentum. If he stopped his legs now, they would never move again. You're different. You're not Taroa the Awful. No, I'm still Taroa the Awful. Uhlus had deployed the mud blades and Ground Runner's flames. He lost a finger and an eye as he persisted. With his body wreathed in flames, he pushed forward. His prioritization of autonomous magic items was proof that he didn't have any reprieve to aim his musket. If Uhlus was prepared to take any attack thrown at him, Taroa had to be ready for the very same. If he took a moment to defend himself, his legs would stop entirely. He already had the enchanted sword prepped for his attack. Don't stop. The enchanted sword with the farthest reach, bringing absolute death, as well as the fated start of it all. If Dad hadn't been a leprechaun, if his arms had been just a little bit longer, and he'd been able to get to the luminous blade first. Kluse Kokakawak. From Uhlus to the Hillensingham blade. An attack that needed no stance. He had to laugh. Given that Uhlus the Star Runner had been in possession of the luminous blade all that time, of course this would be the case. He could even use it as a focus for his word arts. If Dad had just had the power to shoulder several enchanted swords at once. Keslek Kagbikyo, Kameksa, Kokasayak Noken, Cairo Crano. Hail to heaven and earth. Axis is the left ear. Changing ring. Rotate. This wyvern was a jack of all trades, possessing an aptitude for everything. At almost the exact same moment Taroa took his next step forward, the wyvern had finished invoking his word arts on the luminous blade. Hilansing in the luminous blade was moved by Uluse's force arts. The one who lost that day, Uluse. And even then, it yielded to the skill of its wielder, Taroa. He stepped forward, drawing the sword. Light, the range, was you. The light from the swords severed Uluse, the Star Runner, in two. Vertically. At the same time, Taroa coughed and spat up an immense amount of blood. It was an unmatched sword stroke, completely catching the midline of his enemy. Cough, gahak. Taroa was spitting up blood. He felt a heat in his gut, as if something was invading his very nerves. He heard a voice. Magic poison bullet. Whatever the extent of his immortality, if he was completely cleaved in two from his head through his torso, it shouldn't have been possible for him to speak and aim his musket to shoot Taroa. I get it, right from the start. The strength in his knees gave out, and he nearly collapsed. This was the spot where Uluse had let the great shield of the dead fall during their first clash, when Taroa had showered the wyvern with his combined secret technique of explosive flame. He had understood that in this position, where he could extend the arm holding the great shield of the dead, he would enter the luminous blade's area of effect. Even as Taroa broke through the attack from Rotting Soil Sun and Ground Runner and drew the wyvern toward him, Uluse never adjusted his stance to launch another attack. That was because his only aim was for Taroa to touch the magic bullet, fallen on the ground where he stood. While Taroa tried to make Uluse wary of the ground with the secret technique of karmic castigation, Uluse did the exact opposite. Even the successive attacks from Rotting Soil Sun and Ground Runner had merely been to turn Taroa's attention away from the ground below and to cloud his vision. I get it. Hilansingen, the luminous blade, possessed the ultimate cutting ability. Even the great shield of the dead, a tool of absolute defense, couldn't fully guard against it. However, what Taroa had cut through after slightly piercing through this defense was the mechanical half of Uluse's body, converted by Chiclarak the Eternity Machine. Even now, with Chiclarak the Eternity Machine cut from him, Uluse hadn't withered in the slightest. His judgment, his thinking, and the fighting prowess he had accumulated from repeatedly coming up with counterplans for these prolonged battles, and the growth that followed, remained truly all-powerful. The mangled visage before Taroa was all that remained of Uluse, the Star Runner. I'll live. I'm gonna live, Taroa murmured. Taroa didn't hesitate in the slightest. Using Vajra the Frostvenom blade, he sliced open his own stomach. The cells infected by the poison began to crystallize. Thanks to this, he gained the briefest possible moment of respite. Now missing a finger on his right hand and unable to move it properly, he slashed. Defeating Uluse the Star Runner was all that mattered to him. I know, Uluse murmured. His whip bent, and Taroa's right arm was severed at the elbow. This was Kyo's hand, previously torn apart by Luknoka. It was torn to shreds, so it could barely still be called a whip, but it was more than powerful enough to kill Taroa in his current state. Cough. I want to live my life. He restrained Uluse against the rock wall with his right shoulder, pressing all of his weight into him. He brandished in rate the sickle of repose. A silent sword, the one his father had been the most skilled with. Uluse drearily replied, You're not even. Taroa the Awful. The gunshots echoed in rapid succession. Though they were nothing but normal bullets, Taroa's left thigh and knee were shot through. Even then, Taroa continued slashing at Uluse's body. When he cut him open from his stomach to his hips with the sickle, the wyvern's fleshy organs slithered out. He lashed with the whip. Uluse was trying to sever Taroa's left arm. This was a fair trade. He thrust the crystal sword hanging from his arm, whale's ever, into Uluse's abdominal cavity. He used this sword, with its shocks and rapid vibrations, at maximum output. Incubation. Uluse the Star Runner would be blasted apart from the shock waves within his body, along with whale's ever itself. However, it didn't happen. Uluse the Star Runner had 3 arms. With his body recovering over time, he touched the great shield of the dead lying on the ground. No matter how many times Taroa put his life and body on the line to attack him, nothing would come of it. Even he understood for himself that there was no longer anything he could do. It's over, and it's the end. For you too. Not yet. It's not over yet. My life still hasn't begun. Uluse lashed the whip. His right leg had been severed, but he wasn't done yet. A leg was a small price to pay for the sake of living another second. He would keep fighting for as long as it took, even if it meant gripping an enchanted sword in his teeth. He could no longer unleash their secret techniques, but he still had the spatial fissure he had opened up with karma castigation. He just needed to grab Uhulus with his remaining left arm and drag him down into it. He would be the beast of legend that dragged the villain into the abyss with him. One more step. This will be the end of it. If I can just kill Uhulus with this. He didn't need any glory. This wasn't for revenge. Taroa took pity on Uhulus, the Star Runner. Stuck at the bottom of an abyss without ever dying. It was as if Taroa was looking into a mirror. He had thought that killing Uhulus would be the end of his days as Taroa the Awful. He had wanted to save the Wyvern, but that was out of the question now. Taroa could fight to the bitter end. As long as he didn't give up, he could keep fighting like a rampaging demon. However, if they were both to become monsters and descend into the pits of hell, could that really be considered salvation? I wanted to live out my life in the White Mountains. I could have kept on living exactly as Dad had wanted without harming anyone. The whole time. His tears spilled over. He had no idea when they had begun. He was supposed to have been a monster from a horror story that brought tears to children's eyes. Enchanted swords aren't yours. Not taking from anyone, while not letting them take from him. He knew how to break the cycle. It was something that he was sure his father had known from the very start. They're not mine either. He stretched out his hand with the last of his strength, and trembling bird flew back into it, as if it had a will of its own. Birds, the names of the sword skills his father loved. The young man had a gift allowing him to listen to the voices of his enchanted swords. You're coming with me, huh? The rogue didn't even try to take this one from him. The colossal body of this nameless dwarf staggered and fell into the abyss, together with the reclaimed luminous blade and all the other enchanted swords he had collected. Dad, I'm coming to join you into a darker and deeper hell than the bottom of this frozen wasteland. This was, after all, a fitting resting place for a monster. 20th Minister Hito the Clamp, on standby in the Central Assembly Hall, received an emergency report from the 5th South Communications Tower. This tower had been reserved by Hito even before the start of the second match, just in case, and to prepare for the truly worst-case scenario, and provided observation reports of the Mali Waste region. I'm issuing an anti-dragon alert, said Hito to his attendant, the very first words out of his mouth after exiting the communications room. The location is the Mali Wastes. Gather every single soldier that can be deployed. They might immediately get sent out to fight, but don't let anyone move on their own until they get the order from us. Did you prepare the line? While you were receiving your report, we opened up Radzio lines in the second switch room to all the rooms in the assembly hall. Master Hito, would you like to head there immediately? Good job. In that case, I'll inform everyone in this building directly about the current situation. For the other 29 in outside ministries, you're to split up and get in contact with them. The order of priority goes Hade, Jelki, Rosclay, Flynn Suda. That's still not going to be enough for this. Reach out to Dant, Sappham, and Kane too. You got that. They were currently preparing themselves. One part of the rules for this 6 Ways exhibition had been decided after Hito had introduced the idea. Anyone who deliberately wrought destruction unrelated to the sanctioned matches and anyone who opposed Oriatia as a self-proclaimed Demon King was to be crushed by the remaining hero candidates. Before the beginning of the 6 Ways exhibition, Hito had steered the assembly meeting to decide these rules. The process we discussed that Hito had relayed during the second match referred to Rosclay the absolute scheme to use these rules to dispose of threats outside of any match. I didn't expect we'd be using it on this guy instead of Luknoka the Winter. Drawing his arms through the sleeves of his 29 official's overcoat, Hito quickened his pace. A bead of cold sweat ran down his cheek. This matter didn't only affect him. If this enemy couldn't be defeated, everyone would die. Oriatia had a long, long day ahead of it. Uhulus the Star Runner is approaching from the Mali Wastes. Send in word to all hero candidates. I repeat, Uhulus the Star Runner versus Oriatia. Gather all the hero candidates. There's only one enemy, self-proclaimed Demon King Uhulus. Ever since the day the 8th match concluded and an alarm rang out across Oriatia, many of the people who would soon find themselves in a life-or-death struggle with Uhulus the Star Runner had spent their time unaware of their fate. To the Magic, for example, hadn't left Flynn Suda's mansion since she forfeited the 5th match against Q's. Of course, There was no beast folk cage in existence that could keep two imprisoned. The reason behind her continued good behavior largely lay in her inferiority complex toward Flynn Suda, the portent, and the presence of the one surveilling her. Page 40. Food time, too. A somewhat pallid-faced servant entered the room. They had no hair, and their eyes had been replaced with pearls. It was a revenant under the control of Krafner, the Hatch of Truth. Thanks, Krafner, but I really don't need to eat anything. Still, I can't leave you alone without giving you anything. I'd be the one held accountable. Yeah. Tu was sitting on a chair, curled up, with her knees to her chest. Before her was a dish cooked by Flynn Suda's personal chef, extravagant and luxurious. When she thought about Q's the passing disaster and what he was trying to protect, it was hard to keep anything down, especially something so rich. Why do I think that something tastes good? Why do I think bats feel good? When I was protecting the land of the end, I didn't really eat anything at all. I don't have a very good answer. Regarding IZK, the Chromatic's creative endeavors, they are nothing but convenient functions to him help fit into Menian society. There are very few of the Menian races who would let their guard down around someone that can't feel any positive sensations. In short, it's a function to make others get along with you. Like you and Reek do. I can't have you see me as a friend. Putting Reek aside. After attempting a sneak attack on Q's the passing disaster, Reek the misfortune had died. Given that Tu the magic had been knocked out of the Six Ways exhibition, a man like Krafner should have similarly lost any need to associate with Tu like this. However, he must have had something on his mind to continue his job of keeping watch over her. Tu wanted to believe so. I couldn't stand to see someone end up unhappy. So back when I was in the land of the end, I was always angry. I thought of how much the people there suffered. I wondered why no one ever thought of them or offered them any help, but I ended up being just as bad. The world was far bigger than she had realized. There was far more pain and sadness than she had the ability to affect. An invincible organism like Tu hadn't been able to save either the children of the Order or Q's the passing disaster. I find food tasty, as other people do, but unlike other people, pain and agony are unknown to me. I was created without the ability to feel that stuff. I'm only pretending to be a Minia. Isaac was the one who made me, after all. Isaac, the life arts user who created Tu the magic and Ozanesma the capricious. However, before Isaac the Chromic became famous as a member of the First Party, he was a damnable demon king who destroyed cities on a whim, killing simply for the fun of it. Everywhere he went, he left a sea of blood in his wake. Isaac told me that I was a weapon. I think I told him that I didn't want to be one. But as long as I'm alive, I can't do anything about the nature of this body, so I wonder what I gotta do to be able to understand everyone's feelings. Her long triple braid swayed in the night breeze that blew into the room. She couldn't help thinking that she should have talked more about that stuff with Reek while he was still alive. In truth, she had sat through countless lectures of his on the things that set her apart from the average person. Your troubles make no sense to me. Just possessing a Minia's senses, well, there are still heterodoxic examples like Isaac. In fact, there are even examples of the opposite, I think. The incident with Q's the passing disaster. That was something Flynn Suda and I set up, and you don't need to feel responsible for it. The pupilless revenant matched Tu's gaze. So don't give in to despair. Don't do anything rash. Flynn Suda says that she won't force any combat on you for now. Just keep being well-behaved and let her look after you, even just for a little while. While you do, you can slowly begin searching for a way to accomplish your own goals, whether it's to meet the Queen or something else. You're a good guy, Krafner. I've just been hired to be here. My mind arts research needs funding. Tu's current inability to move about this mansion wasn't because she was stricken with grief over Reek's death. She still didn't understand. What did she have to do? What was needed for her to be able to save another? Tu had come all the way to Oriatia to meet Queen Sepite. But shouldn't she have been using her strength for some greater purpose? Hey, Krafner, why are you so interested in mind arts? I get that you're bored, but you really want to hear about that? Yeah. She had never seen Krafner's face before, as he was always controlling a revenant instead. However, he was far more involved with the behavior of others than Tu in making use of his own talents. Just as it was for everyone else Tu encountered, he must have lived a life that led him to be this way. Duh. Revenants didn't breathe, but perhaps because of Krafner's connection with it, its gesture resembled a sigh. Well, if it'll distract you a bit, then fine. was originally born in the Northern Kingdom. I had studied word arts at the National Institute, but partway through, I aspired to study on my own. Though, well, that was because no one around me could really follow along with my theories. So even back then, you were really brilliant. Huh, Kraftner? That's amazing. No, brilliant is a bit. I suppose. You could see it that way, depending on how you look at it. Anyway, after I was expelled from school, I met a reclusive, self-proclaimed demon king. She was afflicted with a serious illness and couldn't fully lift herself out of bed, but she tried to teach me her skills, though it appeared that she just really enjoyed teaching. Honestly, at the time, I was fed up with studying word arts. I was so naturally talented that I found studying them boring. But you still studied them as much as you could. Well, yes, I suppose. You were a prodigy from the very beginning, but you didn't want to disappoint that teacher of yours. You're kind to a fault. Tu rocked her body with a beaming smile. The Revenant's gaze darted to and fro, looking embarrassed. Anyway, that was when I learned the fundamentals of construct creation theory. As I deepened my understanding, I began thinking I was ready to continue on past just theory and learn more. It was there, I asked my master, after she was dead, who was the person I was supposed to learn construct creation from. Who was it? Isaac the Chromatic. The illness my master was afflicted with had been a bacteriological weapon Isaac had created. He had successfully applied the cellular modification done through life arts on microorganisms. My master lost all of her pupils to this weapon, and she had been continuously tormented with half paralysis herself. However, as a fellow construct researcher, she couldn't help acknowledging the fact he had an outstanding knack for it, if nothing else. It must have been humiliating. Isaac the Chromatic. The first party, the 7 legends who were the first in the land to challenge the true Demon King. The other 6 names have been passed down with honor and respect, but Isaac's name was the only one that was always accompanied by hatred and rancor. While the terror of the true Demon King may have overwritten everything that came before it, the misfortune he brought upon the world in the previous age was all too great. Even Kraftner, the Hatch of Truth, sat at the end of a chain of misfortune wrought by the man. Kraftner, I'm sorry. Don't get the wrong idea. While it's true you're one of his creations, I'm not so petty as to direct my grudge at you. But, well, after my master died, I wasn't able to ask Isaac to teach me. It had been my master's wish that I complete my theory. But it's a good thing you didn't involve yourself with a guy like Isaac. I wonder what your master was thinking. You were one of their precious apprentices too, weren't you? That's your way of looking at it. IT wasn't about friends or foes, danger or safety. To us, proving the theory behind mind arts and standardizing was everything. I want to study on my own again and have our ideas bear fruit. This was before the appearance of the true Demon King. Isaac rampaged about as he saw fit, with his insect constructs, vermin constructs, plague constructs, menacing the Northern Kingdom with all manners of gruesome death. But if we could complete our theory, we would have been able to wipe out the bad reputation Isaac had created regarding constructs and demonstrate their utility. Establish construct creation theory not as a source of calamity, but as technology for people to make use of. That was what our research was about. Wow, really? I knew it. You really are amazing, Kraftner. Tu smiled, born strong and unable to feel pain or agony. For Tu, the acts of hard work and effort proved far too difficult. Spending all that time, the past several decades behind him growing fainter, Kraftner had put in more and more hard work. And now his name was known as the one who discovered the 5th system of word arts. You made your master's dream come true, having constructs now be beneficial for everyone. No, there's more to this story. The Revenant slowly shook his head. His voice seemed to be laughing, but his words were spoken with a self-deprecating tone. For a long time, my research stagnated. But then one day, in a ruined city, I found a single construct corpse. A very small, worm-like Revenant. However, the word arts that built it were extremely advanced yet simple and structured. This single specimen was able to completely fill in the gap in my research. IT was one of Isaac's constructs. Isaac the Chromatic was a genius without peer. My master had spent her life unsuccessfully trying to achieve the systemization of mind arts, and Isaac had already gotten there a long time ago. Kraftner, don't look at me like that. Listen, what I'm getting at is, Even though he had these amazing skills, why hasn't any of Isaac's research been left behind? It's because although he had such immense power, he never once tried to use it for the sake of someone else. His name's passed down not as a great hero, but as the most terrible self-proclaimed demon king of them all. That's why you're different from him. Isaac the Chromatic had been a genius, a solitary genius. Never in his life had he shared his successes with anyone else, nor did he use them to do anything but satisfy his own desires. What I'm trying to say is, 2. You have a mind of your own, different from Isaac's. More than just the strength to save someone else. You have the desire to use that power for the sake of another. So you don't need to believe you're powerless. There will come a day when you'll be able to save someone. That's the end of this conversation. Okay. Even 2 could tell Kraftner's past wasn't something he spoke about easily. Yet in this moment, he was an open book, as if they were engaging in idle chit-chat. He was trying to soothe her feeling of helplessness at having been unable to save Q's or Reek. She understood that was what he was doing for her. Kraftner really is kind, after all. I want to become kind, too. Still hugging her knees to her chest, 2 gazed out at the jeweled city lights before looking up into the dark sky. Right before the end of the 6th match, in a corner of a new town, filled with the light of the night, there was a secret conversation going on. A slightly rotund man with a camera hanging from his neck, Yukaharu the Twilight Diver, entered the abandoned restaurant. He beamed an amiable smile unfit for the ruins. He stood in and raised his hand. Hello there. Forgive me for calling you out of the blue. I might double-cross you, declared the silhouette right after he spotted Yukaharu. The shadow's name was Q's the Passing Disaster. I've already told this to Hiroto and Zijida Zogi, but I should let you know, too. If anything happens to the Order children who were sent to Okafu, then there won't be meaning to any of this. Yukaharu the Twilight Diver, I want you to keep watch on Okafu, too. Ha ha ha. And if I don't, will you end up stabbing me, too? Ha ha. Hughes merely replied with a dry laugh. Oh, well, you don't need to worry. I've set things up so all Okafu information will automatically get sent my way. As a reporter, it's best to find material for my articles on my own, but to get my feet going, I need connections to create a foundation to walk on. Still, Hiroto and Zijida Zogi are keeping the children close at hand to try to ensure you won't double-cross them, right? If the kids were all killed because you betrayed them, I mean, you'd have your priorities all backward, wouldn't you? Boy, haha, you may be right. So don't read too deeply into this, but lately the thoughts come to me. Since winning the 6th match by default, something had changed within Q's. Everything looked the same as it had up until now, but there were signs of some sort of strife. A sense that something was off, like the small parts of a watch beginning to slip out of sync. Perhaps, maybe I might. Q's paused. Kill the children. I might end up doing that to protect everything else within the Order. When I think about all the sacrifices I've made thus far, maybe I shouldn't be swayed by someone using my love and attachments anymore. The man had abandoned himself and had done absolute everything for the Order. He had sacrificed so much. His mentor, his friends, the things that he loved, he had thrown them all away for the sake of the Order. Would such a man truly be able to discard the things he was supposed to protect? Ha ha ha. I hope that doesn't happen. Fortunately, Hiroto's interests align with yours. I, myself, don't really think he'd have any motive to take those children hostage in order to compel you into doing something. Hiroto said the same thing to me. I just want him to take protecting the kids seriously to ensure nothing happens to them. Well, there's no guarantee that another foe willing to use the same methods as Noftok won't appear again, unfortunately. Q's the Passing Disaster was nigh invincible, but his weakness was all too clear. It didn't only extend to the children, either. Any and every follower of the Order in Oriatia could be used as a hostage against him. Yukaharu thought, however, that it was already becoming impossible to say this with 100% certainty. Would it truly be possible to control this ultimate assassin right up to the end, even for the aberrant politician Hiroto the Paradox? You guys protected Noftok the Corpuscle Bell, too, didn't you? Yes, while he is a fiend who's totally worthless alive or dead. If we kept him here in Oriatia, it's likely he'd just be assassinated and eliminate you from the tournament. We're having him stay hidden until your next match. It's a simple plan, but quite effective, wouldn't you say? Yeah, it sure is. For some reason, there was a self-deprecating slant to Q's smile. An almost laughably effective plan. Well then, about the business I called you out here to discuss. On the day of the 8th match, we'd like you to head to the Castle Garden Theater. Is this on Zijida Zogi's orders? I can go as a spectator, but I can't kill anyone while they're fighting against someone else. And wasn't the whole idea that you had to let Yu-Hack survive and get him to join your side for everything to work out? About that, you see, they've estimated that it's highly likely another force will take advantage of the 8th match to make a move. They're calling this force the Invisible Army. They're a spy collective consisting of several vampires. They've already planted their agents in most of the other organizations, and they've already been successful at masking many casualties as rebellion or suicide. I have several photos as proof. Want to see? Suicide, Hughes murmured, as if to himself. At the almshouse where the children, now in Okafu, used to live, a priest in training named Naiji the Rhombus not had committed suicide. Yukihara knew this and purposely chose to include the word suicide in his briefing. The most likely timing for them to make a move is while Zijita Zogi is fighting in the 8th match. We want you to act as a commando in the spectator seats and keep an eye on anyone you suspect belongs to the Invisible Army. There's nothing unnatural about having another hero candidate spectate the other matches, right? Right. Sure. It'd be best if nothing happened, after all. With an affable smile, Yukiharu rubbed his hands together. Well, thank goodness. Speaking of betrayal, I was rather on edge thinking that you might refuse. In any case, let's hash out the steps to take for after you arrive on the scene. The nighttime city was overflowing with eye-catching lights and colors. There was no one who took deliberate notice of the black-clad man walking through the crowds. Just by covering up everything below his eyes with his black scarf, there would be few who could point him out to be the hero candidate Q's. Now, there's nothing left I have to worry about. The children were in the free city of Okafu, affiliated with Hiroto, the Paradox. All he could do about the Order's future, after Q's sins were eventually brought to light, was entrust it to Hiroto. For the children, it just meant their inevitable fates would come a bit sooner than expected. Page 41. I'll kill the Queen, and we'll be the only ones who will take on the persecution of the Order. That's all I had to do. Just like Nastique, I only have to become a blade with a singular purpose. Compared to his battles up until now, where he struggled to save everything and everyone only to lose it all, this battle was much, much easier, knowing he'd lose everything from the very start. He purchased some of the day's leftover mead and barley bread from a store that was open late. Among the countless lights in Oriatia, could the light of the faith Q's have protected be found? Or perhaps, was it only the believers in the Word Maker who had fallen into darkness in between the gaps in light, just as people had criticized and were now beyond salvation? At the very least, the children in the Western Outer Ward Church hadn't been able to live among Oriatia's light. Walking along as he ate his bread, Q's came to a stop in front of a narrow alley that stretched out beside him. In the center of the darkness, he thought he saw the image of a seated child. Taking a bit of a break, are we? Q's had been right on the mark. He heard her breathing change in response to his voice. The shadow stirred, and strands of her blonde hair faintly reflected the light from the main road. I've done the same plenty of times. But if you sleep sitting up, it'll come back to bite you when you get older. Should I call for someone? Or perhaps not. Leave me alone. The child wasn't all that young. A prim young elf girl, about 13 or 14 years old. Based on the state of her, she didn't seem to be a vagabond or a starveling. Q's figured she must have run away from home. Or maybe you've been ordered to capture me. Is that it? Oh, heavens no. He humorously lifted up both hands. You don't know who I am? And here I thought I'd gotten a little bit of fame for myself. Nope, no clue. Who are you? Seriously, Q's awkwardly scratched his head. It wasn't strange for someone not to know the faces of the hero candidates. Q's himself hadn't actually seen beneath Taroa the Awful's hood, and when it came to Ozanesma, the capricious, or the young girl named Kia, who appeared in the 4th match, he knew nothing of their appearance beyond the rumors. So, who's trying to capture you then? Are you running from somebody? If I tell you that, the girl's large aquamarine eyes narrowed. You're going to sell me out to them, aren't you? What? No, fine, I get it. If that's how it is, you don't have to tell me anything. I just thought if you're having a rough time, maybe I could split some of my bread with you. Huh. The girl took out her own bread. It was much larger, whiter, and softer than what Q's had just purchased for himself. A truly high-quality loaf. I guess you didn't need any of my help at all. That's great. Real happy for you. I don't need anyone's help. There's nothing I can't do. The young girl may have been speaking the truth. Her appearance was much neater and tidier than other stray children Q's had seen. She showed no signs of fear, and she wasn't even hurting for food, either. All right then, why are you hiding in the shadows? avoiding the eyes of others like that. Huh. This girl was running from someone. If she hadn't had some personal circumstances weighing on her conscience, then she could have just sought out help. While they had exchanged only a few words, she didn't seem like the type who was incapable of asking for help. She was burdened by some large sin she'd committed. Hughes might have felt it in his gut. What's it got to do with anything? I'm with the order, you see. I teach everyone that all lives stand to benefit from the Wordmaker's salvation. The Wordmaker. Oh, right, I remember. You people on the outside believe in that stuff, don't you? You believe that the Wordmaker is the God who made this whole world, and they can do anything. Tee hee. The young girl's shoulders trembled as she laughed. That's so stupid. If that's true, then that means the Wordmaker is just like me. Whoa now, what's that sup? Blind him. Without warning, there was a blinding flash from the alleyway. The source of the light was utterly ambiguous, and it gave off neither sound nor heat. With the reflexive movements of a warrior, Hughes braced himself, preparing for a fight. What was that just now? When his vision finally recovered enough to see the dark alley, the young girl was already gone. Hughes turned around, and on a building's roof, right under the moon, there was a small white figure. Had the angel Nastique been able to see who exactly that girl was? That means the Wordmaker is just like me. The Wordmaker is everywhere. It was what Hughes had been taught, and what he had taught others. The conscience in one's heart was itself the Wordmaker's salvation to all, and the Wordmaker was present in the eyes of every living creature with soul. I'm sure they'll be watching the whole time, even on the day I commit my sin. After finishing his clandestine meeting with Hughes, Yukaharu the Twilight Diver headed off in a new direction. His destination could be described as a blind spot in the vast Oriatia, an abandoned shipyard. He was now carrying a wooden box on his back. I never would have expected we'd bump up against someone else while covering the National Defense Institute. Ended up making a weird connection through it all, too. I agree. The wooden box was far smaller than a person's whole body. Although there wasn't enough capacity to fit any of the minion races, an eloquent voice resonated from within. Think we can trust what Zesta talked about? That if we looked into Inu the Distant Mirror's conduct, it'd link back to the National Defense Research Institute. I wonder. But if Inu's in charge of city development, then I don't think it would be that hard for him to secretly provide a base of operations inside the Institute without the Oriatia government catching on. The 15th General, Zesta, the gathering spot. He had belonged to the 3rd faction in Oriatia, Keat's camp. However, Keat the Round Table fell from power after his defeat in the 6th match. In the process of investigating Keat's opponent, Inu the Distant Mirror, Zesta had learned about the existence of a National Defense Research Institute and had secretly made contact with Yukaharu the Twilight Diver, who was also investigating the institute. Zesta's movements afterward were unknown. Is it true that the charges of foul play laid on Keat and Kayazuna were all part of Obsidian Eye's machinations? The Garden Theater bombing, using airships for acts of sabotage, messed Alexil's rampage. With how many witnesses there were, Oriatia concluded that Keat's camp were the perpetrators. I still think it's a bit too much of a stretch to say it was all a conspiracy. Even within the Oriatia Assembly, Keat's camp was seen as an unwelcome player by the most powerful factions, Rosclays and Hades. The suspicions of foul play may have all been a setup, but on the Oriatia side of things, it had to be something they wanted to go along with anyway, since they could use the charges to cleanly snuff out a threat. But there's no evidence of any conspiracy, right? It's already dubious whether Obsidian Eyes actually exists or not. If Inu's guilty, just like Zesta claimed, then it's highly likely that Zeljurga has a contact within Obsidian Eyes. That would mean that the Invisible Army's true identity was Obsidian Eyes, just as Zijida Zogi hypothesized. The now missing Keat and Kayazuna might have been killed or captured by them. Why don't we act just as Zesta requested? We can search for the two of them and rescue them if they're still alive. True, asking the two of them directly would probably be the fastest way to go about it, but if Obsidian Eyes really are the opponents here, how are we supposed to save them? Heck, if we went out to help then, we'd definitely end up dead instead. Whoa, we're not doing this ourselves here. The Old Kingdom's loyalists are. The shipyard Yukaharu was heading toward was a secretly hidden base point for the Old Kingdom's loyalists inside Oriatia. Knowing this country from its days as the Central Kingdom, the Old Kingdom's loyalists had secured a great number of base points just like it. Furthermore, Yukaharu's employer, Hiroto the Paradox, was the mastermind who had previously given economic support to the Old Kingdom's loyalist occupation of Gamina City and had spurred them into their uprising. Even now, After the Loyalists lost their war with Orietia, Yukaharu always maintained a direct connection with them. Right now, the Old Kingdom's Loyalists are in desperate need of someone formidable and powerful to mobilize their camp. They keep getting themselves caught in battles of attrition, which is the problem. Given that they were driven out of the Orietia government, Keet and Kayazuna should be capable individuals who they definitely want to have on their side, which is how Zijida Zogi explained it all. You didn't think that all up yourself then, Yukaharu? Ahaha. The story I'm after is still just the National Defensive Research Institute, after all. It's the same for you too, though, right? Yeah. There were hardly any people who knew about the contents of the wooden box Yukaharu carried on his back. However, its objective was an exceedingly simple one. I'm going to make sure you keep your promise. I might be able to see Mother. It was early in the morning on the day of the 8th match. Since claiming victory over Ozonesma, the Capricious in the 3rd match, Sujuru the Willow Sword had received extensive medical treatment in this army hospital. I'm bored. It wasn't only the losers who were wounded in the 6 Ways exhibition. If anything, it was the winners who needed the most medical attention of all, and they performed under strict security to prevent other camps from setting up a win by default. Romog Joint Military Hospital was a major hospital that had existed in Orietia since the days of the Central Kingdom, possessing the facilities to meet these requirements. When were they going to hurry up and announce my next match? His right leg had been lost, the price he had paid for his victory. There was no hope of regenerating it with life arts, and for the average person, the injury was severe enough to deem him unfit for battle. You've got guts, Sujuru the Willow Sword. As Sujuru casually mumbled to himself, there came a booming voice, nearly 10 times as loud. It was the sickbed, right beside him, separated with a curtain. Though you've lost your leg, you haven't lost your fighting spirit, and seeking to return to the battlefield yourself. To boot. What pluck! Visitors really are something. I wish my men would follow your example. Geez, you were awake? The sun still hadn't risen. The chirping of songbirds could be heard in the distance. Sapphum, aren't they always telling you to keep your voice down? Sujuru said with a yawn. The booming voice had dissolved any drowsiness he had left. Good heavens. I can't have myself disturbing the other patient's sleep. With only 2 of us in this room, I'm always quick to forget that. FWA ha. Seriously, pipe down. Sapphum the White Weaver was Orietia's 12th general. Possessing the perfected muscular physique befitting a military officer, the man seemed to be completely unfamiliar with the inside of a hospital room. However, his face was covered in what seemed like a mask of smooth iron. Previously, he was a general fighting on the front lines during a brief dispute with the free city of Okafu. Despite pressing forward until he was right in front of Okafu's ringleader, Morio the Sentinel, the skin on his face was flayed from his left cheek to his right eyelid, and as a result, he now required long-term medical treatment. This was why his mask was smooth to the point that it didn't even have an indent to cover his nose. Visitors are grand. Morio the Sentinel is a visitor himself. I myself think people like you and him, those who laugh in the face of death, they're the truest of warriors. If I could, I'd love to head over to the Beyond and battle other monsters like Morio to the death. I told you, the Beyond ain't that fun of a place, believe me. So how did that duel with Morio in any way? You got your face messed up, right? FWA ha. Right you are. As I mentioned last night, I was able to dodge Morio's short sword by a hair's breadth. But at the time, I dodged by too fine a line. Since I gauged the dodge with my eyes, everything past my eyes got sliced off. Skin, nose, my right eyelid. It was a clean cut. In fact, I didn't feel any pain at all. The thing is, Sujuru, I was still in the midst of a duel to the death against the Morio the Sentinel. Sapphum rapped against the metal plate covering his face. Having all of that stuff dangling down around my neck would have cost me my life. I immediately tore off a chunk of my own face. I even felt happy to do so. I was so focused on the battle, I made the decision without a second thought. You got guts. I'll give you that. Sujuru smirked. Until you're face to face with life-threatening peril, it's impossible to know how your heart will react in that situation. So I view this wound with honor, not shame. It's my proof that I really do love battle after all. The stories Sapphum told Sujuru were all lurid and gruesome tales on par with the battles he had experienced in the Beyond. But unlike most others, Sapphum never mixed in any negative feelings toward his life-threatening experiences. In this world where, even after the true Demon King's demise, most of the populace looked to be at war with terror and madness in their hearts, it was fair to say Sapphum's temperament was a rare gift. Here I thought all these 29 officials types, or whoever, were all busy with some overblown, pretentious stuff. But I guess there are all sorts of types among them. Even got guys like that old dude Hargan, too, said Sudru. Oh, you've met Hargan? Yup. But wait, you've been in here longer than me, right? You're saying you haven't seen him? HRMM. I guess Hargan doesn't know I've been admitted here then. This was all back when I still had a face, but I actually helped Hargan out a lot and looked after him. Huh, what sort of help? Well, in regard to this work, Hargan's, well, not a totally incompetent man, but he got a tendency to let things build up inside himself. On our days off, I'd always take him out for drinks and give him all sorts of advice from my own experiences on how to do his job right. Sometimes I'd gather up the young and talented among my men to have him enjoy their stimulating conversations. Whoa, that's a lot. Anything else? I've also invited him many times to join me on my snowy mountain climbs. Sudru, let me tell you, mountain climbing is a wonderful hobby. You can have plenty of time for a conversation while also getting some exercise. It's great for cultivating the body and the mind. Plus, the scenery's nothing to sneeze at. I believe that there's no better atmosphere for two military officers to have a chat. That's wild. Sudru determined that he wasn't supposed to say anything here. Even Sudru the Willow Sword, an audacious Shura who longed only for battle, still possessed the barest minimum social skills. I can't be relaxing here like this. Hargan and I have to get back on our feet as soon as we can. We must show the public that Oriasha's defenses are strong and that there's nothing to fear. What do you mean, defenses? We went and crushed Lithia, and I heard that those something loyalist guys got put down too. Who's there to fight at this point? Oh, is that how you see it? There are definitely still opponents out there. For example, Oriasha's 29 officials was a wartime regime that had persisted from the age of the true Demon King. The military officials who made up close to half the seats still demonstrated a focused mind toward the wars Oriasha fought, toward the might of hypothetical enemies, the hero candidates. Oops, I guess it's hard to laugh at a joke like that, huh? Still, it's not entirely impossible either. The fact that Sappham here was in the same room as Sudru wasn't a simple coincidence. Behind the scenes of the Six Ways exhibition, there were many powers plotting the defeats and victories of the various hero candidates. Enough that even one of the 29 officials themselves, while bettered in the hospital, needed to keep watch to ensure there was no foul play. Sappham the White Weave was also an expert military official who had experience crossing swords with a visitor from his battle with Morio. My next opponent's this guy named Roseclay. He's one of the 29 guys, same as you. He didn't put you in here, did he? FWA, ha ha ha. No, of course not. That young lad wouldn't make a move that's so cheap and unlikely to succeed. But it's not just him. Others must be thinking the same as well. Your very existences themselves are antithetical to peace. So long as individuals who wield power rivaling that of entire nations are left to their own devices, the world could be destroyed on a whim. Miyu, Morio the Sentinel, all our spirits crave conflict without a doubt. However, your strength is the one thing that differs. Page 42. What a pain in the ass. None of that is my responsibility or anything. Oh, so even with all that strength you have, you're still against getting targeted, are you? I'm sick of it. Fighting off weaklings is boring. The Six Ways exhibition was a deceptive ploy to entice the strongest beings in the land to crush each other. A majority of the hero candidates must have already understood this fact as well. If that's how it's going to be, I'd rather just get my next match started already. However, this truly ingenious stratagem had been devised to ensure that these players would want to continue with it even after seeing through to the truth underneath. Just like the greater part of Oriasha's medical institutions, jurisdiction over Romog Joint Military Hospital fell to the medical division led by the 7th Minister, Flynn Suda, the Portent. Therefore, there weren't any of the other 29 officials with the authority to interfere with what went on inside them, no matter who she may invite inside their walls. At the moment, Flynn Suda was sitting in a chair, her flesh sinking into it, inside the reception room. Her corpulent body was decorated with countless pieces of jewelry, as if to deliberately flaunt her wealth. However, she certainly wasn't dressed in a crude or gaudy manner. If anything, they afforded her an air of elegance. Flynn Suda lit her cigarette full of fragrant herbs and then spoke as if remembering something. I forget, do you dislike smoke? No, it's fine. No need to show consideration for these old bones. The man sitting opposite her was elderly with thick wrinkles. He almost looked like a corpse propped up in a chair. However, Behind the chair were 4 elven slaves, even though slavery was forbidden under the current laws. They were there as his bodyguards and vaunted the hidden authority this old man possessed. Originally, I planned on finishing up my work this morning and showing my dear to a bit of fun. If you've come here yourself instead of a messenger, you must have quite a serious matter to discuss with me. Quayha. No need to be so guarded. This request isn't nearly as big as you think it is. Flynn Suda, there's a patient I'd like you to treat in absolute secrecy, the elderly man continued. You know about the clinic that was burned to the ground last night? There's someone with severe burns that was miraculously rescued from the blaze. We've done everything we possibly can, but, unfortunately, their life is currently in danger. I would ask you to use your most cutting-edge medical technology to save this precious life. My, that is quite a predicament. I wonder if you were aware, though, matters that involve the lives of others are quite serious topics of discussion, Minister Iriold. Despite the jocular smile coming to her face, Flinsuda never took her eyes off the old man in front of her. She and the rest of the 29 officials were the highest authority currently controlling Oriatia. However, there was a phantom who continued to exert a mighty influence from outside their ranks. An authority of the aristocracy from the era of the Central Kingdom. The only one of the 29 officials to be expelled from their ranks, charged with 3 counts of corruption. The first suspect behind the invisible army, former 5th Minister, Iriold the atypical tone. You see, for me, I haven't the slightest interest in this factional power struggle you, Rosclay, and Hade are all wrapped up in. Money alone is more than enough for me. So once this treatment's over, whatever your group does with this patient of yours has absolutely nothing to do with me. At the very least, I hope you promise me that. You do not need to worry. That is precisely why I am asking you for the utmost secrecy. As long as you don't mention it to anyone, our involvement will never come to light. After all, there's no reason at all to reproach a doctor for saving a patient's life. Now, is there? Ho 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 ho. But of course, I don't intend to tell a soul. What I'm concerned about is you, Minister Iriold, whether you'll talk about it or not. This secret bargain implied that Flynn Suda belonged to Iriold's camp. However, if she gave this impression to the other powers at play, she would have no choice but to join Iriold in earnest. It was an all too likely course of events when she thought about how the man had done things in the past. Quayha, you're not going to trust me. Oh no, I certainly trust you. About as much as I did when you were part of the 29 officials. In that case, would you like to spend more time here talking with your old acquaintance than Flynn Suda? A syrupy smile formed between Iriold's wrinkles. No, I'll dispatch a doctor at once. If the patient is indeed racing the clock, then we can discuss compensation later. On Flynn Suda's side of the room, she was no longer making herself smile. He could use the life of this patient he asked her to save as a shield. That was the type of man Iriold was. Thank you. I was right. You are indeed a friend worthy of my trust. What's the patient's name? In contrast to Flynn Suda standing to leave the room, Iriold remained solemnly seated as he replied. Perhaps it was because he was indifferent as to whether this patient lived or died. Or maybe it was because he was convinced that they would survive. Kiro the Cautious. There was an extra official sponsoring Ashura who existed outside the playing field. I'm sure he, too, will become a great friend of mine. After he'd finished forcing down his bland breakfast, he went up to the hospital roof without speaking to anyone else. Listening to the far sounds of the market abuzz with the Six Ways exhibition, he absent-mindedly stared out at the balloons swaying in the city air. This was how Oriatia's 6th general, Hargant the Still, spent his days. Left alone in the Mali wastes after Lucknow the Winter had won the second match, he was diagnosed with a severe case of mania and was ordered by the assembly to undergo a long-term recuperation period. This manner of disposing of him, in the midst of the Six Ways exhibition, effectively stripped him of his rights as a sponsor, but no one among the 29 officials had appeared to plead against this unfair treatment, including Hargan himself. A lunatic who had sponsored Lucknow the Winter and summoned danger to Oriatia. That was exactly right, Hargan thought. He had committed such a heinous crime, and even then, he hadn't been able to obtain a single thing someone might wish for. Either way, together with the death of Uhalus, the Star Runner's legend, his life had ended as well. Uhalus. What was he thinking, staring up at the sky? He might have believed that from far beyond the sky, his friend would come home. Or perhaps he simply pretended to believe that, trying to evade the guilt he felt for consigning Uhalus to his death. You up here again, old man? Came the exasperated young voice from behind him. He wore a red track jacket draped over his shoulders. He held a crutch beneath each arm, and his right leg was missing from the thigh down. A transcendent master swordsman from another world, Sujuru, the Willow Sword. Stop wandering around on the roof. Enough already. You're just wasting your time. W wasting my time? What do you know? Aren't I free to do whatever I please, or go WH wherever I want? That's what makes visitors like you so evil. Unable to do anything but force your sense of values. MHM, sorry, but I got no clue what you're talking about. I mean, it's not like you actually want to do this anyway, right? That's not true. It was pouring like hell the other day, and you still came out here. He was right. On that day, Hargant was sure that the hospital would have locked up to make sure none of the wind and rain had blown in, but he had been able to get outside. So he did. And you poked your head out for a bit, and then came right back in, didn't you? Completely soaked in everything. The hell was that about? HNGH. In the end, Hargant the Still wasn't even capable of becoming the madman he was diagnosed to be. He wasn't an empty husk. He only needed the reality set before him in order to live another day. What are you going to do from here on out? That Sappham guy was worried about you. Gosh, Sappham, you haven't told him about this place, have you? Should I? No, I beg you anything but that. Sujuru sat down on the small step in front of the building. He had lost a leg, and yet even then he seemed far mightier and far more alert than Hargant, who had all his limbs still intact. Seriously, though, you're totally healthy, Einshaw. You got to get yourself out of here. It's a waste being cooped up in this place. No, I'll stay here for the rest of my life. I'm a fool who let his worthless feelings get the better of him and exposed Oriatia to danger. I'm sure that none of the other 29 officials wish to see me return. You're a real pain in the ass, aren't you, old man? Besides, why's a visitor like you going out of your way to worry about me anyway? I'm not involved in the Six Ways exhibition anymore. They'll remove me from my seat on the 29 officials eventually, too. You're the one wasting your time, aren't you? Huh? I'm not really worrying about you or anything. I'm just talking to you like I talk to all the other patients in here. Got nothing better to do. MRRN. I mean, I got my own stuff going on, too. This is a military hospital and all, so I can hear all sorts of battle stories and stuff. There's even a soldier that was fighting in Lithia while I was over there. That dude's got nothing left of his arms, though. I see. Right, you participated in that operation, didn't you? Although he had forced himself to be a part of it, Hargant was one of the 29 officials who participated on one end of the operation to assassinate Terran. While there hadn't been any chance for them to meet directly, the freshly verified visitor at the time, Sujuru the Willow Sword, had been used over and over by Oriatia. When Hargant thought about it, the connection between them began back then. Did you know that Uhulus the Star Runner was there at the time, too? Oh, that's so? I mean, makes sense he might have. There were wyverns flying all over the damn place. You didn't know after all, then. To ensure Uhulus could be sponsored as a hero candidate, Oriatia hid the truth behind the Lithia conflagration. Uhulus the Star Runner was the one who destroyed Lithia's air defense web and burned down the city. Oh yeah. Sujuru's eyes narrowed. It made him resemble a snake or some other type of reptile. Uhulus was a true champion, but at the same time, he was a living disaster capable of toppling entire nations. While all of you and Lithia's own monsters were fighting as two opposing sides in a conflict, he accomplished much all by himself. There is no point in telling all of this to Sujuru now. Despite the countless legends Uhulus had been a part of, there were far more that came to an end without ever being spoken of. Uhulus the Star Runner only ever took pride in the treasures he collected, and there was no one who had recorded the magnificent journey he had taken to acquire them all, with Hargant himself knowing only a tiny portion of his truth. That Lucknoka the Winter. She has to be one hell of a fighter herself if she took down a monster like that. Igriagaja. She sure is. The memory made his breath catch in his throat. Even the soldiers admitted here in this hospital were the lucky ones. There were countless numbers of innocent citizens who had met their demise in the flames of the Lithia War. There were many among the souls that had been snuffed out Uhulus. These were the people Hargant was supposed to protect. He knew this. An individual capable of destroying a nation cannot be allowed to exist in this world. That's why, while my methods may have been incorrect, I still believe that Star Runner needed to be killed by someone eventually. Sappham said something pretty close to that. He said just knowing there are super powerful guys living and breathing out there in the world is terrifying. Sujuru cast his eyes upward and looked at the light coming in between the gaps in the cloudy sky. Say, What's scary anyway? What? When I fought with Ozanesma, it was the first time I ever got like that. Fighting to the death and feeling scared. Sappham said he felt happy that he didn't get scared at all, even as he was about to die, you know? But me, seems like I was the exact opposite. Sujuru the Willow Sword had experienced fear. Was it even possible for this visitor swordsman, who had no qualms against running roughshod over this world with his violence, for one of the Shura gathered here to the Six Ways exhibition, to feel an emotion like that at all? Hargant hadn't even imagined such a possibility. They were all powerful beings who lived in a completely different world from Hargant and his ilk. That's because, until you fought with Ozanesma, you'd never fought against someone stronger than you, right? In which case, what had Uhulus the Star Runner felt when faced against Luknoka the Winter? Had the fearless rogue finally felt fear? I'm always scared. I may have climbed all the way up to the 29 officials, but there are plenty more powerful than I out there. People with wits and talent. People with unwavering spirits. People with righteousness. Those people terrify me, and I know I'll only ever lose to them. That's why people like you will never understand how it feels. Hey, you did it, didn't ya? I don't know that much about Luknoka the Winter or anything. But the reason you're here is because you did something stupid, even knowing the whole time how scary it was. Yeah? How'd you fight against that? Me. I'm satisfied that I gotta have a go with Ozanesma, but that's one thing I still have regrets about. Next time someone else like that comes along, I really want to kill them. Though I've never thought too hard about killing someone before I did it, I don't think. Sujuru had a serious look in his eyes. Someday, I'll become able to cut him down. No, wait, is that why you're going around the hospital, listening to the patient stories? To hear what they felt when they were locked in battle, about what type of emotion terror is? Yup. Consider the source. Take countermeasures. Was it possible even to defeat tremendous foes, such as fear or regret? Hargant couldn't come up with a single thing that an incompetent man like him was able to do, that a man powerful enough to transcend worlds themselves like Sujuru couldn't. He covered his face with a hand to shield his own eyes from the sky. I just decided I wouldn't betray myself. I can't even tell if I've truly been able to do it or not. If he hadn't betrayed himself, then he wouldn't have lost his only friend, Hargant thought. The 8th match of the Six Ways exhibition was over. The war underneath the surface that unfolded between Zigida Zogi the Thousandth and Obsidian Eyes concluded, and the brain that Hiroto the Paradox had relied on more than any other, Zigida Zogi the Thousandth, had perished. However, there were still battles being fought. Taroa the Awful left Oriatia and headed for the Mali Wastes. Taroa the Awful. Cyanop the Inexhaustible Stagnation was rushing along the frozen surface of the Mali Wastes. He now understood the finer details of the magnificent battle that had unfolded far below the surface, down to the precise coordinates where it was located. Cyanop's keen senses told him more than that. He understood that this battle had already been decided as well. You were supposed to live on. Why didn't you understand that? Without a moment's hesitation, he jumped down in the Mali Waste fissure, several meters deep. It was a swift descent. As he felt gravity and wind, he could detect a presence ascending from the depths of darkened abyss. He could tell its speed vastly outstripped that of Cyanop's descent. Was it just a coincidence? Or was he waiting for me to jump down, knowing full well I was nearby? He fell. They were going to cross paths. Midair. He couldn't dodge. Star. 2 wings and 3 arms then. A gunshot. Uhulus the Star Runner, flying at terrifying speeds up from the abyss, fired 2 magic bullets of lethal poison with precision at Cyanop mid-descent. There was an abnormal scraping sound of the bullet's impact. Runner. A stone fragment that Cyanop gripped, enveloping it with his gelatinous body, bent in a bizarre shape, likely from the strength he used to parry the bullet's impact. Cyanop spun around. He flipped the stone fragment at the shadow now above him. Page 43. The target of this flicked projectile, revolving at high speeds, wasn't Uhulus the Star Runner's body itself. It was his item bag. Uhulus, with a flash of his magic whip, reflected the projectile, ascending from directly below his blind spot, as if he had been able to see it the entire time. All of it had occurred in a single moment. Cyanop, the Inexhaustible Stagnation, fell to the deepest pits of the silent frozen earth. The fastest wyvern carried a tremendous selection of magical tools. Far more than one person could typically possess, and displayed an aptitude with every single one of them, as well as being equipped with intellect and the experience of felling countless legends. Uhulus the Star Runner had survived after forcing the world's strongest dragon, whom the word Calamity failed to properly describe, to use her breath attack 3 times, and even brought low the beast of enchanted blades. The horrifying wings flew off into the distant sky and were soon out of sight. Taroa the Awful, Cyanop simply mumbled, landing at the bottom of the frozen abyss. A circular track had been etched into his landing point, like a geometrical wave shape, making it clear that he had been able to completely disperse the impact of his fall, despite the length of his descent. There was nothing left behind but the vestiges of destruction. There were none of Uhulus the Star Runner's magic items, nor Taroa the Awful's enchanted swords. The remnants of the spatial fissure carved by karma castigation were just barely visible, but they, too, disappeared shortly after. So you died, huh? Had Taroa the Awful managed to settle one of his grudges? Cyanop, the inexhaustible stagnation, had no reason to feel sentimental. Almost all the people he was supposed to mourn had met their demise. Tora and Uhulus faced off at this position. Star Runner went to take off. He looked at the scars of the battle, carved into the earth and the rock wall. Taroa used the flame sword's secret technique, and to stop his flight, he must have fired those magnetic wedges. There were places all along the wall where it seemed like wedges had been driven in. A chilling sensation. None of the heat of the flames that were exchanged in a recent battle remained in this glacial hellscape, born of Luknoka's breath. The fiery magical item scorched all in its path. With magnetic force, he threw off Star Runner's rifle aim. He had matured. Taroa the Awful appeared to have gotten even stronger compared to when they had fought in the first match. Uhulus used something to blind him for a moment. He got in range of the luminous blade. Perhaps Taroa had had an encounter of some kind that dispelled his hesitation. Or perhaps it was because he had several techniques to guarantee his victory, honed precisely for this one moment, that made it seem like he had grown stronger. But Taroa saw through the feint. Well done. He had stepped forward to use the Howling Blade's secret technique. There was no longer any heat left here. Still, Cyanop knew. Taroa had grown. A long-range stab, wind defense. There were still another few dozen moves after that. Taroa, Cyanop, didn't feel any sentimentality. He simply understood. Taroa didn't lose. Right up to the last moments, even if his life came to an end. After he'd announced the alert for Uhulus the Star Runner's attack, Hito's feet carried him toward the Central Assembly Hall's second communications room, and he immediately established it as the headquarters for their response. The Radzios installed in this room could connect to the government buildings throughout Oriesha's domain. He had already decided on the ones he needed to reach out to first for this emergency Radzio conference. The head of the military, 27th General, Haid the Flashpoint, the keystone of domestic affairs. Third Minister, Jelki the Swift Ink. After he had finished sharing several of the known facts of the situation, Hito brought out the topic they needed to decide on first in order to confront this disaster. In short, their defensive priorities. The reports from the observation station say that Uhulus the Star Runner is approaching from the southeast. If we let him in close from that direction, there'll be damage at the Great Bridge and in the commercial quarter. Personally, I want to avoid that. What do you think, Gel? This is an emergency. It's unavoidable. You have any requests, Haid? I feel bad for the people living there, but our only choice will be to have Uhulus attack the Easter Outer Ward, somewhere in between the 3rd and 6th boroughs. The only cultural asset there is the Summit Sword Spire from the time of King Recut. Haid, tell me how feasible that sounds. The sound of him puffing out smoke mixed into the Radzio's static. All right, Easter Outer Ward it is then. Deploy your troops immediately. I'd like to know how many candidates we've been able to get together. How many of them can fight, Gel? What the hell is that hag going off about while Oriesha's on the brink of destruction? She planning on dying with fists full of cash or something? Gel, listen, if that woman is going to be difficult, then That's not what I was getting at. What about Sujuru? Hey, damn it. So basically, Melee and Q's are the only ones up to it? Given Melee's wounds, the best idea is to get Uhulus to target Q's and attack him for us. Not really someone I want to owe anything to, but with Q's, I can act as the go-between for the negotiations. We're acquainted at least. A Haid? That's a terrible joke. You already deploy your troops. Hey, let me say one thing. You shouldn't preemptively fire at Uhulus the Star Runner. Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. One of the comms towers got knocked out on his way here, but if we can avoid engaging him entirely, obviously that'll be the best possible outcome. I want to check to see if Star Runner has any intention of attacking us or not. I'm working out the details on how. Currently preparing for hostilities, Oriatia was deploying most of its fighting force. However, if it all proved to be nothing to worry about, and Uhlus disappeared off somewhere without heading toward Oriatia, that would still be the best development of all. Even if he did make for Oriatia, there was the possibility that he didn't have any will to fight. If they took Uhlus' attack without any resistance, the troops at the fortress would inevitably die. However, if Oriatia's side was the first to open fire, avoiding conflict would instantly become impossible. It was necessary for them to obtain conclusive proof that Uhlus the Star Runner was a self-proclaimed demon king, intending to attack Oriatia without anyone falling victim to him. It was a quandary they needed to solve as soon as possible. Hate needed only a short time to come up with an idea. So the plan is to have the story say that we counterattacked due to his attack on the abandoned district. Sacrifice some number of carriages, and we can see what Uhlus is up to. Not bad. What do you say, Gel? A cool voice interrupted the meeting through the wireless radio. Hito immediately knew who the voice belonged to as well. The second general, Roskle the Absolute. Roskle, do you know the situation? That's right. Hif. Saw through it all, huh? Impressive. If the Six Ways exhibition was to continue, Roskle the Absolute, in the second round, was already set to battle against Hade's hero candidate, Sujuru, the Willow Sword. Sorry, but we don't have any time for this. I'll go over the whole operation with Roskle myself. But Hade, command your troops. Gel, internal coordination. Time to move. Any other things to worry about? We're counting on you. With their decision, Oriatia was plunged into a state of high alert. The alert declaring the state of emergency was first rung to guide the residents of the Eastern Outer Ward in their evacuation, owing to the attack of self-proclaimed Demon King Uhlus on the abandoned district. It would reverberate throughout the entire city. They all began to act as if they were one single organism. Oriatia's 29 officials were a wartime regime organized specifically to fight against demon kings of the past. Along the spacious avenue, large carriages stopped one after another and filled with citizens before driving off. Following the resolution reached by the emergency response meeting Hito called, the evacuation had begun within the residential district of Oriatia's Eastern Outer Ward ahead of the emergency alert. Hade had mobilized 2 of the 29 officials under his command and charged them with supervising the area. 18th Minister, KY the Moon Fragment, as well as 21st General, Taturi the Blue-Violet Foam. All right now, first ones to board should be the children, the elderly, as well as the injured and infirmed. Okay now? We'll split you all up, so no huddling together with your families. As long as you remember your carriage number, you'll be able to meet up again at the evacuation point, no problem. Taturi the Blue-Violet Foam was a woman with graying hair tied behind her head. Even within this pressing situation, her casual disposition didn't waver in the slightest, and she eloquently called out to the citizens while directing her subordinates. Conversely, the gloomy young man lingering being her, as if trying to hide himself, didn't look to be doing any such work at all. Standing upright like a machine, he merely controlled the calcurite in his hand. Taturi, this isn't going to be enough carriages, is it? Oh, fell down, did you miss? It's fine, just remain calm, okay? Did you say something, KY? I apologize if you couldn't hear me. I said that I think that the transportation capabilities of the carriages you've arranged for may not be adequate. If I know all that, I sort of need you to be shouting with me, KY. I'm the only one working here. I avoid doing things inefficiently like you do, Taturi. 18th Minister, KY the Moon Fragment, spoke in a fast mumble, without ever looking Taturi in the eye. I used the civilian statistical survey from Inu to estimate the ratio of old, young, and infirm. To get straight to the point, in order to transport everyone while preserving a 20% margin of spare, before Uhlus the Star Runner's estimated time of arrival, it would require the support of 36 or more 10-person carriages. Perhaps it would be best to petition Master Hade to spare us some military tanks to use for the evacuation. 36 carriages, 10 passengers each is... how many people? What are we going to do then? Why can't you manage such a simple calculation, Taturi? Taturi leaned up against a nearby iron fence and stretched out her back like a cat. I mean, even if we work our butts off and protect all these citizens, don't you think Roskle's just going to end up with all the credit anyway? If that's the case, it might be a lot more interesting to have this whole area go kaboom. Master Hade is the person responsible here, so I don't believe that we'll deal Roskle a serious blow. Just kidding, come on. There's got to be some that think like that, right? Even right as Oriatia is on the brink of ruin like this, it's still money and power struggles. Actually, wait, maybe that's all the more reason, huh? If everyone's all focused on the threat, then that means they can outweed all the others and make their move. Page 44. Am I safe to assume that in regard to the citizens unable to escape in time, your policy is to not rescue them? KY looked idly at Taturi, without showing any noticeable emotion. Well, I didn't say that. There were the sounds of a new group of carriages. They were giving off the locomotive sounds of a steam-powered vehicle. However, these weren't automobiles or carriages. Unmanned machines with iron plating and wheels, constructed from abnormal technology. They had neither horse nor driver. There they are, an extra 43 transports. What do you think? What are these things? Golems. We requisitioned them from Keat. It was a variety of golem created by Kayazuna, the Axle called a chariot golem. During the particle storm interception operation, they had identified a weapon believed to be a prototype of this golem variety. Autonomous vehicles combining armor and mobility. If they had been introduced in the large-scale political upheaval that Keat's camp had planned, they would have certainly become a menace that upturned this world's current practical war wisdom. They can only comprehend simple commands, but we're able to control them to go back and forth between here and the set evacuation point. No way they'll be useful in combat against someone like Uhulus anyway, so way better to use them for the evacuation, right? You're always astute when it comes to things like that, Taturi. Well, usually I'm so inefficient and all, right? Anyway, think we'll make it in time. The outskirts of southeast Oriatia. The 38th stronghold was located outside the city. The number of personnel called into action here by the emergency was on par with their wartime numbers, and they were preparing their cannon barrage. The flak battery towers, coupled together in a series like a wall, had been loaded with anti-air cannons in expectation of a wyvern assault, and the ones handling them were Hade's elite troops who had fought through and survived the era of the true Demon King. If there's any change in wind speed, reporting protocol says, got the firing table drilling into those heads of yours. You better be able to hit him with your eyes closed. I'll let them know. Now, moving to the sharing of artillery ammunition between towers. It feels like I really shouldn't be here. Amid the mania recalling past wars, China, the wind-wrought pattern's emotions were colder and subdued. She was a new dwarf recruit. As she wasn't trained fully on operating cannons, she was tasked with observing and keeping close guard in the direction of the abandoned district. It wasn't official spotter work and more akin to being a reserve battle recorder. She understood that her mission was important. If necessary, she'd move her body exactly as her strict training had drilled into her, and she wasn't scared or fearful for her life. China's mental state was the opposite, if anything. Is all this really happening? Is Uhulus the Star Runner really alive and rampaging across Oriatia? It must have been. People far more brilliant than her, the 29 officials, high enough above her to be up in the clouds, had determined it to be so. There were sure to be much more certain predictions than any of the arbitrary preconceptions of China or any other of the citizens in Oriatia. That said, this was the Uhulus, the Star Runner that even China had heard several legends about. And he was attacking the most prosperous base point for all of minion kind, Oriatia. It's a possibility. If that actually did happen, it would be a huge disaster, and that's why everyone's in such a frenzy, desperately preparing themselves. Which is why making sure it doesn't happen is my job. Peering through the binoculars, she carefully observed if the silhouette of their foe was around the abandoned district or not. Nothing. She even felt it looked tranquil. She didn't pick out a three-armed wyvern or anything in particular. Enemy attack. The abandoned district's up in flames. Uhulus, the Star Runner's here. Huh. Before she could see the sight for herself, the shout of another observation scout made China cognizant of the situation. The abandoned district had been lit aflame. Not just one specific building or a certain section, all of it had. No way. She didn't understand why or how exactly something like it had occurred in the span of a single second. A shadow. She could see a silhouette of wings backlit among the flames. The enemy attack. A wyvern. Uhulus, the Star Runner, is attacking. Located between observation points 66 and 67, the abandoned district. Eye is completely up in flames. She shouted out her observation report as much as she could, but it was probably all meaningless. The soldiers around her were already getting into battle positions following the report from the regular observation scouts. and the sounds of the heavy anti-air cannons in motion echoed in untold numbers, practically splitting open the ground with the noise. Uhulus the Star Runner did all of this? She had never thought that such a thing would really happen. The reason being that, for an ordinary person like China, fighting against Uhulus the Star Runner meant death. Yet for some reason, he had the will to attack Oriatia's city, her comrades, and her superiors, and their superiors farther up were all planning on fighting against him. Are we really? The ear-splitting sounds of cannon fire drowned out China's thoughts. Single-shot cannons weren't used against flocks of wyverns flying at high speeds. Those weapons were intended for personnel and material. Anti-wyvern cannons used shrapnel shells. Artillery shells were aimed above the target's head to burst, annihilating everything in a wide conical area below the bursting point with a scatter shot. As the rulers of the skies, wyverns had a difficult time evading scatter shots that would rain down over them from positions even farther above their lines of sight in the sky. In addition, the deployed cannon corps fired countless artillery rounds one after another, without even a moment's breath in between. They not only shot where Uhulus was located, but also they unleashed a barrage that seemed to completely blanket the sky ahead of him. I get it. Even the world's strongest rogue can't dodge this, since scatter shots had no will of their own. Of course, it was the artillery soldiers' skilled precision that aimed for the shot to burst above where Uhulus was in the sky. However, from that point on, the trajectory of the scatter shot itself, subject to randomness, was impossible to fully read, no matter how maneuverable or how precise one's senses were. On top of that, he couldn't discern the individual aim and intentions for each of the innumerable number of cannoneers in the 38th stronghold and deal with them all in simultaneous parallel. By utilizing the latest weapons with a strength of numbers, even killing an outstanding champion was possible. Was this the reality of war in this new era? China continued her observation. She needed to verify that Uhulus had been brought down. She was immediately able to confirm the results of the barrage. Our report. While he was within cannon range, Uhulus was still far off in the distance. Even when she looked through the binoculars, the silhouette was little more than a speck in the sky. Nevertheless, the distance was what made her understand. This individual, more than any other wyvern, was simply too fast. The barrage. Missed the target. Impossible. H's stance. Record spotter. What the hell were you doing? Give your report now. Sorry. His stance. He's flying upside down. Wyverns were vulnerable to attacks from above. This was because normal wyverns didn't fly while watching above them. Yet did this mean Uhulus, the Star Runner, was capable of inverse flight? Not only that, but he was racing in their direction without dropping his speed whatsoever, flying through this onslaught of iron, through the lethal storm that still continued to rain down on him. He's looking at the scatter shots, directly watching their trajectory after they burst. He's continuing his flight in this position and evading the scatter shots the whole time, too. A monster. How was it possible to believe such a thing was happening in the world she knew? Myriad questions flew across China's mind. Wasn't anyone else as perplexed as she was? Or perhaps no one had the capacity for questions given the absurdity of the present situation. Why had the abandoned district been reduced to ash in a second? Uhulus the Star Runner apparently used a flame magic item, or so China had heard. Even then, was it actually possible to burn an entire town to ash in an instant? Load the next round. Keep firing. We just have to make him hesitate. If he breaches the cannon's minimum range, he'll kill us all. Everyone, put your lives on the line. Everyone will die, even with so many soldiers here. Why? How? When Uhulus flapped his wings, what appeared to be a ring-shaped afterimage flashed, and the path of his flight grew blurred. He brandished a magic whip known as Kyo's hand, seemingly to knock down the scatter shots with the smallest movements possible. But China's eyes, keeping a visual on him from far away through binoculars, couldn't perceive his transcendental speed. No one's ever been trained on how to take down wyverns that immune to scatter shots. Even the armaments of the 38th Fortress can't handle it, because no one ever predicted such a scenario. If we can't deal with this somehow, we'll die. He was closing in. This was surely not mere recklessness or some hostile intentions toward the soldiers here. Uhulus knew that the anti-air cannon's greatest weakness was getting in close enough to render cannon fire impossible. This was why among the hail of cannon fire, he immediately set his aim on the 38th Fortress. He was close. Even then, musket sniper fire still should have been impossible at this range. He was still well inside the cannon's range. Uhulus the Star Runners readied his gun. China shouted before coming to her conclusion. The next moment, the flak tower next to her exploded. There was a momentary flash of light. Following behind it came a roaring boom that split the sky. China knew this type of phenomenon. Lightning. The magic bullet of roaring lightning. Firing off lightning itself. This bullet far surpassed the realm of mere musket fire in both range and destructive power. Even the flak tower, its iron supports covered by thick outer walls, was scorched in an instant. Uhulus, loading his next shot. Don't let him finish. Why you have to keep firing? If we don't stop him, another one's coming. In a panicked state, China shrieked out her report. Somewhere in her mind, she thought her panic was making a terrible mess of things. But who could hope to stop the fearsome Uhulus the Star Runner? I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. He pointed his gun barrel in their direction. China could only watch. If he pulled the trigger and that bullet was shot their way, it would all be over. Oriesha's going to lose. In this moment, there was an error in China the Winddraught's judgment. The goal of this artillery barrage wasn't to shoot him out of the sky, but to divert Ulus's flight path. In other words, the Oriesha army had already incorporated Uhulus breaking through the storm of cannon fire into their plans. Iron rain fell. Uhulus, as always, was flying straight through death. Why was he always doing this? He was searching for treasure. Just as he had single-mindedly continued to do across the span of his life, he was thinking about destroying the obstacles in front of him and obtaining treasure. Before him were towers of stone inorganically joined together. The sounds of cannon fire were incessant. The metropolis beyond, stretching far over the horizon, was Oriesha. An unprecedented calamity had arrived in the last Minion kingdom. Right, I was collecting treasure. The cold star that Hito the Clamp had shown him that day should be here in this country. Not only that, Findalul the Vital Spot manuscript. Liquefied Rampart. Moat Nerve Arrow. He must have known from the very beginning that in order to obtain all the treasure this world had to offer, there was one final dungeon he needed to conquer. That was where the numerous magic items that the Minion Kingdom had spent many years gathering together were. I wonder why I never realized it for myself. Strange. Replaced with a machine-like constitution, Uhulus the Star Runner was gradually losing his sense of self. Yet amid his thoughts dissolving into ambiguity, he was convinced of his actions. I get it. I was supposed to save this for last. So, this is likely the end of my story. Even Taroa the Awful was dead. In the end, Uhulus had been unable to steal his enchanted swords, and Taroa had vanished into an otherworldly rift. There might not have been any enemies left in this world anymore that Uhulus was supposed to steal something from. Once he stole all the treasure that had been gathered in Oriesha, Uhulus the Star Runner would then be the sole owner of all riches. That didn't sound too bad. He needed to do this if he wanted to put an end to this tale of avarice that seemed like it would go on forever. He would destroy Oriesha. His objective was not to take the lives of others. If anyone tried to flee, he would let them escape. If anyone tried to fight, he would fight. The only ones who remained would be those with treasures they couldn't afford to abandon. If he continued on his path of destruction, then eventually, like Vikian, the Smoldering, they would present their treasure to him. Uhulus thought that, first, he would destroy the tower in between him and Oriesha. He had grown accustomed to watching and evading cannon fire across several battles, but it still tired him out somewhat. He loaded a magic bullet into his musket and aimed at the second of the flak towers. In that moment, Uhulus changed his target. With terrifying speed, he didn't even turn around. He shifted his gun barrel behind him, and a steel beam pierced through Ulus's stomach. That's one hell of a reaction time, Star Runner. Blood began to trickle along the thin steel beam. His enemy's attack had come before his voice had time to reach Uhulus. Not only that, but the owner of the voice was already in front of Uhulus. The weapon that had just launched the steel beam at him was a magic item that Uhulus had once possessed for himself. It had been lost during his battle with Luknoka the Winter, Hesht Ellis the Firepipe. Fastest in the sky. Truth is, I've always been envious of that moniker of yours. On top of a leaning bell tower in the abandoned district stood a lone skeleton. In other words, the Oriesha army had already incorporated Ulus's breaking through the storm of cannon fire into their plans. in order to prevent the wyvern from sensing the approach of someone faster than any known phenomena. Give me a name like that, too. They called in Shulk the Sound Slicer. Shulk fixed his eyes on Uhulus, moving at speeds similar to his own, from atop the bell tower. Normally, it would have been a fatal wound. With his stomach pierced by a steel beam, what would he do next? Try to put distance between Shulk out in front of him? Or perhaps try to counterattack with his musket? Kyo's hand. Neither. Uhulus produced his weapon on the spot, turned around, and made a clean sweep through the air with his magic whip. Impressive. Shulk jumped right as the murmur left his mouth. Immediately afterward, the flash of the magic lightning bullet pulverized the foundation of the bell tower into rubble. Blinding light and searing heat, surpassing actual lightning itself. The delayed thunderclap tore through the sky. Uhulus the Star Runner's magic lightning bullets were as fearsome as a dragon's breath. I was moving pretty fast for that surprise attack, yet he was still able to avoid a direct hit to the head. Not only that, but the steel beam, wrenched free from Aluza's body, fell to the ground. He even saw through the steel wire attached to the beam. Huh? The steel beam fired from the fire pipe had been connected with steel wire to a winch secretly placed inside a freight warehouse within the abandoned district. In that moment, if Uhulus the Star Runner had elected to put space between them, or close the gap to counterattack, his movements would have been restricted by the wire's tension, and Shulk, jumping from the bell tower, would have created the perfect opportunity to run his skull through. And he can still fly, too? Had he missed Aluza's internal organs by a stroke of bad luck? Or perhaps, was there some unknown magic item at his disposal that made it possible to keep fighting, even in his current state? Page 45. I'm dubious that I'll be able to follow through with a frontal attack, but well, no other choice here. Escaping from his restraints, Uhulus didn't pursue Shulk. Instead, a lightning bullet was brought down on him. Shulk ran a bit faster than the flash of lightning and evaded the trajectory of the bolt before it bored into the earth. As he escaped, he never for a moment dropped his sight from his enemy in the sky. Uhulus was flying upside down. In this situation, he couldn't afford to ignore the Oriatia army's cannon barrage, either. Being on the ground was, in fact, the superior position against an enemy force to watch the sky. They're getting in the way. You use a gun, but you're scared of bullets? Quite the ordeal there, Uhulus the Star Runner. Even a single shot hitting the tip of his wing should have been more than the wyvern could afford. While he adjusted his slightly offset flight, he would get hit with the incessant storm of scattershots. This was the reason why shrapnel fire, each individual shot having a low impact, was effective against wyverns. Conversely, Shulk the Sound Slicer didn't even possess the flesh for said shrapnel to cut up in the first place. His bones, as a construct, had undergone a strengthening process as well, so he could move while ignoring some degree of gunfire his way. Of course, in my case, even if my body wasn't just bones. Grasping several shots from among the torrential rain of shrapnel, he loaded them into Hesht Ellis the fire pipe. It'd be harder to get hit by bullets that re-slower than me anyway. It wasn't completely impossible to surprise the world's strongest rogue from behind. A few moments ago, Shulk had fired a steel beam and hit Aluza's torso. Someone who ran at such ludicrous speeds was impossible to visually track. Cannon fire constantly rained down from overhead. It was impossible to keep his guard up in both directions. Right now, Uhulus had no way of predicting Shulk's position. Aiming above Aluza's head, he fired the shrapnel shell he had loaded into Hesht Ellis the fire pipe. A sniper shot born on his own unworldly fast speed. It'll hit. The air surrounding Uhulus appeared to fluctuate. The shrapnel shell was deflected with a grating metallic noise. What? Uhulus hadn't even been looking in his direction. Shulk's groan came from his understanding about what Uhulus had done in that moment. He extended out his whip in his blind spot ahead of time and reflexively moved it as soon as the shell came into contact with it. Neither from a prediction nor part of some automatic defenses. He performed such a daring feat solely with his own abilities, as if the magic item were a part of his body, like an insect's antenna. Certainly, if that was possible for him, then any amount of saturated shrapnel fire would have ultimately been meaningless. Give me back my treasure. Whoa now, you're not angry with me, are you? While his sniper shot hadn't actually hit the target, Shulk had been aiming for a different effect too. He had purposely used Hesht Ellis the fire pipe against Uhulus for the sake of the most effective tactic in this situation. Thing is, I thought for sure you were dead, so I took this treasure for myself. That can't possibly be what's got your scales in a bunch, right? It's the same thing you've been doing up until now, isn't it? Taunting him, running around, and continuing to take the wyvern's attacks. He'd get hit when his concentration was finally broken. His attention would turn to another objective. He'd come down to steal the fire pipe back. No matter how loose the Star Runner ultimately ended up, there would be no losses for Oriatia. Geez, except it's all losses for me here. Oh well, I'm the first one on the scene, and all. Neither the cannon barrage nor Shulk's sniper fire would land a decisive blow on Uhulus. Understanding that alone was a good haul. Shulk raced to the east. On the east side, the cannon fire was intentionally sparser. Since the true aim was to guide Uhulus in that direction, the fort side of the battle didn't adjust their aim either. If they were going to keep battling a threat of Uhulus, the Star Runner's level, it would consume a tremendous number of soldiers and weapons. If a direct magic lightning bullet was fired toward the military facilities like it had been earlier, Shulk had no means of protecting them. The reason the 38th Fortress didn't make any use of magic items themselves was to avoid leading Uhulus to them. The sounds of bursting cannon fire grew sparse. He was advancing beyond the range of the 38th Fortress's cannons. If the battle shifted to somewhere without any cannon support, Shulk would be locked into battling against Uhulus with just his individual fighting power, but that too was precisely what he wanted. He'd keep going to the eastern side and head outside of Oriatia's borders. Right before he could, Uhulus stopped chasing him. He came to an eerie standstill, as if he had seen through Shulk's intentions. Where are you going? Scared? Come on down here and steal your treasure back. In Oriatia, there's a lot of treasure. Much better than, heshed Ellis the fire pipe. Behind Uhulus lay the cityscape of Oriatia's eastern outer ward. Shulk had planned on leading him along while they battled each other, but they were close. Did it mean Uhulus was leading Shulk toward Oriatia's streets himself? The fifth borough of Oriatia's eastern outer ward. With the time Shulk and the fortress soldiers bought, the evacuation should have finished, but this is right on the borderline.